Chapter 1. Chuchu. It is widely acknowledged that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ning, Ning Chuchu, is graceful and virtuous, possessing both beauty and talent that surpasses all in Xinjiang. She was bestowed in marriage to Crown Prince Zhao Xian by the emperor, and their union flourished with affection and mutual support, leaving the other noble ladies of the capital envious. However, such bliss was short-lived. The crown prince ascended the throne, and in the spring of the second year of the Jin dynasty, the empress tragically perished during childbirth, leaving behind an infant son. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Within a quaint and exquisite courtyard of the duke's residence, a gentle whisper from a young girl startled the maidservant in the listening rain garden. "Miss, did you have a nightmare?" The maid, Xie, inquired cautiously, fearful of alarming her mistress. The young lady is Ning Chuchu, the second daughter of the Duke of Ning and the beloved sister of the late Empress. As a legitimate daughter of the Ning family, her status is inherently noble. Moreover, the Duke of Ning had saved the life of the late emperor and contributed to the current emperor's rise, and with the empress' early demise, the emperor harbors a sense of guilt, thus showing considerable leniency towards the Ning clan, rendering them unmatched in prestige. Although the duke's residence may not enjoy the same unparalleled glory as in days past, the inhabitants conduct themselves with discretion, and others dare not offend them lightly. Yet, Xie sensed that beneath such honor, her mistress was not truly content. "Xie, I am well, there is no need for concern," came the soft voice of the young lady, gentle as a spring breeze, laced with the remnants of fright. Xie is Ning Chuchu's personal maid. Having known her since childhood, their bond akin to that of sisters. "Lin Mama, please help me change. I must pay my respects to Mother." The Duchess is the daughter of the Grand Princess, Shun Yuewei, and was conferred the title of Princess of Happiness by the late Emperor. Xie gently pulled back the bed curtains. She beheld the astonishing beauty of the 14-year-old girl, her skin as white as snow, every feature a testament to earthly elegance. Xie believed there could be no one more beautiful than her mistress. "Oh, my lady, it is still early. There is no need to rush. It is snowing outside, and it is quite cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. The madam is truly unreasonable. She has restricted your movements over just a few words from the second Mississippi. Moreover, during your illness, she has not come see you, only sending Lin Mama to inquire after you." Lin Mama remarked as she attended to her. During this time, Lin Mama had sighed countless times. "Mama, Mother cares for me dearly. Do not speak ill," Ning Chuchu replied, aware that Lin Mama, who had nurtured her since infancy, held a deep affection for her. Ning Chuchu understood that some thoughts ought to remain unspoken, for uttering them could wound both others and oneself. "Is it truly snowing outside?" Ning Chuchu asked, unconsciously infused with a hint of delight. She mused that snow might be her favorite thing, for it has the power to bury and conceal all. Yet, it later became the object of her disdain for the very same reason. Ning Chuchu recalled her mother's counsel. As a noble young lady from a prestigious family, her words and actions must differ from those of ordinary folk. There are certain things that common people may do, but she must refrain from. Her mother remarked that her sister had once been the crown princess and later became the empress. Every word and action of hers must adhere to decorum, lest she lose the dignity befitting a legitimate daughter of the Ning family. But what truly constitutes the dignity of a legitimate daughter of the Ning family? "Indeed, miss, the outside is beautiful, a vast expanse of white, truly lovely," Xie replied eagerly. Xie recalled that the young lady had once adored the snow, yet her fondness had waned over time. This was due to the young lad's enjoyment of playing in the snow with her maids, which her mother deemed unbecoming of a lady of high standing. Consequently, on the day her mother punished the maids who had frolicked with her, they were made to kneel in the snow for 2 hours. Regardless of the young lad's pleas, her mother did not relent in her punishment. There were other memories that lingered. Though somewhat vague, she simply knew that after that day, the young lady no longer cherished the snow, or perhaps she no longer dared to. In Xie's eyes, the young lady was the finest person. From the moment she purchased Xie from the jaws of hunger and hardship, ensuring she would no longer suffer from starvation or abuse, Xie resolved to remain loyal to her for a lifetime. "Xie, if you're fond of it, upon our return, you may play merrily with your friends. How about that?" Seeing the young lattice spirits lift, Xie felt a surge of joy, though the smile on the young lattice face was swiftly subdued. If the young lady does not go, then I shall not go either. I simply wish to be with you. She thought to herself that perhaps she was a foolish girl, but even foolishness had its charm. You child, do hurry and fetch the young lattice cloak. If she catches a chill, the Duke will not spare you. Lin Mama feigned anger. Both Ning Chuchu and Xie understood that Lin Mama meant no real reproach or concern was for the young lattice well-being. Stepping out of the room, they were immediately met by a biting cold. The snow had fallen throughout the night, creating a thick blanket, and although some servants had cleared the path, it was inevitable that their skirts would become damp. After nearly a quarter of an hour's walk, they finally arrived at the Chengyun, where the Duchess resided. Indeed, the cold was quite biting on this snowy day. Some of the waiting maids clasped their hands tightly, while others could not help but form fists, exhaling warm breaths in an attempt to warm themselves. "Jean Mama, has mother risen?" the young lady inquired, standing elegantly beneath the eaves. "Please allow me to greet the fourth miss. The madam has already awakened." "Fourth miss, do come in quickly. It is quite chilly outside. The second miss and third miss have just arrived, and the madam has been eagerly awaiting you. She was just speaking of you. And here you are." Jean Mama took the cloak the young lady had just removed and, while handing it to a maid behind her, guided the young lady inside. Jean Mama further inquired with concern, "Is the fourth miss illness better? Although the madam has not come to see you in person these days, she's been thinking of you. Now that you are well, the madam can be more at ease." The second miss, Ning Chuchu, and the third miss, Ning Chuchu, were both daughters of the Duke's concubine. The second Miss birth mother was concubine Zhao, who also had a son, Ning Chuchu, the biological brother of Ning Chuchu, raised under the madam's care. Although he had not been granted the title of heir, he remained the Duke's only son. Thus, the second young lady enjoys considerable favor from the madam within the residence, though the authenticity of such affection remains uncertain. Although the second young lady does not possess the same exalted status as the fourth, she is nonetheless cherished in her own right. In comparison, the third young lady appears rather inconspicuous. Her mother, concubine Meng, hailing from humble beginnings, naturally refrains from competing with others. The third young lady often endures bullying from Ning Chuchu in the household, yet she can only suppress her grievances in silence. The Duchess of the state rarely concerns herself with such trifles, often preferring to remain in the small Buddhist hall, detached from worldly affairs. "Fourth sister, why do you arrive so late today?" "Third sister and I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Though it is a snowy day and the weather is quite frigid, you, still recovering from illness, have not forgotten to pay your respects to mother. Surely, mother must be exceedingly pleased. You seem to have grown even more beautiful than before, embodying the grace of an elder sister. If elder sister were to learn of this, she would surely feel delighted," Ning Chuchu remarked with a faint smile, seemingly inquiring without intent. Had Ning Chuchu not known of her second sister's long-standing antagonism toward her, she might have believed the latter's concern was genuine. Alas, disappointment was destined for her. "Mother is well, and greetings to both elder sisters," the young girl replied softly. "The weather grows increasingly cold. Mother must take care of her health. Elder sister and I have been taught by mother since childhood. Both of you are exemplary daughters of hers. We ought to learn from elder sister, ensuring we do not tarnish the dignity of the Ning family." "Very well, Chuchu, you may stay. The weather is frigid. You too should return for now. There is no need to come for formal greetings in the coming days." Mother, being the daughter of a princess, later caught the eye of the top scholar, and with her elder sister ascending to the position of Empress, the family basked in unparalleled glory. Mother had never bowed to anyone. Her mother was a princess, and her daughter an empress. She had little regard for the illegitimate sons and daughters, yet it seemed she remained unsatisfied. Moreover, her elder sister was the pride of their mother, a testament to the love shared between their parents, a symbol of their father's power, and a reflection of their mother's esteem. Ning Chuchu found herself torn between admiration and envy toward her sister, for mother often held her to the standards set for elder sister, though she was not the same. "Does mother wish to keep me for a specific matter?" Ning Chuchu inquired, raising her gaze toward her mother. She observed as her mother dismissed the surrounding attendants, leaving only Granny Zhang. It seemed her mother trusted Granny Zhang sufficiently, perhaps even more than she trusted her own daughter. News has arrived from the palace. The crown prince is unwell, mildly afflicted by a chill. As the crown prince's maternal aunt, you shall visit the palace on behalf of your mother, to foster a closer bond with him. Though his majesty has been somewhat distant due to the late empress passing, he remains the sole heir. Given the current vacancy in the imperial consort's position, it would be advantageous for you to meet his majesty, especially since you bear a notable resemblance to your sister. Do you understand? Mother lifted her teacup, taking a sip, and then fell silent. Ning Chuchu could only lower her gaze, softly asking, "Is this also my father's will?" She had likely grasped the implication in her mother's words. "I have discussed this with your father, and he has consented. You may return now." Her mother no longer regarded her, and she was oblivious to what her mother was contemplating, likely something concerning her sister. What rendered her incredulous was the realization that her father harbored similar thoughts. She had always presumed he was different. The peculiar gaze of the old nanny upon her was equally striking, embodying both pity and tenderness. Yet, she resolutely forbade herself from shedding a single tear. Although her sister was no longer present, everyone still remembered her. In contrast, though she remained alive, she felt as though she were no longer herself. Perhaps it was the nature of humanity to be perpetually discontented, and she was no exception. Indeed, she should have comprehended long ago that, in her mother's heart, with her elder sister's brilliance preceding her, she was rendered insignificant. She acknowledged her sister's excellence, but found herself engulfed by a sense of bitter resentment. Furthermore, ever since that fateful year when her mother discovered her correspondence with brother Xie, she had severed their communication, dealt harshly with numerous individuals, and forbade her from leaving the estate. Such actions were permissible for others, yet her mother would not allow her to utter a single word regarding them. Why did her heart ache so profoundly, time and time again? Upon exiting her mother's courtyard, Nanny Lin, observing the young lady's despondent demeanor, hurriedly advised her, "My lady, please do not take your mother's words to heart. The eldest miss possesses her own merits, and you have your own, as well. It is merely that your mother has yet to recognize your value. Do not let this matter compromise your health." "I understand, Nanny." Ultimately, Ning Chuchu could no longer restrain her tears as she mused that perhaps Nanny was the only person in this world, apart from him, who truly understood her. Yet, she did not wish for her mother to recognize her worth, for she feared that if her mother did, and showed her kindness, it would only deepen her own suffering. In truth, she longed to tell her mother, "I am not my sister, I am Chuchu," but she lacked the courage. She felt timid, weak, and terrified that expressing her identity would lead to her mother's affection dissipating. However, with her sister gone, was she expected to live as her sister had and accept their predetermined fate? She was at a loss about what to do. All she knew was that she was not her sister, yet they all desired her to serve as a mere substitute for her. The day was indeed quite cold. If she were to catch a chill, perhaps she would be spared the obligation of visiting the crown prince. Gazing into Nanny Lin and Xie Zhi's concerned eyes, she ultimately dispelled such thoughts. Yet, she could not achieve her wish. Chapter 2: The first encounter. On the following morning, Granny Zhang awaited outside the listening rain garden. The snowfall had ceased, leaving a delicate layer of snow on the branches, from which flakes occasionally fell, creating a rustling sound. Inside, the warmth of charcoal fires flickered, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of pear blossoms, exuding an air of elegance. "Miss, Madam has sent Granny Zhang with a box of pastries." The maid, Xie Zhi, chirped as she styled Ning Chuchu's hair, her cheeks puffed out with excitement. "Today, the miss is to enter the palace, so you must adorn yourself splendidly. Yet, even without adornment, my lady remains exquisite. Miss, what do you think of this hairpin? Should we try another?" The young maid, sensing Ning Chuchu's underlying discontent, endeavored to lift her spirits. "Let's keep the adornments simple and understated. No need for excessive splendor." "And do allow Granny Zhang to enter," Ning Chuchu replied, holding a comb as she tidied her loose strands of hair, her head bowed slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of affection, her lips curling into a soft smile. "Granny, what brings you here? Does Mother have further instructions?" As she spoke, she invited Granny Zhang to sit and had warm tea served to her. After all, Granny Zhang had been a loyal companion to her mother for many years. Having watched her grow up and understood the intricate relationship between the two. "Fourth miss, This is a gift from Madam for His Royal Highness. It is the hibiscus cake that the Empress cherished most, and this box of pastries was crafted by Madam herself. I kindly ask you to take it into the palace. I'm certain the Crown Prince will appreciate it, Granny Zhang said with a smile. At times, Granny Zhang found herself perplexed by the disparity in treatment between the eldest and the fourth daughters, both of whom were born of the same mother. Yet she believed that each individual had their own fate, and some matters could not be forced. Why then treat the fourth daughter with such disdain? Both were children born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy. Was not flesh on both sides? However, such musings were not for a servant to voice freely. As she finished her cup of tea, Granny Zhang's gaze towards Ning Chuchu softened with warmth. Fourth miss, worry not. Your mother tirelessly attends to all matters. You need only to foster a good rapport with the Crown Prince. Ah, fostering a good rapport indeed. If my mother truly wished my well-being, she would not treat me thus. Why must it be me? Why not someone else? The Duke of Ning's residence is not devoid of other young ladies, Ning Chuchu thought, her heart heavy with confusion. She could not comprehend why the Emperor held such deep affections for her sister, having only a son with her, while within the court. Although there were concubines, none dared to covet the Empress's position. Yet, these were merely the thoughts she could entertain. Take the box of pastries with you. After all, it is a token of your mother's affection, and I trust it will bring joy to the Crown Prince upon his sight, Ning Chuchu said softly. As she made her way outside, climbing into the carriage, with Xie following closely behind, carrying the box of pastries. The hibiscus cake was her sister's favorite treat. Yet their mother was unaware that it was also hers. Soon, it would no longer be. Since the establishment of the Eastern gene, the constraints on women had loosened considerably. Unlike the previous dynasties, unbeknownst to her, the carriage had traversed onto the bustling street, flanked by a myriad of shops where young ladies animatedly indulged in delicacies, fanned themselves, and purchased trinkets, creating a scene of extraordinary liveliness. Lost in this vibrant atmosphere, she found herself mesmerized. So, this is how the capital streets now appeared. So, these women could revel in such joy. It was a pity that her mother had confined her to the estate over the years, forbidding her from seeking amusement outside. At times, she even envied her second and third sisters, for her mother imposed a different level of restraint upon them, reminding her incessantly of her status. Apart from the Women's Academy, she had not ventured elsewhere, and it was her sister who had implored His Majesty to establish that institution. However, following a certain incident, she had ceased attending the school. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Ning Chuchu's head to strike the carriage window frame. "Miss, are you well?" Xie inquired anxiously, her gaze drawn to the swelling bruise on Ning Chuchu's forehead, her heart aching with concern as she scolded the coachman. "How could you drive so recklessly, allowing the miss to suffer such a severe injury? Does it hurt, miss?" As she spoke, tears welled in Xie's eyes. "Go and see what has happened outside. Why has the carriage stopped so suddenly?" Ning Chuchu seemed indifferent to her injury, as if the pain were negligible. "Miss, just now, in an attempt to avoid a vendor with a heavy load while turning, the axle of our carriage broke, rendering it immobile. We still need to enter the palace. What should we do now?" Xie was exceedingly anxious, fearing that a delay would result in punishment from their mistress. Ning Chuchu peered outside, where the streets remained bustling with throngs of people. She commanded, "First, park the carriage by the roadside to avoid obstructing others, and send a few individuals to see if we can rent another carriage. We shall wait here." Shortly thereafter, the coachman returned, accompanied by a young gentleman. "Miss, I have yet to find a carriage available for rent, but this young sir has offered to lend us his carriage, should you agree." From a distance, she beheld the young gentleman, whose demeanor radiated elegance and poise, standing amidst the marketplace as if untouched by its dust. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. In her heart, she silently chanted the notion of being unblemished by the world's chaos, her spirit soaring high above the mundane. An impulse surged within Ning Chuchu. She thought this must be the young man she had longed for in her dreams, if fate were willing to grant her wish. Yet, she was unaware if this feeling was affection or merely a desperate yearning for a glimmer of hope, a means to assert her defiance against her mother's constraints. Sensing her trance, Xie gently called out to her, "Miss, This young gentleman is willing to lend us his carriage. Mississippi young sir. Why do you wish to assist me? Ning Chuchu inquired, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts, yet compelled to voice her question. She pondered inwardly that the young gentleman's assistance was merely a gesture of goodwill, and she ought not to overanalyze it. To feign excessive sentiment would only be her fault. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head instead, her voice soft and delicate, uncertain if he even heard her. The young lady bears a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. His tone was rather indifferent, seemingly stating a fact without ulterior motives. Ning Chuchu found this young gentleman rather peculiar. Having never met her before, he claimed she resembled someone from his past. She wondered if this was a whimsical remark or a deliberate observation, yet he undeniably captivated her attention. In her mind, she silently speculated about the acquaintance he mentioned. Was it a man or a woman? What might they look like to have left such a lasting impression on him? Perhaps the atmosphere of the day was just right. Ning Chuchu dared to glance at him just once. In that fleeting moment, she sensed the truth of the literary notion of a gentleman, sharp as a blade, polished as a gem. Yet, she refrained from looking again. After a while, emboldened by a newfound courage, she pondered whether he conversed similarly with others. If so, it would hardly set him apart from the frivolous youth of society. Do not be vexed, miss. This is my first time engaging in conversation with a lady. If I err, I hope you will forgive me. The young gentleman seemed genuinely concerned that she might misconstrue him as a mere dandy, unsure how to adequately clarify himself. He mentioned it was his inaugural interaction with a woman, and whether true or not, Ning Chuchu felt her palms grow damp with anxiety, realizing she could feel such trepidation. Her heart racing. Oh, do tell me about this acquaintance of yours, she feigned curiosity. That person has a rather irritable temperament, is somewhat spoiled, and often cries. Though she has likely forgotten me by now. At this revelation, Ning Chuchu's spirits sank once more. She thought perhaps this young gentleman had someone special in his heart, someone spoiled and weepy. Alas, she could be delicate, but she did not share the inclination to weep. In retrospect, Ning Chuchu felt she had been rather pretentious at that time. They had encountered each other, yet she ultimately remained silent, afraid to delve into the past. Fortunately, they soon met again, and this time, they did not miss their chance. Is she someone of great importance to you? If so, why pursue me? The young gentleman smiled, but did not respond, though his gaze seemed to provide an answer. Ning Chuchu watched as he retrieved a small vial from his sleeve, approaching her slowly, each step seeming to suspend time. He extended the vial through the window to her maid. My lady, you are injured. This medicine should prove beneficial. Ning Chuchu suddenly turned away, her maid hesitating, unsure whether to accept it. Ning Chuchu gave a gentle nod, deciding to accept it, only to discover that the vial was engraved with a branch of pear blossoms. Such is the nature of youthful sentiment, intricate and elusive. The last words she exchanged with him that day were, "May I inquire your name, sir?" Perhaps she wished to earnestly strive for something, believing that regardless of the outcome, she would have no regrets. She could only recall the last words he spoke to her. My surname is Xie Chengyun. So, his name was Xie Chengyun. A gentleman of remarkable grace, indeed. Yet, she did not borrow his carriage. Instead, she inquired about his name. On the day they met, she felt it was the boldest act of her life, believing that this singular moment would suffice. Ultimately, the servant found a new carriage. As she was destined to visit the crown prince, Xie applied the ointment on her, and though it pained her heart, she remained largely indifferent. The balm felt cool upon application, accompanied by a faint fragrance, and within her heart, a flicker of sweetness stirred. At that moment, she did not comprehend its nature. She merely felt a sense of joy. It turned out that Ning Chuchu was not unlike any ordinary girl. However, as she approached the Eastern Palace, a sudden wave of apprehension arose within her, only to be tempered by the knowledge that His Majesty had never visited the Eastern Palace. A part of her anxiety was thus alleviated. Indeed, she had no desire to meet that sovereign, who was also her nominal brother-in-law. When her elder sister was still alive, she had encountered the then crown prince, as her sister often took her to the Eastern Palace. At that youthful age, she regarded him as a peer rather than an object of reverence, often calling him brother-in-law, feeling that he favored her even more than her sister did. After the crown prince ascended the throne, she perceived the emperor's majesty, which was not to be trifled with. Now, without her sister, the court and the populace alike trembled before the emperor's dragon might, and all within the realm feared the power of their dynasty, daring not to provoke it. Yet, deep down, she had always harbored a sense of trepidation towards the current emperor. Moreover, the circumstances had changed. She would naturally avoid him. Chapter 3. Discontent in a tea-house adorned with fluttering banners. A young gentleman brewed tea, relishing the moment. This play unfolding in the streets is quite entertaining. Anan, what do you think? The servant named Anan poured another cup of tea for the gentleman, remaining silent. The young gentleman seemed to engage in a dialogue with himself. Lifting the teacup, he savored a sip and remarked, "This tea is delightful." "That is pleasing to hear, my lord," Anan replied, resembling a wooden figure. Even after receiving praise for his tea-making prowess, he offered no further words. Anan possessed an appearance rather peculiar, unlike the people of Eastern Jin. Little did the young gentleman know that every action and word of his would be meticulously recorded by Anan and relayed to the Empress. Naturally, Anan's primary duty was to safeguard the young gentleman. Yet, the young gentleman's mind wandered, contemplating the excellent vantage point this place provided. Through the window, he could witness the collision of the carriage with a vendor. Such coincidences truly existed, though they were often deliberate acts. The young girl in the carriage was undoubtedly a beauty of the realm. It would be splendid to marry her, were it not for her striking resemblance to another, both being sources of misfortune. His visit to Eastern Jin was bound to create discomfort for the Emperor of Jin in the palace. Moreover, he had made several arrangements, which in a few days would surely bear fruit. He was eager to witness how this drama would unfold. As the carriage arrived at the palace gates, Ning Chuchu had no choice but to disembark. Her eyes met with the towering palace walls and the vigilant guards. She has always harbored a disdain for the palace walls, painted a vivid red, reminiscent of human blood, starkly contrasting with the pure, immaculate white of snow that conceals imperfections. As she pondered, her heart grew heavier. This palace, indeed, is a stifling place. In her childhood, she had once encountered the young prince, and their bond had been quite intimate. He would affectionately call her auntie whenever they met, his soft, delicate voice melting the hearts of all who heard it. However, her mother forbade her from leaving the estate, and she had not seen the young prince since. Would he even recognize her upon their reunion? Perhaps he had forgotten, given his tender age at the time. In the spring of the second year of Emperor Jin's reign, on the 19th day of the second month, the prince was born, but her sister would never return. The emperor bestowed upon the prince the name Cixi. Yet, what significance does that hold? Her sister was gone, and with her, all hope was lost. In those days, she had harbored resentment towards the emperor for failing to protect her sister, for allowing her to perish during childbirth. She had not even been able to bid her sister farewell, who was left with nothing but the title of filial and virtuous empress, and a newborn child, cursed to be resented by her father. Little did she know how long the emperor would mourn her sister's absence. After all, the imperial family is notoriously ungrateful. Upon entering the East Palace, Ning Chuchu noticed that the snow in the courtyard had not been cleared, and the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any presence. She pondered. Did they not realize that her visit today represented the Ning State Duke's household to see the young prince? Or did they presume that the young prince was held in low regard by the emperor? Indeed, who in this palace could genuinely care for the young prince? Who are you to dare trespass into the East Palace? Suddenly, a voice thundered angrily. A eunuch, fair-skinned and sharp-voiced, raised his delicate fingers in disdain, glaring at her with an air of arrogance. He was accompanied by several others, appearing quite at ease. How audacious! My young lady is the legitimate second daughter of the Ning State Duke and the young prince's own aunt. Bold servant, do not presume to act without regard. Snow Branch retorted calmly and resolutely. You, a mere servant, dare to be so insolent in the East Palace? Have you been incited by others? Do you not regard the young prince, let alone the emperor? Today, this girl indeed had a sharp tongue. Ning Chuchu remained silent, merely observing him. Ah, it is Miss Ning. We have been rude, he said, bowing slightly to Ning Chuchu, though his gesture lacked genuine respect. And who might you be? Ning Chuchu inquired. her eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement as she walked with measured grace. "I am the chief eunuch sent by the noble concubine, responsible for overseeing the young prince's daily life," the eunuch replied, his demeanor betraying no sign of fear. Though confined within the Ning State Duke's household, she had heard whispers of the noble concubine, who was said to care for the young prince with great affection, to treat the emperor with tenderness and propriety, and to equally regard the other consorts in the harem as sisters. Moreover, this noble concubine had once been her sister's close confidant. Could it be that all the rumors were unfounded? The audacity of that insolent servant, daring to use the favored concubine as leverage against her, is truly outrageous and reckless. As she walked, she soon discovered a room filled with a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of the bustling atmosphere of a marketplace. Yet this was the Eastern Palace, not a marketplace. "Xie, go and see what is happening," Ning Chuchu instructed softly. With a surge of anger, Xie flung open the door, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep into the room, causing the occupants to shiver, still oblivious to the situation at hand. "Miss, they're gambling," Xie exclaimed furiously, pointing at them. "How dare you? Do you not know that gambling is forbidden within the palace?" Their brazen disregard for palace rules was astounding. If no one were watching from above, Xie could hardly believe it. Peering into the room, she observed an array of fruits, nuts, and delicacies, alongside foreign tributes and imperial gifts, all amply provided. They had the audacity to pilfer items from the Eastern Palace. Who knows how many treasures they had absconded with over the years, how much wealth they had amassed. Such individuals were truly despicable, and Ning Chuchu felt a deep indignation rise within her. Even the charcoal they used was of superior quality, likely supplied for the crown prince. Yet they had the gall to skimp on even that. "The charcoal you burn is rather robust," Ning Chuchu remarked nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Surely this bout of illness that had befallen the crown prince was somehow connected to their actions. "We tend to his highness. All this is a reward from him." They appeared utterly shameless. "Is this how you usually care for his highness?" Ning Chuchu continued, her tone steady. "With the crown prince ailing, you neglect his side, choosing instead to frolic and indulge yourselves, treating him with such disdain. Well, within the palace, there has always been an abundance of those who seek to elevate themselves at the expense of others. Moreover, with her sister long deceased and the favored concubine lurking like a predator, a child without a mother's protection faces immense difficulty in surviving, let alone thriving. In this court, her own circumstances bore a striking resemblance to his, having a mother, yet feeling as if she had none. Contemplating this, a flicker of pity arose within her heart. "Miss Ning, your words are mistaken," they retorted. "We care for his highness and endure great labor, unlike you, who hail from noble birth and need not concern yourself with menial tasks. The crown prince enjoys amusement, and we accompany him, always at his beck and call. We truly find ourselves overwhelmed by the affairs of the Eastern Palace. If the favored concubine inquires, we shall respond as such. What a pack of arrogant sycophants, truly believing that the Ning Guogong manor holds no power." Ning Chuchu signaled Xie. "You dare to argue? My lady and I traverse to the Eastern Palace, and the snow lies thick upon the ground, which you neglect to clear. My lady of esteemed status, you do not even kneel before. While you hide away in this room, engaging in acts that violate palace regulations, you dare to deceive my lady and show such contempt for the crown prince. Is this also the palace's custom?" It was evident that the Eastern Palace was in a dire state. No wonder her family felt such urgency. Yet she had never perceived the palace as a desirable place. But did the one in the palace truly remain unaware of the Eastern Palace's plight? Or was it a deliberate indulgence? Is it resentment? Or perhaps indifference? Yet, there is one thing she truly cannot comprehend. She still recalls the moment when her sister first learned of her pregnancy, and there were those in the court who advised the emperor to take more concubines. Ultimately, her sister's desires remained unfulfilled, and she wonders if her sister ever experienced regret. But sister, do you see? That person treats you and the child you brought forth with your life in such a manner. At times, I genuinely feel you are worth so much more. Oh, I wonder if the actions you took today are known to that esteemed consort, or perhaps the consort is intentionally orchestrating this. Do you think that you can act with impunity simply because of her influence? Do not forget that the crown prince is the emperor's progeny, the heir to our dynasty. If I were to inform the emperor, who could possibly protect you? My eyes brim with indignation, yet I understand that this matter requires careful deliberation. Upon returning home, I shall report this to my parents, who surely will have their own conclusions. Given their deep affection for my sister, they will undoubtedly find a way to care for His Highness, the Crown Prince, and resolve the urgent matters of the Eastern Palace. The affairs of the Eastern Palace are of great significance and cannot be meddled with by me alone. Upon hearing her words, the eunuchs momentarily subdued their demeanor and hurriedly apologized. Ning Chuchu raised her hand and pointed at the chief eunuch, inquiring, "Are you not the chief eunuch of the Eastern Palace? What do you believe should be the punishment for their transgressions? Perhaps they should be fined half a year's salary to instill some sense and prevent future offenses, as they still need to serve His Highness. What does Miss Ning think? Since the chief eunuch understands the palace better than I do, I shall leave it to his discretion. We must provide an explanation to His Highness, for if the affairs of the Eastern Palace were to leak, it could tarnish His Highness's reputation. It would be prudent for the chief eunuch to enforce strict regulations in the future." Ning Chuchu maintained a faint smile, albeit one that lacked sincerity. "Surely, after standing up for the Crown Prince today, my parents will not reproach me upon my return home. As for other matters, they are beyond my influence. Nevertheless, please escort me to His Highness, so we do not keep him waiting." Just as Ning Chuchu departed, someone entered the consort's quarters to relay news. The consort, a direct descendant of the Chui family, Chui Huer, is referred to as Consort Chui by those in the palace. In the absence of an established empress, Consort Chui holds the highest rank in the harem, governing it and wielding the phoenix seal, and has not committed any significant errors over the years. Her father, the Minister of War, has long held military authority and possesses considerable power in the court. After hearing the report, Consort Chui continued to adjust her armor and casually inquired, "Did Ning Si truly say such things? That Miss Ning is utterly arrogant, disregarding your esteemed self, and has caused us to be penalized with half a year's salary. You must seek vengeance for us, my lady." As he spoke, the young eunuch bowed repeatedly to the consort, seemingly unperturbed by his own discomfort, eagerly seeking her protection. "I have heard that Ning Si bears a striking resemblance to the late Empress. Having seen her, what do you think?" The consort summoned a new piece of armor and had a maid assist her in donning it. "Indeed, there is some resemblance to the late Empress. Yet how can the brilliance of a Ning lady compare to that of our esteemed consort?" The eunuch flattered. "Such trivial matters cannot be managed. What use are you?" With that, she raised her hand and struck the maidservant who had brought her armor. The maid quickly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading, "Your Highness, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Have mercy on me." In truth, she had committed no fault. However, the maid was dragged away, and thereafter, she was never seen again. Chapter 4. The Crown Prince in the Crown Prince's chambers within the Eastern Palace. A young eunuch stood beside the Crown Prince's bed, a person whom Ning Chuchu had never encountered before. The Crown Prince lay in bed, still asleep, appearing somewhat frail and lacking vitality. His features did not resemble those of his sister, but bore a striking resemblance to His Majesty. "Are you the Crown Prince's personal eunuch?" Observing the eunuch's concerned demeanor towards the Crown Prince, Ning Chuchu gestured for Xie Chengyun to beckon him over and softly inquire. "I am but a humble servant, Xiao Fuzi, who has attended to the Crown Prince since childhood." Xiao Fuzi bowed respectfully and replied, "How is the Crown Prince's health? What did the physician say?" Xie Chengyun inquired on her behalf, signaling for him to rise. "The Crown Prince has a weak constitution and requires careful nurturing. The harsh winter is also prone to infections, and the physician has merely prescribed medicine, refraining from using anything too potent. For these past few days, he has been languid and unwell, often unable to sleep at night, mumbling the name of the Empress in his dreams. I have heard him call for her several times." His tone remained exceedingly deferential. Seeing the concern and heartache flicker across Xie Chengyun's face, it was evident that the girl was genuinely compassionate. "Has His Majesty sent anyone to inquire about the Crown Prince?" Ning Chuchu casually remarked, pondering that perhaps he had not, for otherwise, those servants would not be so audacious. For years, I have accompanied the crown prince as he grew. Yet his majesty has never sent anyone to show concern for him, nor has he inquired about the crown prince's studies. Only when the crown prince began his education did the crown prince's tutor come to teach him. Aside from the royal banquets that the crown prince is required to attend, he likely hasn't encountered his majesty elsewhere. As Xiao Fuzi spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Fourth Miss, being the crown prince's maternal aunt, I implore you to show compassion for him and to occasionally visit the palace to keep him company. It is truly desolate for him to be alone in this eastern palace. At that moment, the crown prince's murmurs filled the room. Mother, do not leave. Please do not go. I miss you so much. Do not abandon me. This was followed by the sound of his weeping. Ning Chuchu's heart ached sharply, and she was momentarily transported back to the past. In the first year of His Majesty's reign, her sister had become pregnant, and the entire family had been overjoyed. However, during one visit to the palace with her mother to see her sister, she noticed that despite her sister's happiness at being with child, there was an undercurrent of discontent visible on her brow. At that time, she could not comprehend what troubled her sister. Yet, their mother had told her sister that the Empress is the epitome of all women, encouraging His Majesty to take in more concubines and ensure the continuation of the royal line, asserting that it was her duty to share the blessings equally. Reflecting on it now, she remained unaware of what such a duty truly entailed. In due course, one concubine after another entered the palace, and His Majesty grew increasingly occupied, spending less and less time in Fengyi Palace. Sister has fulfilled her duties, yet she can no longer find joy. The once envied consort has become a figure less deserving of admiration. She is uncertain whether her sister harbors any regrets, but were she in her sister's position, she would undoubtedly feel remorse. Nevertheless, her sister continues to love her child. She recalls the happiness that illuminated her sister's face whenever she spoke of her offspring. For that child is her own. Your Highness, do not fear, do not weep. Auntie is here, and he will stay by your side. Swiftly, she approached the bedside and embraced the child tightly in her arms, gently caressing his hair with tender strokes. She reminisced about the times when her sister would hum lullabies to soothe her to sleep during her childhood. Had her sister still been present, she would surely have done the same for the young prince. Alas, all that she could offer now were these meager comforts. Auntie, I miss Mother dearly. I think of her every day. Yet they all say Mother is gone, and I do not even know what she looks like. Auntie, what does it mean to be gone? He trembled uncontrollably in her embrace, his voice hoarse from suppressed sobs. Ning Chuchu, uncertain of how to console him, could only say, Your mother truly loved you. You are the child she brought into this world with her very life. She would have wished for you to live well and take care of yourself. When you grow older, you must seek out someone you love and grow old together. This, too, would have been your mother's hope. Her sister's deepest desire was for the prince to grow up safely and joyfully. She recognized that such words offered little solace to a child. Most mothers in the world are willing to go to great lengths for their children, and her sister was no exception. From childhood, her sister had never been fond of medicine, yet throughout her pregnancy, she endured the bitter pills prescribed to safeguard her child. In those days, her sister would sit on the couch, sometimes embroidering tiny garments for the unborn child, at other times gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, reveling in the joy of impending motherhood. Ning Chuchu tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. The child's gaze mirrored that of her sister. Annie, call me Xie, for you always did when I was little. He remained in Ning Chuchu's embrace for quite a while, gradually finding stability in his emotions. Xie, he called out repeatedly, perhaps finding some comfort in the repetition. Children are often sensitive. Suddenly, he inquired, Auntie, will you enter the palace? He seemed troubled. I heard them say you resemble Mother greatly, and that you will soon enter the palace. Father will name you the new Empress, and forget Mother. They also said that once you become Empress and bear a son with Father, my title as Crown Prince will be taken away, and your child will be named Crown Prince instead. Is what they say true, Annie? Entering the palace was never a thought that crossed her mind. She could only regard His Majesty as her brother-in-law, and he was merely that to her. To them, it seemed that merely resembling her sister was enough for her to be deemed worthy of becoming the new Empress. Yet, She had never contemplated taking her sister's place. She neither desired it, nor could she bear the thought of becoming an empress. Why had Xie posed such a question? Auntie will not enter the palace, nor will she wed your father, the emperor, to become the empress. However, Auntie will certainly do her utmost to care for his highness. Ning Chuchu replied earnestly, gazing into his eyes with unwavering sincerity. She pursued the matter with great curiosity, inquiring as to why he felt this way. He recounted to her all that transpired that day in the plum garden. At this moment, she felt it was her duty to listen, to allow him to express the turmoil and discontent within his heart. He conveyed to Ning Chuchu his feelings, and she found her thoughts transported back to that fateful day. In the plum garden, the flowers remained, adorned with a touch of frost upon the branches. A few palace maids whispered in a corner, lamenting the plight of the crown prince, who had been neglected and unloved since childhood. What did it matter that he was of noble birth? He was still devoid of the emperor's affection, perhaps even less favored than mere cats and dogs. It was said that the crown prince was fated to bring misfortune, having been the cause of the late Empress's demise, which led the emperor to harbor disdain for him. Once the emperor appointed a new empress, it was feared that the memory of the late empress would fade. When a new empress bore a son, the stability of the crown prince's position would be uncertain. I have also heard that the late empress's sister bears a striking resemblance to her, and the Ning family may send her to the palace to replace the late empress. The young Miss Ning is indeed fortunate to possess a face akin to that of the empress. We can hardly envy her. The winter was cold, yet paled in comparison to the chill of the hearts around her. Ning Chuchu believed these palace maids deserved their fate. There was no need for His Highness to fret over the emperor appointing a new empress. He is the child of the emperor and his beloved, the chosen crown prince, the son of heaven. It is only fitting that he shares a close bond with the emperor, disregarding the words of outsiders, and cherishing the father-son relationship they possess to revel in familial joys together. This was all Ning Chuchu could impart, uncertain if he comprehended her sentiments. Since her sister's departure, the emperor had not appointed another empress, and it seemed unlikely there would be one in the future. Those within the palace were skilled at spinning tales, and one could not discount the influence of that favored concubine in this matter. Yet, Ning Chuchu had no desire to compete for favor. One could only wonder what role this sister's former confidant played when her sister was with child. Why did you not inform the emperor of this matter at that time? Ning Chuchu gently guided him. My father is consumed with state affairs and does not care for me. Perhaps he does not wish to see me, and when he does, he likely does not want to hear me speak of such matters, he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. If you ever encounter similar situations, or if someone bullies you, why not share these matters with the emperor? He cares for you, does he not? The Grand Tutor often tells me this, yet I'm always too afraid. I fear that my father will grow increasingly weary of me over trivial matters. It was uncertain who this Grand Tutor was, one who could show such affection for the Crown Prince, as they were indeed few. Will you trust Annie and give it a try? I understand now, and I shall certainly seek out Father next time. Andy, he said, a smile gracing his lips, appearing somewhat more lively than before. Suddenly, Ning Chuchu recalled the box of lotus cakes that her mother had asked her to bring. Xueji, please fetch that box of pastries. Xueji approached, carrying a box of delicacies. She opened a food container and retrieved the pastries, saying, Your Highness, you must try these. They are the Queen's favorite. Xueji mused that perhaps the Crown Prince shared the same taste as the Queen. By savoring the pastries once cherished by the Queen, he might feel closer to her spirit. He took the pastries from Xueji's hand and devoured several pieces in succession. As dusk descended, it was time to return. I bade farewell to the Crown Prince, assuring him multiple times that I would visit him again in the Eastern Palace, providing him with company before finally departing. Ning Chuchu walked along the lengthy palace path, which seemed endless, flanked by towering red walls that protected the inhabitants of the imperial city while simultaneously confining those within. Yet, countless souls yearned to enter. She, however, was reluctant. May she be the fortunate one. In the study of the Grand Tutor's residence, a man was reviewing official documents on the table. The flickering candlelight cast mottled shadows upon his face. The matters you instructed have been handled, and no one shall know of today's events, as it was your deliberate intention, a guard stated respectfully. Be cautious in the future. Do not harm her. You may leave now to receive your punishment. The man raised his hand gently, dismissing him. This man was none other than Xie Chengyun, the young gentleman Ning Chuchu encountered on the street. Xie Chengyun held his brush for a long while, yet failed to inscribe a single character. That girl truly does not remember me today. It has only been a few years since we last met. Indeed, a girl transforms greatly over time. She is no longer the delicate, tearful child she once was. However, it matters not. We can reacquaint ourselves, beginning anew, allowing time to cultivate a more profound bond. Chapter 5. Reminiscence as night deepened. The candlelight continued to flicker, casting faint silhouettes visible through the window. The palace was enveloped in silence. Since the passing of the late Empress, His Majesty remained thus, the imperial study always quiet, with attending servants wary of overstepping. The figure at the desk continued to review memorials diligently. This was the current emperor, ultimately solitary. His Majesty, the legitimate eldest son of the late emperor, was named Zhao Xian, courtesy name Chengjiu. He was bestowed the title of crown prince upon his birth, and later sought the hand of the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ning, Ning Chuchu, swearing an oath of eternal companionship. Yet, by the age of 30, he had already begun to show signs of premature aging, silver strands evident at his temples, though his gaze remained bright and commanding, his demeanor more imposing than in his youth, and his silence increasingly instilled fear. Your Majesty, today Miss Ning, the fourth young lady of the Ning family, visited the crown prince in the palace. Eunuch Lin Chuan announced, presenting a cup of hot tea. Lin Chuan had served the emperor since his youth and possessed some understanding of the emperor's sentiments. The court believed that the emperor, in his grief over the late empress's death, had shifted his ire towards the crown prince, harboring a dislike for him. In truth, the emperor felt guilt and found it challenging to face the crown prince. Only he knows that His Majesty often visits the Eastern Palace in the dead of night to gaze upon the sleeping visage of the crown prince, while the emperor himself lies awake, restless, often sitting alone in the empress's chamber until the dawn breaks. He has accompanied His Majesty throughout his journey, bearing witness to his exceptional talents and profound affection for the late empress, as well as his tender paternal feelings towards the crown prince. Yet, there are countless unspoken thoughts and emotions that burden the emperor, all stemming from the absence of the empress. Love, in its essence, is a trial. The empress, alas, was perhaps fated to a lesser fortune. The events of yesteryears are entangled with too many complexities, and no words can truly convey their depth. It can only be said that those who occupy lofty positions often find themselves in solitude. His Majesty's hand remains poised over the quill, having not yet accepted the tea offered by Lin Chuan. After a lengthy silence, he inquires, "How fares the crown prince today?" Upon receiving a report, he learns that the young prince's health has considerably improved. Lin Chuan, weighing his words carefully, adds, "Today, Miss Ning Si visited the palace to see the crown prince, and he seemed quite pleased. It appears he has taken a liking to her." He recalls that His Majesty once held a fondness for Miss Ning Si as well, for she frequently visited the Eastern Palace due to the Empress's affection. Perhaps it is simply a case of love extending to all associated with the beloved. However, he cannot bear to see His Majesty in such self-imposed anguish, especially since the Empress has been gone for many years, while His Majesty's future still stretches long ahead. Perhaps encountering someone with a resemblance to her might alleviate some of his sorrow and provide a modicum of solace. Ensure the imperial physician attends to the crown prince diligently, and those in the Eastern Palace who have been negligent shall face severe punishment. See to it, he commands. It is said that Miss Ning Si bears a striking resemblance to the late Empress, who favored her greatly in life. If she were to accompany and care for the crown prince in the future, it would surely bring great comfort to the Empress's spirit. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Chuan could not refrain from speaking, even at the risk of incurring the emperor's ire. "Lin Chuan, you have grown increasingly audacious. Daring to make such presumptions." The emperor glared at him, his gaze piercing. Lin Chuan immediately knelt, seeking forgiveness from His Majesty. The Ningguagong family is quite ambitious. It is time to deliver a warning. Summon the Duke of Ning to see me on the morrow, the emperor declared after what felt like an eternity. As Lin Chuan's body stiffened with apprehension, Lin Chuan had anticipated punishment for his boldness, yet none came. Having served his majesty for many years, he understood the capricious nature of a sovereign's heart, but this time, the emperor's intentions eluded him. After all, it is merely flesh, Zhao Xian's voice murmured softly, and Lin Chuan could only catch this fleeting whisper. In this world, none can compare to my empress. Zhao Xian's eyes were deep with longing, tinged with a hint of obsession, as if ensnared in a reverie. He pondered that fateful day in Fengyi Palace, wondering if a different outcome would have emerged had he not turned away. If their quarrel had not occurred, would there have been fewer regrets? He was unaware of how she had learned of that person's demise, which had plunged her into a deep melancholy for several days. Later, upon hearing that her spirits had lifted somewhat, he ventured to Fengyi Palace to check on her. The memories of that day, however, were far from pleasant. Upon my entrance to the Fengyi Palace, I was immediately struck by the sound of her weeping. The palace was in disarray, with countless items shattered, a testament to her anguish. The maidservants knelt upon the floor, fervently imploring her to cease her lamentations. They were perhaps fearful of the queen's inquiries directed at me, terrified of inciting my wrath or of falling out of favor. After a prolonged gaze upon me, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse, as if she had been crying for an eternity. "Your Majesty, you promised me that you would not take his life. Why then do you betray your word?" The image of her tears remains vivid in my mind, yet those tears were shed for another. My heart ached intensely. I yearned to wipe away her sorrow, but instead, I grasped her hand tightly, pulling her closer, and spoke vehemently. "Ning Chuchu, have you truly no heart? Despite my treatment of you, you cannot forget him." I assured her of my innocence, for since my marriage into the Eastern Palace, I had never acted inappropriately. The emperor must surely understand this. Why then did he conspire against him? If there were guilt, it would fall upon me, and if death were warranted, what had he done to deserve such a fate? She appeared bewildered, yet her face was a mask of fury. "I am the Son of Heaven. I declare him guilty, and thus he must die." She seemed resolute in her belief that I had plotted against him, unwilling to accept any explanations I offered. In desperation, I enveloped her in my arms, holding her captive within my embrace, sealing her lips with a deep kiss, denying her the chance to speak further. At that moment, I could not accept that my queen, my beloved wife, would dare question me for the sake of another man. Enraged, I acted in a manner I would forever regret, yet I found no opportunity to apologize, nor did I desire to. I whispered her name repeatedly in her ear, wishing fervently that her disposition could soften, if only for a moment. Yet, the tenderness she possessed was not meant for me. Indeed, she could only weep in my embrace, only beside me, and I alone could witness her sorrow. Little did she realize that the more she wept, the more unbearable it became for me. I wished for her to be close, yet she turned away, silently crying, disregarding my presence. In my fury, I stormed out, the sleeves of my robe sweeping away my frustration. In retrospect, I recognized that I had wronged her, humiliating her in my anger. Later, upon hearing of her pregnancy, joy surged within me, yet the chasm between our hearts remained unbridged. On the day our son was born, I lost her forever. I yearned to speak, but the chance slipped away. I recall that day vividly, hearing her anguished cries while feeling utterly powerless. I watched as maidservants rushed in and out, carrying basin after basin of blood, the crimson hue staining my vision. I dared not enter, terrified of encountering her gaze filled with hatred, fearing she would blame me for the child she bore, and most dreadfully, fearing it might be my last glimpse of her. Ultimately, I gathered my courage and stepped inside. She appeared remarkably calm, though utterly drained. Her only plea was for the well-being of our child and care for her sister. There remained an unfinished thought within Xie Chengyun. I, in truth, felt her gentle hand upon my face, yet it ultimately fell away. I clung to her tightly, unwilling to release my hold. Alas, I could not retain her. Moreover, I had failed to fulfill any of her desires. At times, I ponder whether, had I never encountered her that year, had there been no notion of love at first sight, Would she now be in a better state? Their meeting was not as idyllic as the world perceives. It was a rainy day, the sky shrouded in gloom. I could not recall how long the rain had persisted. Much like the day she departed, his heart was enveloped in a similar darkness. He had just emerged from the palace, having recently faced the emperor's wrath. Acutely aware of his father's growing discontent with my behavior, which left him in a less than cheerful mood. On that day, she stood outside a bookstore, clad in men's attire, solitary, seemingly awaiting the rain's cessation or perhaps someone else. As he gazed at her from the carriage, in that fleeting moment, he discerned she was a girl masquerading as a boy. She likely did not recognize him, yet he knew her well, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ningwa, renowned for her grace and virtue, epitomizing the ideal noble woman. Yet, on that day, he realized she was unlike those other noble women. A single thought ignited a multitude of emotions, and the stirrings of the heart often defy reason. Subsequently, he sought the emperor's decree to wed her, compelling her into marriage. Fate granted them a connection and a title, yet it withheld the essence of affection. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye, unnoticed. Cough, cough. Zhao Xian suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs. Your Majesty, for the sake of the crown prince, you must also take care of your health. The Empress would surely be distressed to learn of your condition, Lin Chuan urged, hastening to pat Zhao Xian's back in an attempt to provide comfort. Ultimately, he lifted the warm tea from the table and took a sip. Yet, would she feel sorrow for him as well? The crown prince was not an exemplary father and undoubtedly bore a sense of guilt, uncertain of how to atone. In the future, she might reproach him for failing to care for their sole descendant. In the Grand Tutor's residence, once the servant who reported the matter had departed, Xie Chengyun abruptly inquired of the figure in the shadows, "What have you discovered regarding the matter I tasked you with?" Indeed, rumors had circulated within the palace recently, yet his subordinate had not yet traced their origin. Furthermore, the late Empress had passed away many years ago, and those who served her had largely incurred the emperor's ire and were banished from the palace, leaving no one to ascertain the truth of the matter. "I beg your pardon, my lord," spoke the figure cloaked in black with a sword at his waist. It was Xie Chengyun's foremost bodyguard. The emperor's intentions had become increasingly inscrutable in recent years. He resolved to visit the palace the following day to gauge the emperor's sentiments, for it is always prudent to be prepared. Then go and inquire about those who once served the late empress. Ensure you bring them forth swiftly, for I have urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 6. Boldness, miss, you have finally returned, Lin Mama exclaimed, hurrying forward to personally untie Ning Chuchu's cloak and hand it to a waiting maid. "Miss, are you hungry? The old servant has prepared the meals for the young lady, keeping them warm, eagerly awaiting her return to partake in the feast." "Madam, you are truly kind," sighed Xie Ji, expressing her gratitude. Madam has put in a lot of effort. Her heart warmed at such kindness. She took a small portion of food, feeling satisfied. For during her time in the Eastern Palace, she had shared meals with the Crown Prince. It would be a disservice to disregard Lin Mama's goodwill. Lin Mama cast a glance at her, as if she had something to say but hesitated. The mistress sent someone earlier, requesting that the young lady pay her respects tomorrow. Lin Mama likely thought that since the mistress had exempted others from their morning greetings, and after visiting the Crown Prince today, she might face some difficulty meeting her mother the next day. Deep down, she understood that her mother would have certain words to share, already weighing her responses in her mind. Tomorrow, she must ensure her mother is pleased. Ning Chuchu removed her makeup, bathed, and then retired for the night, unaware of how many were restless in the stillness of the night. The current sovereign, diligent in state affairs, had never missed a morning court session, and today was no exception. Before dawn broke, officials began to arrive, exchanging pleasantries among themselves. "Duke Ning, how have you been of late?" Xie Chengyun suddenly stood beside Duke Ning, as if he had something of great importance to discuss. Duke Ning Yuanji, the biological father of the late Empress and maternal grandfather of the Crown Prince, was also a former top scholar, although not born into a prestigious family. After achieving the highest honor, he became highly sought after by various clans. Riding through the long streets, he caught the eye of the princess of the Long family, Xin Yue, and subsequently enjoyed a prosperous career. After their marriage, they shared a period of blissful harmony. When their eldest daughter, Ning Chuchu, was born, their affection for each other flourished. Later, Ning Yuanji made significant contributions in the court, earning the late emperor's favor and trust. With Ning Chuchu being conferred as the crown princess, Duke Ning's power only grew. Moreover, she was his daughter, someone he truly could not afford to offend. Master Xie, is there a matter at hand? Duke Ning pondered whether it pertained to the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. It had been a long time since he had seen his eldest daughter's child. As the emperor's son, he was rarely in their presence. Furthermore, the eldest daughter had once been entangled with a traitor, and the emperor was displeased with the crown prince, leaving him hesitant to interject. Yet, the crown prince remained the sole son of his eldest daughter, and naturally, he still held some concern. May I have a word with you? Xie Chengyun slightly bowed, displaying great respect towards Duke Ning. The surrounding officials, noticing this, discreetly stepped aside, seeing that there was still some time before court began. Duke Ning followed him to a quieter corner. I have heard that the crown prince had caught a cold a few days ago. Is he well these days? Xie Chengyun, appointed by the emperor as the crown prince's tutor, was likely well informed about the crown prince's condition, making this inquiry convenient. The crown prince is now fine. Moreover, he is exceptionally gifted and diligent. Given time, he will surely achieve great things, Xie Chengyun reflected, knowing that adults often enjoyed hearing praises of their children, especially when it concerned the emperor's lineage, which was undoubtedly remarkable. Though it remains unclear why the Duke of Ning's household has neglected His Highness the Crown Prince for so many years. They recently sent her to the Eastern Palace to pay a visit to him. As he pondered this, he tentatively inquired, "The Women's Academy is about to commence its new term. I have heard that there are 3 young ladies from the Duke's household waiting in the boudoir. Might the Duke consider enrolling these 3 young ladies in the Academy? Completing their studies could bolster their confidence and further enhance the prestige of the Duke's family. Moreover, the establishment of the Women's Academy was fervently supported by Her Majesty the Empress. If His Majesty were to learn that Her Majesty's intentions had not been in vain, he might find some solace. When His Majesty consented to the founding of the Academy, it was likely because he wished to see it flourish. If she were to attend the Academy, I would have an opportunity to draw closer to her. Thus, I must endeavor to facilitate this matter." The Duke of Ning responded, "I shall consider this matter with due diligence. Thank you for your reminder, Master Tutor." With that, he strode toward the Grand Hall, confident that the Duke, who held great regard for his reputation, would agree to allow his 3 daughters to pursue their studies at the Academy. His efforts had not been in vain. Soon, he would see her again. Within the Grand Hall, the ministers stood in solemn formation. Lin Chuan proclaimed, "His Majesty has arrived." Zhao Xian sat regally upon the dragon throne, surveying the gathered officials. The ministers knelt and exclaimed, "Long live our emperor." Lin Chuan called out once more, "If there are any petitions, please present them. Otherwise, we shall conclude today's court session." Recently, there had been no significant matters in court, mostly trivial affairs that led to much contention among the civil and military officials. After the court session concluded, the ministers departed the Grand Hall. Lin Chuan hurried over to the Duke of Ning, breathless, and said, "Your Grace, His Majesty requests your presence." Observing this, some officials exchanged furtive whispers, secretly speculating whether the rumors were true, that the Duke of Ning's household was indeed poised to produce another empress. Meanwhile, the Duke of Ning had been waiting for quite some time, yet His Majesty had not summoned him, seemingly signaling discontent, though he remained unaware of the source of the emperor's dissatisfaction. Recently, however, his colleagues had regarded him with curious glances, as if he were on the brink of great fortune. At that moment, a young eunuch arrived to announce, "Your Majesty, Master Tutor Xie requests an audience." "Admit Master Tutor Xie," Lin Chuan called out, and a eunuch guided me inside. "Master Xie, what brings you to seek an audience with me?" Zhao Xian continued reviewing memorials, showing little outward emotion upon hearing of Xie Chengyun's request, perhaps merely feigning indifference. Recently, the crown prince has been troubled by a certain rumor circulating within the palace, which has caused him to appear distracted and neglect his studies. I fear that should this continue, his physical and mental well-being may deteriorate, leading to distress. As a crown prince's tutor, it is my duty to alleviate his concerns. Xie Chengyun respectfully knelt before His Majesty, daring not to rise or meet his gaze. There have also been rumors in the palace that during her final moments, the late Empress requested that her biological sister be named as her successor. I humbly ask Your Majesty, is there any truth to this rumor? Lin Chuan glanced up at the Emperor, only to find his expression dark and contemplative, lost in thought. The atmosphere felt heavy as time trickled by. Xie Chengyun, you are being presumptuous, the Emperor rebuked sharply. In a fit of rage, he overturned the table laden with memorials, scattering them across the floor. Subsequently, he seized a teacup with considerable force and hurled it at him. Xie Chengyun felt a sharp pain on his head, and blood streamed down his cheek. Yet, he pressed on. Your servant is merely distressed for the crown prince, with no intention to offend Your Majesty. I beseech Your Majesty to forgive my transgression. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please mete out your punishment. He understood that the Empress was a sensitive subject for His Majesty, and anyone who touched upon that nerve would naturally invoke his displeasure, necessitating an outlet for his frustration. For her sake, this injury was truly inconsequential. He dared not wipe the blood from his cheek, and continued, as long as rumors persist within the palace, they pose a detriment to Your Majesty, the Empress, and the Crown Prince alike. He recognized that His Majesty deeply cared for both the Empress and the Crown Prince. When it concerned these two, he never compromised lightly. I earnestly implore Your Majesty to thoroughly investigate this rumor to clarify the truth. Upon finishing, he bowed his head heavily to the ground. In truth, he was also betting that this monarch would not allow anyone to slander the late Empress, for like himself, His Majesty had someone he wished to protect with all his might. Even if the late Empress was no longer present, he would not permit any discussion about her. Time passed, and at length, the monarch softly commanded, "You may withdraw." The moment Xie Chengyun stepped beyond the palace doors, he knew he had triumphed. The Emperor's thoughts were notoriously elusive, and in the eyes of the ministers, should the Emperor desire to indulge in romantic pursuits, it would not be unheard of, for they believed His Majesty, ruling over vast lands, could achieve anything. Moreover, he did not wish to harm this young lady, who, though resembling the late Empress, was fundamentally different in spirit. She deserved the very best in his heart. Lin Chuan, have someone tidy this up. Zhao Xian's voice was soft yet tinged with fatigue, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Since the passing of the Empress, His Majesty had never been so unrestrained as today. He sat nearby, propping his forehead with his hand, eyes tightly shut. Yet, in his heart, he pondered, what does it matter? If I am unwilling, who can compel me? Your Majesty, I ask for nothing but 3 wishes. First, for this child to be safe and joyful, with all matters proceeding smoothly. Second, for my sister to find a worthy match and live without worry. Third, for the Duke's household to be secure, enjoying familial bliss. Will Your Majesty grant these? Zhao Chengjio, Ning Chuchu, do you think that by doing this, I will forget you, and you can leave me? What does it matter if you do not love me? My love for you is sufficient. But without you, I am truly exhausted. Day after day, when will it end? Those ministers are insufferable, once pressuring me to expand my harem, now speculating on my desire to appoint a successor. It is truly laughable. Your Majesty, Duke Ning is still waiting outside the palace. Do you wish to summon him? Noticing the Emperor's expression had softened somewhat, Ning Chuan cautiously inquired, as the Duke was, after all, the father of the late Empress. In the end, the Emperor did not meet with him, leaving him to wait outside for several hours before ultimately sending him away. He instructed Lin Chuan to investigate the matter thoroughly, declaring that he must know the origins and circumstances and who dared to tarnish the reputation of the late Empress. He would show no mercy. Subsequently, it was reported that His Majesty had issued a decree rebuking concubine Shui, demoting her status and revoking her authority over the 6 palaces. He then conferred the title of noble consort upon Zhou Marin, who had previously been reprimanded by concubine Shui, placing her in charge of the inner palace. Concubine Shui was no longer present in the harem, leaving only concubine Shui behind. Chapter 7. Errant thoughts outside the Chengyun. The chill lingered. The 4th miss has finally arrived. The madam has been waiting for you for quite some time. She is currently in the small Buddha hall. Please follow me, announced Granny Zhang, who had been waiting outside, unaware of how long she had stood there. It is my fault for making mother wait, Ning Chuchu replied, though her mind wandered to how her mother had once waited for her sister, but had never done so for her. Only Granny Zhang had waited for both her sister and her. Yet, in this world, the most elusive pursuit was that of fairness. The yearning for too much had become her fault. As she followed Granny Zhang to the small Buddha hall, she was greeted by the strong scent of sandalwood before even entering. She disliked that fragrance. She preferred the subtle scent of pear blossoms, believing it complemented her nature far better. She observed her mother as she meticulously rotated the prayer beads, watching the incense on the altar burn down gradually. Madam, the fourth miss has arrived, Granny Zhang gently reminded her mother as she noticed Ning Chuchu standing silently. Mother, I hope you're well. Ning Chuchu greeted with a respectful bow. How does the crown prince treat you? Her mother inquired without looking up, continuing to turn the beads in her hands. The crown prince is generous and easy to get along with, Ning Chuchu replied respectfully. Indeed, the crown prince was exceptionally tolerant toward everyone, perhaps to be interpreted as weakness. Lacking the confidence derived from the emperor's favor and enduring the scorn of the palace maids in vain. You and your sister bear a striking resemblance. Your sister is fit for the position, and naturally, you are as well. Her voice was soft, yet carried a certain intensity. Shiniwewe seemed unconcerned with whether Ning Chuchu was suited to be empress. Her desire lay solely in seeing Ning Chuchu ascend to that position. Ning Chuchu was uncertain whether her mother cared more for her sister or the title of empress itself. However, the choice regarding the throne would not be hers. Yet, Ning Chuchu's heart ached profoundly when her mother uttered those words. You should visit the crown prince more often. She never cast a glance at Ning Chuchu, signaling Granny Zhang to escort her away. As Ning Chuchu departed, she faintly heard a sigh from Granny Zhang, perhaps in sympathy for her, but she felt no sorrow, as she had long anticipated this outcome. The further she moved away from the small Buddha hall, the fainter the sandalwood scent became, and her spirits began to lift. Shortly after leaving Chengyun, a servant from her father's side approached her, saying that her father wished to see her. Fourth miss, the Duke requests your presence in his study, the servant said respectfully. Her father's desire to see her. What could it be for? Was he perhaps like her mother? If that is the case, it truly disappoints her, for her father's affection over the years has indeed been far superior to that of her mother. Ning Chuchu accompanied him to the quiet heart hall, where her father, now beyond his 40s and sporting a beard, was practicing calligraphy at his desk. What do you think of this character for father? He inquired. It was a character of delusion. In this context, Ning Chuchu did not perceive it as a commendable character. Moreover, she remained oblivious to her father's intentions for summoning her. Naturally, in the eyes of his daughter, her father's handwriting was exquisite, flowing like a dragon. Indeed, a display of remarkable skill. Yet, what was the meaning behind the character of delusion? You have already met your mother. Her father indicated to the servant behind him to present her with a cup of hot tea. You need not take your mother's words to heart. Her sentiments do not reflect those of your father, nor do they embody the will of the Ning Guogong manner, so you need not worry. It appeared that her father and mother held differing opinions. How reassuring. By the way, the Girls' Academy is about to recruit new students, and I intend for you and your sisters to attend and learn a thing or two. You may return and prepare. Did my mother agree to this? She hesitantly inquired, for she had not ventured outside in quite some time. You need not concern yourself with what I discuss with her, he replied, seemingly expressing a deeper affection for her. Furthermore, you need not dwell on that incident from years past. Your mother has been worried that you might follow in your sister's footsteps. Sister, how is this related to her? Has she ever corresponded secretly with others like I did? How could that be? My dear child, you have endured much over the years. Your mother has been discontent, always wishing for you to surpass your sister, but do not blame her. These years have been difficult for her as well. He gently patted Ning Chuchu's head in a gesture of solace before having a servant escort her out. He returned to his desk, lost in thought over the characters he had written. Today, His Majesty had summoned him to the palace via Lord Lin Chuan, indicating a desire for an audience. He had waited outside the palace for several hours without being granted entry, Initially, he was puzzled, but later, when Grand Tutor Xie exited the palace, he enlightened him, revealing that he had committed a serious faux pas. His wife indeed possessed great audacity, harboring intentions of usurpation. At that moment, as Grand Tutor Xie emerged from the palace, a distinct bloodstain marred his forehead, as if he had been struck with great force. Despite being wiped away, the scent of blood lingered heavily. Subsequently, Grand Tutor Xie informed him of rumors within the palace suggesting that the Ning Guogong manor intended to send their second daughter, Ning Chuchu, to the palace as a consort, allegedly at the behest of the late Empress. Upon hearing this, His Majesty became exceedingly enraged, scolding those involved and punishing the palace servants, while ordering Lord Lin Chuan to investigate the matter thoroughly. Grand Tutor Xie further stated that while the palace personnel undoubtedly contributed to the rumors, such sensitive matters concerning the late Empress could only be known by those close to her or those who had access to her maidservants. It appeared that the Ning Guogong understood his implications. His wife was entangled in this affair. Presumably, His Majesty shared this suspicion, which explained today's actions. However, he dared not entertain thoughts of such a coveted position any longer. In those years, the eldest daughter's entanglement with a treacherous minister had already tarnished the emperor's reputation. Unbeknownst to her, the man harbored ulterior motives, and for his sake, she had fostered discord with His Majesty. Had it not been for the emperor's genuine affection for her and his desire to conceal the matter, the Duke of Ning's household would have long since crumbled to ashes. Over the years, although His Majesty had not intentionally sought trouble with the Duke's residence, his demeanor had grown somewhat distant compared to before, yet he dared not voice a single complaint. However, he was acutely aware that his wife harbored deep-seated resentment, often directing her harsh judgments towards their younger daughter, Chuchu, a sentiment he had never questioned but was nonetheless conscious of. Little did he know that she had become audacious enough to consider sending Chuchu into the palace. Indeed, the two sisters bore a striking resemblance. The Duke of Ning, naturally, would not dare to provoke the emperor at this juncture, lest they invite further calamity. Now, how could they entertain any other thoughts? Bring this painting with me to see my wife, he instructed the young servant, who promptly accompanied him towards the Chengyun. Where's my wife? His voice was low and calm. Your Grace, at this moment, the madam is in the small Buddhist hall, a maid named Gongxing replied. Ning Yuanji strode into the small Buddhist hall. The madam has leisure to recite scriptures and chant here. Are you aware of how the world perceives our Duke of Ning's household? Shen Yuewei did not respond. Instead, she quickened the pace of her prayer beads, keeping her eyes closed and refusing to acknowledge the presence behind her. Witnessing her demeanor only heightened his ire. How did Roer pass away? Do you wish for Chuchu to meet the same fate? I opposed her marriage to the crown prince back then, and now we find ourselves in this predicament. Do you intend for Chuchu to tread the same path as Roa? Chuchu is our only daughter now. In those years, his rise in the court was indeed closely tied to marrying her. Her mother, the princess, had been of great assistance. He then softened his tone. Yuewei, I understand your heart is troubled, yet it should not manifest in this manner. Ultimately, she set aside the prayer beads. I have resolved to enroll Chuchu and her sisters in the girls' academy for their education. I hope you will facilitate this and not hinder it. I have said all that I need to. Let go of any unnecessary thoughts. With that, he departed, unaware of the solitary tear that slipped from her eye. The young servant hastily presented the painting to Granny Zhang, who stood behind the madam, before following the Duke out. Upon seeing the word unnecessary inscribed on the paper, she let out a faint scoff, then resumed her contemplation with the prayer beads. Yet, she no longer wished to look back. Her daughter could only aspire to be the Empress. Today, I have come to inform you, miss, that the madam has consented to allow you, the second and third misses, to attend the girls' academy together. It had been many years since she last set foot in the academy. However, she couldn't help but ponder whether her mother's agreement for her to study there was an attempt to showcase their resemblance to the world. The madam wishes to remind you that times have changed. You must not remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation as you did in the past. Although these were the madam's exact words, the old servant felt that the madam merely lacked eloquence and bore no ill will towards the miss. She simply hoped the miss would navigate her future with greater prudence. Please do not harbor any resentment regarding this matter, my dear lady. Had it been someone else, the mistress would certainly not have felt the need to admonish so. Zhang Mama thought to herself that these words were not hers to utter. Yet she could not bear to witness any further discord between the mistress and the 4th Mississippi. She also worried that in the future, the mistress might feel regret and blame them for not advising her at present. Such a predicament. However, Ning Chuchu did not believe she had erred in the matter from years past. In a residence within the capital, several branches of cold plum blossoms stood against the wall. Young master, the Jin Emperor has decreed a thorough investigation into the rumors. This incident may yield little result, yet should we withdraw our people? This was indeed the young gentleman she had encountered by the tea house. It was uncertain what historical grievances he had with the Ning Guogong manor to go to such lengths in orchestrating this grand scheme. Nevertheless, it is unlikely they will uncover anything about them. Let them observe the unfolding events and await my news. Anan had been by this young gentleman's side for 5 years. He was a handsome lad, yet perpetually wore a somber expression, rarely smiling. Only in the presence of His Majesty did he reveal a smile. Chapter 8. It is him though spring had arrived, a chill lingered in the air. Recently, as she prepared for the entrance examination at the Women's Academy, Ning Chuchu remained in the Tingyu Garden, for the exam was crucial to her admission and held great significance. She yearned for this opportunity, wishing to escape the confines of the Ning Guogong manor. One day, while reviewing her poetry in the small study, she noticed Xueji entering. Miss, there's a letter for you." Xueji stealthily handed her the letter, fearful of being seen by Lin Mama, who would surely scold her. Ning Chuchu took the letter, observing Xueji's cautious demeanor, and inquired, "From where did this letter come?" Xueji explained that earlier that morning, while shopping for needles and thread, a plainly dressed man had given her the letter, instructing her to deliver it to his young lady. He mentioned that the writer was an old acquaintance of the young lady, assuring her that she would understand upon reading it. Xueji had assumed it was a love letter from some young master to his lady. Thus she had been particularly careful in bringing it back, fearing it might tarnish the young lady's reputation. An old acquaintance, the one who wrote to her. Who could it be? Ning Chuchu ponderet silently. Could it be him? It had been many years since they last exchanged words. After their correspondence was discovered by her mother, she was confined within the manor and forbidden from leaving, while her mother burned all his letters before her eyes and resorted to punishment. From that moment, she felt a lingering fear toward her mother, and their bond had grown distant. Indeed, it was he, glancing at the familiar handwriting on the envelope, Xie Jin's personal letter. She felt as though she understood who he was. His writing appeared more mature compared to before, yet it had been years since their last meeting, and she wondered what he now looked like. Yes, in her youth, Ning Chuchu had met someone who became her pen pal. Since her mother forbade her from leaving the house, she had not been in contact with him again. Unbeknownst to her, how he had managed to find her and why he felt compelled to write her a letter remained a mystery. After all these years, he still remembered her? "Miss, shall we open it and take a look?" Xueji appeared to be brimming with anticipation. Why not? Is there anything that should remain hidden? After all, my relationship with him is merely one of gentlemanly acquaintance, a friendship devoid of deeper entanglements. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Chuchu carefully opened the envelope and extracted the letter, a single thin sheet of plain stationery. "Dear Xie Jin, though we are separated by years and have not exchanged words, I hope this letter finds you well. The spring days are still brisk, and I often reminisce about our first meeting as if it were just yesterday. Despite the passage of time, the bond of friendship remains steadfast. I cherish the memories we shared, encouraging one another through our correspondence, which I find difficult to forget. If you wish to share your thoughts, please write back to me, and I shall await your reply with eager anticipation. The letter will be delivered to the Jinghua Tea House, a place I am quite familiar with. You will know when a response arrives, just as it was in times gone by. Sincerely, Xie Bei." The essence of the letter conveyed that although they had not communicated in years, their friendship endured. Should she wish to exchange words of encouragement through written correspondence, she could send her letter to the Jinghua Tea House, where his replies would reach her as they had in the past. So it was indeed him. On that lantern festival long ago, her sister had promised to take her to see the lanterns. They entered a restaurant where her sister declared she had a surprise in store, instructing her to wait. Enchanted by the vibrant lanterns illuminating the streets, she seized an opportunity, unnoticed by the household servants, to slip away. Alone, she wandered the streets, filled with joy as she absorbed the lively surroundings. Along the way, she encountered a young girl selling flowers who, noticing the siblings hand in hand, would urge them to purchase a bloom. Nearby, a theatrical performance captivated the audience, laughter and exclamations echoing as the actors skillfully enacted their tale. The river, adorned with lanterns like stars scattered across the night sky, resembled the Milky Way descending to Earth, a sight to behold. Occasionally, a beautiful maiden would glide by in a boat, while scholars and gentlemen returned home in high spirits. The atmosphere was one of joy and prosperity, a veritable golden age. Yet, as she continued her stroll, she found herself lost, unable to locate the restaurant or her sister. Fear gripped her heart. Seeking refuge, she concealed herself beside a bridge, burying her head in her arms as tears streamed down her cheeks. Passers-by seemed oblivious to her plight, indifferent to her sorrow. "Little girl, why do you weep? Have you lost your way from your family?" A young scholar, dressed in scholarly attire, approached her with gentle concern. He offered her a handkerchief, encouraging her to dry her tears. Hesitantly, she accepted the cloth and drew it closer, inhaling the faint scent of ink. Sensing no malice in his demeanor, she gathered her courage. "Could you accompany me to find my sister? She told me to wait at the restaurant, but I sneaked out, and now she must be worried sick. Do you remember which restaurant you left?" His voice was soft and soothing, much like his gentle nature, exuding warmth and kindness. She shook her head, truly unable to recall, and with her movement, the bells atop her hairpin jingled, creating a delightful sound that resonated with every step she took. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, then playfully pinched her chubby cheek, and even with the gentlest of touches, it turned a rosy hue. Observing some children, one hand clasped by their parents while the other held a skewer of candied hawthorn, taking a bite that looked irresistibly sweet. She turned to the young man beside her and inquired, "Sir, I would like to have some candied hawthorn. Could you possibly buy me a skewer?" When she finally received the treat, she contemplated letting the young man have a piece first, but he declared that he did not enjoy candied hawthorn, prompting her to devour the entire skewer herself. To this day, she vividly remembers that flavor, a delightful blend of sour and sweet. "Sir, that lantern is exquisite. Might you win it for me? Why are you so greedy? Do you desire everything you see?" He teased, feigning displeasure. Upon hearing his words, her tears began to flow uncontrollably. Children are like that, unable to hold back their tears at the slightest provocation. Thus, he had no choice but to crouch down to comfort her, promising to buy her candied hawthorn, when the lantern for her released lanterns together, and watched the fireworks side by side. The fireworks sparkled, illuminating their eyes. However, this fleeting encounter ultimately led to a parting. Reflecting on it now, she found herself utterly insufferable for developing a sense of dependence on a stranger. Later, her sister, accompanied by a masked older boy and another child a few years her senior, found her. Her sister wept with urgency, holding her tightly, and refrained from scolding her. A few days after returning home, she discovered a letter and a skewer of candied hawthorn by her window. For quite some time, she continued to receive such treats. Yet, eventually, he ceased to write, and she too stopped sending letters. Until today, "My lord, the letter has been delivered to Miss Ning's personal maid, Xie Chengyun. Please rest assured." The speaker, with a playful smirk, added, "Perhaps Miss Ning has already seen the letter and is contemplating a reply." "Mind your tongue," the lord gently reprimanded. He wondered if she still recognized his handwriting. To craft letters that were similar yet more mature than before, he had practiced for several days, following his old notes. Remembering their youthful encounter, she had indeed been a delicate, tearful little girl. But now, she had grown into a young woman. He had preserved every letter she wrote to him, though her handwriting back then was quite laughable. "Dear sir, today I learned a poem from the book of songs titled Xie Chengyun. I find the name Xie Chengyun quite lovely and wish to adopt it as a pen name. However, I wonder if you have a pen name of your own. If not, what do you think of Xie Pei?" The verses Ching Ching Xie Chengyun, Ching Ching Xie Pei seem quite fitting. Written by Xie Chengyun, he understood that this was merely an exceptionally sincere friendship, yet he was nonetheless compelled to entertain delusions. He yearned to grasp her radiance. Initially, he bore no name, but she bestowed upon him a pen name, Xie Pei, which subsequently became his appellation. Qingqing Xie Jin, you linger in my heart. Qingqing Xie Pei, you occupy my thoughts. His current state of mind mirrors this sentiment. Reflecting upon it now, he considers himself fortunate to have encountered such a person during his years of misfortune, someone with whom he could confide his troubles and draw mutual encouragement. When they first crossed paths, he was ensnared in the depths of despair, having lost a loyal servant who had accompanied him for many years, leaving him utterly alone. Upon the servant's passing, he revealed a monumental secret regarding his lineage, a revelation that weighed heavily upon him. In that moment, he was engulfed in confusion. Later, a group of individuals sought him out, claiming to be sent by his father to assist him, while another faction sought his demise. Fearing that he might endanger her, he ceased his correspondence with her. Fortunately, during the Lantern Festival that year, he encountered her, a glimmer of joy in his life. Now, he is poised to see her again, with a more fitting identity to approach her. He is now her esteemed gentleman. Daily interactions will inevitably cultivate affection. Unlike the past, when he could only clandestinely present her with a string of candied hawthorn, he can now openly declare his long-held admiration for her. The Ning Chuchu residence certainly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious family, steeped in profound heritage. All three young ladies of the Ning family have successfully passed the entrance examination for the Women's Academy. The fourth Miss, Ning Si, needs no introduction, as her elder sister, the late Empress, was also remarkably learned. Naturally, she too is no less accomplished. The second Miss frequently accompanies her brother to various poetry gatherings and participates in the women's hosted selections of elegant music and poetry, earning her a notable reputation. However, the third Miss of the Ning family has not been widely spoken of. Upon hearing this news, Ning Chuchu was filled with delight. He promptly instructed a servant to retrieve various treasures from the storeroom and present them to each of the young ladies' quarters. With the most lavish gifts bestowed upon the fourth Miss, particularly a set of treasured stationery that Ning had cherished for many years. Chapter 9. The Women's Academy was established during the lifetime of the late Empress for women across the realm, from nobility to commoners. Anyone who could pass the entrance examination was permitted to study there. Those who excelled would receive recognition, though the monetary rewards were modest. They held great appeal for common women. Noble women take pride in graduating with distinction from the Women's Academy. Thus, despite having only been founded for 7 years, the Academy has already achieved remarkable success. Women across the land are profoundly grateful to the late Empress for this opportunity. The Academy stipulates that each female student may bring at most one maidservant. The Academy grants a day off each term. Otherwise, students are not permitted to leave without valid reason. Ning Chuchu sat gracefully upon an embroidered couch, sipping a cup of floral tea, quietly observing Mama Lin as she directed the packing of their belongings in preparation for attending the Academy. These, and those, all must accompany the young lady. Madame Lin directed the maids and young servants in the listening rain garden, wishing fervently for her young lady to take everything with her. With the knowledge that her mistress would be away at the Women's Academy for an extended period, Madame Lin naturally considered every detail. The maids and young servants busily scurried about, categorizing and organizing the items Madame Lin had mentioned. From her embroidered couch, she observed as the room began to empty under their diligent efforts, and she realized she had perhaps been overly meticulous. "Madam, I'm going to the Academy to study, not to indulge in luxury. There's no need to bring so much," Ning Chuchu gently remarked. She recalled her father had sent her a set of the 4 treasures of the study, cherished possessions he had kept for years. Surely, at the Academy, there would be no shortage of writing implements. If she were to take the set gifted by her father, it would draw undue attention, which she wished to avoid. "Madame, please put away the set of writing tools my father sent yesterday. If I must take anything, a simple set will suffice," she insisted. Seeing her mistress's determination, Madame Lin refrained from further persuasion and carefully stowed away the exquisite writing set sent by the Duke. She then earnestly advised Xue Ji, "You must take good care of the young lady. The academy is not like home. One must be vigilant to ensure no one bullies her. Xie repeatedly assured her that she would not allow even a single hair on her mistress's head to be harmed. Witnessing their interaction, Ning Chuchu felt deeply moved. On the day the academy officially commenced, Madame Lin personally draped a cloak over her and sent her off in a carriage, diligently imparting final reminders to Xie as she watched the carriage depart. Since her sister's passing, the Ning Duke's residents had adopted a much more subdued demeanor. The carriage that transported them to the academy was unremarkable, much like the Duke's household in recent years. The Duke had arranged for 2 carriages for the 3 sisters, one for Ning Chuchu and the other for the second miss, Ning Chuyen, and the third miss, Ning Churen. Initially, Ning Chuchu was to have a carriage to herself, but due to a recent conflict between the second and third misses, the second miss refused to share a carriage with the third. Consequently, Ning Chuchu allowed the third miss to accompany her to the academy. The carriage occupied by Ning Chuchu held 4 individuals, making it rather cramped. Ning Churen, a rather wooden character, sat silently beside her, head down, seemingly unperturbed. It seemed she had long endured bullying from Ning Chuyen, but that was of little concern to her. Preoccupied with her own troubles, she had no leisure to meddle in others' affairs. Fourth sister, do be cautious of second sister. She is close with Lady Cui Yin, sister of the favored concubine Cui, and Princess Jingyun, the Empress Dowager's beloved daughter. I fear they may conspire against you. In any case, you must remain vigilant. Ning Churen softly warned, her gentle demeanor reflecting her character, making her an easy target for intimidation. Indeed, she had long been at odds with Lady Cui Yin since their youth. But now her sister was no longer a favored concubine. She should be referred to as concubine Cui. That rumor was indeed inextricably linked to her sister, and it seemed she was destined to be at odds with her as well. Ning Churen, whether from some rumor or genuine concern for Ning Chuchu, seemed intent on encouraging her to confront her elder sister who had once bullied her. Their mother had long ceased to inquire about affairs within the household, and Ning Chuyen, who often dared to offend even her, was hardly a match for Ning Churen. Their mother, accustomed to a life of quietude and disengagement, had inadvertently fostered a semblance of timidity and ineptitude in her daughter. Indeed, she appeared quite vulnerable otherwise. She would not have been so easily dismissed from the carriage by Ning Chuyen today. Moreover, her bond with this third sister was not particularly close. Could it be that her assistance today prompted such remarks? Third sister, why do you share this with me? I have always been at odds with second sister, a fact known to all within the household. I feigned confusion, maintaining eye contact with her. What could Ning Chuyen do to her? It was merely a matter of confronting challenges as they arose. At last, the carriage came to a halt. Outside the academy, numerous carriages had already gathered, some resplendent while most were quite ordinary. Among the students were not just those from noble families, but also individuals of humble origins. The women's academy exuded a certain elegance, with intricately carved pavilions and a delightful change of scenery. Ning Chuchu instructed Xie to deliver her belongings to her dormitory while she wandered through the academy alone. In a delicately constructed octagonal pavilion, a group of women who had been studying at the academy for some time were animatedly discussing something. Eavesdropping is not a noble act, yet their voices were undeniably loud. Despite the distance, Ning Chuchu could still hear them. To leave would only draw their attention, so she chose to remain hidden among the bamboo grove of the artificial hill. This bamboo was a rare sight, each stalk exquisitely delicate, yet sufficient to provide her concealment. Their garments varied, suggesting that the academy did not impose a uniform dress code on its students. Have you heard? A new teacher arrived at the academy a few days ago. In the Eastern Gene, there were no strict separations between the genders. If individuals found themselves attracted to one another, they could become acquainted and with family approval, could even venture out together. Thus, in the Eastern Gene, it was common for women to gather and discuss men, and for men to praise women, as long as it did not breach propriety or ethics. Does anyone know who he is? What does he look like? A curious young girl inquired about the new teacher. I know. That girl seems to have seen him. He is the Crown Prince's tutor, the top scholar from 4 years ago. Ning Chuchu mused. Why would the Crown Prince's tutor? Who ought to be instructing the crown prince in the palace? Come teach them. It was indeed quite peculiar. I heard he has someone he likes. Chui Yinner is also fond of the teacher. I saw her feigning interest in her studies to get closer to him a few days ago. They spoke one after another, weaving a tale so convincing that one could hardly doubt its veracity. Ning Chuchu thought to herself that a man of quality would surely not be drawn to a spoiled and willful young lady like Chui Yinner. Moreover, I observed someone presenting a love letter to the gentleman, yet he disregarded it entirely, instructing the messenger to dispose of it, which left the sender in tears for quite some time. Ning Chuchu pondered to herself how utterly lacking in romantic sensibility he was. A young lady had poured her heart into that letter, and he had callously allowed it to be discarded. Such an icy and unyielding soul was clearly not to her liking. However, she later came to realize that perhaps his insensitivity was a blessing in disguise. Xie Chengyun strolled through the academy, unexpectedly encountering the person who occupied his thoughts day and night. Given this serendipitous meeting, they naturally ought to exchange pleasantries. "Miss Ning, what brings you here?" A young gentleman, fan in hand and adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, stood tall and graceful, his countenance as refined as a jade crown. She was uncertain when he had positioned himself behind her, but upon hearing his voice, she was momentarily startled before turning to discover it was indeed him. In retrospect, Xie Chengyun would liken her to a startled little rabbit at that moment. "Mr. Xie, it is you." Ning Chuchu quickly regained her composure and offered him a respectful nod. It was the same gentleman from that day. She had unexpectedly encountered him once again at this women's academy. A note of astonishment colored her words as she wondered what had drawn him to this establishment, and why he stood behind her. Who exactly was he? What could possibly bring him here? "Ah, Miss Ning, we meet again," Xie Chengyun replied with a gentle smile gracing his lips, his tone imbued with tenderness. In truth, he longed to express that he had encountered a beauty whose visage lingered in his memory, and each day apart felt like an eternity of longing. "What brings you to the women's library?" Ning Chuchu's gaze fixed upon him, her hands unconsciously fidgeting with the small fragrance pouch at her waist. Yet, her thoughts wandered. If he were not a scholar of the academy, he must be here to meet a romantic interest. If he indeed sought a beloved, how audacious of him. Should that be the case, she would resolve to no longer harbor feelings for him. Indeed, from the moment she met him, he had instilled within her an overwhelming sense of familiarity and comfort. The sight of him sparked a threefold joy in her heart, as if they had known one another for ages. Xie Chengyun noticed her subtle gestures, and his smile deepened with each passing moment. She appeared particularly endearing today. Were it not for their setting, he might have been tempted to tease her further. "I am a teacher at the Women's Academy," Xie Chengyun replied, "and in the future, I shall instruct you in poetry and literature." He mused internally that he could not reveal to her that his presence here was solely for her sake, nor could he disclose the lengths he had gone to ensure her attendance. He resolved to keep this to himself for now. Their relationship remained undefined, and revealing such sentiments might startle her. "Ah, so you are our teacher as well." Ning Chuchu's eyes brightened with delight, her beauty radiating even more. Miss. At that moment, she heard the voice of Shui, her maid, reminding her that it was time to depart. "Mr. Xie, my maid has arrived. I must take my leave." Xie Chengyun watched her turn to leave, standing rooted in place for a long while, his gaze unwavering. Unbeknownst to them both, another figure lurked in the shadows. Chapter 10. Poetry and Literature. "Miss, who was that young gentleman standing beside you just now?" Shui inquired with concern. Having observed her mistress lingering near a rockery with a young man for an extended period, she worried that her lady might be deceived or taken advantage of, especially given her beauty, which inevitably attracted various suitors. "That was young Master Xie, who offered us his carriage the other day," Ning Chuchu replied, recognizing Shui's curiosity. Shui recalled the young man from that day, acknowledging that he was indeed worthy of her mistress. Moreover, he was not only a teacher at the academy, but also the grand tutor to the crown prince. But why would he be at a women's academy? Shui continued to ponder as she trailed behind her mistress. She felt that, given her understanding of her lady, there was something different about her feelings towards this young Master Xie. "He is an instructor here, teaching us poetry and literature. As they walked through the corridor, they returned to their classroom. Miss, I have heard that this gentleman is new. Xie quickly poured a cup of tea for her mistress, encouraging her to soothe her throat. Yes, I am aware. Noticing her mistress's calm demeanor, Xie added, Miss, surely young master, Xie, did not come to the academy solely for you? She harbored the belief that he was intentionally drawing closer to her mistress. Yet it seemed that Ning Chuchu either did not notice or was willfully indulging in the attention. Do not speak nonsense. Young Master Xie is a gentleman of integrity. With that, Ning Chuchu picked up a book to read, though her thoughts lingered on Xueji's words. Could it be that he had come to the academy for her? If that were true, what would she do? On the following day, during the morning class, the students arrived early to await their new instructor. Xie Chengyun appeared, dressed in white, holding a peachwood folding fan, accompanied by two young attendants bearing the books prepared for them. I am your new instructor, here to teach you poetry and literature. I will select suitable passages from the Book of Songs for you to study, he announced as the attendants began distributing the books. I am aware of the results of your entrance examinations, and Miss Ning Si ranked first among this year's entrants. Approaching Ning Chuchu, he softly inquired, I require a class leader. Would Miss Ning Si be willing to take on this role? Ning Chuchu rose, contemplating for a moment. Meanwhile, Ning Chuyen glared at her, as if to suggest that should she accept, she would not be easily forgiven. Nevertheless, Ning Chuchu thought that if becoming class leader would cause Ning Chuyen discomfort, she would gladly agree. As Xie Chengyun awaited her response, murmurs circulated among the students. How fortunate Ning Chuchu is to be chosen as class leader. The instructor did not select me, but her. She is the top student, far surpassing us. Their voices dripped with envy, revealing that many harbored affections for the instructor. I accept, Ning Chuchu declared, basking in the envious gazes of her peers as she graciously accepted the instructor's appointment. The moment she consented, it seemed as if she caught a glimpse of her teacher smiling. After a brief pause, she gradually took her seat. In but a moment, he turned away, striding with confident, purposeful steps to the front of the hall, where he settled himself. He set aside his folding fan and picked up the anthology of the Book of Songs he had prepared for us, commencing today's lesson. Today, we were to study the rustic from the Book of Songs. Rustic, with hair unkempt, clutching cloth to trade for silk. Not to trade silk, but to come and pledge my sincere vows, unthinking of the consequences. Unthinking of the consequences, what indeed can be done? The teacher's voice resonated beautifully, and before long, I found myself entranced. Ning Chuchu mused on how melodious his voice was, like the sound of jade shattering, each word crisp and clear, akin to the finest wine. Intoxicating yet unnoticed. This poem vividly depicts the life of an ordinary woman. As we are all women here, I trust we can empathize deeply. It appears that the teacher chose this piece with careful consideration, hoping to provoke reflection among us. The narrative unfolds the journey of a woman who, from acquaintance to affection, to marriage and subsequent happiness, ultimately faces her beloved's change of heart, leading her to lose herself in resentment. Each stage of her life is encapsulated within, rich in experiences that words alone cannot convey. The teacher recounted the tale within the poem with eloquence, adding his own insights, which imbued it with profound meaning. Ning Chuchu contemplated how tragically humorous this woman's life was. Initially believing she had found a kindred spirit, she instead descended into an abyss of despair. Even when she later engaged in self-reflection, the ravages of time had already altered her appearance, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Xiamao understood that most of the young ladies hailed from distinguished families and would naturally heed their parents' wishes and the matchmaking of others. Xie Chengyun's gaze remained fixed upon Ning Chuchu, unwavering. Today's lesson on this poem was intended to convey to the young ladies that should they encounter a true love in the future, a life together until old age would certainly be enviable. Conversely, should they find themselves with a partner who wavers mid-journey, there is no need for resentment. Such is often the way of the world. Rather than blame fate or others, it is wiser to remain true to oneself and steadfast in one's principles. Having concluded, Xie Chengyun assigned today as tasks and took his leave. Ladies, he instructed, contemplate the essence of womanhood as portrayed in the rustic, and each compose a piece reflecting your thoughts. After a stick of incense had burned, the class leader collected the writings for me. The women in the study murmured among themselves, uncertain of how to begin. The essence of womanhood seemed an overwhelmingly daunting topic. I too was at a loss for words. After the incense had burned, Ning Chuchu gathered her completed assignment and brought it to Xie Chengyun. A woman's duty is to support her husband and educate her children. A woman's duty is to serve her father at home, follow her husband in marriage, and care for her children after her husband's death. A woman has no inherent duty. The duties imposed upon her are burdensome to Ning Chuchu. Seeing the teacher examining the assignments without a word, Ning Chuchu ventured to ask, "May I inquire how you perceive the woman in the rustic?" Her journey through resentment and reflection at the end of her marriage surely places her in a better light than those who have never sought introspection. Ning Chuchu. The words of the gentleman indeed held truth. Most women in the inner chambers were ensnared by mundane trifles. And the notion of a woman beautifying herself merely to please others was fundamentally rooted in the desire for external validation. The number of those who engage in self-reflection is exceedingly scarce. Thus, does the gentleman also perceive that the men of this world are predominantly unfeeling and lacking in loyalty? I am not akin to the men depicted in The Vagabond, nor would I ever engage in treachery. Observing Xie Chuchu's lack of response, he continued, "Are you familiar with the kingdom of Xian?" "Not particularly. I would be grateful for your enlightenment." This piqued Ning Chuchu's interest, for she had long desired to visit Xian but had never found the opportunity. Since its establishment, Xian has been governed by women, illustrating that the capabilities of women are no less than those of men. The gentleman's account resonated with what her friend had previously shared. "Have you ever visited Xian?" Indeed, Ning Chuchu had never set foot in Xian, yet her pen pal, Xie Pei, had. She vividly recalled a letter in which Xie Pei described her visit. The kingdom of Xian is vastly different from our Eastern Jin, where women have reigned as sovereigns for over a century. Women in Xian enjoy equal status with men, and both genders may pursue education and participate in governance. All that men of Eastern Jin can accomplish, women of Xian can achieve as well. The tales recounted by Xie Pei filled her with yearning, though she regretted that such an opportunity would likely elude her for the entirety of her life. "I had the fortune of visiting once, on behalf of a deceased acquaintance. It would have been even better had I been able to travel there with my friend," Sia Ching replied. The letter from that individual had expressed a desire to visit Xian, yet circumstances prevented the journey. Hence, he contemplated sharing the sights of Xian with her upon his return, which inspired his own voyage. Acquaintance, Ning Chuchu mused, as this marked the second instance in which he mentioned this individual, igniting her curiosity further. "However, sir, we are in Eastern Jin, not Xian. I fear your assertions today may not resonate with many. Moreover, we women have been shackled by dogma for far too long. And what of you? Do you concur?" "I do not." "Then let us engage in discourse." The gentleman presented two choices within the confines of the academy. The first, a blissful marriage where two individuals traverse life hand in hand. The second, a scenario where a man's affections wane post-marriage, with the woman bearing no resentment. As he believed such fickleness to be commonplace among men, the former options often being beyond one's control. "Sir, am I correct in my understanding?" "Yet, I ponder if a third option exists, akin to the women of Xian." Ning Chuchu glanced at the gentleman, noting his lack of opposition, and continued, "Yet, the affairs of this world are largely dictated by external forces, from the emperor to the commoners, all ensnared in such constraints, finding it difficult to break free, and equally challenging to attain liberation. These are merely my personal musings. I hope I have not caused you amusement." She too was ensnared within these confines. Just an ordinary soul among the multitude. "You are indeed different from them," Xie Chengyun thought, appreciating that this woman transcended the imposed limitations of her gender. She is undoubtedly the woman he admires, possessing a charm that is unparalleled. "Thank you for your kind words, sir." Upon perceiving the admiration in his tone, her cheeks flushed, and after a hasty farewell, she contemplated her departure. The scenery here is delightful. She resolved to return often. As Xie Chengyun gazed out the window, he noticed a pear tree gradually sprouting new buds, and he casually mentioned it. Ning Chuchu sensed a deeper meaning in his words, yet dared not ponder it further. Was he suggesting that she should come here again? However, their relationship was merely that of a teacher and student. Yet, she was not one to adhere rigidly to conventions. If she encountered someone she cherished, she would naturally strive forward, undeterred by challenges, willing to fight for it, regardless of the outcome. With this thought, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Chapter 11. Confrontation. As Ning Chuchu and Xie Ji returned to their dormitory, they were met by Cui Yin'er, who stormed in with a group of followers, each exuding an air of hostility as if they intended to devour her whole. Smash everything, Cui Yin'er commanded. Hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Ning Chuchu. Ning Chuchu mused that her rivalry with Cui Yin'er seemed inescapable. She had not sought trouble with her. Yet Cui Yin'er was evidently eager to confront her. What madness had possessed this young lady today to bring such chaos to her doorstep? Cui Miss, what is your intention? Do you believe that, being a year older, you can act with impunity and bully me? Ning Chuchu fakened ignorance, casting a fleeting glance at her followers without hindering their actions. Seeing her lack of reaction, they deemed her an easy target and proceeded to follow Cui Yin'er's orders. What do you intend to do? Stop this at once. Xie Ji's voice was laced with anger and urgency. She rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. But as a solitary figure, she was ultimately outnumbered. In no time, the room was in disarray, books strewn across the floor, and several cups shattered. The scene was chaotic, and just one glance was enough to evoke discomfort in the heart. Xie Ji returned to Ning Chuchu's side, shielding her as they faced off against Cui Yin'er and her entourage. I witnessed your shamelessness the other day. How dare you seduce Master Sia? Cui Yin'er's voice was sharp, seemingly intent on venting her pent-up frustrations. Just days prior, she had seen him with the teacher, and later, Ning Chuchu was informed that she had become the instructor's lead student. She found it hard to believe there was nothing amiss. Until now, Ning Chuchu had been oblivious to Cui Yin'er's motives for targeting her, but now it became clear. It was indeed due to the teacher. It seemed the rumors she had overheard about Cui Yin'er harboring feelings for him were true. Ning Chuchu's thoughts drifted back to that day when she had overheard those words among the rocks. Cui Yin'er also harbored feelings for the teacher, and she had seen her feigning interest in him under the guise of academics just a few days prior. Mr. Sia has never acknowledged her presence. Cui Yin'er harbors feelings for him. Yet what does that matter? He does not reciprocate her affections, and it is evident that he shall never come to love her. My relationship with Mr. Sia is untainted and pure. Ning Chuchu chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by her words. Indeed, their interactions have been few and far between. Merely a nascent acquaintance. What the future holds, however, remains uncertain. Were it not for your flirtation with Master Sia yesterday, how would he have appointed you as his class leader? You and your sister are both frivolous, capricious individuals. Yet, Cui Yin'er remained undeterred. Indeed, she was the secret observer from that day, witnessing Ning Chuchu in the company of Mr. Sia. She saw him smile at Ning Chuchu, but her heart belonged to him. A few days prior, she had sent Mr. Sia a love letter, yet he disregarded it entirely, dismissing her with a curt leave. Heartbroken, she fled in tears. Yet, why should Ning Chuchu be favored by him? Mr. Sia smiled at her and entrusted her with the position of class leader. Cui Yin'er was convinced that Ning Chuchu, lacking in shame, had slyly ensnared Mr. Sia's affections. Ning Chuchu approached and delivered a sharp slap to her face, resolute in her defense of Mr. Sia and her sister's honor. Moreover, Cui Yin'er, in her insignificance, was undeserving of even a thought. Stunned by the blow, Cui Yin'er found herself momentarily disoriented, while her entourage hesitated to act. Mr. Sia chose me as his class leader because I excelled in the entrance examination. I am undeniably worthy of this role. Ning Chuchu pressed on, refusing to let her off easily. She knelt before Cui Yin'er, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief before discarding it, perhaps disgusted by its soiled state. My sister is the Empress, a position you cannot dare to criticize. Furthermore, the bond between the Empress and His Majesty is profound. Should these words reach His Majesty's ears, you would likely face dire consequences. Miss Cui, I advise you to tread carefully in your speech and actions. Ning Chuchu helped Xie Yin'er to her feet, only to strike her on the other cheek moments later, this time in defense of my sister. The previous slap was from Mr. Xie. She produced another handkerchief to cleanse the blood from the opposite side and instructed Xue Ji to incinerate both handkerchiefs to rid them of ill fortune. I suggest you seek to mend matters quietly. Otherwise, should the higher powers become aware, both you and your sister will find no solace, and your entire family may suffer the consequences. At that moment, Xue Yin'er seemed to sense the weight of her predicament, her expression darkening. Ning Chuchu, looking down upon her, declared, "Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient." Xue Yin'er covered her face with her hands, her anger simmering within but unspoken. Despite her fury, she could only turn to her followers and say, "Let us depart." And so they hurriedly retreated. "Miss, are you hurt?" They were far too excessive. Xueji inquired anxiously after the group had left, concerned about the well-being of her mistress. Just moments prior, Xue Yin'er and her companions had stormed in, wreaking havoc and destruction, and Xueji had been powerless to intervene, uncertain if her mistress had sustained any injuries. I find myself unoccupied. After all, I did strike him twice, which has somewhat alleviated my ire. Ning Chuchu, fortunately, suffered no grave injuries, though her palms still throb from delivering 2 slaps to Xue Yin'er. Yet, I, as her maid, failed to prevent their altercation. Upon recalling that Miss Chuchu had struck Xue Yin'er, Xueji mused that it was indeed her, just deserts. "You have performed admirably. There is no need for self-reproach." Observing the lingering guilt etched on his countenance, Ning Chuchu gently admonished him, saying, "Moreover, there are certain individuals and circumstances from which one cannot escape. Even if Xue Yin'er does not trouble me this time, future disputes are inevitable. It is better that she learns a lesson now, so she hesitates to provoke me again." After articulating her thoughts, Ning Chuchu instructed Xue Ji to summon others to clean the classroom, incinerating the 2 handkerchiefs in the process. The Women's Academy also provided a respite for the esteemed gentleman. From Xie Chengyun's residence, opening the window revealed a pear tree in full bloom. At this moment, the pear blossoms resembled snow, creating a scene of romantic splendor. Sitting beneath the pear tree, watching the petals descend while savoring a drink would indeed be a delight. The events of the previous day, for reasons unknown, reached Xie Chengyun's ears, leading to their current discourse. Seated across from Ning Chuchu, a gentle breeze swept through, scattering the fallen blossoms. "I have heard you had a disagreement with Miss Xue yesterday. What transpired?" Xie Chengyun inquired, as if just learning of the incident, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to Ning Chuchu. In truth, he had been informed of the matter shortly after it occurred. His subordinates reported that Xue Yin'er had arrived at her classroom with a large entourage, causing considerable destruction. Naturally, he had been quite concerned. However, he was in the Eastern Palace at the time and could not arrive promptly, only to find that Xue Yin'er had already departed by the time he arrived. His subordinates also mentioned that she had been slapped twice and had not been victimized, which alleviated his worries. He surmised that she must have been quite incensed. Otherwise, what would compel her to resort to violence? "Do you believe I was in the wrong yesterday?" Ning Chuchu, upon hearing his question, felt a surge of indignation and retorted with a hint of resentment. "Why would I have quarreled with her? Are you not aware?" In her heart, she contemplated that this was all the fault of the teacher. Had it not been for him, Xue Yin'er would not have sought her out. Noticing her expression darken, Xie Chengyun realized she had misunderstood his intention. However, if this provided an opportunity to gauge her feelings, he deemed it worthwhile. "I hear you struck her twice?" Xie Chengyun took a sip of tea and continued, "What is this? Do you believe I am concerned because Miss Xue harbors feelings for me?" She would surely become irate. If he indeed reproached her on behalf of Xue Yin'er, she would cease to engage with him altogether. As he had anticipated, she grew upset, and he understood her sentiments. Though he was uncertain when these feelings had begun to take shape, he resolved not to tease her further. A cornered rabbit may bite, and if she became too agitated, she might ignore him, resulting in an undesirable outcome. "Your hand may ache," he remarked, gazing at her, and with those words, she comprehended his meaning. Originally, she was merely concerned about my hand pain. With this thought, Ning Chuchu felt her spirits lift once more. Such is the nature of a young girl's heart when enamored. Joy dances in her eyes. She recalled the words spoken that day and, with her head bowed, tentatively asked, "Is it possible that you remain unaware?" Before she could finish, his amused voice interjected, "Her affairs are of no consequence to me. To me, she is but a stranger. A few days ago, she had heard them say that he had someone he cherished. Is that truly the case?" Ning Chuchu seemed to grasp something elusive, though clarity remained just out of reach. Since they had come this far, why not take another step forward? Perhaps he felt similarly. She only hoped this was not merely her own fanciful speculation. And if it were true, what then? Xie Chengyun remained inscrutable. Who is she? Her voice grew urgent, as if she desperately needed the answer. What if it were someone else? Would you then let go? Unbeknownst to her, if it were someone else. He suddenly rose and approached Ning Chuchu, his hand gently resting in her hair. There was no one else, only the person before him. He gazed deeply into her eyes, lifting a pear blossom petal from her hair. They exchanged glances beneath the resplendent pear tree, in the gentle spring breeze, amidst the dappled sunlight and the occasional falling petals. In the days that followed, Ning Chuchu deliberately avoided Xie Chengyun, yet he remained oblivious to her coldness. Was he still upset over the events of that day? It was all his fault for being too eager to express his feelings, which led to their current predicament. Chapter 12. Apology though Xie Chengyun taught at the Girls' Academy. His primary duty was still to instruct the Crown Prince. However, recently, as Ning Chuchu had been intentionally ignoring him, he felt a growing frustration and often found himself lost in thought. Master, what troubles you?" Crown Prince Zhao Cixi asked, noticing Xie Chengyun's distraction. His tutor was typically quite strict, yet lately he had inexplicably mixed up his materials during lessons, often drifting off and occasionally forgetting where he had left off. It was indeed quite strange. "I was momentarily lost in thought while reading," Xie Chengyun replied, only to realize that the Crown Prince had approached him unnoticed. "But master, your book is upside down." The Crown Prince looked at him with concern, sensing something amiss. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well," Xie Chengyun assured him, maintaining an untroubled demeanor, as though mixing up a book was of little consequence. "You seem much more lively these days, Your Highness. Were you not just a few days ago wearing a frown?" He had some understanding of the Crown Prince. The fact that the prince trusted his words indicated that he held strong feelings for her. "I visited His Majesty the other day, and he praised me and expressed his concern." A flicker of curiosity appeared in the Crown Prince's eyes as he spoke. "Once I indeed hesitated, yet my aunt advised me that the Emperor is not only His Majesty, but also my father, and I should seek to draw closer to him. She further mentioned that the Emperor cares for me, albeit struggles to express it. I contemplated that while he may not articulate his feelings, I could certainly convey mine to him. The Grand Tutor, wouldn't you agree? He resembles a child yearning for praise. Indeed, His Highness has made notable progress recently. Xie Chengyun has always treated him with kindness. However, who is this aunt of His Highness? He well knows that the aunt referred to by the Crown Prince is Miss Ning Si, the one he has longed for. She is the younger sister of the Empress. My dear aunt, when I fell last time, she came to visit me, and I truly cherish my aunt." As Zhao Cixi spoke, his eyes sparkled with starlight. "With the gentle spring breeze gracing us, why not grant His Highness a day of leisure? Tomorrow, shall we invite your aunt into the palace to accompany you for the day?" Xie Chengyun unexpectedly smiled, as if he had conceived a splendid idea to seek her forgiveness. "Grand Tutor, is this true?" Zhao Cixi inquired, his tone laced with astonishment. Knowing the Grand Tutor, a day off for merriment was something he would never have dared to dream of. The Grand Tutor, indeed, seemed different from his usual self. "Of course." Xie Chengyun delicately lifted his cup of tea, as though concealing something. "That sounds splendid. I shall send someone to inform my aunt." It was still at the little Buddhist shrine in Chengyun. "Madam, someone from the Eastern Palace has arrived, stating that with the recent pleasant spring weather, His Royal Highness wishes to invite Miss Si into the Eastern Palace for a gathering," Zhang Mama reported, standing behind Xinyu. "Go and inform Chuchu personally," she added, "and tell her that she must ensure to enjoy herself with the Crown Prince tomorrow. Also, prepare a serving of lotus cake for her to take along." In the listening rain garden, Upon learning that Ning Chuchu was returning, Mama Lin ordered the preparation of various delicacies, glancing at Ning Chuchu with concern, worried that she might not be accustomed to the food or living conditions at the academy. The room buzzed with warmth and harmony. Mama Lin, fret not, for I have taken your instructions to heart, and will look after our young lady well, said Xie, unable to contain herself as she noted Mama Lin's concerned gaze. To ensure the young lady could enjoy her meals, she had even secretly prepared additional dishes. Now, well acquainted with the cooks in the Academy's kitchen, her culinary skills had even garnered praise from the young lady herself. Miss Jean Mama has arrived from Madame's side. A maid entered to announce to Ning Chuchu. The room's joyful laughter abruptly ceased. She instructed Xie to personally invite Jean Mama in and asked the maid to prepare a cup of tea and some snacks. Madame sent this old servant to inform the young lady that His Highness the Crown Prince has instructed his attendants to convey that he wishes to invite her to the palace tomorrow for a gathering. Does Mama know the purpose of this? Ning Chuchu straightened her posture, no longer as casual as before. This old servant is unaware, but must be that His Highness has been missing the young lady and wishes to engage in merriment with her, replied Jean Mama, who did not sip the tea but stood beside her, conversing. Madam, please return and inform my mother that I am aware, and I shall enter the palace as scheduled tomorrow. The lady also mentioned that the young miss should enjoy herself with the Crown Prince. After spending such a lengthy time at the Women's Academy, it is truly disheartening that she must now accompany the Crown Prince into the palace for amusement. I cannot help but feel sympathy for the young miss, lamented Nurse Lin after Madame Zhang had departed. Yet, I wonder what prompted the Crown Prince to summon her to the palace this time. On the following morning, Ning Chuchu once again boarded the carriage heading to the Eastern Palace, accompanied by a box of lotus cakes sent by her mother. Her companion for this journey remained Xie. As the carriage traversed the street where she had first encountered young Master Sia, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Since that day, when Shui Yin'er had sought trouble with her, she had not spoken to him again, remaining oblivious to his current activities. Early that day, Xie Chengyun arrived at the Eastern Palace. Tutor, is today not a holiday for me? Why have you come here? Zhao Siji inquired, somewhat perplexed upon seeing Xie Chengyun, pondering whether the tutor had changed his mind about granting him a day off. If that were the case, Annie would have come for naught. Your Highness, have you thought about how you wish to spend today? Xie Chengyun did not respond to the Crown Prince's question. Not precisely. The Crown Prince hesitated for a moment before suddenly realizing and asked, does the tutor have a splendid idea? He was confident that the tutor would not go back on his word. As the saying goes, children return home early from school, eagerly taking advantage of the spring breeze to fly kites. Your Majesty, why not fly kites today? However, there are no kites within the Eastern Palace. If only we had kites, they would surely be the delight of children. When Miss Ning arrives, shall I teach your Highness how to make a kite? Very well. The Crown Prince exclaimed with sudden joy, I desire a large kite that soars high and far, so that perhaps Father Emperor might see it. Your Highness, are you not concerned that His Majesty will reprimand you for indulging in frivolities? Just a kite, yet it brings him such joy. The Crown Prince appeared somewhat apprehensive, but resolutely replied, I am not afraid. I wish for Father Emperor to see the kite as well, to share in my happiness. If His Majesty were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly take great pleasure in it. By the time Ning Chuchu arrived at the Eastern Palace, Xie Chengyun and the Crown Prince had prepared all the necessary materials for kite making. Auntie, come quickly and join us in making kites. The Crown Prince hurriedly ran toward her, taking her hand and leading her toward Xie Chengyun. Ning Chuchu found him utterly detestable, suspecting that it was not the Crown Prince who wished to spend time in the Eastern Palace, but rather him. Yet, she was determined to thwart his desires, deliberately avoiding him and reluctant to be alone in his company. Xie Chengyun thought to himself that this girl harbored quite the temper. Despite the passage of time, she still bore a grudge against him. It was time to make amends, for if too much time passed, it might become impossible to appease her. Thus, he enthusiastically instructed the two on how to craft a kite. Once the kite was completed, Xie Chengyun instructed the palace attendants to take the Crown Prince to fly it first. Ning Chuchu intended to seize this opportunity to leave, but Xie Chengyun unexpectedly produced another kite from somewhere and handed it to her. Shall I offer this as an apology to you? Upon the kite was depicted a scene featuring two small figures, one kneeling with clasped fists on the ground, while the other stood beneath a tree adorned with blooming pear blossoms. It was evident that he was extending an apology to Ning Chuchu, hoping for her forgiveness. Yet, Ning Chuchu pondered in her heart that Xie Chengyun's affection for him was not entirely his fault. After a moment, she felt that if Xie Chengyun liked him, it was indeed his fault. Nevertheless, a smile gradually graced her lips. Do you still find favor with this kite? Xie Chengyun noticed the smile at the corner of her mouth and realized that she indeed liked it. It seemed that his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. I do not like it at all. How can you expect me to fly such an ugly kite? Yet she stubbornly maintained her fade, unwilling to reveal her true feelings. Disliking it matters little. Here is another for you. To her surprise, he produced yet another kite from behind him. This one was more suitable for play. While the previous kite was best admired in solitude, he then called out to the distant prince, "Your Highness, do you find this kite to your liking?" "Teacher, I like it. Annie, come play with me." From afar, they could see the prince flying a kite. The two of them seemed to have transformed in some subtle way. Ning Chuchu exchanged a glance with him and hurried towards the prince, joining him in the kite flying. Xie Chengyun remained closely behind her. Meanwhile, Emperor Zhao Xian had just emerged from the imperial study, preparing to head to Fengyi Palace. Upon raising his eyes, he noticed two kites in the sky, one notably larger than the other. "Who is flying kites?" he inquired in a low voice, directing his question to the eunuch Lin Chuan at his side. "Your Majesty, it is the prince, along with Miss Ning Si and teacher Xie. The prince has invited Miss Ning Si into the palace today," Lin Chuan replied, glancing in the direction of the activity and recognizing it as the Eastern Palace grounds. Given that the prince had invited Miss Ning Si, and with teacher Xie present, it was likely they were engaged in kite flying. "Would your Majesty care to visit the Eastern Palace to see the prince?" Lin Chuan suggested, contemplating the recent warmth between the emperor and the prince, believing it would be beneficial for the emperor to pay a visit. After a moment's reflection, Zhao Xian decided to proceed to the Eastern Palace. Upon arrival, he instructed the attendants, "You need not follow nor announce my presence." He stood aside, observing the trio engaged in their joyous laughter as they flew kites, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Ultimately, he chose not to disturb them, perhaps aware that his presence would render them more reserved and diminish the joy of the moment. He turned to leave, a solitary shadow accompanying him in the sunlight. Perhaps he was more suited to solitude. Chapter 13. The rising wind, though the day was still young, Ning Chuchu hastily bid farewell to the prince. She feared that if she lingered too long, he would find other ways to tease her. Yet as she climbed into the carriage, images of the recent moments flooded her mind. He had produced a kite from behind him, saying, "This is how I make amends to you. What does that sound?" The two small figures depicted on the kite are indeed quite delightful. I have long heard of the crown prince's tutor's prowess in painting, and today, I am astonished to discover that he adeptly captures even the whimsical art of children. This scene remarkably evokes that day beneath the pear blossom tree, where he stood before her, gently plucking a single pear blossom from her hair, declaring that there were no others present, only the two of them, harmoniously intertwined. In truth, she was not as angry as she had pretended to be. Since that day, a quiet joy had settled within her, albeit she remained uncertain of her own feelings. Despite having discerned his affections, a flicker of annoyance unexpectedly arose within her, vexed by his candidness that left her no room to retreat. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the carriage, abruptly interrupting her reverie. "Shuiji, why is it so noisy out there?" Ning Chuchu withdrew her hand from the kite, placing it aside as she inquired of Shuiji. After glancing outside for a moment, Shuiji replied, "Miss, it is a storyteller. Though I cannot discern what he is narrating, everyone is gathered around him. It turns out that the emperor's birthday is approaching, prompting the monarchs of various nations to send envoys to extend their congratulations. Indeed, the streets seem livelier than usual, bustling with merchants of all kinds, and vibrant performances of song and dance abound." Upon alighting from the carriage, Ning Chuchu beheld this scene, noticing her prolonged gaze towards the tea house without any movement. Shuiji seemed to understand her thoughts and asked, "Miss, Shall we go take a look? She lifted her skirts and made her way towards the tea house, with Xie Ji closely trailing behind to ensure her protection from any intruders. After securing a suitable spot within the tea house, she instructed the waiter to prepare some tea and snacks, and then settled down with Xie Ji beside her. The storyteller's voice resonated powerfully, measured and deliberate. A century ago, the realm was united, but as the imperial family waned, it fractured into four: Dongjin, Nanyang, Xiyin, and Beiji, each ruling their own territory. Among them, Dongjin flourished most, boasting vast lands and abundant resources, standing as the foremost of the four nations. The ruler of Nanyang, Xie Zhou, originally a prince, ascended the throne after murdering his brother, the former Emperor Xie Ji, and exterminating the royal line, including his brother's only child still in swaddling. Following this, Nanyang's Emperor Xie Zhou bore no heirs, leaving the state in peril. Xiyin is known as a matriarchal nation, with Empress Mu Shixi ascending the throne at a young age, initially constrained by a regent. Upon reaching adulthood, she revitalized the court and dealt with disloyal subjects. Following the late emperor's wishes, she appointed a royal consort, yet tales of her affair with a young gentleman circulated widely among the populace. The ruler of Beiji, Beiche, also commands considerable strength. The people of Beiji are renowned for their equestrian and archery skills, and their iron cavalry is famed throughout the land. It is said that this ruler harbors ambitions of conquest. This time, the emperor intends to host a banquet for the envoys at the function hall, entrusting the crown prince's tutor, Xie Chengyun, alongside Prime Minister Ji Guanyuan, to receive the dignitaries. The envoy from Nanyang is the esteemed General Qi Weifang, a man over 40 who has fought valiantly on the battlefield for many years, gaining a formidable reputation. He served as a prominent minister during the reign of the late Emperor of Nanyang, commanding an army of 200,000 troops. Even after the ascension of the new emperor, he remained untouchable. Yet, Qi Weifang, mindful of the late emperor's grace, often found himself at odds with the ruler of Nanyang, Xie Zhou, in matters of state. The envoy from Xiyin is the illustrious Lady Prime Minister Zui Jingwen, a woman of exceptional talent and eloquence, serving as the right hand of the Empress of Xiyin and a rare gem among contemporary women of intellect. The envoy from Beijing is Princeton, the younger brother of the Beijing monarch, Bei Su, who, despite his frail constitution since childhood, has an insatiable admiration for beauty. At present, the envoys from various nations are en route to the Eastern Jin Kingdom. As the storyteller animatedly depicts the figures of the sovereigns, Ning Chuchu, after listening for a while, decides to leave with Xie Ji. At that moment, a sword-bearing attendant approaches them and speaks to Ning Chuchu, saying, "My master wishes to meet the young lady at the tea house." Noticing Ning Chuchu's indifference, he continues, "My master mentioned that this matter pertains to your sister, and it is entirely up to you whether to go or not." As he speaks, he produces a jade pendant from his bosom and presents it to Ning Chuchu. She remembers having seen this pendant on her sister before it mysteriously vanished. But why would they possess an item belonging to her sister? And why does his master wish to meet her? "Very well, I shall go," Ning Chuchu replies, casting a glance at the attendant. Since he possesses her sister's belonging, there is no harm in meeting him. She is also curious about what he might say. The attendant thinks to himself that his master truly possesses a remarkable foresight, knowing that if he had not produced the jade pendant, Miss Ning would certainly not have agreed to the meeting. "Miss, do not trust them," Shuiji anxiously warns Ning Chuchu, fearing that if she believes their words and accompanies them, she may encounter danger. "Please, miss," the attendant gestures politely, leading the two of them to the entrance of a private room. Shuiji follows closely behind, preventing the attendant from getting too close. Just as she intends to enter with Ning Chuchu, the attendant blocks her path, allowing only Ning Chuchu to enter while he stands guard at the door, forbidding anyone else from approaching. With no other choice, Shuiji glares intently at the doorway. "Shuiji, wait here. This gentleman has openly sent someone to invite me. He will not harm me, so there is no need for concern," Ning Chuchu reassures her, attempting to ease her worries. Subsequently, the door to the private room opens, and she steps inside. The gentleman sits behind a screen, allowing Ning Chuchu only a glimpse of his silhouette, obscuring his features and age from her view. Miss Ning Si, why not first sample the tea I have brewed? He suggests, instructing the attendant beside him to place the tea on the table next to Ning Chuchu. The attendant at his side is none other than Anan. She chose a suitable position beside the table and casually seated herself, as though this was merely a place she could come and go at will. Indistinguishable from her beloved, listening to the rain courtyard. Observing that the young man behind the screen had remained silent, she could not help but inquire, "Who are you? How do you possess items belonging to my sister?" The gentleman, still seated behind the screen, replied, "I am but an acquaintance of your sister." An acquaintance of her sister. She realized with surprise, for she was unaware of when her sister had met such a person. "How can you prove it?" Naturally, Ning Chuchu was reluctant to believe him. "During the Lantern Festival that year, your sister took you out, but you became lost. Ultimately, it was your sister and a young man who found you." Upon hearing this, the gentleman elaborated carefully. The events of that Lantern Festival were known to few. Had it not been for her sister's close friend, it would have been difficult to be informed. Thus, she found herself more inclined to believe. "How could you know such details?" "Your sister told me herself," he replied. "So, can you trust that I am indeed your sister's acquaintance?" For he had been present that day. The young man who had accompanied her sister was his elder brother, and he was the little boy. "What exactly do you mean by matters concerning my sister?" After listening to his account, Ning Chuchu's expression revealed a hint of trust. She continued to press him about the matters related to her sister. "Miss Ning, do you truly not wish to know how your sister met her demise?" He raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "What do you mean by that?" "My sister clearly died in childbirth. Do not speak nonsense." The news from the palace stated that her sister had perished during childbirth. Could there be hidden truths regarding her death that she was unaware of? It was inconceivable. How could the emperor, who adored her sister so deeply, allow her to come to harm? Who knows why she encountered difficulties in childbirth? Was it an unfortunate accident or a deliberate act? How could one be certain? The man seemed not to take her words to heart. Yet his inquiries left her in deep thought. "Miss Ning, do you not agree?" Ning Chuchu could not recall how she departed from the tea house. All she knew was that by the time she returned home, night had already fallen. Even when Xie Ji called her several times, she exhibited little reaction. She was uncertain whether she should believe the words of that man. In the study, Xie Chengyun retrieved an old kite and meticulously began to mend it. "Sir, Miss Ning encountered someone at the tea house today when she returned home. One of his subordinates, assigned to escort Ning Chuchu home, was reporting what he had observed." "Did you overhear their conversation?" he asked, looking up at the subordinate. The subordinate, wary of being discovered by Miss Lin, had kept his distance and had not caught what they discussed. After a moment, he continued, "However, I saw them leave the tea house. The person was a man. A man. She had actually met with a man in private. That man was truly infuriating." In an instant, Xie Chengyun felt a surge of anger, his tone cool as he said, "Continue the investigation, but do not alarm them. We must ascertain that man's identity." He was indeed curious to see who dared to scheme against the people he cared for, right under his nose. If that were the case, he would certainly not let them off easily. "My lord, there is one more matter. That person has sent someone to contact you, stating that if you are willing to return, he will surely offer his full support." "Return? Why would he wish to return?" Now, in the Eastern Jin, he had found those he wished to protect, and leaving them would be unthinkable. He only desired to remain here, safeguarding his light. "You may inform him that I currently have no intention of returning. Young master, she has also arrived in the capital. Do you wish to meet him?" The attendant continued, "Is it necessary for me to send someone to protect young master Shi?" "No need." As he gazed at the increasingly darkening sky, Xie Chengyun could not help but let out a sigh. Ultimately, the winds had begun to rise. Chapter 14. Illness. Ning Chuchu returned to her residence, and by the following morning, Mama Lin and others noticed that she was suffering from a persistent high fever. The people in the garden hurriedly reported this matter to Duke Ning and his wife and summoned several physicians. After all, a high fever that does not subside could be life-threatening, and no one could bear that responsibility. After examining her, the doctor prescribed medicine, stating that it was due to excessive worry and cold invading her body, advising her to rest well. After taking the medicine, Ning Chuchu's fever subsided. but she still had not regained consciousness. Mama Lin sent Xie to the girls' academy to request leave for Ning Chuchu, citing her illness. This matter quickly reached Xie Chengyun's ears. Your Highness, it is said that Miss Ning Si is ill. If your Highness were to visit her, she would surely be delighted. Xie Chengyun knew that, given his own status, an unannounced visit to Duke Ning's residence would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble and have a negative impact on her. However, he was genuinely anxious, so he considered that if the Crown Prince were to visit the Duke's residence, he could accompany him under the pretense of escorting the Crown Prince, while in truth, he sought to see her. That would be quite reasonable. Your aunt is ill? How do you know, Grand Tutor? The Crown Prince Zhao Ciji hurriedly set down his book, his expression filled with concern. Yesterday, Miss Ning Si did not attend the girls' academy. Her maid said she had caught a cold and needed a rest for a few days. She came to request leave, which is how I learned. Xie Chengyun had also just found out and was not fully aware of the specifics. If he could visit her at this time, it would be most fortuitous. I wish to see my aunt, but Grand Tutor, may I leave the palace? Will Father permit me to do so? The Crown Prince asked eagerly. In his heart, Ning Chuchu was the most important person to him, aside from his father and mother. Her illness deeply worried him. Xie Chengyun assured him, expressing admiration for the Crown Prince's sincere concern. Your Highness, if the Emperor knows of your intentions, he will surely grant permission. Will the Grand Tutor accompany me? If your Highness requests it, I shall certainly comply. He naturally wished to go. He was anxious about her condition. After consulting with the Emperor, the Crown Prince and Xie Chengyun boarded a carriage, accompanied by guards, and headed towards Duke Ning's residence. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was coming, Duke Ning and the household awaited them respectfully at the entrance. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. Duke Ning, accompanied by the household staff, promptly bowed in respect to the Crown Prince. There is no need for such formalities. Grandfather, please rise swiftly. As the Crown Prince dismounted from his carriage, he hurriedly assisted Duke Ning to his feet. Learning of my aunt's illness, I wish to pay her a visit. He then expressed his intentions to Duke Ning. How did your Highness come to know of this matter? Duke Ning, taken aback by the Crown Prince's visit, pondered how such news could have reached the Eastern Palace so swiftly. My aunt has not attended the academy. Upon learning this, the Grand Tutor informed me. The Crown Prince felt it only natural that the Grand Tutor, understanding the close bond he shared with his aunt, would relay such news to him, prompting his visit. The Grand Tutor accompanied him as well. Meanwhile, Duke Ning contemplated the true intentions of this Xie Chengyun. Could it be that I am to accompany His Highness to the listening rain garden? Ning Yiji noticed the Crown Prince appeared unwearied and resolved to spend more time with him, considering this child was the sole descendant of his eldest daughter. Should he miss this opportunity, it was uncertain when he would next gather with the illustrious Crown Prince. Moreover, the Crown Prince's earlier address as grandfather resonated deeply with him. Indeed, he was a fine child. What a pity, though, that his eldest daughter. Will the Crown Prince dine in our residence later? At this moment, the previously silent Lady Ning, Shun Yuewei, inquired. As the mother of the eldest daughter, she felt a pang of affection and longed to hold him close, like any ordinary grandmother would. Furthermore, fostering a closer relationship with the Crown Prince could prove advantageous for future aspirations. I have yet to visit my grandfather's home. I will be delighted to dine here. The Crown Prince, sensing Lady Ning's warmth, thought that since the Duke's household was tied to his mother's lineage, it was only fitting to strengthen those familial bonds. Staying for a meal would also allow him to connect with his maternal grandparents, which he found appealing. He often envied how other children spoke of their grandfathers and grandmothers with such joy. Ning Yuanji instructed his wife to have the servants prepare the meal while guiding the Crown Prince to the listening rain garden to see Ning Chuchu. Within the listening rain garden, Nurse Lin chastised Xie for her inadequate care of the young lady, lamenting her own failure. Is this how you tend to the young lady? Just look at her current state. Since returning home yesterday, she has been sullen and in a daze. Nurse Lin had been worried about potential trouble, to her dismay, after the young lady spent several hours by the window last night. She awoke this morning with a high fever. I should have stopped her. What transpired during your visit to the Eastern Palace yesterday? Speak to me in detail. Nurse Lin questioned sternly. She had always sensed her young lady return from the Eastern Palace in less than favorable spirits, but this time, upon her return, she had transformed into someone so unwell. Deep down, Nurse Lin believed the palace was no place for her young lady, yet she had no choice but to go, causing her great distress. Tears welled in Xueji's eyes as she could not help but weep. Yesterday, my lady was in good spirits at the Eastern Palace, she lamented. It seemed she was lost in a memory and, choking on her words, continued. However, after we departed the Eastern Palace, we visited a tea house where a storyteller was regaling the audience. Then, a man approached with the young lady's jade pendant, requesting to meet her. She followed him to speak, and I remain unaware of their conversation, though upon her return, she appeared quite perturbed. Now, witnessing her frail form, my heart aches deeply. Had I known, I would have prevented her from meeting that man yesterday. Yet, regret is a luxury we cannot afford in this world. All I hope for now is that she awakens swiftly and recovers. Suddenly, a loud call interrupted their conversation. His Royal Highness has arrived, announced a young eunuch. Following closely behind the prince were Duke Ning and Master Xie, entering the Tingshui garden to reach Ning Chuchu. Servants pay their respects to His Royal Highness. The gathered individuals bowed in unison. Xueji and Granny Lin knelt upon the ground, too fearful to rise. Please stand. How is my aunt? The prince recognized Xueji as the maid who had accompanied Ning Chuchu to the palace on 2 occasions. He recalled that when his aunt left the Eastern Palace yesterday, she seemed quite well. Given the recent pleasant weather, it was indeed peculiar that she had succumbed to such a severe cold. The physician has stated that my lady suffers from excessive worry, which has allowed the chill to invade her body, Xueji explained. She has already taken medicine, and her fever has subsided. However, she has yet to awaken. Upon hearing this, the prince stepped quietly into the room. One glance revealed that Lin Chuchu appeared significantly more haggard than the previous day. Your Highness, Master Xie, since my daughter remains unresponsive, might I suggest we proceed to the front hall? Once the meal is prepared, we can dine together. What do you think? After departing from the Ting Shui garden, Xie Chengyun intended to separate from them. Noticing that Xie Chengyun was unwilling to join their company, Duke Ning inquired, Will Master Xie not accompany us? With a smile, Xie Chengyun replied, I have heard that the scenery at Duke Ning's residence is quite splendid. I wish to explore it thoroughly, so I shall not join you in the front hall. His Royal Highness is the Duke's beloved grandson. I am certain there is much to discuss between you. Considering his response, Duke Ning found it difficult to press further, as he too had many matters to discuss with the prince. Then Master Xie may do as he pleases. We shall proceed first. After speaking, he led the prince toward the front hall, their conversation filled with laughter and merriment along the way. Xie Chengyun watched them as they drifted away, then retraced his steps to evade the crowd and returned to the Tingyu garden. At that moment, only Xueji remained at Ning Chuchu's bedside. Xueji, how could your lady be in such a state? Xie Chengyun's sudden appearance startled Xueji. Master Xie, what brings you here? She asked, concerned that an outsider might witness a man in the lady's chamber, which could tarnish her reputation. She hurried to the door and closed it. I have come to visit your lady alongside His Royal Highness. Xie Chengyun's brows were furrowed with a hint of sorrow and concern, a rare display of anxiety from one usually so composed. Xueji, observing the deep connection between Miss and Mr. Xie, and noting Mr. Xie's genuine care for her, conveyed the troubling news. Mr. Xie, Miss visited someone yesterday, and upon her return, she appeared quite discontented. Today, she seems to be in a dire state. Her face was awash with shame and regret. Do you know whom she met? To this day, Xie Chengyun remained unaware of the reasons behind her visit and the subsequent disturbance that led to her falling ill with a severe cold. The individual he had dispatched to investigate that person had yet to return with any news. The servant had been blocked from entering, leaving her in ignorance. However, the visitor had brought with him a jade pendant that Miss had once used. Xueji, cautious not to disturb her mistress, spoke with great care. It appeared to be connected to her sister. He realized he must have someone investigate this matter thoroughly. May I have a glimpse of your young lady? Mr. Xie, I fear that would be inappropriate. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she awakens for you to visit her, Xueji replied, feeling quite conflicted. He sensed that his mistress and Mr. Xie had not yet grown close enough for such familiarity, and the natural boundaries between men and women must be respected. Seeing Xie Zhi's steadfastness, he refrained from pressing further. Chapter 15. A midnight visit after dining at the residence of the Duke of Ning with His Royal Highness. The Crown Prince, Xie Chengyun, accompanied him in a carriage back to the Eastern Palace. Seemingly casual, Xie Chengyun inquired, "Your Highness, did you happen to notice Miss Ning's complexion upon entering?" She appeared quite haggard, lacking any color. The Crown Prince replied earnestly, sharing his observations. "But why does the Grand Tutor show such concern for her?" "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of medical arts. Observing a person's complexion can indicate their ailments," he explained, sensing the Crown Prince's skepticism. "Is that truly all?" Yet, I had not heard of the Grand Tutor's medical expertise before. I assumed he had affections for my aunt. The Crown Prince's curiosity was piqued. It was rare to see the Grand Tutor so invested in another's well-being. After all, at the age of 7, he was no longer a mere child and had some understanding of such matters. "Your Highness, even a child knows what it means to have affections." Xie Chengyun remained composed, his demeanor unruffled by the Crown Prince's words. "Affections, yes, I sometimes hear the palace attendants speak of it, akin to how my father cherishes my mother. Is that not so, Grand Tutor?" The Crown Prince's voice bore a teasing undertone, though it was laced with a maturity beyond his years. "Pray, has your Highness found someone to hold such affections for?" Xie Chengyun contemplated light-heartedly, wishing to tease the young prince. "But I am not His Majesty, and she is not the Empress. Grand Tutor, do not jest. I am still but a child." The Crown Prince, angered by Xie Chengyun's remark, turned away and ceased to engage. "Your Highness, we have arrived." After what felt like an eternity, the carriage came to a halt, prompting Xie Chengyun to gently inform the prince of their arrival. Once they disembarked, the Crown Prince huffed and dashed back toward the Eastern Palace. Truly, he was still a child, unable to endure even the slightest jest. Subsequently, Xie Chengyun ordered a carriage to return to the residence of the Grand Tutor. However, the mere thought of Ning Chuchu's frail visage, ravaged by illness, stirred a profound ache within him. The individuals he had dispatched to gather news had yet to return, presumably still searching for information. The longer he waited, the more his impatience grew. The book in his hands lay untouched, its pages unturned for what felt like an eternity. Xie Chengyun realized he could no longer delay. He yearned to see her, to inquire directly about her well-being, even if she perceived him as a scheming intruder. For him, each passing moment was excruciating, lasting until the veil of night descended. In the darkness, a figure deftly evaded the numerous guards at the residence of the Duke of Ning and swiftly made his way to the Tingyu garden where Ning Chuchu resided. The maid, Xie Zhi, was soundly asleep at the entrance, oblivious to Ning Chuchu's murmured dreams, concerned that his movements might disturb her. He gently pressed a pressure point on Xie Zhi's body to ensure her slumber remained undisturbed. Xie Chengyun cautiously opened the door, stepping lightly inside, and softly closed it behind him, making his way to Ning Chuchu's bedside. There, he found her restless in her slumber, murmuring indistinctly, her forehead slick with perspiration. He leaned in closer, catching fragments of her pained and distressing whispers. "Mother, please spare them. Mother, do not burn them. Mother." Unable to contain himself, he softly called her name, wishing to pull her from the torment of her nightmares. Chuchu awakened. He gently shook her shoulders, striving to rouse her from her suffering. After a considerable time, Ning Chuchu finally stirred, her eyes fluttering open, yet she appeared to struggle to focus. Only after a moment did she recognize the figure before her as Mr. Xie. "Sir," she uttered, her voice hoarse and weak from her illness. Seeing her awaken, Xie Chengyun placed a pillow behind her and helped her sit up, allowing her to lean against it. Ning Chuchu gazed at him, her voice fragile. "How'd you come to be here? Where's my maid, Xie Zhi? Have you seen her?" In her memory, during her times of sickness, it was always Xie Zhi and Nurse Lin who kept her company. Now, with Nurse Lin's health not what it once was, she assumed Xie Zhi would be by her side. Yet, upon awakening, her absence filled her with concern that Xie Zhi might have faced punishment. "The maid you refer to as Xie Zhi is just outside the door. I feared she might prevent my entry upon seeing me." so I temporarily sealed her slumber. She will awaken in half an hour. There is no need for worry, Xie Chengyun explained hastily, anxious to dispel any misunderstandings. Upon hearing of your illness, I came earlier today with the crown prince to check on you, but you were still asleep at that time. I'm deeply concerned for your well-being. During the night, I evaded the guards of the Guogong mansion to come to you, for my heart aches with worry. I wish to remain by your side. His actions stem solely from his profound concern for her, distinctly different from the unscrupulous individuals who engage in illicit affairs. However, there is indeed an impropriety in a man visiting a woman's chamber at such a late hour. Just moments ago, you were murmuring in your slumber. Should there be anything troubling you, I am here to listen. The tenderness in Xie Chengyun's voice conveyed a sense of shared empathy for her distress. Upon hearing his words, Ning Chuchu hesitated to divulge the truth, merely responding with an air of indifference. It was just a dream. Yet, the remnants of her dream lingered in her mind, compelling her to recall. To her, it was not a pleasant memory. On that day, as was her custom, she prepared to write a letter to her pen pal, intending for Xie to deliver it to their agreed rendezvous. However, her mother suddenly burst in with a retinue, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving the Tingyu garden. Recently, it seemed her mother had learned of her correspondence with a young man, suspecting them of harboring romantic sentiments. At first, her mother likely struggled to accept such a notion. After all, Ning Chuchu had always been the epitome of obedience and decorum before her, timid and never daring to voice a complaint. Nevertheless, her mother discovered numerous letters exchanged between Ning Chuchu and the young man within her room, and in a fit of rage, struck her across the face. Before Ning Chuchu could fully comprehend the situation, her mother ordered the burning of all her belongings right before her eyes, reducing them to ashes. Mother, our relationship is merely one of platonic friendship. There are no romantic feelings involved. Yet, no matter how she pleaded, her mother refused to listen, for she did not believe in the existence of pure friendship between men and women. Indeed, their acquaintance was merely coincidental, and their correspondence was intended solely for mutual encouragement. Yet, her mother mercilessly shattered the life that belonged to her, leaving it in ruins. Ning Chuchu would forever remember her mother's words from that day, which instilled in her the belief that her destiny was never hers to command, nor could she choose the companions she wished to keep. Ning Chuchu, have you forgotten what I told you? You are destined to become a queen. How can you allow any blemish upon your reputation? I shall never permit you to follow in your sister's footsteps. She could not fathom why her mother was so fixated on the throne. Her sister had been the queen, yet within the confines of the palace, she could not safeguard herself and had departed too soon during her prime. Yet, her mother still wished to confine her within that gilded cage, regardless of her reluctance. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she questioned, "But my sister is already the queen, even though she is no longer with us. Does my mother desire for me to take her place?" In that moment, she felt utterly lost, uncertain of what truly mattered in her mother's heart. When her sister was alive, her interactions with outsiders and correspondence with old friends had never drawn her mother's ire. Moreover, in the open-minded society of the Eastern Jin, such exchanges between men and women were hardly scandalous. Yet what of it? As long as you are my daughter, you must become a queen. As my daughter, you are bound to fulfill the ambitions I could not achieve. Your sister managed it. Why can't you? In response to Ning Chuchu, there was only the raging fury of her mother. On that day, her mother sold off many of the old servants in Tingyu Garden, and after my desperate pleas and repeated assurances, only Granny Lin and Xie were left. From that day forth, her mother imposed strict discipline upon her, forbidding her from stepping out of the Duke's residence and prohibiting any correspondence with outsiders. As she pondered these events, Ning Chuchu's already pale complexion grew even more ashen, rendering her utterly helpless and despondent. "Chuchu, are you well?" Xie Chengyun observed her wan face and could not help but embrace her in a comforting manner. Perhaps overwhelmed by sorrow in that moment, Ning Chuchu did not push him away, allowing him to hold her close. Time seemed to stand still between them, neither daring to break this tacit understanding. "Chuchu, I wish for your peace and happiness." Xie Chengyun gazed deeply into Ning Chuchu's eyes, unable to articulate the myriad emotions swirling within his heart. He seemed intent on etching her likeness into his memory, perceiving every delicate hair on her cheek. Meanwhile, a veil of mist appeared to cloud Ning Chuchu's eyes, rendering her fragile and vulnerable. As they locked eyes, their moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. "Miss, is she awake? How could Xie fall asleep like this?" Granny Lin's voice filtered through the door, having sensed some movement in the room and assuming the miss had awakened. Realizing that Granny Lin was about to enter, Ning Chuchu hastily pushed Xie Chengyun away, urging him, "You must leave quickly. I shall return to see you tomorrow," he reluctantly replied, loosening his embrace, opening the window, and slipping out. "Granny, I am quite well now," Ning Chuchu informed Granny Lin as she entered, indicating that her health had improved significantly. However, Granny Lin noticed the window was ajar and murmured a few words of reproach towards Xie as Xie Chengyun departed from the Duke's residence. He did so quietly and without a trace. The night watchman on the street thought he glimpsed a shadow dart past, disappearing in the blink of an eye, questioning whether his vision had deceived him. In the following days, Xie Chengyun often visited Ning Chuchu, though he took great care to remain undetected. Chapter 16. Discontent. Ning Chuchu recuperated at home for a period before regaining her health. Meanwhile, the imperial banquet in the palace was being urgently prepared, with envoys from various nations gradually arriving in Dongjin to celebrate the birthday of the Dongjin monarch. Within the chambers of the Empress of Xi'an, a woman clad in a dragon robe exuded an unparalleled majesty that commanded reverence. This woman was none other than Empress Mushitsi. Though merely in her youth, she had never erred since ascending to the throne. Yet, she was known to be a cold-hearted person, impervious even to the captivating beauty of her royal consort, which left the court in deep concern over her lack of heirs. There was, however, one individual whom she had saved in her youth, and for whom she would break her own principles. Yet, this young man harbored deep-seated grievances that demanded retribution. At this moment, Mushitsi was painting at her dragon desk, the figure on the canvas remarkably lifelike, depicting that very young man. The palace attendants dared not intrude. "What is it?" She gazed at the shadowy envoy, Anan, whom she had specifically dispatched to convey messages to him. Yet, what peril had he encountered in the Eastern Gene that necessitated your return to deliver news to me? A cool, yet anxious tone permeated her voice. "Your Majesty, during his time in the Eastern Gene, young Master Bailey encountered a woman on the streets. Initially, I paid little heed to it. However, the young master persistently approached this woman. As he spoke, the envoy felt an intense chill enveloping him, growing heavier until he could no longer withstand it and knelt on the ground. Nonetheless, he persevered to relay the remainder of his message. The young master also mentioned that he has pressing matters in the Eastern Gene and will not return for the time being. The woman, what a captivating figure she is, Bailey Yinshu. Allowing him to go to the Eastern Gene was not to indulge in romance. Not returning? Is he not afraid that I shall personally fetch him back and break his legs? Such audacity is remarkable. With a forceful toss, she flung her brush onto the canvas, exclaiming, "Oh, he truly possesses tremendous boldness. Has he been outside for so long that his heart has grown wild?" Her tone, seemingly indifferent, belied the tempestuous emotions brewing within her. "Huh, go and deliver the message. Let him return to see me immediately. If he is unwilling to come back, then bind him and bring him here." The envoy appeared momentarily daunted, hesitating to make a move. "Alas, what a pity for this painting. Since it is marred, I can simply create another." She retrieved a fresh sheet of paper and, with a few swift strokes, captured the essence of that individual. Meanwhile, the palace of the Eastern Gene Empress was bustling with activity. Today's banquet naturally brought Ning Chuchu and her sisters into the palace alongside their mother, who first led them to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The current Empress Dowager, Ji Shu, the daughter of the Prime Minister Ji Guanyuan and a favored consort of the late emperor, was the mother of a princess. Following the ascension of the current emperor, she was conferred the title of Princess Jingyun, elevating her status significantly. Though not the biological mother of the emperor, she had cared for him during his youth. After the untimely death of his mother, he honored her by bestowing upon her the title of Empress Dowager. Of course, her father, the Prime Minister, had rendered significant service in support of the emperor's rise, and his family remained steadfastly loyal to him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Empress Dowager harbored a dislike for her elder sister. It was said that she once sought to have her niece, Ji Yuling, become the crown princess. But the late emperor did not acquiesce. After the crown prince's marriage, she had repeatedly suggested that her niece be offered as a secondary consort. Yet the crown prince never agreed. Perhaps this was the source of her resentment toward the crown princess. Presently, her niece had become the princess of Cheng, the younger brother of the emperor, who had been close to him since childhood and held considerable esteem before the emperor. Furthermore, this prince of Cheng enjoyed a virtuous reputation among the populace. It seems that the princess of Cheng should have no cause for discontent in her marriage. The concubines of the palace had all gathered in the Empress Dowager's quarters, among whom a newly conferred virtuous consort particularly drew attention. Ning Chuchu and her companions followed the Duchess of the state, bowing in unison. "We, the humble wives and daughters, pay our respects to Her Majesty, wishing her longevity for thousands of years." "Ah, it is Yue, and this must be your little daughter, is it not? No need for such formalities. Please rise quickly. It has indeed been a long time since we last met." The Empress Dowager appeared to reminisce about the days she once shared with Shen Yue. Yet the once domineering county princess could no longer rival her. Now, she held the esteemed title of Empress Dowager of the Eastern Jin, while Shen Yue had merely become a humble lady of the state. Contemplating this, the Empress Dowager felt a sense of relief wash over her. Aware that the lady of Ningwa still sought the favor of the Empress Dowager, she refrained from speaking further, mindful not to offend her at this moment. In times past, such a concession would have been unthinkable. "Come here, child. Let me have a good look at you," the Empress Dowager instructed Ning Chuchu, who stepped forward quietly, allowing the Empress Dowager to grasp her hand gently. With a smile, she remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to your sister. I am certain His Majesty would be greatly pleased to see you." As she spoke, the Empress Dowager removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and bestowed it upon Ning Chuchu, declaring it a precious gift from the late emperor, and personally adorned her with it. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers seemed to grasp an unspoken understanding. Though they dared not voice their thoughts, they silently speculated. Had Ning Chuchu been unaware of the Empress Dowager's disdain for her sister and herself, she might have believed in the Empress Dowager's genuine affection. Alas! The people within the palace were such that, even amidst profound resentment, they could conceal their true sentiments behind an impassive facade. Therein lay their true terror. The Empress Dowager turned to the Lady of Ningwa, saying, "I comprehend your sentiments. This is a good child." The lady then expressed her gratitude for the Empress Dowager's kindness. Observing the Empress Dowager's demeanor, the Lady of Ningwa rose to perform a bow of appreciation, both women sharing a tacit understanding. Despite her inner turmoil and dissatisfaction, Ning Chuchu could only retreat behind the Lady of Ningwa, bowing her head and allowing others to scrutinize her. For now, she lacked the strength to resist, and her future remained uncertain. From a young age, she had known that her fate was never solely hers to dictate. Yet at this moment, she found herself unable even to flee this place. Just then, a eunuch announced, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." The crowd knelt in reverence, greeting the Crown Prince as he entered the hall. Grandson pays respects to his imperial grandmother. "Rise quickly," the Empress Dowager urged, as a nearby aunt helped the Crown Prince to his feet and presented him with tea. "Imperial grandmother, I noticed the flowers blooming beautifully in the imperial garden. Might I accompany you to admire them?" After sipping a mouthful of tea, the Crown Prince extended his invitation to the Empress Dowager. "I am feeling somewhat unwell and shall not go. You may enjoy the company of the ladies from various households," she replied, declining the invitation under the pretext of her ailment, as the aunt assisted her towards the inner chambers. It seemed the Crown Prince understood that the Empress Dowager did not favor him. Thus he had deliberately made such a suggestion. As they proceeded to the imperial garden, the Crown Prince suddenly seized Ning Chuchu's hand, pulling her aside. "Aunt, come with me," he urged, once they had distanced themselves from the others. Ning Chuchu spotted a familiar figure, Xie Chengyun. "Sir," she uttered, her voice laced with uncertainty. "It is the Grand Tutor who sent me to your aid," he replied. Upon witnessing her immobility, the crown prince elucidated. The Grand Tutor possesses an uncanny foresight. He anticipated that you, dear aunt, would feel rather restrained in your current position. Thus he entrusted me with the task of bringing you forth. He added, "You two may converse at your leisure. I shall take my leave now, aunt." Recognizing the silence between them, the crown prince understood his presence was superfluous and departed with a cheerful grin. In an instant, Ning Chuchu's visage flushed crimson, her thoughts racing. How could such matters be divulged to others, even if the crown prince was merely a child? "Did you inform the crown prince of our affairs?" She could not restrain herself from asking, her tone tinged with subtle reproach and indignation. Turning away, her fingers brushed against a delicate flower, inadvertently snapping it from its stem. Reluctantly, she twirled the flower in her hand, unwilling to glance back. The crown prince, possessing keen intellect, had deduced the situation on his own. Xie Chengyun, likely aware of her bashfulness, refrained from encroaching upon her space. He stood quietly behind her, observing her lowered gaze, the way she plucked the flower, and her attempts to manage her embarrassment by fidgeting with the blossom. "How does the gentleman know that I would feel discontent in the Empress Dowager's palace?" Ning Chuchu retorted, skeptical of his insight. "I am aware you dislike feeling constrained, and given your mother and the Empress Dowager's sentiments, you should have some understanding. If your heart resists, it is only natural to feel discontented. Would you be inclined to assist me?" Ning Chuchu turned, her gaze earnest. At this juncture, she genuinely sought aid to extricate herself from her mother's grasp and to carve out an opportunity for herself. She firmly believed he would extend his help. "Chuchu, how do you wish for me to assist you?" He was aware of her intentions, yet deliberately wished for her to articulate them. "You know full well. Why must you inquire further?" Ning Chuchu, perturbed, found his obliviousness exasperating. How could he not grasp her needs? With a huff of frustration, she tossed the flower at him and, lifting her skirts, dashed away, inadvertently missing the subtle smile that graced his lips. "To brave fire and water, I shall not hesitate. Your desires, I shall fulfill." Xie Chengyun sighed softly, his words carried only by the wind, as if the flowers themselves danced in anticipation. He bent down to retrieve the flower, inhaling its fragrance, still imbued with her faint scent of pear blossoms. Reluctant to part with it, he tucked it into his garment. Alas, Ning Chuchu had already fled a considerable distance, oblivious to his whispered promise. Bathed in sunlight, with a gentle breeze causing his garments to sway, Xie Chengyun's demeanor radiated good cheer. Once he could no longer discern Ning Chuchu's figure, he strode towards the Fengxian Hall, where the palace banquet was to be held. At that moment, a frequently present attendant approached him with news. "My lord, the individual sent to investigate the Empress's personal maid has returned with information. They have located her." His voice bore a weight of seriousness. "Ensure she is well guarded and that no outsiders become aware. It appears that matters regarding that incident are soon to be clarified. Once he has investigated thoroughly, he will convey the information to her. Given the connection to her sister, he ought to be particularly attentive." Chapter 17. The Imperial Banquet. After parting ways with Xie Chengyun in the Imperial Garden, Ning Chuchu hurriedly made her way to the Fengxian Hall. At this moment, the hall was already filled with numerous attendees, the majority of whom were unfamiliar to her. Where could the fourth sister have gone? Observing her hurried demeanor, Ning Chuyen sought to pinpoint her faults. Upon hearing her inquiry, the Duchess turned her gaze toward Ning Chuchu. Although Ning Chuchu hesitated to respond to her sister, with their mother present, she felt compelled to fabricate a plausible explanation. "The Crown Prince has invited me elsewhere to discuss certain matters. After all, I am his maternal aunt." Such a response would undoubtedly satisfy her mother. Noticing the discontent etched on Ning Chuyen's face, she continued, "Indeed, my second sister is exceedingly concerned for my well-being, inquiring into every trivial detail. I merely wish the best for our fourth sister. This is the palace, and she is unfamiliar with her surroundings. If any misfortune were to befall her, it would affect us all." Ning Chuyen, provoked by Ning Chuchu's words, struck a nerve and retorted, "Rest assured, second sister, there is nothing amiss." Ning Chuchu paid little mind to her remark, well aware that her second sister relished finding fault with her. "That is not necessarily the case," Ning Chuyen replied, her tone laced with challenge. Enough. At the imperial banquet, let us behave ourselves, the Duchess interjected, unable to suppress her admonishment as she witnessed the escalating dispute between the two. With their mother's intervention, the sisters fell silent, resuming their seats in quietude. Yet, Ning Chuchu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment toward her mother, a bond she found difficult to sever, ultimately resigning herself to a state of inner conflict. Delegates from various nations began to arrive, each adorned in distinct attire, exuding unique charm. After approximately the duration of a tea break, the Empress Dowager and Emperor Jean made their grand entrance. The attendees promptly knelt, offering their respects, exclaiming, "Long live His Majesty, 10,000 years. Long live Her Majesty. 10,000 years." They then returned to their designated places. The foreign envoys also observed their respective protocols. Each delegate presented gifts to Emperor Jean, and the ministers of Jean were no exception. The South Yang envoy, General Qi Weifeng, presented 3 exquisite South pearls of the highest quality, along with countless jewels. The coastal proximity of South Yang provided its people with boundless wealth. The envoy from West Yin, Lady Xiang Zhuijingwen, offered a pair of white jade qilin and several boxes of untested precious jade stones. West Yin is renowned for its mountainous terrain, rich in minerals, particularly jade and iron. The envoy from Beijing presented 500 superior warhorses, as Beijing is celebrated for its exceptional steeds, known to cover 300 miles in a day, with many of the world's finest horses hailing from their lands. The ministers continued to bestow gifts, while the young ladies competed in beauty, each hoping to capture the emperor's attention and leave a favorable impression in his heart. After the ceremonial tribute concluded, Prime Minister Zhuo Jingwen of Xiyin rose gracefully, took a goblet of wine, and approached Emperor Jean's throne to offer him a toast. "Your Majesty," she began, "upon hearing that the Eastern Jin has established an academy for women, I ponder who among our ladies might excel in comparison. Might we not send representatives from both nations to compete? What say you, Your Majesty?" Yet, she harbored reservations. The Eastern Jin's academy had only been founded for 7 brief years, while in Xiyin, women had governed for centuries. Such comparisons seemed ill-conceived, yet a command had been issued. The Academy for Women was advocated by the Empress herself and has only been in operation for 7 years. Should your scholars wish to participate, they may do so, and regardless of the outcome, I shall bestow generous rewards, Emperor Jean proclaimed. Zhao Xian reflected for a moment before addressing the assembled ministers, expressing hope that their daughters might engage in the contest. A murmur rippled through the court as the noble women deliberated, yet none dared to step forth to compete. In that moment, Zhuo Jingwen found herself overlooked and isolated. The noble women of Eastern Jin, fearing defeat and the potential loss of familial honor, chose silence over participation. Observing the reluctance, Zhuo Jingwen feigned interest in Ning Chuchu, as if extending an olive branch. "I have heard during my time in Xiyin that Miss Ning, the 4th daughter of the Ning family, is the sister of the late Empress, renowned for her exceptional talents. It would indeed be an honor to receive her guidance," she stated. The envoys from Nanyang and Beijing remained at ease, indifferent to the unfolding events within the palace. However, Princeton of Beijing grew increasingly curious about Miss Ning. He pondered her potential response to the situation, unaware of the conspiracies he had overheard in the imperial garden. Perhaps it would be best to engage her in delightful pursuits. While the noble women of Eastern Jin remained silent, Zhuo Jingwen perceived this as fortuitous. Should no one step forward, it might lead other nations to believe that the Eastern Jin lacked capable women, casting doubt on their status as a formidable power. In this light, her mention of Ning Chuchu seemed entirely reasonable, evoking no suspicion, particularly since her sister, Ning Churu, was well known for her exceptional abilities. Moreover, even if Miss Ning were to lose, it would bear little significance. After all, the contest was merely a celebration of the Emperor's birthday. As she spoke, Zhuo Jingwen cast her gaze toward Ning Chuchu's direction, but found only emptiness. The envoys from various nations were seated at the front, while she faced the Ning family's residence. Yet Ning Chuchu's position was obscured from view, leaving her ignorant of the young lady's appearance. She, too, was following orders, compelled to act as directed. Yet, She remained uncertain of the ties between the esteemed Miss Ning and the Empress. Your Majesty, Master Xie has praised Miss Ning for her exceptional intellect, deeming her worthy of leading the students at the Women's Academy. Thus, it is only fitting for her to take part in this contest. I am certain Miss Ning will uphold the esteemed reputation of both the Empress and Master Xie. Cui Yinner interjected, standing to voice her thoughts. Cui Yinner harbored a deep desire for Ning Chuchu to suffer embarrassment within the Grand Hall. Thus she once again brought up Ning Chuchu's undeniable status as the foremost scholar at the Academy. Miss Ning, what are your thoughts? The Empress Dowager observed Ning Chuchu's mother, Xinyue Wei, humbly bowing before her, and she too aimed to bring Ning Chuchu into the palace, hoping to ease the delicate relationship between her and Emperor Jin Zhao. Should Ning Chuchu triumph in this contest, all would be well. If she failed, it would merely be her own standing that would falter. I am willing to represent Dongjin and participate in this trial, declared the young lady. Having spoken thus, Ning Chuchu could no longer decline and respectfully acquiesced, unaware of what the left chancellor wished to contest. The competition would likely revolve around the literary and martial arts. As for the literary aspect, fostering friendships through literature is indeed a refined pursuit. If it pleases you, let the esteemed side propose the literary topics, while I shall provide the martial challenges, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Regarding the martial aspect, I fear Miss Ning may lack martial prowess. Thus, let us substitute dance for combat, ensuring that the performance embodies both strength and grace. What does His Majesty, the Emperor, think of this? Very well. Zhao Xian nodded slightly and addressed Ning Chuchu. Miss Ning, simply do your best. Then let us begin with dance, suggested Zhuo Jinwen. Allow the ladies to change attire first. Ning Chuchu then descended to don a red dance costume, instructing her attendants to prepare the necessary props. The first round of competition was officially underway. Lin Chuan, noting that both participants were ready, announced it loudly. The representative from Xi'an took the stage first, a lady skilled in sword dancing, her movements graceful and enchanting. Ning Chuchu performed a dance upon the drum, its rhythm evoking images of soldiers rallying on the battlefield, her youthful vigor captivating the audience. Her form resembled that of a celestial being in motion, ensnaring the hearts of all present. Ning Chuchu was acutely aware that her sister excelled in this particular dance, one that encapsulated her own suppressed desires. While she had only mastered the surface, Xie Chengyun's gaze remained fixed on Ning Chuchu the moment she took the stage, indifferent to external matters. To the spectators, it was evident that Ning Chuchu surpassed in this performance. Zhuo Jinwen, unable to suppress her admiration, applauded for Ning Chuchu, and even Shenyue's expression brightened somewhat, perhaps believing that Ning Chuchu could successfully enter the palace through this display. The literary challenge arrived at Ning Chuchu's turn to propose a topic which she had contemplated thoroughly. If it were merely a test of eloquence, she might not stand as their equal. Thus, she resolved to choose a question often overlooked by others as the subject of this literary trial. Esteemed Master Xie, having heard of your extensive knowledge, might I request you to present a problem from the realm of mathematics, allowing us to solve it within the span of a single incense stick? What do you think, sir? Ning Chuchu inquired of Xie Chengyun. A farmer accumulates 1,000 jin of fruit, yet due to weather conditions, his daily sales decrease by 10%, with a daily reduction of 10% from the initial day, and the price drops by half, with a daily reduction of half from the initial day, incurring a daily loss of 1 qian. On the first day, he has 50 jin and 5 taels of silver. How many days must pass before he maximizes his earnings? After a moment of contemplation, Xie Chengyun formulated the problem. The time allotted by the incense stick swiftly elapsed, and neither participant could provide an answer, as neither excelled in mathematics. Ning Chuchu could only lament her lack of knowledge, acknowledging her unworthiness in such a refined gathering. Indeed, Miss Ning is truly wise, Zhuo Jinwen remarked, summoning 2 cups of wine from a nearby maid, approaching Ning Chuchu. Miss Ning need not belittle herself. This cup of wine I raise to you. If Miss Ning were born in my Western Yin, she would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Your Excellency, such compliments are unwarranted. I am truly grateful. Ning Chuchu raised her cup and finished the wine in her hand. Xie Chengyun pondered in silence. Had it not been for that individual's instructions, she would have wished to befriend this woman, arranging for exquisite delicacies and fine wine to engage in pleasant conversation. They spoke softly, their words inaudible to others, the nature of their gratitude remaining known only to themselves. What does His Majesty think of Miss Ning Si? Upon witnessing Ning Chuchu's victory in the contest, the Empress Dowager subtly broached the subject with Zhao Xian, suggesting that Miss Ning Si deserved commendation for her accomplishments today. Lin Chuan, go fetch the pair of luminous pearls and a pair of jade, auspicious objects from the storeroom to bestow upon Miss Ning Si. Zhao Xian commanded Lin Chuan to deliver the rewards, adding that should Miss Ning Si find a suitor in the future, he would grant her a marriage proposal. The court lady expresses her utmost gratitude to His Majesty. After thanking him, Ning Chuchu returned to her seat. However, her mother, Shun Yuewei, felt no joy. She was not pleased with the reward her daughter received, believing that it was indicative of her shortcomings that had led to His Majesty's indifference. Unbeknownst to them, the Prince of Beijing had already departed from the banquet. Chapter 18. The Prince Cui Yinner observed Ning Chuchu returning to her seat and discreetly signaled to a palace made to approach with wine, continuing their scheme to humiliate Ning Chuchu today. Once the maid received the signal, she approached with a jug of wine, feigning an accident as she spilled it onto Ning Chuchu. The maid then suddenly knelt before Ning Chuchu, repeatedly bowing her head, pleading, "Miss Ning, I did not intend to. Please forgive me, spare me." Her fearful demeanor suggested that Ning Chuchu would not be lenient. "You may leave now. I am certain it was not intentional. My sister will not hold it against you." Sister, right? Ning Chuyao, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of schadenfreude. She was unbothered by further embarrassing Ning Chuchu and lamented, "Oh dear, your clothes are stained. What shall we do? Miss Ning, you should change into a fresh outfit. It would be inappropriate to appear in such a state before the emperor." At this moment, Cui Yinner feigned great concern for her, appearing genuinely considerate. Ning Chuchu initially hesitated to leave, thinking that sitting in the corner would draw little attention, but their orchestrated banter piqued her curiosity about their intentions. After all, today was the emperor's birthday, and with envoys from various nations present, they likely would not dare to harm her, should they be discovered. The emperor would not spare them. "Miss Ning, please follow me. The changing room is not far." The maid, seeing that Ning Chuchu bore no intent to pursue her, was overjoyed to lead her away. "Shuiji, you accompany me." Ning Chuchu rose to follow her, allowing Shuiji to accompany her. However, after some time had passed without reaching the changing room, Ning Chuchu felt a sense of unease creeping in. She touched the fragrant pouch at her waist, feigning a sudden realization that something was amiss. "Shuiji, I seem to have left something at the banquet. Please go retrieve it for me." Ning Chuchu spoke with urgency, making it evident that the object in question held great significance for her. "Miss, what is it?" "It is a pear blossom jade pendant, one that my sister left for me. It is of utmost importance. You must go and retrieve it swiftly. I lost it last time in the Eastern Palace, and it was Master Xie who helped me find it. It means a lot to me, and you must bring it back." Shuiji recalled that since the time she had been by Miss's side, she had never seen the precious pendant that Miss claimed was left for her, let alone the incident of its loss and recovery by Master Xie, which had never occurred. Yet, she struggled to comprehend what exactly Miss Bai intended to convey. However, with the mention of Master Xie, whom Miss held in high regard, Shuiji pondered if she was being signaled to seek Master Xie's help, and what that had to do with him. Was Miss suggesting she might encounter danger and needed Master Xie's assistance? In the end, Shuiji grasped Ning Chuchu's intent. "This servant will go at once. Do not worry, Mississippi." With that, Shuiji hurried towards Fengxian Hall, making her way directly to Master Xie. The palace maid, who initially thought that Ning Chuchu had paused to converse with her attendant, believed she had caught on to something. However, she soon realized that Ning Chuchu was merely sending her maid to retrieve a forgotten item and continued to guide Ning Chuchu forward. As they moved farther from Fengxian Hall, and the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, Ning Chuchu's unease intensified. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, her voice sharp. Yet, the palace maid offered no reply, nor did she turn back. Just as Ning Chuchu contemplated returning, her path was blocked. A figure approached, pressing a cloth imbued with a sedative against her mouth and nose. In moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to resist. Subsequently, several young eunuchs carried her into a room where a man awaited. They placed Ning Chuchu beside him, igniting an aphrodisiac incense in the chamber, locking the door behind them and carelessly tossing the key aside before hastily departing. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment they left, the man on the bed opened his eyes and swiftly rose, extinguishing the incense that had been lit. He hardly resembled the ailing figure described in rumors. He commanded his subordinates to unlock the door and personally lifted Ning Chuchu, transporting her to another chamber where he gently laid her on the bed. Indeed, before he had been ensnared in this plot, he had been aware of the machinations at play. Now, he found himself merely bored, eager to engage with the unfolding drama. Earlier that day, in a secluded part of the imperial garden of the Eastern Jin, he had inadvertently overheard a conspiracy that surprisingly involved him. He was determined to facilitate a union between the frail envoy from Beijing and Ning Chuchu. Once the plan succeeded, rewards would certainly follow. What audacity from that frail envoy of Beijing, daring to show disrespect to the prince of an imprivate and even attempting to scheme against him, perhaps underestimating his awareness of their intentions. Unbeknownst to the conspirators, their every action was under the scrutiny of others. After a brief interval, Lin Chuchu's delicate hand stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering as if on the verge of awakening. "Miss Ning, you seem to be awake," he remarked, moving from the table to the bedside, offering her a cup of tea. "Who are you and why are you here?" Ning Chuchu's voice trembled with panic. She could only recall being rendered unconscious by a few young eunuchs, and was oblivious to the events that followed. Now, awakening in the presence of a strange man, she felt a surge of fear. She had presumed that on the emperor's birthday, no one would dare to harm her so brazenly, yet she had been woefully naive. "I am His Highness, Prince of the Beijing Kingdom. As for my presence here, it aligns with yours." At the banquet, a palace maid had added something to the drink I was about to consume. Though I had not yet sipped it, my senses, honed from growing up in the palace, detected the foul play. I feigned intoxication, allowing myself to be escorted to a chamber by several eunuchs. Shortly thereafter, you were brought in as well. "Please, do not come any closer." As he approached the bed, Ning Chuchu instinctively retreated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking the image of a frightened little rabbit, stirring a sense of compassion within him. "I harbor no ill intentions towards you, Miss Ning," he reassured her gently, noting her evident fear. "I merely wish to assist in thwarting this despicable scheme." At that moment, he found himself intrigued by her. He prided himself on his experience with people, yet he realized that a woman like her, capable of eloquence even in the grand hall, was truly delightful, surpassing all others he had encountered. The seemingly fragile yet resilient demeanor she possessed was captivating, and he couldn't help but admire her. Prince An was quite different from the rumors that circulated about him. Tales suggested he was a lecherous man, though such words were certainly not to be uttered in his presence. As their conversation unfolded, Ning Chuchu began to feel a warmth enveloping her, rendering her uncomfortable. "Oh, what do the rumors say about the young prince?" His curiosity about her perception of him intensified. Ning Chuchu chose not to answer his question, instead focusing on devising an escape plan. "Perhaps we should find a way to leave this place and resolve our immediate predicament. In the future, I would be delighted to invite His Highness for a modest drink as a token of my gratitude." Noticing that Prince An was merely observing her without responding, she pressed on, suppressing her discomfort in an attempt to appeal to his sensibilities. "If anyone were to discover us together in this room, it could tarnish your reputation, and I would bear the blame." His amusement was evident. "Miss Ning, you are truly clever with your words." She surprisingly still believed they were in that room, designed for them by others from the very beginning. He pushed open a window with determination, intending to lead her out through it. "Follow me," he said, glancing back at Ning Chuchu. However, the window was rather high for the petite Ning Chuchu, and jumping down like that would likely result in injury. "Jump down, I will catch you." Noticing her hesitation, he extended his arms, ready to receive her below. Ning Chuchu, suppressing her discomfort, had no choice but to trust him. She closed her eyes and leaped, landing safely in his embrace. Seemingly oblivious to her tension, he gently set her down on the ground. "Your Highness, the Prince of An, we part ways here," Ning Chuchu said, taking a step back and offering a slight bow. Once outside that room, she intended to separate from him. Allowing the palace attendants to see them together would undoubtedly stir trouble, something she had always detested. As for her remark about inviting him for a drink, she had not specified a time, as it was perhaps best not to meet again given the complexities between them. However, Ning Chuchu was unaware that this was no longer the same room where the young eunuchs had escorted her. He had not informed her that they could exit directly through the door. The Prince of An stood still, watching Ning Chuchu retreat into the distance. His guards, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. Today, their master had been acting unusually since they left the Imperial Garden. At that time, he had asked, "Shall I deal with them?" "No need," the master replied. "Today, events require your restraint. I will observe the unfolding situation." "Master, today is different from usual." Both he and the master had overheard the conspiracies of those individuals, yet the master chose not to take immediate action against them, instead involving himself in the matter. More significantly, the master had personally embraced the young woman, an act he had never dared to imagine, let alone witness. The young lady was indeed quite beautiful, which explained the master's willingness to assist her today. Chapter 19. Ambiguity. The Prince of An contemplated that Ning Chuchu seemed to be somewhat unwell, perhaps having been affected by some aphrodisiac. However, he had already extinguished the incense burner. Could it be that they had laced her drink at the banquet? Those individuals had truly schemed thoroughly to design a predicament for the two of them. With this thought, he instructed his guard to seek an antidote while he followed the direction she had taken. He needed to hurry. In her condition, she likely could not endure much longer. Moreover, her current state would not be suitable for others to see. It was rare to perform a good deed, and it was best to ensure she received complete assistance. With this in mind, he quickened his pace, but regrettably, he was still too late, forced to watch as another man carried Ning Chuchu away. She continued walking forward, feeling an unbearable heat coursing through her body, unaware of how long she had been walking or where she was headed. Suddenly, several palace maids hurried past, and Ning Chuchu felt an overwhelming urge to conceal herself from their sight. She struggled to retreat into the shadows, refraining from movement or sound. Yet, her discomfort was unbearable. She craved water, a cooling solace, but she could not allow anyone to discover her current state. Breathless, Ning Chuchu realized that should a man behold such beauty in distress, he would surely be captivated beyond measure. At that moment, a figure rushed by, only to return shortly thereafter. It was Xie Chengyun, who had been anxiously searching for Ning Chuchu with no success. As he hurried past, he caught a faint whiff of pear blossom fragrance, and he felt an immense relief in having found her before anyone else. When Shueji informed him that Ning Chuchu was in danger and needed his help, a whirlwind of worry and joy surged within him, for she had thought of him first in her peril. However, joy was eclipsed by anxiety. Xie Chengyun could only desperately follow Shueji's guidance, racing to the likely locations and dispatching every available resource in the palace to locate Ning Chuchu. He was terrified. The thought of arriving too late and failing to protect her was unbearable. "Sir," after enduring her emotions in silence for so long, Ning Chuchu finally broke down, weeping as she called out to Xie Chengyun. Upon hearing her cries, his heart ached even more. He cursed himself for not safeguarding her, fully aware that the palace was a den of corruption, yet allowing her to face such dangers alone. If only he had been more vigilant, more attentive, perhaps this predicament could have been averted. Why did it take you so long? Ning Chuchu felt a profound sense of grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. "Chuchu, it is my fault. I arrived late," Xie Chengyun lamented, guilt and remorse intertwining within him as he embraced her, gently wiping away her tears, repeatedly soothing her with tender reassurances. "Do not fear, Chuchu. I am here." Cradled in his arms, Ning Chuchu felt an overwhelming wave of discomfort. "Sir, I am so hot," she murmured helplessly. Her body instinctively shifted within his embrace, as if seeking a semblance of comfort. She nestled closer, her hand unwittingly reaching towards his chest. Just as she was about to slip her hand beneath his clothing, Xie Chengyun seized her wrist firmly, unwilling to release her. Seeing her thus, he suspected she had been drugged. He urgently commanded his attendant, Xie, go fetch Dr. Han from the Imperial Medical Institute, and do so swiftly. Xie, hearing this, utilized his agility to race toward the medical quarters, anxious not to incur his lord's wrath for any delay. Xie Chengyun lifted Ning Chuchu into his arms, evading the palace guards and attendants, and made his way toward an unoccupied palace nearby. Unbeknownst to them, this scene unfolded before the eyes of Prince Sin, who regretted allowing Ning Chuchu to venture alone. Had I known this earlier, Xie Chengyun continued to carry her towards the palace, with Ning Chuchu's cheeks rubbing against his chest. Her hair was occasionally blown by the wind stirred up by their movement, brushing against his neck, causing an itch that resonated in his heart. Ning Chuchu, firmly held by Xie Chengyun, was unable to move, her small mouth incessantly murmuring, each breath releasing warm sighs. She felt feverish, the heat radiating through her clothes and seeping into his heart. I feel so uncomfortable. Ning Chuchu could bear it no longer, her tiny hands playfully fidgeting on Xie Chengyun's body. He gently placed her on a bed within the palace. Chuchu, bear with it a little longer. The physician will arrive soon. Throughout their journey, Xie Chengyun was equally distressed by her antics, yet he could only rely on his willpower to endure. Please help me. I feel so uncomfortable. She rose from the bed, clinging to Xie Chengyun, unwilling to let him leave, finding solace in the coolness radiating from him. Chuchu, be a good girl. Xie Chengyun suddenly recalled the countless times he had felt fortunate that the person in that room was not her. But how could such a frail woman escape? Chuchu, how did you get out? After a moment of hesitation, she answered him in fragmented sentences. It was Prince and he helped me climb out through the window. Prince is a good man, not at all like the rumors. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xie Chengyun reached behind Ning Chuchu's head with one hand, firmly securing her body with the other, preventing any further movement. He captured her lips with a fierce kiss, imprisoning Ning Chuchu in his embrace. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape his grasp. Her protests were silenced between their lips. He would not allow her to mention any other man, even if that man had saved her once. From the moment he fell in love with her, it was destined that she could only belong to him. As for that man's kindness, should the opportunity arise, he would naturally repay it. Thus she need not harbor any concerns for him. Gradually, Ning Chuchu ceased to struggle, relaxing her body, allowing Xie Chengyun to explore her delicate teeth. Their lips and teeth intertwined, a moment of bliss that refused to part. Yet, Ning Chuchu, like a parched land encountering a refreshing rain, yearned for more, unaware that at this moment, the man was not to be trifled with. In an instant, Xie Chengyun pinned her beneath him. But just as they were about to delve deeper, an abrupt voice rang out from outside the door. Sir, Physician Han has arrived. At the sound of Xieli's voice, Xie Chengyun's awareness snapped back to reality. He waved his hand, drawing the bed curtains down to obscure their actions. Come in, his authoritative voice resonated outside. Xieli pushed open the door, ushering Physician Han inside. Having arrived in haste, Physician Han entered the room, still panting, struggling to regain his composure. Quickly, take the lady's pulse. Since Physician Han recognized Xieli as a guard of Xie Taifu, he proceeded without hesitation. As Han Tai beheld the sight of Xie Taifu tightly embracing a woman upon the bed, the curtains obscured her appearance, rendering it impossible to discern her identity. This young lady had evidently been administered an aphrodisiac, likely infused in her drink, the effects of which had now been unleashed. He was taken aback. It was common knowledge that the esteemed Taifu maintained a reputation for virtue, shunning the company of women. Yet here he was, holding a woman in his arms. In the very palace, no less. A moment's indiscretion could lead to irreparable ruin. Matters concerning nobility were best left unexamined. For Xie Taifu was not someone he could afford to offend. Is there an antidote? Xie Chengyun inquired sharply. The Imperial Hospital possesses a ready antidote, which I have brought. It is imperative to administer it to this young lady at once, replied Han Tai. He had been informed of Ning Chuchu's symptoms by Xieli upon locating him. Hence he had brought the antidote with him. Does this remedy have any side effects? Xie Chengyun's mind was still clouded with concern. There should be none, but any potential effects will only be evident with time, Han Tai responded. Mind your tongue. Speak not of what should remain unspoken, and do not gaze upon what should be unseen. The position of Deputy Director of the Imperial Hospital remains vacant, and I shall ensure you are nominated, Xie Chengyun stated. Recognizing that self-interest often swayed hearts. I shall guard my silence, as if it were a treasure. Nothing has transpired here today, he assured. Grateful for the favor of the esteemed gentleman. Han Tai, having served in the Imperial Hospital for many years without any advancement, expressed his loyalty fervently upon realizing Xie Chengyun's willingness to assist him. Should you require my services in the future, I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. With that, Han Tai hastily retrieved the antidote from his medical kit and departed, anxious that lingering any longer might further displease Xie Taifu. Xie Chengyun accepted the antidote and approached Ning Chuchu to administer it. How bitter! I refuse, Ning Chuchu protested, shaking her head vehemently, unwilling to ingest the remedy. He could only coax her gently, encouraging her to take it little by little. As she gradually calmed, his anxious heart found solace. He recalled the torment he felt while standing outside that room, hearing the moans of a man and a woman within. He hesitated to push open the door, terrified that it was Ning Chuchu inside, fearing the pain she would feel upon awakening, worried that he might arrive too late to save her, and most dreadfully, afraid that she might not endure the ordeal and choose to end her life. Yet he knew he must open that door. He needed to resolve the situation before anyone else arrived, ensuring that no one discovered the truth. Only then could he protect her reputation. Even if others later spoke ill of her, he would find a way to silence them. He would keep the identity of that man from Ning Chuchu, allowing her to believe it was he instead. Perhaps she would harbor resentment towards him, yet he would welcome it. Afterward, he intended to visit her family to propose marriage, pledging to marry her and remain steadfast by her side, growing old together. Chapter 20. Resentment. The palace banquet continued, with guests in the hall exchanging cups and reveling in merriment. The northern Prince Wang and the daughter of Duke Ning, Ning Chuchu, remain elusive. Yet this has little impact on those within the palace. At this moment, a palace maid hurriedly burst into the hall, exclaiming that Prince Wang, having indulged in drink, had acted inappropriately towards Miss Ning Si. Now, they were both pleading for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager's mercy. The maid knelt before the throne, incessantly bowing her head in supplication, as if she truly had urgent matters to convey, compelling her to intrude upon the court. You wretched servant, you have disturbed His Majesty's birthday celebration. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall face dire consequences, scolded concubine Chui Huier, feigning anger while secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. She was eager to witness how Ning Chuchu would navigate her circumstances from this day forth. The world believed that Chui Huier and Ning Chuchu had been friends since their days in the boudoir, and that their rapport continued within the palace. However, this was far from the truth. She harbored jealousy towards Ning Chuchu, resenting how effortlessly she obtained everything she desired, be it the title of Empress or the Emperor's affection. Ning Chuchu appeared to possess everything while feigning indifference to those very things, which were precisely what Chui Huier yearned for yet could never attain. But what did it matter now? Ning Chuchu was no longer present. She was gone, and even her sister could not compete with her. Chui Huier believed it would be simple to deal with a mere girl, still naive and inexperienced. From the moment the Emperor dispatched Lin Chuan to convey the decree, Chui Huier had nurtured a deep-seated resentment towards Ning Chuchu. Lin Chuan, accompanied by several young eunuchs, arrived at her quarters bearing an imperial edict. With a smile, he instructed her to kneel and receive the decree, while reciting words that were difficult to believe yet impossible to dismiss. Noble concubine Chui, having failed to manage the inner palace effectively, has allowed rumors to flourish. Henceforth, you are demoted to the rank of concubine, and the virtuous consort shall take charge of the harem. The rumors had been instigated by her own machinations, yet she had not anticipated that the Emperor, in his disregard for past affections, would thoroughly investigate the matter and issue such a decree in favor of the late Empress Ning Chuchu. Receive the edict, concubine Shui. Lin Chuan's voice echoed in her ears, laden with irony. Concubine Shui. What a title. Yet after all these years, she remains insignificant. Who, then, was this virtuous consort? Shui Huier had never before heard of such a figure in the palace. Suppressing her discomfort, she accepted the decree with gratitude, unable to resist inquiring of Lin Chuan. Who is this virtuous consort? Unbeknownst to her, this virtuous consort was none other than the beautiful Zhou, with whom she had previously clashed. Lin Chuan cast a sympathetic glance at Shui Huier, uncertain of the emperor's intentions in appointing Zhou, a rival, as the virtuous consort, bestowing upon her authority over the harem. Henceforth, it seemed that days would not bode well for concubine Shui. He added, His Majesty also mentioned that one can expect the virtuous consort Zhou to conduct affairs with utmost diligence. Lin Chuan was aware that the noble consort Shui, even during her time as a favored concubine, had extended her reach into the Eastern Palace. However, at that time, the relationship between His Majesty and the Crown Prince was rather distant. Nevertheless, the Emperor certainly understood the implications of each transaction. Yet, Shui Huier harbored thoughts contrary to Lin Chuan's. She did not believe she was in the wrong at all. In her heart, Shui Huier felt that since the late Empress Ning Chuchu had passed, there should be no one resembling her so closely, especially not Ning Chuchu, who was Ning Chuchu's own sister and shared a good rapport with the Crown Prince. Having entered the palace, Ning Chuchu posed a threat to her existence. Thus, Shui Huier resolved that she could not allow Ning Chuchu to remain in the palace, and the only solution was to ensure her disappearance or to strip her of any qualification to enter, so that Shui Huier could find peace. The fourth Miss Ning of Beijing Kingdom, along with Prince In, had been seen by palace maids who appeared shocked and terrified, trembling as they knelt on the ground. Although words were left unspoken, the meaning was clear to all present, resulting in a flurry of whispers within the hall. Today was indeed the emperor's birthday, yet they dared to behave in such a manner. The audacity of the Beijing people in our eastern gene was truly outrageous. As for Miss Ning, it was best not to speculate on her situation without knowing the facts. How shameless! Such behavior tarnishes family reputation. Indeed, it was a stark truth that while such matters might merely add a chapter of romance for a man, they would invariably invite scandal for a woman. Your Majesty, the young lady insisted, I could never act in such a manner. I am surely a victim of deceit. I implore you to discern the truth and restore my honor. Duke Ning Yuanji, upon hearing the palace maid's remarks, immediately rose and knelt before Emperor Jin to plead for forgiveness. However, the Duchess remained displeased due to the events during the banquet, her expression unfazed, as though detached from the affair, showing no concern whatsoever. Duke Ning continued, You maidservant, how dare you claim my daughter was alone with Prince In? Who instigated you to speak such nonsense? He knew his daughter well. She could never engage in such reckless behavior. Moreover, this incident could jeopardize the reputation of the entire Ning family, which he would never allow to be sullied. My lord, I speak only the truth, having witnessed it myself. If you do not believe me, the evidence will be clear. The palace maid, seeing the duke's disbelief, began to weep bitterly. Enough. The truth shall not be hastily concluded. Yet, the absence of Prince and Miss Ning from the hall does raise suspicions. We must all go and ascertain whether those two are indeed Prince and Miss Ning. If they are not, then this maid truly deserves punishment, and the rumors shall cease. Observing their heated dispute, the Empress Dowager proposed that they all go together to witness the truth. After all, she held no fondness for Duchess Xunyue and her two daughters. Having spent decades in the palace, she was not easily deceived by such schemes. However, she would not mind lending a hand to those who sought to expose their folly. The words of the Empress Dowager seemed to express concern for Ning Chuchu, ostensibly seeking to vindicate her. Yet beneath the surface lay an unwavering conviction that once again drew everyone's thoughts to Prince and Ning Chuchu. On the palace's bed, Ning Chuchu, having recently ingested an antidote, found herself drenched in sweat from the earlier heat, now feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Xie Chengyun, perceiving her discomfort, thoughtfully ordered a fresh set of clothing to be brought to her. Xieli, Please have someone prepare a clean outfit for Miss Ning and fetch her personal maid. Shuiji. Moments later, Xie Chengyun handed the garments to Ning Chuchu, instructing her maid Shuiji to assist her in changing, while he stepped outside to await her. My lord, as per your command, our people have apprehended them. They are now in the adjacent chamber, Cieli informed him as he emerged from within. Ensure they are closely monitored. We must avoid any unforeseen incidents. It is likely that the instigator will attempt to lure His Majesty that way, at which point I shall request permission to investigate this matter. Understood, my lord, Cieli replied, sensing that his superior had other plans and that his role was merely to follow orders. At that moment, Xie Chengyun felt a sense of divine favor upon them. He was immensely relieved to discover, upon entering the room, that the individuals present were unfamiliar to him, only a palace maid and a guard, not her. Although the reasons for their illicit activities remained unclear, today's events were undoubtedly tied to them. Yet, he could not act against them just yet. He needed the perpetrator to complete this charade, allowing him to capture them all in one fell swoop. But where was she? After his moment of relief, urgency took hold. He had to find her immediately, for only once he confirmed her safety could he find peace. Eventually, he located her, who had been poisoned but had been rescued by another. Now, his sole purpose was to avenge her, leaving no stone unturned against anyone who had harmed her or intended to do so. Inside the room, upon seeing her mistress, Shuiji could not contain her tears. Mistress, oh, it is all my fault. It took me so long to find you. Are you hurt? I am so worried and afraid, fearing my inadequacy in being unable to help you. She could only surmise from her mistress's words that she had sent her to seek the assistance of Master Xie. Yet a deep fear gripped her. If anything were to happen to her mistress, she would bear the burden of guilt eternally. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Do not cry. I am well now, thanks to the gentleman, Ning Chuchu thought, recognizing her prior negligence and vowing never to be so careless again. Please help me change. Shuiji carefully assisted her mistress in changing clothes and tidying her hair. During the change, noticing her mistress bore no injuries, Shuiji felt a measure of relief wash over her. The two of them steadied their emotions and emerged together. Yet Ning Chuchu was acutely aware that a fierce battle lay ahead, and she could not afford to let her guard down just yet. Your Majesty, the Emperor and Empress Dowager have gone to that place, and now everyone believes that Prince is engaging in scandalous behavior with Miss Ning. At this moment, after arranging a few individuals, Cieli informed them of the current situation. What should I do now? When we go over later, we could say this. Xie Chengyun synchronized her narrative with the others, stating that she had gone to change clothes with Shuiji, then took a stroll outside, and later encountered him. Upon hearing of the matter, she accompanied him to investigate. But what about Princeton? Since he is willing to assist you, he surely will not expose you. Trust me. Hearing the mention of another man from her lips, he was indeed filled with jealousy. Chapter 21. Breaking the deadlock, the officials continued to enjoy the company of the diplomats from various countries, while I, alongside the Empress Dowager and Duke Ning, went to see what was amiss. Emperor Jin, Zhao Xian, naturally harbored concerns regarding Duke Ning, for Ning Chuchu was his sister. Should something unfortunate occur, he feared she would blame him. To ensure her peace of mind, he vowed to handle the situation well. It would be best if the individual in question were not his sister. If it were indeed her, he would minimize the harm to Ning Chuchu. He would also ensure a thorough investigation, refusing to allow her sister to be wronged or unjustly accused. The Empress Dowager, the members of the Duke Ning's household, and several ladies of the harem followed closely behind His Majesty as they proceeded toward that location. Upon arrival, they heard certain sounds. The ambiguous sounds emanating from within the room were quite embarrassing for everyone present. Shameless, barked Lin Xuan, the chief eunuch beside the emperor. He thought to himself that today was the emperor's birthday, yet such sordid affairs were being stirred up, and those inside truly deserved the harshest punishment. Ning Chuchu was indeed disgraceful for conducting herself in such a manner with foreign diplomats on the emperor's birthday. It was utterly humiliating. Cui Yinner felt that her and her sister's plan had succeeded, and this Ning Chuchu, whom she had loathed for years, would soon be utterly disgraced, unable to hold her head high henceforth. No wonder it had taken her so long to change clothes. she was here engaging in such demeaning actions with Princeton. As she spoke, Cui Yin'er could not suppress her excitement, momentarily losing her composure, her smile unable to be concealed. Miss Cui, be cautious with your words. The identity of those inside remains unknown. Do not defame the young lady. Duke Ning interjected, stepping forward to confront Cui Yin'er with a fierce glare. Forcing her to retreat a few steps before regaining her footing, her smile dimmed somewhat. What was Duke Ning doing, intimidating a young girl? The Empress Dowager, witnessing this, felt that Duke Ning's actions were unbecoming, and thus admonished him. I truly pity the Empress. In the past, she cherished Miss Ning dearly. Yet, Miss Ning's current behavior is a grave betrayal of the Empress's affection, tarnishing both Duke Ning's household and the Empress's reputation. Observing the Empress Dowager's inclination to assist, concubine Cui Hui'er could hardly contain her eagerness to add her voice. Cui Hui'er and her sister Cui Yin'er shared identical sentiments. Yet Hui'er consistently expressed her disdain for Ning Chuchu, as if no one within that space could possibly be anyone but Ning Chuchu. Sister Cui and Miss Cui had not even laid eyes upon the occupants of the room. How could they ascertain that she was indeed the fourth Miss Ning? Or did they witness it with their own eyes? Zhou Xianfei, who had once faced reprimand from Cui Hui'er when she was merely a petite beauty, had since held a grudge against her. She was always eager to create discomfort for Hui'er. Moreover, she was aware of the sister's disdain for the fourth Miss Ning. Notably, Hui'er and the late Empress Ning Chuchu had once been close companions. Yet Hui'er entered the palace during the Empress's pregnancy, indicating her lack of genuine sisterly affection for the Empress. How could she truly have the late Empress's reputation at heart? Such a disposition towards Hui'er was particularly intolerable to Zhou Xianfei. Go inside and ascertain the identities of those within. Rouse them from their slumber. This is utterly outrageous. The Empress Dowager commanded Mama beside her, her tone revealing her considerable vexation at the scene. Following the Dowager's cue, Mama, accompanied by several eunuchs, boldly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, the two individuals inside remained oblivious to their presence, and the ambiguous sounds that permeated the air filled Mama with both indignation and embarrassment. She lifted the bed curtains, discovering a man and a woman entwined together. Not the Prince of Beijing and fourth Miss Ning Chuchu, as the populace had speculated. Hastily, she instructed a young eunuch behind her to awaken the couple and rushed out to inform the noble ladies waiting outside. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, the individuals inside do not appear to be in good spirits, she reported while kneeling on the ground. I suspected it was Ning Chuchu all along. Before Mama could finish her statement, Cui Yin'er interrupted, confidently asserting that the person was indeed Ning Chuchu. The individuals inside are not the fourth Miss Ning. They are merely an ordinary palace maid and a guard, whom Mama quickly clarified, concerned that misunderstandings regarding the fourth Miss might arise, leading to undesirable repercussions for herself. If Ning Chuchu were present, she would certainly recognize this maid, who spilled wine on her gown at the palace banquet and later assisted her in changing. That is inconceivable. You must have been bribed by Ning Chuchu to utter such nonsense, Cui Yin'er exclaimed in disbelief. I clearly instructed someone to watch as Ning Chuchu was led into that chamber. Why is it not her? Why is it not her? Miss Cui, I assure you, the individuals inside are not the fourth Miss Ning. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, my words are truthful, whom Mama insisted, being a long-standing confidant of the Empress Dowager, one who cannot be easily swayed by Ning Chuchu. Why do you not bring out those inside? Zhou Xianfei, is this how you manage the harem? The Empress Dowager, upon realizing that the occupants were not Ning Chuchu, lost interest in lingering further. She exchanged a few words with Zhao Xian, expressing her fatigue and deciding to return to her palace for rest, leaving the subsequent matters of the harem to Zhou Xianfei. Once the two individuals in the chamber were roused, they quickly comprehended the gravity of their predicament. Yet they could only profess ignorance as to why they found themselves in such a compromising situation. I have encountered you before. Were you not accompanying Ning Chuchu to change her clothes? How is it that you are here now? At this moment, Cui Yin'er inadvertently mentioned Ning Chuchu, implying something deeper. Certainly, Miss Ning Si intends to harm me. I merely spilled wine on her garments by accident. Your Majesty, Empress, I am innocent. I am wronged. The palace maid seemed to grasp the situation, yet she did not hesitate to slander Ning Chuchu, claiming that she harbored resentment against her and sought revenge. Your Majesty, if we summon Ning Chuchu and Prince Beijing to confront one another, the truth shall be revealed, and Miss Ning Xi's innocence can be restored. Remarked Consort Zhou to Zhao Xian. Since the Empress Dowager entrusted her with this matter, she was determined to investigate thoroughly. Then let us summon Prince N and Miss Ning Xi, Zhao Xian stated calmly, and those present promptly set about fulfilling his command. Accompanying Ning Chuchu was another, known as Xie Chengyun. The young lady respectfully greeted the emperor, the consort, and the other ladies. As Ning Chuchu and Xie Chengyun bowed in deference, they inquired about the purpose of the empress and emperor seeking them. Noting their silence, Ning Chuchu ventured to ask, "Where has Miss Ning Xi gone?" Consort Zhou, her expression impassive, responded with an air of official business. "Your Majesty, consort, I accidentally soiled my skirt at the palace banquet and went with Shui Ji to change garments. I am uncertain as to why you have sent someone to seek me." Ning Chuchu replied with a calm demeanor. "Miss Ning Xi, you are lying. It was clearly I who led you to change your clothes," the palace maid challenged. Ning Chuchu continued, "This maid inadvertently spilled wine on me during the banquet. I did not hold it against her, merely requested her guidance. After she pointed the way for me and my maid Shui Ji, she departed. Once I had changed, feeling slightly intoxicated, I strolled in the small garden outside. Subsequently, I encountered Xie Taifu, who was also out to clear his head. Your Majesty, I am unaware of what transpired later in Fengxian Hall, nor do I understand why this maid accuses me of harming her. Xie Taifu can attest to my account. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth." As she spoke, Ning Chuchu knelt, bowing her head to Zhao Xian with utmost sincerity. "Sia Ching, is what Miss Ning Xi has stated true?" Zhao Xian inquired. "Your Majesty, every word from Miss Ning Xi is accurate. I happened upon her in the small garden and later heard that the consort sent someone to find her, claiming a palace maid wished to confront her. So I accompanied her," Xie Chengyun replied. "You speak falsely. I clearly saw Ning Chuchu's maid come to seek you." Chui Yinner refused to relent. Recalling the two slaps, she had not forgotten. "Perhaps Miss Chui has misinterpreted," Xie Chengyun said, dismissing her words. "Miss Cui, it is well known among those in the library that you and I have long been at odds. What is your true intention in so maligning me today?" Ning Chuchu, witnessing Chui Yinner's demeanor, was unwilling to let the matter slide so easily. She was acutely aware that today's events were undoubtedly connected to the two sisters. The individuals inside remained oblivious to who they were, yet they persistently referred to her as Miss Ning Xi. It perplexed her why she found herself here, and even more so, why her name was being uttered by them. This left Chui Yinner momentarily at a loss for words, only able to assert that upon entering the Fengxian Hall, the palace maid had claimed an inappropriate connection between her and Prince N, a statement she had merely overheard. At that moment, Prince N arrived, approaching steadily and positioning himself beside Xie Chengyun, casually scrutinizing him. He was eager to discern what qualities within Xie Chengyun warranted Ning Chuchu's reliance. The prince expressed his own confusion, stating that he was unacquainted with Miss Ning Xi, and being aware that today marked the Emperor Jin's birthday, he would naturally refrain from any impropriety. While feigning uncertainty, he continued, questioning why Miss Chui was so certain of the identities of those within. Was she, perchance, a diviner? Or had she been privy to the events of the day? Furthermore, he inquired why the palace maid would insinuate an ambiguous relationship between him and Miss Ning Xi, considering that prior to the banquet, he had not known her at all. The Emperor Jin ought to ensure a thorough investigation, restoring justice to the prince. He would not acknowledge actions he had not committed, and he implored not to wrongfully accuse him. Your Majesty, this matter is fraught with uncertainties. It would be prudent to entrust the investigation to me. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution, Xie Chengyun asserted, seeking Zhao Xian's permission to pursue the inquiry. He vowed not to spare those who had plotted against her. Then let this matter be entrusted to Xie Ching. He must ensure justice for Prince N. After this declaration, Zhao Xian departed with the others. Chapter 22. Trust As Xie Chengyun and his companions watched Zhao Xian's retreat, they ordered the apprehension of all implicated eunuchs and palace maids, intending to interrogate them subsequently. Duke Ning Yuanji, approached Xie Chengyun with a gesture of goodwill, expressing gratitude for his efforts today and hoping he would soon ascertain the truth. Restoring justice for his daughter. The Duke believed there were numerous uncertainties surrounding the day's occurrences, and a swift resolution would benefit both Ning Chuchu and the Duke's household. Ultimately, the clarity of this affair and its outcome would rely on Xie Chengyun. Duke Ning, as this matter pertains to Miss Ning Si, it would be prudent to allow her to accompany me in the inquiry, enabling her to discern who seeks to entrap her, Xie Chengyun proposed. His intention was to involve Ning Chuchu in the investigation. If the Duke could concur, it would be ideal. Should he disapprove, Xie Chengyun had his own means to ensure her participation. He did not believe that Shui Pin and her sister could orchestrate today's event alone, and the palace maid who had drawn everyone's attention likely harbored ulterior motives. However, this may not be entirely appropriate. Duke Ning hesitated, considering whether it was indeed suitable for Ning Chuchu to investigate alongside Xie Chengyun. What is inappropriate? I too wish to uncover who masterminded this plot, and both Miss Ning Si and I are parties involved. It would be rather dull if we were absent. Moreover, I await Xie Tai Fu to deliver justice for both myself and Miss Ning Si. Standing aloof, Princeton spoke nonchalantly, observing that Ning Chuchu's father was reluctant to acquiesce. He resolved to lend her a hand, as she surely wished to clarify the matter, thus affording him more opportunities to see her. Miss Ning Si, what do you think? He turned to gaze at Ning Chuchu, his eyes deep with unspoken sentiments, hidden from the view of others. Will your father consent? Ning Chuchu, feeling his gaze upon her, diverted her attention elsewhere, fixating on her father, Duke Ning Guogong, in eager anticipation of his response. Since Prince and has spoken thus, you should thoroughly investigate the truth of this matter with Master Xie, Duke Ning Guogong remarked. Master Xie, I implore you to take good care of my daughter. Unable to offend Princeton, he had no choice but to comply. However, the matter bore significant implications for Prince Anne's reputation. Although he had never possessed a commendable name, the honor of his daughter must still be preserved. Should Prince Anne harbor dissatisfaction and, in a moment of carelessness, utter unseemly words, it would bear grave consequences not only for his daughter but also for the Duke's household, a result he was unprepared to endure. Duke Ning Guogong offered a few more words of counsel to Ning Chuchu before departing with the entourage of the Duke's household. Throughout, Madame Shenyue, the Duke's wife, had not uttered a single word in Ning Chuchu's defense, appearing utterly indifferent. Seeing that Prince Anne continued to gaze at Ning Chuchu without any intention of leaving, Xie Chengyun's displeasure grew. His voice was cold and detached as he remarked, "The day wanes. Let us confine them to the prison for now and conduct further inquiries at a later date." What does Prince Anne think? It was only then that Prince Anne turned his gaze upon Xie Chengyun, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Very well. Miss Ning Si should return home and rest well, regaining her strength for the continued pursuit of the truth. Prince Anne then shifted his focus back to Ning Chuchu. I must extend my gratitude for your assistance today, Your Highness. Ning Chuchu, recalling his 2 acts of kindness that day, felt compelled to express her thanks once more. Though her words were limited, "It is my honor to serve Miss Ning Si," Prince Anne replied, his expression brightening with genuine delight. Xie Chengyun could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, positioning himself before Ning Chuchu, blocking Prince Anne's view, forbidding him a single glance more. Prince Anne should return to rest. Otherwise, your beauties may grow anxious. His tone was notably frigid, as if deliberately intended to convey to Ning Chuchu that Prince Anne was not a virtuous man, no different from the lecherous sorts. As the rumor suggested, Prince Anne's conduct might well harbor ulterior motives, and Ning Chuchu ought to exercise caution and maintain her distance. The relationship between Master Xie and Miss Ning Si was indeed peculiar. Prince Anne suppressed his displeasure, yet he regarded the position of a mere taifu as inconsequential compared to his own. Your Highness, Master Xie, I believe it is best if I take my leave, Ning Chuchu declared, bidding farewell to both gentlemen. Accompanied by her maid, Shuiji, she turned away and boarded the carriage to return home. She always found the atmosphere between the two of them somewhat peculiar, as if they had shared a deeper connection. She felt an urge to distance herself. Being in their presence felt rather unsettling. Just as she was about to board the carriage, Xie Chengyun caught up with her, instructing the coachman that he wished to discuss important matters with Ning Chuchu, and thus he entered the carriage as well. Shuiji, aware of the situation, refrained from joining them, believing that the young lady and the esteemed scholar were a fitting pair. When Ning Chuchu noticed Xie Chengyun approaching, she was taken aback. "It is getting late, and I worry for your safety. May I escort you home?" He interrupted her unfinished sentence, providing no grounds for her to decline as he stepped into the carriage. Ning Chuchu responded softly, her gaze lowered. She thought to herself, now that he has boarded, could she possibly ask him to leave? How frustrating. As the carriage began to move slowly, silence enveloped them. The carriage, not particularly spacious, felt cramped with a man and a woman inside, while the two ladies had ample room. Ning Chuchu nestled into one corner, trying to avoid Xie Chengyun's gaze. Yet an ambiguous tension lingered in the air between them. Suddenly recalling a recent event, she felt a flush of embarrassment and spoke up. "Today, I did not intend for it to happen that way. I was merely unwell." She did not wish for him to think she had deliberately acted inappropriately, nor did she wish to seduce him. She had simply lost control at that moment. Moreover, she wanted to believe that he was a man of integrity who would not act inappropriately towards her. Trust, yes, she trusted him, though she could not pinpoint when that sentiment had taken root. "I know you are under the influence of a potion," Sia Chengyun said, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "You mustn't speak of it. It wasn't as you think," Ning Chuchu quickly interrupted, unwilling to let him continue. Reflecting back, she realized how audacious she had been at that moment. She was not usually so bold. Seeing her flustered and vexed, Xie Chengyun understood that he should not bring up the matter again. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing Ning Chuchu to topple sideways, and just as she was about to fall, Xie Chengyun instinctively caught her in his embrace. Her head rested against his chest, and he gazed down at her with deep affection. The scent of his incense enveloped her, a subtle aroma of pine that made her cheeks flush, leaving her hesitant to move. Both seemed to recall the past, the air between them thickening with heat. In that moment, Ning Chuchu pressed tightly against Xie Chengyun, yearning for more, seeking greater comfort, like a child who, having tasted something delightful, craves for more. Meanwhile, Xie Chengyun was tormented by his desires, striving to maintain his composure. Yet Ning Chuchu's playful advances made it increasingly difficult for him to remain unaffected. "Sir, miss, is everything all right?" called the coachman anxiously from outside, breaking the intimate atmosphere within the carriage. Ning Chuchu hurriedly pushed Xie Chengyun away, feigning that nothing had occurred. While she adjusted her dress, what had transpired? Xie Chengyun's tone carried a hint of displeasure. The young servant explained, "Master Xie, the fourth miss. There was a stone in the road. We are unharmed. Let us continue our journey." Ning Chuchu's expression calmed, and she picked up a book to read, casting no further glances at Xie Chengyun. Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, Xie Chengyun watched her enter the estate before stepping into his carriage, allowing Xie to drive them away. "My lord, shall we return to the manor now?" Xie inquired from outside the carriage. Given his understanding of his master, he knew that any matters related to the fourth miss would be promptly investigated. "To the prison, interrogate them," Xie Chengyun commanded. The prison was dark and damp, infested with vermin, and heavy with the scent of blood. Xie Chengyun sat upon a plain chair. Even in this dismal chamber, his dignity remained intact. He quietly observed the group before him, his gaze fixating on the young palace maid who had doused her with wine and attempted to harm her. To him, this maid's crimes were unforgivable. Xing'er, a junior maid from the imperial kitchen, had a younger brother and sister at home, along with a gravely ill mother. As Xie Chengyun spoke softly, he tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, revealing his dwindling patience. "Who instigated you?" "I know nothing. I do not understand how I ended up here." "I swear I know nothing," Xing'er insisted, shaking her head resolutely, refusing to divulge any information while bound to the torture rack. In all his experience, Xie Chengyun had never encountered a silent prisoner in this dungeon. His patience waned, and he ordered Xie to administer punishment to Xing'er. The prison echoed with her anguished cries, piercing and filled with despair, intensifying the already potent scent of blood. Afterward, Xie Chengyun stated, "You must consider this carefully. I am not opposed to imprisoning your family as well. I wonder if they would endure such a fate." It seemed a thought struck Xing'er, and suddenly she was willing to speak. I confess it all. It was a maid named Lu Yin, serving beside concubine Shui, who commanded me to act thus. She knew of my ailing mother and my young siblings, and promised me 100 taels of silver once I succeeded. I was merely following orders. Master Xie, I beg you, spare me. Chapter 23. Interrogation. The maid, enduring her injuries, continually pleaded for mercy from Xie Chengyun, fearful that if she did not speak the truth, he would not spare her family. Master Xie, please forgive me. It was all Lu Yin's instigation. I implore you. My lord, save me. I have a mother and younger siblings to care for. Xing'er revealed everything she knew, pointing the finger at Lu Yin, the maid beside concubine Shui. Xie Chengyun immediately dispatched someone to apprehend Lu Yin from concubine Shui's quarters, while the concubine herself was filled with anxiety, fearful that Lu Yin would betray her. When the guards entered the palace to take someone away, Chui Pin was most reluctant, exclaiming, "You possess great audacity to come here and seize someone. How dare you humiliate me in this manner? I shall certainly inform my father of this matter, so that he may hold you accountable and let his majesty punish you." She forbade them from taking Lu Yin and stood defiantly before them, attempting to deter their actions, hoping to instill hesitation in their hearts. She would not allow them to implicate her. Had they not been sent by a holy decree to investigate this matter, they would likely have faced dire consequences and offended the wrong person. Seeing her unwavering stance, the leader of the guards could only respond sternly. "We are here under the Emperor's command, assisting Master Xie in this investigation. The maid Lu Yin is a suspect, and we are ordered to apprehend her. I beseech you, Lady Chui, do not complicate matters for us, and do not defy the imperial order." With that, they advanced to seize Lu Yin. Realizing she could not obstruct them, Chui Pin leaned closer to Lu Yin and whispered, "Do not worry. As long as you remain silent, none of this will concern me. I shall find a way to rescue you. Remember, only by safeguarding my position can you ensure your own safety." Yet, Lu Yin dismissed her words, focused solely on completing the task entrusted to her by her master. She had not failed his expectations. From the moment he saved her, she became his loyal servant. He had kept her near Chui Hui'er for years, earning her trust, which she had successfully achieved. This plan was one she had skillfully orchestrated to lead Chui Hui'er into making the wrong choices. Though her master had not explicitly commanded it, she felt it her duty to alleviate his burdens and gradually unveil the truth of that bygone era. Calmly, Lu Yin followed them to the prison, fully aware that this moment would eventually arrive. Inside the cell, the others were wary of Xie Li's methods. Recognizing that they were merely acting on orders for their own gain, not wishing to lose their lives in the process. "So what will it be? Will you confess or remain silent?" Xie Chengyun's chilling gaze swept over them, prompting their pleas for mercy. The confessions yielded similar results. Some were ensnared by Lu Yin's grasp, others tempted by illicit gain, and some willingly committed wrongful acts in gratitude for past kindness. Once these individuals had confessed, Xie Chengyun sought to interrogate Lu Yin. He harbored a deep-seated loathing, even hatred, for her and had no intention of allowing her to leave alive. He had discovered that she had instigated the schemes against the sisters Chui Yin'er and designed to frame Ning Chuchu. Thus, he would not easily let her off the hook. "Xie, subject her to the punishment first. Do not let her die yet." Lu Yin displayed a measure of resilience, enduring various tortures without yielding. As Xie administered the punishment, he inquired, "Why did you conspire against Miss Ning Si? Who instructed you? Speak truthfully, and perhaps the Lord will spare you." Yet Lu Yin remained obstinate, her blood staining her garments, sweat trickling down her cheeks, her demeanor one of utter disarray. Ultimately, she could not withstand the torment and succumbed into unconsciousness. "My lord, she has fainted," Xie reported, lowering his whip and bowing to Xie Chengyun. Upon returning to the residence, it was decided that the matter would be reviewed again the following day, with instructions given to keep a vigilant watch over her to prevent any unforeseen incidents. With that, Xie Chengyun summoned a lantern and proceeded towards the prison. Xie, you shall personally fetch Chuchu at dawn tomorrow. No, I shall go myself, he declared as he boarded the carriage back to the Sia residence. Expressing a desire to spend more time with Ning Chuchu. Should I inform Prince and Beijing? Xie inquired, skillfully maneuvering the carriage. He believed that since this matter involved both the prince and Miss Ning, it would be prudent for them both to be present. Unnecessary, came Xie Chengyun's cold reply. He seemed to be lost in thought, a palpable displeasure settling in his heart. The prince's excessive attentiveness towards her today, including his claims of great honor, was undoubtedly suspect, and Xie Chengyun held no affection for him. Once this affair was resolved, he instructed that the outcome be communicated to the prince, ensuring he would not be afforded the opportunity to approach Ning Chuchu or shower her with undue favor again. Upon returning to the Sia residence, Xie hesitated, appearing as if he had more to say. What is it? Xie Chengyun, perceiving his reticence, accompanied him to the study. Some matters, after all, were not meant for the ears of others, and the outside was hardly an appropriate setting for discourse. Following Xie Chengyun into the study, Xie noted the absence of others and promptly closed the door behind them. A messenger had conveyed that in 3 days, an invitation awaited the esteemed one at Yunxiang Tower. Sir, shall you attend the banquet? The study remained dim, illuminated solely by the flickering light of the lantern in Xie hand. Send a reply. I shall attend, Xie Chengyun mused in the enveloping darkness, after considerable contemplation. Though reluctant to return, his younger brother held contrasting views. Where is he now? Xie Chengyun moved towards the candlestick, igniting a candle with a taper. Young Master Yin currently resides at the Grand Xianghui Temple outside the city. Will you meet him? Xie noted the generally amicable relations between the master and the young man. Inform him to join us in 3 days. As the candle continued to burn, the study gradually brightened, enveloping Xie Chengyun in a warm glow, suggesting his mood was quite favorable at that moment, though the group remained unaware of his presence. If he desired something, he would strive to attain it himself. Despite being brothers, sharing a visage yet differing in temperament, interests, and emotional closeness, he was willing to assist his younger brother in ensuring that this group would cease to intrude upon his life. The following morning, after changing outfits several times, Xie Chengyun finally settled on his attire for fetching Ning Chuchu. He communicated his purpose to the household staff, and after proper arrangements, he made his way to Tingyu Garden, where Ning Chuchu awaited. Once she had completed her grooming, they proceeded together to the prison. During the carriage ride, Xie Chengyun recounted some details of the previous night's interrogation, ensuring she was well informed. The atmosphere within the prison was thick with resentment, filled with cries, moans, and pleas for mercy. While Shuiji appeared anxious, Ning Chuchu remained unfazed, walking calmly alongside Xie Chengyun. Under the leadership of Xie Chengyun, the two approached Lu Yin, who was already battered and bruised. Why do you wish to harm me? Ning Chuchu spoke softly, standing 3 paces away. In truth, she could discern the enmity directed towards her within the palace was confined to just a few individuals, particularly as she served as a maid to Cui Yin'er. The outcome was glaringly evident. Lu Yin, having endured various tortures, could scarcely hold on any longer. Their standoff was brief, and ultimately, it was Lu Yin who succumbed. I am merely acting on the orders of Lady Cui, Lu Yin confessed, her voice trembling as she recounted the anticipated revelations. Lady Cui is envious of your sister and harbors a deeper disdain for you, who bears her likeness. She fears that the Duke of Ning's household may bring you into the palace, and should you, resembling the late Empress, gain the Emperor's favor, her position in the harem would be further jeopardized. She paused, took a breath, and continued. Only by ensuring you are forever barred from entering the palace can Lady Cui rest easy. Yet, both sisters could not quell their resentment and plotted to entangle you with Prince and of Beijing, a man notorious for his debauchery. Their intent was to tarnish your reputation so thoroughly that you would be forced into exile, leaving them to rejoice, their grievances momentarily quelled. Is it truly for such trivial reasons? Ning Chuchu pondered, feeling the complexities of human nature weigh heavily upon her, especially over matters not yet realized and trivial grievances. You two have someone you care for. Do you not wish to see that person once more? Ning Chuchu notiket a handkerchief on Liu Yin, which appeared to belong to a man. She instructed someone to retrieve it, and Xie Chengyun did not impede her actions, merely standing by and allowing her to navigate the situation as she saw fit. Whatever her intentions, he would support her unwaveringly. The handkerchief bore but a simple character, but it was clear that it held significant value, likely given to her by someone dear. Ning Chuchu set the handkerchief aside and remarked, "Having served beside Cui Yen'er for many years, you must know many of her secrets." Lu Yin comprehended Ning Chuchu's implication. Indeed, she longed to see someone. Ever since the gentleman rescued her from the clutches of villains, she had obeyed his commands, remaining in the palace to await an opportune moment to serve him. Yet, years had passed without a glimpse of him, and she yearned to convey her unwavering loyalty, to assure him that she had not disappointed him and that she took joy in serving him, never regretting her choice. If only she had another opportunity. Such is human nature. One may confront despair, only to discover a flicker of hope in the next moment, grasping it with desperate fervor. I do indeed know Lady Chui's secrets, those pertaining to the late Empress, and I can divulge them all to you. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Yin's eyes. Perhaps she could exchange the secrets of Cui Hui'er for a chance at survival. Chapter 24. Conspiracy to harm Lu Yin had relinquished her desire for death. Yet she was uncertain of the lengths to which Ning Chuchu might go for her sister, and thus she resolved to test the waters. The Empress met her untimely demise at the hands of treachery. Once in good health, her situation took a dire turn, prompting a pause in the conversation. Ning Chuchu had yet to make any promises, leaving the Empress to dangle in uncertainty. "What is it?" Ning Chuchu inquired anxiously. Her curiosity piqued regarding the circumstances of her sister's death, despite the prevailing narrative that she perished from complications during childbirth. Should there truly be foul play involved, she would not let those responsible escape unscathed. Yet, she was acutely aware that her sister had changed after marrying His Majesty. The joy that once graced her face had faded, leaving her spirit seemingly extinguished. "If I reveal this, will Miss Ning spare me?" Lu Yin's voice was faint, yet she harbored a fervent desire to survive. "You wretched creature, having harmed our young lady, you still dare to seek her mercy? How shameless!" Shuiji, sensing Lu Yin's cunning, rebuked her fiercely. "Miss, do not be so easily swayed by her. She is far from virtuous, and her words are not to be trusted." Shuiji approached Ning Chuchu, whispering a gentle warning in her ear. "I will plead for your life, doing my utmost to secure your safety, but beyond that, I cannot intervene." Ning Chuchu then asked, "What of Lord Xie?" Lu Yin raised her gaze, fixating on Xie Chengyun. She seemed to infer the connection between him and Ning Chuchu, believing that if Ning Chuchu consented, Xie Chengyun would grant her clemency. Ning Chuchu followed her gaze and spotted Xie Chengyun. "Since Chuchu has agreed to spare you, I have means to ensure your survival. You need only divulge the truth of what you know," Xie Chengyun stated, aligning with her expectations. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a verbal assurance before Ning Chuchu, and what lay ahead remained uncertain. Lu Yin, having received a promise, though still skeptical, fell into a brief silence before revealing the truth to Ning Chuchu and the others. The Empress suffered during childbirth because the favored consort bribed a maid named Ro from Fengyi Palace to mix a blood-thinning agent into the Empress's labor-inducing medication, leading to her tragic fate. Lu Yin's thoughts seemed to drift back to those tumultuous days. At that time, Cui Hui'er had just entered the palace and was elevated to the rank of consort. While the Empress had angered His Majesty by interceding on behalf of the treasonous General Bailey, igniting Cui Hui'er's malicious intent. Before the Empress went into labor, Cui Hui'er visited her, and the two spent a long time in private, the contents of their conversation remaining a mystery. It was thereafter that the Empress faced complications during childbirth. Just when it seemed Lu Yin would say no more, she subtly alluded to an old acquaintance of Ning Chuchu's sister, hinting at deeper truths. "This is all I know. If Miss Ning could locate those who once served the Empress, perhaps more revelations could emerge." Moreover, during that time, the Ning Guogong manor wielded considerable power, and many wished for the Empress's demise, Cui Hui'er being one among them. Beyond that, I cannot divulge further. She concluded with a plea. I hope Miss Ning Si and Lord Xie will honor their promise and spare my life. After uttering those words, she closed her eyes, unwilling to speak further. Ning Chuchu was enveloped in memories of her sister, reflecting on the days when her sister was alive, feeling that during that time, she had been the happiest person in the world. When she felt fear, her sister would embrace her gently, offering soothing comfort. When she found herself in trouble, her sister would shoulder the blame, guiding her on what was permissible and what was not. The memories shared between them were so enchanting. Her sister illuminated her life, instilling in her the unwavering belief that there were those in this world who loved and cared for her. Even in the days that followed her sister's absence, her existence was far from joyful. Yet, the mere recollection of her sister rekindled the strength to persevere. Ning Chuchu could not fathom the possibility that her sister had been murdered. The imperial physician would surely have been aware, and the emperor could not have neglected to investigate. She refused to accept this notion and was unwilling to believe it. Torn between trust and doubt regarding Lu Yin's singular account, she found it even harder to entertain the idea that her sister had fallen victim to treachery. Nevertheless, she could not dismiss the truth in those words. There were indeed many who wished her sister harm. The position of Empress, seemingly exalted, was fraught with peril. Who could be? Cui Huier was undoubtedly among them. But did the Empress Dowager also play a part? And what of the Emperor himself? Was he aware or complicit? Such thoughts spiraled within Ning Chuchu's mind, rendering her momentarily restless. Miss, you're hurt. Let go, Xie exclaimed, noticing the crimson droplets cascading from her hand and rushing forward to inspect the injury. Ning Chuchu clutched her hand tightly, oblivious to the pain as her nails dug into her flesh. Only upon Xie's alarm did she become aware of her suffering. Chuchu, under no circumstances will I allow you to harm yourself, Xie Chengyun responded, quicker than Xie. Seeing her distress, he grasped her hand, prying her tightly clenched fingers apart. Drops of blood pooled, revealing a clear wound. Xie Chengyun instructed Xie to fetch medicine immediately and retrieved a clean handkerchief from his pocket to bandage Ning Chuchu's hand. Sir, if what she says is true, I want her life. I seek vengeance for my sister, Ning Chuchu declared with unwavering resolve. Once she made up her mind, there would be no turning back. Xie Chengyun understood precisely who Ning Chuchu referred to, and perhaps it was not just her, but them collectively. I will send someone to locate the palace, maid named Ruo. You need only await my news. Xie Chengyun was willing to do anything within his power for her, hoping to see her smile once more. Yet, Ning Chuchu could not shake the recollection of the gentleman who had invited her for tea that day, his words echoing in her mind. Miss Ning, dare speculate. Who desires your sister's life? It is said that before the Empress married the Emperor, her heart belonged to another. Later, the Emperor favored a concubine, neglecting the Empress. The Empress Dowager has even suggested her own niece for the role of Empress. Even your sister's close friends harbor ulterior motives. Which official from the previous dynasty does not dream of having a relative ascend to the throne? Miss Ningxi, does your mother not wish to see you enter the palace? Are you still unaware? Who was he? How could he possess such knowledge? And why confide in her? All of this felt like an impenetrable fog, obscuring her path forward. Xie Chengyun noticed Ning Chuchu's discontent and chose to escort her away from the prison, returning her to the Duke of Ning's residence. The journey was marked by a heavy silence as neither spoke, creating a rather somber atmosphere. At a private residence within the city, a carrier pigeon flew in and alighted upon a nearby windowsill. A guard named Ayun retrieved a letter from the pigeon's leg, glanced at it, and handed the note to a young gentleman, relaying its contents. Young master, Lu Yin has completed the task as instructed. The gentleman accepted the letter, cast a brief glance at its contents, and incinerated it with fire. Shall I send someone to rescue her? Not at all. Xie Chengyun is far more complex than we had anticipated. We must not expose our identities carelessly. The young master displayed no signs of surprise upon hearing this, as if everything lay within his control. Presumably, once the Jin Emperor suffered, he would find satisfaction. As for Lu Yin, her fate was her own choosing. Predetermined from the day they crossed paths. He had saved her once, and now she assisted him in realizing his ambitions, thus balancing their debts of gratitude. And this was merely the beginning. Should he fail to exact revenge, what would all his years of patience and concealment amount to? In the following days, Ning Chuchu immersed herself in her studies at the Women's Academy, yet her mind was elsewhere, frequently drifting. At times, she did not even hear Xie Chengyun calling her, misplacing books and frequently misspelling words until Xie Chengyun informed her of news regarding a palace maid named Ruo once more beneath the pear tree at the academy. The blossoms had fallen, replaced by vibrant new greens. The leaves danced gently in the breeze, offering a refreshing sight. The person has been located. Do you wish to meet her? Xie Chengyun resumed his previous seat. I wish to go. I need to understand why my sister perished. If she did not seek clarity on this matter, she would remain ensnared in confusion for a lifetime. She had never forgotten her sister's kindness and yearned to uncover the truth, feeling an urgent need to know. You have assisted me so much. I am uncertain how I can repay you. She felt that he had been the kindest person to her over the years, willing to tolerate her temperament, excuse her mistakes, and offer unconditional support. Perhaps she grasped his intentions, yet she was unsure if she could reciprocate. There is no need for overthinking. As long as I can assist you, I am willing to give whatever it takes. Xie Chengyun merely smiled, skillfully maintaining the balance of their interaction. Soon, you shall achieve your desires. In truth, he did not appreciate Ning Chuchu expressing such sentiments, as it suggested that she still viewed him as an outsider. Do you think me a villain? Although she believed her quest for vengeance against her sister's wrongdoers was just, she still cared about his perception. I only wish for them to face the consequences they deserve. If they are innocent, I would never harm them. She did not perceive seeking justice for the wrongdoers as erroneous. Rather, it was the innocent suffering unwarranted that constituted a wrongdoing. Yet in this world, what is deemed right or wrong, and who is truly at fault, cannot be easily defined by mere words. Xie Chengyun, witnessing her confusion, reassured her, declaring, "No, you shall forever remain the best person in my heart." The unfortunate fate that befell them was a consequence of their own misdeeds, a result of their own making, and they could not blame others for it. You need not despise yourself because of their sins. Leave the remaining matters to me. Thus, Ning Chuchu accompanied him to meet the former acquaintances of those sisters. Chapter 25. The death sentence. Ning Chuchu had never visited the Xie residence before. However, she had heard that it was bestowed upon Xie Chengyun after he achieved high honors in the imperial examination. After wandering through the residence for a short while, she finally beheld the woman before her. Xie and Xie remained outside, while Ning Chuchu entered the room with Xie Chengyun. She found it hard to believe that the gaunt woman standing before her was the maid Ruo, who was barely in her 30s. Indeed, at just over 30, her hair was already laced with gray, her face etched with numerous wrinkles, and her hands were rough and calloused, making it difficult to comprehend. It seemed that her years had not been kind, yet this could not absolve her of her crimes. Ning Chuchu scrutinized her. You are Ruo? Yes, I am Ruo, the woman replied, kneeling on the ground, her expression vacant. It was you who added the blood-activating medicine to the Empress's concoction, leading to her tragic demise during childbirth. Seeing her state, Ning Chuchu recalled Lu Yin's words. Realizing that this woman was indeed the accomplice who had harmed her sister and was unworthy of sympathy. Why did you do it? Why did you cause my sister's death? Ning Chuchu's tone grew sharp, her desire to avenge her sister burning fiercely within her. How could it be that her sister was gone, while those who had wronged her continue to thrive? They ought to suffer. They should pay the price for their actions. No, it was not like that. Ruo seemed to be cowed by Ning Chuchu's intensity, fear and trepidation flickering across her face as she desperately defended herself. The Empress was in a precarious situation while giving birth to the young prince. Concubine Xie suggested that adding that medicine would ensure the Empress's safe delivery. She appeared to be transported back to the day she had mixed the medicine into the Empress's labor-inducing concoction. Concubine Xie had claimed that the potion was procured at great cost and was a trusted friend of the Empress. No one believed she would harm her at such a critical time. I feared for the Empress's safety and secretly added the medicine. The Empress treated me so kindly. How could I wish her harm? She was terrified that should anything happen to the Empress, His Majesty would not spare those entrusted with her care. Believing concubine Shui's words, she thought that if the Empress emerged unscathed, her own merits would be recognized, and she would enjoy boundless wealth and honor in the future. Yet, in a moment of rashness, she had added the medicine, only to find herself facing not glory but an endless abyss. But then the Empress perished during childbirth, and the Emperor expelled those from Fengyi Palace. Terrified, she fled the capital that very night. Yes, I still have some of that medicine left. I have kept it all these years. She hurriedly produced the remaining powder from her bosom, and Xie Chengyun instructed someone to summon a doctor to examine the substance for its properties. Esteemed one, fourth miss, I assure you, I merely believed that the medicine provided by concubine Shui would ensure the safety of Her Majesty the Empress. However, I did not anticipate that the medicine would be flawed. I am deeply remorseful towards Her Majesty. I deserve the harshest of fates. Ning Chuchu listened in silence, her expression darkening as she gritted her teeth, struggling to restrain the urge to take the woman's life. Xie Chengyun, concerned that Ning Chuchu might harm herself as she had previously, spoke sternly to Ruo, instructing her. When we present ourselves before His Majesty, you must speak the truth. I am willing, Ruo affirmed. For years, I have been unable to forget. I am destined to die for this. Yet I shall expose Chui Huer and ensure she faces the consequences. With that, he led Ning Chuchu out of the room and into an octagonal pavilion, where he summoned tea and pastries, hoping she might find solace and alleviate her troubled spirit. Ning Chuchu sat there motionless for an extended period, failing to change her posture. Chuchu, are you well? Xie Chengyun's heart was filled with concern. Initially, he intended to let her be, but it was clear that he needed to encourage her to speak. Some burdens, when suppressed for too long, become afflictions of the heart. I am fine, sir, she replied, meeting his worried gaze. What do you think? How much of her words contain truth, and how much is falsehood? She inquired. You wish for it to be true. Thus, it is true, Xie Chengyun replied, understanding that what she sought was not an answer, but rather some semblance of reassurance. The matter of right and wrong had already been determined in her heart. Sir, do you believe that His Majesty is truly unaware of these matters? Ning Chuchu pondered, recalling the one who professed love for her sister, only for her sister to meet such a tragic fate. In this world, trust seemed a rare commodity. Could she place her faith in him? She questioned herself, ultimately realizing her willingness to do so, perhaps believing that he was different. There are always oversights in even the most meticulous plans. His Majesty is not infallible, Xie Chengyun replied. But my sister, her life, concluded in such a manner. Ning Chuchu recognized his concern for her, yet she found it impossible to ease her troubled heart. Sir, I feel an unbearable heaviness within me. She fought back tears that threatened to fall. I understand. If you wish to cry, then do so, but do not dwell in sorrow for too long. Your well-being is paramount. Only then will your sister be free from worry for you. Xie Chengyun longed to embrace her, to comfort her, but the moment was not right. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. As she accepted it, she noticed it differed from the one he had used to bandage her wounds a few days prior. It was embroidered with a branch of pear blossoms. Yet, Xie Chengyun felt that everything was unfolding too smoothly. He had just sent someone to inquire about the former attendants who served by the Empress's side, and they had been located with surprising ease. Furthermore, Ruo seemed almost deliberately placed in his path. He sensed an invisible hand orchestrating these events. Nevertheless, he vowed to reveal the identity of this puppeteer and ensure that Ning Chuchu was not harmed in the slightest. I shall take you to meet a few individuals shortly. Observing her gradually calming down, he prepared to introduce her to her sister's two closest handmaidens. Upon seeing the two individuals, she was taken aback. Lu Zhu Lu Xia, is that truly you? Initially, she thought she might be mistaken, but to her astonishment, it was indeed them. I have not seen you both in years, and it appears that the fourth miss has grown up. I cannot believe you still remember us, they exclaimed. They hurriedly sought to pay their respects to Ning Chuchu, overwhelmed by the striking resemblance she bore to her sister. Where have you both been all these years? Ning Chuchu urged them to refrain from excessive formality. After the young lady's passing, we were released from the palace by His Majesty. We intended to return to the residence of the Duke of Ning to continue caring for the fourth miss, but the madam was reluctant to keep us, fearing that our presence would only deepen her sorrow. Thus, Lucia and I returned to our hometowns and married. Noticing the pallor on Ning Chuchu's face, Lu Zhu succinctly recounted their experiences over the past few years. It was Lord Xie who found Lucia and me, inviting us to reunite with the 4th Mississippi. He inquired about matters concerning the Empress and subsequently brought us to the capital, housing us at the Xie residence so we could meet you. As they reminisced about the time when her sister was still alive, Ning Chuchu felt a sense of comfort. Shortly thereafter, she requested Xie Chengyun to escort her back to the academy, and he also took along evidence and witnesses to petition the emperor. "Your Majesty, Lord Xie seeks an audience," Lin Chuan announced as he stepped into the hall to convey Lord Xie's request. Upon receiving the emperor's approval, he instructed a young eunuch to lead Lord Xie into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, the incident at the palace banquet was a scheme devised by concubine Shui to frame 4th Miss Ning." Xie Chengyun knelt and offered his respects before presenting the testimony. After Zhao Xian reviewed the documents, he cautiously remarked that there was another matter pertaining to the death of the Empress. Suddenly, Zhao Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He shot an intense gaze at Xie Chengyun, resembling an enraged lion that evoked a sense of dread. Yet, Xie Chengyun remained undaunted, continuing with his account. "While interrogating concubine Shui's personal maid, Luin, I learned that concubine Shui had tampered with the Empress's labor-inducing medicine, leading to her tragic death during childbirth due to excessive hemorrhage. I have summoned the maid, Ruo, who is responsible for altering the Empress's medicine, and she awaits outside the hall. Bring her in," Zhao Xian commanded, his tone chilling. Upon entering, Ruo could not meet the emperor's gaze and immediately knelt, trembling as she spoke. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." At that time, it was the esteemed concubine Shui who handed me a packet of powder, instructing me to mix it into the Empress's labor-inducing medicine, claiming it would aid her delivery. I never anticipated that concubine Shui, who had always been close to the Empress, would seek to harm her. By the time I realized the true nature of her intentions, it was too late. The Empress perished in childbirth. Fearing retaliation from concubine Shui, I fled the capital. I am fully aware that I deserve the harshest punishment, yet I beseech your Majesty to execute Shui Huier in vengeance for the Empress." Ruo implored, repeatedly bowing her head until blood trickled from her forehead. Zhao Xian waved his hand, and Lin Chuan ordered her to be taken away. Lin Chuan approached Xie Chengyun's side, urging him to withdraw first, assuring him that His Majesty would handle the matter. After an indeterminate period, a soft voice from Zhao Xian reached the air. "It is my fault. I have failed to protect her, and I have lost her." Yet no one noticed that as he closed his eyes, a solitary tear slipped down his cheek. He pondered for a long while before finally reopening his eyes. "Lin Chuan, draft the decree. The daughter of the Chui family has conspired to harm the Empress, a crime deserving of the gravest punishment. However, considering the merits of the Chui clan, let the daughter be granted a cup of poisoned wine, and the 9 clans of the Chui family shall be demoted to the status of commoners. The male members will be dispatched to the northern military, while the females will be sent north as slaves, and they shall not hold office for 3 generations." Lin Chuan then dispatched a capable aide to convey the imperial edict. Yet, he thought to himself, the audacity of this Chui woman is utterly despicable. She feigned sisterly affection in front of everyone while conspiring against the Empress, thereby implicating the entire Chui clan. Chapter 26. Heartache the eunuch, bearing the already inscribed imperial edict, made his way to Chui Huiyer's palace. The maids within believed their mistress was about to regain favor, showering her with congratulations, causing a stir within the hall. Unaware of the true circumstances, Chui genuinely thought that His Majesty had decreed her reinstatement, joyfully kneeling with her attendants to receive the edict. After all, her father had recently accomplished a significant task for the emperor. With the matter concerning Ning Chuchu seemingly resolved, she assumed nothing would come of it. Henceforth, she planned to eliminate Lu Yin, confident that no one would be the wiser. Little did she know that Lu Yin had orchestrated the entire affair. Cui Huier was merely a pawn in someone else's game, now cast aside. Eunuch, is it true that His Majesty has decreed a reward for me? Kui had asked, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded the messenger with a hint of arrogance, oblivious to the small eunuch behind him carrying the poison wine. This is for you. Lady Cui. The eunuch delivering the edict offered no response. Upon completing the proclamation, he summoned the poisoned wine to be presented. Yet, Cui Huier was reluctant to accept this reality, having just envisioned regaining her status and making her enemies suffer for their transgressions during her time of disgrace. She could not fathom that awaiting her was merely a cup of poison. I refuse to believe it. His Majesty would never treat me so. You, eunuch, dare to falsely convey the decree. Cui Huier screamed in desperation, unwilling to meet her end. The Cui family conspired against the Empress, and His Majesty has decreed death for them. Should any of you reveal the crimes of the Cui family, you may escape punishment. He hinted to the assembled courtiers, who were aware that their mistress had committed a capital offense, though some among them remained innocent. After all, eunuch Lin Chuan had ordered the disgrace of the Cui woman, and she was indeed deserving of her fate. Before her demise, she should taste the bitterness of betrayal, thus allowing Wang Yu to repay the Empress for her past kindness. Why must you cling so desperately? His Majesty's will is as such. If you go willingly to your death, you may retain some dignity. Seeing her reluctance to comply, eunuch Wang Yu signaled for the small eunuch behind him to restrain her and force the poison down her throat, thereby concluding the matter. I demand an audience with His Majesty. I have urgent matters to discuss concerning the Empress. Cui Huier, unwilling to succumb to death so easily, struggled fiercely. If she were to perish, she would ensure Zhao Xian would not find peace. She wished to see him one last time. You must inform His Majesty. He will surely grant me an audience. The Empress was of utmost significance to the Emperor, and should you obstruct me now, he would undoubtedly hold all of you accountable when he learns the truth. Wang Yu thought to herself that this matter was indeed connected to the Empress. However, if she seized this opportunity to plead for her own reprieve from the Emperor, would that not thwart her quest for vengeance? Yet, the Emperor would surely wish to know. If he were to lay blame, she herself was unafraid, but what of those who accompanied her? Ultimately, it was merely a meeting. Given her understanding of the Emperor, no matter what she claimed, he would inevitably take her life. Send word to Qin and Hall, Wang Yu instructed, summoning a young eunuch, whispering softly in his ear. The eunuch, upon hearing her words, dashed away. If His Majesty does not arrive within the duration of an incense stick, I implore Miss Cui to drink this wine, lest we all suffer the consequences, Wang Yu added, standing by in anticipation of news. The eunuch conveyed Cui Huier's request to Lin Chuan, who deliberated briefly before entering the chamber. Cui Huier wishes to meet His Majesty before her demise, to discuss matters regarding the late Empress. Is His Majesty willing to see her? Lin Chuan knew the Emperor held the Empress in high regard, thus he relayed the message. Zhao Xian said nothing, but his subtly altered expression conveyed his stance. Lin Chuan ordered that Cui Huier be taken to an unoccupied room, remaining outside to await instructions. What is it that concerns Rower? Zhao Xian, however, refused to cast even a glance in her direction, standing at a considerable distance from her. Cui Yin'er seemed to grasp that this unyielding man would not spare her, and boldly declared, "Indeed, it was by Li Yunzhao who instructed me to approach His Majesty. Yet, Your Majesty, I truly loved you. But your heart is so cruel. It belongs solely to her, never granting me a second glance." In the past, she had admired the elegant prince, but later found herself drawn to those of higher status, qualities only he could provide, yet he refused to offer them, leaving her to struggle tirelessly for recognition. She understood that only the victorious had the right to laugh in the end. The Empress, she has never held any affection for you. As she faced her imminent demise, she was determined not to let him escape unscathed. She sought to drag him into the depths of hell with her, forever knowing how to make his existence a torment. Zhao Xian, your heart is so ruthless. I am dying, and you shall not find solace either. She laughed maniacally, her disheveled hair a testament to her madness. It was I who caused Ning Chuchu's demise. She always regarded me as a dear sister, yet she was the one I loathed most. But His Majesty granted me entry into the palace. Indeed, it was His Majesty who led to her demise, for it was the power he wielded that brought about her end. Silence, wretched woman. Zhao Xian's fury erupted as he seized her throat with all his might, unwilling to hear another word from her lips. He had long forgotten why he had allowed her into the palace. It remained his greatest regret of this lifetime. He now only desires for her to be silent. Yet her words take root in his mind, echoing incessantly. In truth, it was the sovereign who brought about her demise. The very power he wielded that led to her end. No, he did not. He married her to better protect and care for her. How could he have harmed her? She was the most significant person in his life. He would never wish her ill. It is you, the true culprit behind her death, who bears the blame. Cui Huier exerted all her strength to pry Zhao Xian's hand away, but her feeble efforts were no match for the fury of Zhao. She could only muster the strength to utter her final words with great difficulty. The depth of her hatred was profound. Without Ning Chuchu, she would have been the crown princess, destined to become the most esteemed woman in the realm. It is all Ning Chuchu's fault. She obstructed her path and deserved her fate. Unaware of when Zhao Xian departed, Lin Chuan glanced inside the room upon opening the door, only to find it shrouded in silence. At that moment, Zhao Xian was oblivious to his destination, his heart aching with every beat, those words incessantly replaying in his mind. Ning Chuchu had never truly cared for him. He was unsure, for most of their shared memories were far from pleasant. He had painstakingly sought the emperor's decree for marriage. And on their wedding day, he felt an immense stroke of fortune, for he had finally wed the one he had chosen from the first glance. However, upon reaching the bridal chamber, he discovered her unwillingness. At that moment, he thought of the long future ahead, believing that with persistence, he could win her heart. Yet their time together was tragically brief. He had envisioned countless futures, but they would never materialize. As for Bai Lianzhao, he met his end on the day of the confrontation between armies. Fearing her resentment, Zhao Xian deceived her into believing that man was imprisoned in the dungeons. Bai Lianzhao deserved to die, yet could not be at his hands. He still vividly recalled the words spoken before his demise, the scene forever etched in his mind. And what of you? To confine her with power, does that constitute love? You clip her wings, stripping her of the freedom she so ardently desired. Only he could grant her the liberty she sought. In this vast world, how many truly possess freedom? He was willing to offer her everything he owned, provided she remained by his side. What greater freedom could one have than to be a queen? The fate of others could be determined in an instant, and altering their destinies could also occur in a mere thought. Reflecting, he thought, what wrong had he committed? Only by standing at the pinnacle of power could he whisk her away to freedom, granting her the life she longed for. He was not mistaken. He sought power. He aspired to be the sovereign of this world. But was Bai Lianzhao's affection for her genuine? He was no different from the common folk, willing to forsake much for power, resorting to unscrupulous means within the court. Why then did she always linger on Bai Lianzhao, claiming they were merely friends? Everywhere there is concern, constant communication. Such intimacy is indeed hard for him to believe. You did not emerge victorious, Zhao Xian, yet neither did I suffer defeat. For me, death represents the commencement of true victory, and she shall forever harbor hatred towards you. Even in death, I shall remain a thorn in your hearts, an indelible memory for her, and a source of your despair. Bai Lianzhao's words linger like a haunting nightmare. He once possessed her, only to lose her. In truth, Bai Lianzhao has become a thorn in the hearts of both of them, and although they later tacitly refrained from mentioning it, the mere recollection still brings pain. Zhao Xian could no longer withstand it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness momentarily. Your Majesty! Lin Chuan rushed to his side, alarmed. Seeing the blood at the corners of his mouth and on his attire, he shouted urgently for a physician. The same private residence remained, yet the atmosphere today was rather pleasant. Had someone conducted a thorough investigation, they would discover this abode once belonged to the esteemed General Bai Li, who is no longer present. It remains a mystery who the current owner is and what connection they have to the late General Bai Li, young master, before her demise. Cui Huier had an audience with Emperor Jin. A Nan was absent lately, leaving only the guard a Yun by his side. At this moment, a Yun was reporting the newly acquired information to the young master. However, our people remain unaware of their final conversation, only knowing that Chui he perished within the room. And shortly after the emperor departed, he too spat blood and fell unconscious. Surely, Chui Huier would not disappoint me. Chapter 27. Poetry Gathering in Xie Chengyun's Sanctuary. The collection of books is ample, and all writing materials are of the finest quality. He retrieved a plate of lotus cakes from the food box and placed it on the table, gesturing for Ning Chuchu to sample it. He recalled that this girl adored such delicacies during her childhood. Ning Chuchu picked up a piece, slightly parted her lips, took a bite, and, after savoring it, nodded with a smile, exclaiming, delicious. She continued to indulge in the treat. The emperor decreed the execution of Chui Huier and imposed severe penalties upon the Chui family. Xie Chengyun closely observed Ning Chuchu, gauging any change in her expression. Should her demeanor falter, he would have to carefully consider his words and find a way to uplift her spirits. The smile faded from Ning Chuchu's face. She did not respond, nor did she continue eating the lotus cake. Noticing her state, he remarked, "You have successfully avenged your sister, Chuchu." "Thank you, sir." Only when Xie Chengyun grew anxious did she utter those words. Ning Chuchu was aware of the effort Xie Chengyun had exerted over the past few days, sacrificing much for this cause. He even procured Lu Zhu and Lu Xia to help her better understand her sister's experiences in the palace. It was impossible for her not to feel moved. "Between you and me, there is no need for thanks. I have promised that your wishes shall be fulfilled." What he sought was never her gratitude. Ning Chuchu was uncertain when her solitary courage, which she had wielded against her mother, had transformed into this burgeoning sentiment. Perhaps she truly harbored some affection for him, yet whether he comprehended this remained a question. Yet, she could not shake the profound sorrow that enveloped her upon reflecting on her sister's tragic demise and the downfall of the Chui clan. A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over her, and she found herself at a loss as to the reasons behind it. You still harbor discontent within your heart. All that is past, and we must move forward, Xie Chengyun gently urged her. In truth, he held back a promise yet unspoken. In the days to come, I will remain by your side, sharing in your joys and alleviating your sorrows, unwavering and steadfast. He contemplated an upcoming poetry gathering, hoping that mingling with new acquaintances might lift her spirits. With this thought in mind, he broached the subject. In a few days, there will be a poetry gathering. I believe that if you could step outside, perhaps your mood would brighten. He tentatively inquired, "Would you care to accompany me?" Ning Chuchu pondered her willingness to attend, caught in a moment of indecision, devoid of an answer. "I need to think it over," she replied. Sensing her inclination to go, Xie Chengyun felt a measure of his anxiety ease. "Then I shall procure an invitation for you. Whether you choose to attend is entirely up to you." "Chuchu, a change of scenery might do you good," he softly encouraged as he noticed her wavering resolve. He produced an exquisitely crafted invitation from his sleeve, adorned with a solitary plum blossom on its cover, exuding an intriguing charm. As Ning Chuchu accepted the invitation from his hand, the fleeting touch sent a rush of warmth through her, prompting her to withdraw her hand hastily, clutching the invitation tightly out of his sight. Her heart raced, unsettled by the encounter. Not wishing to linger further, she rose and bid him farewell. After she departed, Xie Chengyun found himself savoring the lingering sweetness of their brief exchange, wishing to hold on to that delicate moment forever. Shui, having observed the conclusion of their conversation, hurriedly emerged and followed her back to the dormitory. "Shui, the gentleman mentioned a poetry gathering in a few days. Do you think I should attend?" Ning Chuchu was uncertain and sought her maid's counsel. "Miss, I too wish to attend the poetry gathering. Let us go together." Shui noted the way her mistress clutched the invitation, recognizing it must have been given by Xie Chengyun. She believed that her mistress desired to venture out, reminiscent of her spirited youth. That second young lady is always boasting about her exploits at poetry gatherings. "Once you attend, you must show her your prowess," Shui remarked, her disdain for the second young lady evident, as she often sought to undermine her mistress. "So, She is quite the darling at these gatherings, is she? I assume it has something to do with the young master, she mused. After a moment's silence, Xie Ji expressed her thoughts. I have heard from the household that many young ladies aspire to wed the young master. One reason is his remarkable appearance. Another is the fact that he is the heir to the duke's estate. Although he is not yet the heir apparent, he is destined to inherit the duke's title. Then we shall go and see for ourselves. Ning Chuchu felt compelled to attend this poetry gathering, for it was a manifestation of her esteemed mentor's goodwill, and it would be ungracious to disregard it. The poetry event, known as the Yan'an Poetry Gathering, was co-hosted 4 years ago by Princess Chengyun, the daughter of the Empress Dowager and the granddaughters of Prime Minister Ji Guanyuan. One of them is the current princess consort, Ji Yuling, while the other, Ji Yuan, has just come of age and remains in seclusion. Since its inception, this gathering has bestowed considerable renown upon the three of them. Noble women ardently admire them, while women of common birth look up to them with envy, all aspiring to join the Yan'an Poetry Gathering. Some seek to associate with those of higher status to fulfill their own ambitions. Others simply wish to conform to the prevailing trends. And some hope to discover a kindred spirit within the gathering. Of course, aside from the Yan'an Poetry Gathering, there are other poetry events, among which the Shiyue Poetry Gathering is the most illustrious. The two gatherings may be regarded as rivals, each looking down upon the other. When one hosts a poetry event, the other often reciprocates with invitations, leading to a friendly competition. However, the Shiyue Gathering is organized by the daughter of a merchant, and few signs of noble families are inclined to join, though some still do. This particular poetry gathering is held at the residence of Prime Minister Ji, where young ladies are clustered in groups at various pavilions by the water. Servants bustle about, preparing an array of fruits and delicacies with remarkable organization. A group of women is engaged in animated conversation, their words seemingly revolving around Ning Chuchu. After all, her triumph over the Western envoy at the recent court banquet has become common knowledge. Yet prior to this, most were unfamiliar with the second daughter of the Ning Duke's family, Ning Chuchu, as she rarely made public appearances. They were only acquainted with her elder sister. Ning Chuyen, a lady clad in a purple skirt, remarked, "Isn't the fourth Miss Ning just the younger sister of Ning Chuyen?" She had a close relationship with Ning Chuyen and harbored a strong dislike for the oft-complaint about fourth sister, Ning Chuchu. Having heard that she had been confined in the garden by her mother for years, only recently attending a girls' academy. This individual was Lu Shiru, the daughter of Lu Yen, Deputy Minister of Revenue, and a friend of Princess Jingyan. She had once been privately betrothed to Bai Li Yinzhou, the second son of the treasonous General Bai Li, but the engagement, shrouded in secrecy, eventually faded into obscurity. Is that so? Then she must be quite dull, unaware of the world outside, another commented, noting Lu Shiru's modest attire and apparent lack of wealth, which suggested a tendency to ingratiate herself. She was Zhou Maji, the daughter of a junior official, surrounded by women of higher status, and thus felt compelled to rely on Lu Shiru for her place in this company. That may not be the case. She topped the entrance examination, which sets her apart from us, mused a lady in pink, who was Yun Jinhua, the sister of Yun Jinshu, the Minister of Rights. Her brother, like Xie Chengyun, served as one of the judges for the Yan'an Poetry Gathering, and he was among the most sought-after suitors among the young ladies of the capital, making her somewhat proud, convinced that none could match her brother's worthiness. She gazed at the woman beside her, whose mere presence cast a shadow over others. Turning to those around her, she inquired, "Who is that lady? I have never seen her before." "Neither have I," came the reply. "Perhaps she is of lowly status and has not previously attended such a poetry gathering." On that day of the royal banquet, Yun Jinhua had been unwell and could not attend, and Zhou Mo had lacked the qualifications to participate. Thus, neither of them knew who the lady was. Yao Huazi, daughter of the Minister of Justice, Yao Chiye, glanced over and caught sight of Ning Chuchu, the fourth Miss Ning. Noticing that they were still confused, she pointed her finger and said, "That one over there, the fourth Miss Ning, who dazzled everyone with her dance atop the drum at the banquet." From afar, she had appeared almost celestial. It was merely a drum dance. If Miss Wanwan had taken the stage, she would have undoubtedly performed better. What is Ning Chuchu in comparison? Observing the displeasure on Lu Shiru's face, Zhou Imo mentioned Lu Shiru's cousin, Ji Yuan. The Wanwan she referred to was Ji Yuan of the Prime Minister's residence. Ji Yuan was well-versed in dance, particularly the drum dance, and her sister Ji Yuling was equally talented. It remained a mystery why the sisters had both mastered this dance. Nevertheless, Lu Shiru's expression did not improve. Zhou Imo, accustomed to ingratiating herself with the daughters of noble families, often found herself at odds with members of the Snow and Moon Poetry Society. But this time, she had miscalculated. Lu Shiru's mother was the legitimate daughter of the family, whereas Ji Yuan's mother was a concubine. Ji Yuan's mother had resorted to unscrupulous means to marry Ji Guangyuan, causing quite a stir with her legitimate sister back then, though outsiders remained oblivious to the details. Today, their statuses were worlds apart. The so-called close cousin relationship was merely a fade. One should not sour grapes when unable to reach them, Yao Huazi remarked, unable to contain her disdain for such pretentiousness. In an instant, Zhou Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet she could only endure and refrain from leaving. Unbeknownst to Ning Chuchu, this farce had already ignited fervent discussions about her among the crowd, even before she had made her presence known. Meanwhile, a woman, aside from Yao Huazi, found herself ignored by everyone, refraining from commenting on Ning Chuchu. This woman was none other than Qin Yizhen, the organizer of the Snow and Moon Poetry Society, hailing from a foremost merchant family. She often faced disdain from others due to her humble beginnings. As the only daughter in the Qin family, she was cherished and supported by her parents, Qin Duo Jin and Si Bao Qing, both adept in business. The Qin family had risen from modest beginnings to immense wealth, with her parents deserving significant credit for their success. Now, she had begun to take over the family enterprise without faltering. The greatest assurance for Qin Yizhen stemmed from her parents' unwavering support and understanding, which enabled her to confidently establish the Snow and Moon Poetry Society to connect with like-minded individuals and assist those in need. Ning Chuchu and Xuezhi were seated together, with no one approaching them for conversation. Xuezhi observed that Miss Ning seemed rather lonely, which surely diminished the joy of her presence here. Thus, she gently approached and tentatively suggested, "Miss, there are people over there playing a game of throwing arrows. Shall we join them?" After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuchu felt inclined to participate. In her youth, she had relished such games. Whenever she attended banquets with her sister, she was the most spirited, eager to engage in every activity. Each time she threw arrows, her sister would cheer her on from various angles, ensuring her delight, regardless of whether she succeeded or failed. Though she now recognized those words as mere encouragement for children, the affection her sister had shown her was genuine, a bond unlike any other. Those days were truly nostalgic. As Ning Chuchu and Xuezhi made their way towards the game, they found that the crowd was sparse, allowing them some freedom. Yet, the absence of the person who had invited her to the poetry gathering rendered her solitude rather dull. Xuezhi picked up several arrows, selecting one and handing it to Ning Chuchu. With her delicate and fair right hand, Ning Chuchu accepted the arrow, just as she was about to throw it. An abrupt voice interrupted her, causing her to lower the arrow once more. Why is fourth sister here at the poetry gathering? Such an event is not for just anyone. I wonder how she managed to enter the Prime Minister's residence. Ning Chu Yan emerged from the side, feigning surprise upon noticing Ning Chuchu. "Second miss, my lady possesses an invitation," she declared, but Xuezhi quickly interjected with an explanation. Xuezhi Ning Chuchu interrupted, not wanting anyone to learn of her close association with Xie Chengyun, as it would only complicate her situation further. Nevertheless, I recall that none of the invitations issued included one for fourth sister. Ning Chuyin pressed, refusing to relent. "Moreover, I am speaking to your lady, and you have no place to interject. Second sister, do you believe I should not be here?" "Yet, I am indeed present in good standing," she replied. "Furthermore, this is the Prime Minister's residence, not the residence of Duke Ning. Perhaps it would be wise for you to temper your temper, for if others were to learn of this, I can only imagine how they might spin tales about you. Surely, this is a scenario you would prefer to avoid." Ning Chuchu handed the arrow she had set down back to Xuezhi, signaling her to return it to its place. At that moment, Her enthusiasm for the game was clearly dampened by Ning Chuyen's intrusion. Ning Chuyen's demeanor softened slightly, though her words remained sharp. You are neither a member of our Yuan Poetry Society nor an invited guest. Thus, you naturally lack the qualifications to participate in this gathering. Miss Ning, your assertion is erroneous. Miss Chuchu possesses every right to join the society, and I am certain the president of the Yuan Poetry Society would be delighted to welcome her. Should Miss Chuchu wish to join my Shui Poetry Society, it'll be my utmost honor. Moreover, the decision of participation is not yours to dictate. Miss Chuchu's maid has confirmed their possession of an invitation, and since they were granted entry by the Prime Minister's residence, the invitation must surely be authentic. Chengning arrived at this place without knowing when. She ought not to have involved herself in this matter, yet the aggressive demeanor of Ning Chuyen was exceedingly irksome to her. It remained a mystery how long Chengning had been listening to the conversation between Ning Chuchu and Ning Chuyen, and how much she had overheard. She continued, moreover, it is rather peculiar that the second Miss Ning does not safeguard her sister, but instead confronts her head-on, creating obstacles for her. This behavior starkly contrasts with the gentle and benevolent reputation of the second Miss Ning among the populace, leaving Yijin astonished. Sibling quarrels can be dealt with behind closed doors, but it is unwise to allow outsiders to witness such discord. Alas, Ning Chuyen seems unwilling to adhere to this. Whenever an opportunity arises, she does not hesitate to target Ning Chuchu, conveniently forgetting that they are, after all, family, indivisible and interconnected. Chengning, cease your pretense here. Do you truly believe that your actions will garner the attention of the fourth sister? A person of her caliber, much like her mother, has grown accustomed to her lofty status. How could she possibly mingle with someone of your merchant lineage? Why subject yourself to such indignity? Ning Chuyen harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who compared her to Ning Chiru. In her youth, she felt overlooked by her father due to the excellence and nobility of her legitimate elder sister. Even after her sister's demise, she remained ensnared in the shadow of Ning Chiru, as everyone perceived her as inferior, both in status and in intellect. Fourth sister, did Mother grant you permission to attend the poetry gathering today? I merely worry that you might face reprimand upon returning home. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. With a mocking glance at Ning Chuchu, Ning Chuyen uttered this remark before departing. Yet, her retreat revealed a hint of discomposure. At this moment, Ning Chuchu turned her gaze towards the woman who had come to her defense, noticing her clad in a striking red dress, exuding a vigor uncommon among ordinary women. I am truly grateful, Miss Chin, for your courageous intervention on my behalf. Ning Chuchu offered a respectful gesture, expressing her heartfelt appreciation. I merely found Ning Chuyen's words and actions intolerable. It was not my intention to curry favor with you, Chengning explained, perhaps influenced by Ning Chuyen's remarks, fearing that Ning Chuchu might perceive her intentions similarly. I have long heard of Miss Chin's illustrious reputation even during my time at the Duke's residence, Ning Chuchu stated, her tone laced with eagerness. That reputation may not be entirely favorable, Chengning replied with a bittersweet smile. Not all. To me, every word and deed of Miss Chin is immensely admirable. Why does the fourth Miss admire me? Chengning inquired. Despite the controversies surrounding you, Miss Chin remains steadfast in her principles, which is truly commendable. In just a few short years, you have elevated the reputation of the Shuya poetry gathering, granting many common women greater opportunities. Moreover, you adeptly manage your family's business, remaining unaffected by others' opinions, and continue to follow your own path. Were I in your position, I might not achieve such excellence. Ning Chuchu gazed intently into Chengning's eyes, her hands gesticulating excitedly, her entire being radiating fervor. It had been far too long since she had felt such exhilaration. She yearned to emulate Chengning, pursuing her heart's desires and racing towards the love that resided within her soul. She was undoubtedly aware that Chengning's remarkable abilities were crucial, yet the support of her parents was equally significant, and she was lacking in that regard. Upon hearing Ning Chuchu's words, Chengning felt a profound sense of joy, her fondness for her growing considerably. The prospect of becoming friends with her seemed delightful. With a smile, she inquired of Ning Chuchu, "Miss Ning Si, unlike the others, would you be willing to be my friend, Chenesian?" With a sincere heart, Chenesian was naturally met with a willing response from Chuchu. "Very well. I shall henceforth call you Sister Chengyun, and I shall call you Sister Chuchu." In that moment, both of them burst into laughter. Ning Chuchu secretly felt that having a sisterly bond was truly wonderful, a feeling she had not experienced in many years. Chenesian leisurely picked up an arrow and handed it to Ning Chuchu, then took another arrow in her hand. Just as they were about to attempt throwing the arrows together again, the poetry gathering was about to commence. "The esteemed Master Xie has arrived. The poetry meeting is about to begin. Let's hurry over," she urged. Not far away, a group of women flocked towards the venue of the poetry gathering, chattering excitedly. "Master Xie has come, and so has Master Yun." Master Xie Chengyun and Master Yun Jinshu were both young prodigies of the Eastern Jin, holding esteemed positions. Neither had married, nor were they betrothed, thus attracting the admiration of many women. However, unbeknownst to them, both had already pledged their hearts to someone, leaving no room for any other woman. If they were to discover this, their hearts would surely shatter. The poetry gathering is about to begin. Sister Chuchu has never attended one before, so this would be a good opportunity to witness it, Chenesian remarked, her hands remaining busy, indicating her disinterest in participating in the event. "Sister Chengyun, will you not join?" Ning Chuchu could not help but ask. Chenesian replied, "I have attended their gatherings in previous years, but this time it seems rather uninteresting." "Do go ahead." She added, "It would also be beneficial for them to know you. Otherwise, their impression of the ladies of the Ning Guogong mansion will solely be of Ning Chuyen." At last, Ning Chuchu threw the arrow from her hand, striking the target perfectly. After bidding farewell to Chenesian, she made her way to the poetry gathering. Chenesian's reluctance to attend stemmed from her desire to avoid contention with those who habitually elevate some while belittling others. Had it not been for her concern that her absence might affect the prospects of the Shiyue poetry gathering, she would have preferred to stay away. Fortunately, she had met Sister Chuchu today, who was unlike the others. She did not look down upon her due to her background, but was instead eager to befriend her. However, Sister Chuchu's circumstances were different. Though she was the legitimate second daughter of the Ning Guogong mansion, she seldom mingled with others and was therefore lacking in worldly experience. In the future, as the elder sister, Chenesian would need to look after her more. At that moment, Ning Chuchu was unaware that her sister Chengyun would one day provide her with considerable assistance, even in times when she found herself ensnared by despair, with Chenesian still there to offer her the strength to persevere. Thus began a profoundly genuine and pure friendship, one that would endure for many years to come, lasting until the very end of time. Chapter 29. Birthdays. The judges of this poetry gathering were Princess Jingyun, the esteemed Xie Chengyun, and the Minister of Rites Yun Jinshu. Most of the ladies attending the event aspired to make an impression before these three dignitaries, hoping for a favorable glance from the influential. By the time Ning Chuchu and Shueji arrived, the venue was already bustling with attendees. Apart from a few familiar faces from the palace banquets and the girls' academy, the rest were strangers to her. Accustomed to solitude, she had few friends. She was merely the fourth Miss Ning. Having never encountered Ning Chuchu before, the others quickly spread the word upon recognizing her. Today, they finally beheld her true visage. Ning Chuchu was now fully aware of the whispers that had circulated not long ago, when she had been too distant to catch the discussions. Why was she attending the poetry gathering? With the glory of the recent palace banquet, it was only natural for fourth Miss Ning to be present. Where there are gatherings, disputes abound, and being the subject of gossip was inevitable. Yet, it was merely a fleeting dance. The onlookers' ignorance of her refinement was evident. Anyone could have taken her place. She was not indispensable. At that time, however, no one had dared to take the stage. Now, Ning Chuchu comprehended the depth of Chenesian's words. Interacting with such individuals would prove arduous. Although she had no desire for deep connections with them, some encounters were unavoidable. Just as Ning Chuchu sought a secluded spot to quietly observe the poetry gathering, a lady clad in a peach-pink top paired with an apricot white skirt approached her. Ning Chuchu recognized her as Ji Yuan, the daughter of the Chancellor's household, though she was uncertain of her intentions. After all, the Empress Dowager held little favor for her. And as the Empress Dowager's niece, Ji Yuan was unlikely to be an exception. Upon hearing that Ning Chuchu was attending the poetry gathering, Ji Yuan hastened over, expressing her delight. It is indeed an honor for 4th Miss Ning to grace our Chancellor's residence. Standing before Ning Chuchu, she intended to exchange pleasantries before leading her to the gathering, allowing the long-curious public to finally meet the enigmatic 4th Miss Ning and perhaps forge a friendship. However, Ning Chuchu was reluctant to accompany her, harboring a degree of caution towards those from the Chancellor's household. Ji Yuan believed that since Ning Chuchu was willing to attend the banquet and the poetry gathering, she might also be inclined to join the poetic assembly. "Dear Ning, would you care to join us at the Yan'an Poetry Society?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued by the elusive 4th Miss who had not graced the scene for years, only to emerge amid her sister's tribulations with the envoy from the Western Yan Kingdom. Those unaware might assume that Ning Chuchu had struck a stroke of fortune, with no one contesting her presence. Yet, the envoy had singled her out at the Emperor's birthday celebration for a challenge. And Ji Yuan could hardly believe such an occurrence lacked ulterior motives. "Thank you for your kind invitation, Miss Ji, but I have no desire to join the poetry gathering." Ning Chuchu politeli teklinet. In such crowded settings, she found herself ill-prepared to engage and had no wish to do so. She had merely sought a respite, yet the weight of her considerations lingered heavily upon her. Let Sister Ning indulge in the delicacies by the side, allowing for the forgiveness of Miss Wan's insufficient hospitality. Ji Yuan, observing her refusal, did not exhibit any irritation. Instead, her tone softened even further. The poetry gathering would commence shortly, and Sister Ning might as well take a look. Her repeated endearment of Sister Ning suggested a closeness, yet Ning Chuchu had only just met her, leaving them with little to converse about. Thus the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. At that moment, a palace maid approached, performing a courteous bow before turning to Ji Yuan. "Miss Wan, the Grand Princess has sent me to summon you, stating that the poetry gathering is about to commence." The presence of the maid was akin to a timely rain, relieving the two from their awkwardness. "Sister Ning, I shall take my leave now," Ji Yuan said, giving a slight nod to Ning Chuchu before following the maid and her accompanying lady-in-waiting to the Grand Princess. Ji Yuan appeared exceedingly amiable, treating her with no special distinction, merely regarding her as an ordinary noblewoman. Perhaps some individuals are not as admirable as one might envision, while others may not be as contemptible as imagined. Standing at a distance, Ning Chuchu observed numerous women eager to participate, indicating a substantial interest in the poetry gathering. Thus she decided against joining the commotion. She and Shueji enjoyed some tea and pastries while watching the event, although Shueji was quite taken with the gathering. Fascinated by the poetry, once the poetry gathering concluded, they returned to the Ning Guogong residence. Later, word spread that the first prize was awarded to Yun Jinhua, the sister of the Minister of Revenue. Having been the top student at the previous Women's Academy, this victory was undoubtedly well-deserved. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan had ceased her participation in the poetry gathering, assuming the role of host for this session, which suited her well. In the following days, Ning Chuchu's life continued as usual, oscillating between the academy and the Ning Guogong residence. During this time, she received several invitations from Qin Yizhen, but due to her heavy academic workload, she was unable to attend. Today, however, was somewhat unusual. The women at the academy seemed to have learned about Mr. Xia's birthday from some source, and they all began preparing an array of gifts in unison. Their voices were quite boisterous, making it impossible for her to ignore their chatter. At that moment, she was in her study, perusing books with the window ajar, when she noticed a group of girls passing by, engaged in animated conversation, their excitement palpable. As they drew nearer, she discerned that they were discussing Mr. Xie, specifically his impending birthday. Each of them seemed to have received this information from an unknown source and were brimming with enthusiasm. "Have you heard? Mr. Xie's birthday is approaching, and many girls from the academy have prepared gifts, eager to compete on that day," one girl exclaimed, initiating the conversation. Two others walked alongside her. followed by a throng of girls who appeared to have just finished their studies, making their way back to the dormitory. Of course, gifts for Mr. Xie's birthday must be prepared. One girl blushed, as if recalling something that brought her joy, yet felt embarrassed to share. Me too, I have prepared something as well. Another girl chimed in eagerly, unwilling to be outdone. Do you think Ning Chuchu will prepare anything? She is Mr. Xie's prized pupil, naturally different from us. They engaged in a lively debate, each vying to suggest the most suitable gift, completely oblivious to the presence of Ning Chuchu and Xie Chengyun. Unbeknownst to them, the two had overheard every word. Meanwhile, a third individual observed from a distance, retreating once he confirmed that Ning Chuchu had learned of the news. Xie thought to himself that his scheme would undoubtedly yield results. Surely, he would receive commendation from his superiors, with promotion and increased salary just around the corner. In contrast, Ning Chuchu pondered the absence of Xie Chengyun at the academy these past few days, attributing it to pressing official duties. Yet now, amidst the abundance of peach blossoms, he had chosen to linger near her. It was merely a birthday celebration, yet it had captured the attention of so many, particularly women of considerable status and beauty. While they were all aware of this occasion, she remained in the dark, grappling with feelings of uncertainty. Was it that she cared too little for him? Did she not value him enough? Why was she not the first to know when his birthday was? The revelation of his birthday had come not from him, but from other lips. No, from other women's lips. She was left to ponder whether she ought to feel more ashamed or more indignant. Why should she feel ashamed? Xie Chengyun had never disclosed his birthday to her. How unreasonable of him! Do not be angry. Ning Chuchu repeatedly reassured herself internally, yet she could not suppress the bitterness that rose within her. Akin to a spilled jar of vinegar, she masked her outward discontent, but the feelings within her remained uncontainable. Xie Chengyun, noticing Ning Chuchu lost in thought, increasingly perturbed, could not fathom what had transpired in such a brief moment to alter her demeanor. She leaned closer and mentioned what she had just overheard, hoping to redirect her mistress's attention away from her troubled thoughts. Mr. Xie's birthday is approaching. Should we prepare a gift for him? Xie Chengyun mused, considering that the relationship between her mistress and Mr. Xie was indeed close, and offering an appropriate gift could deepen their bond. Although neither had spoken openly of their feelings, she understood that this was a splendid opportunity to express affection. With so many preparing gifts, surely their contribution would be welcomed, right, Xie Chengyun? Ning Chuchu bristled with indignation, her tone sharp. Prepare? I shan't be preparing any gift for him. I'm too vexed for that. Yet, as she reflected, she realized she had no right to be angry, nor could she hinder others from holding affection for him. Xie Chengyun, sensing her mistress's mixed feelings, perceived that Mr. Xie held a special place in Ning Chuchu's heart. Her words, tinged with irritation, suggested a reluctance to prepare a gift, yet there lay an undercurrent of willingness as well. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Chengyun scratched her head and replied, "It is different, for this gift represents your heartfelt intentions. Mr. Xie will surely be delighted to receive it." Ning Chuchu appeared amused by Xie Chengyun's actions, pondering what would be appropriate to prepare. When she received a gift from him, it filled her with joy. Yet, how would he react to gifts from other women? Xie Chengyun found herself in a quandary, as she had never contemplated such matters before. In the past, when sending gifts to the master and mistress, it was always the young lady who made the decisions. Now, however, when a young lady inquired about the type of gift to prepare, Xie Chengyun was at a loss for words. Though uncertain, Xie Chengyun believed that whatever the young lady deemed a good gift would surely please Mr. Xie. As long as it was from the young lady, Mr. Xie would undoubtedly appreciate it. Little did she know, Ning Chuchu was not genuinely seeking her advice on what gift to choose. She merely wished to hear her thoughts. Indeed, this sentiment resonated deeply with Ning Chuchu, alleviating some of the sorrow she harbored within. Days passed, yet Xie Chengyun still did not come to the academy to teach. Ning Chuchu found herself lacking in spirit during lessons, often battling drowsiness, perhaps the result of her nighttime activities. On Xie Chengyun's birthday, she happened to be in class, laboriously copying the assignments that other instructors had assigned. Yet her handwriting remained unsatisfactory, and she felt increasingly restless. Meanwhile, Xie Chengyun hosted a birthday banquet at his residence. But despite waiting eagerly, he did not see Ning Chuchu. He speculated that she was still occupied at the girls' academy and thus could not attend. At the banquet, amidst the clinking of cups and exchanges of pleasantries, guests extolled Xie Chengyun as a youthful prodigy, whose potential was truly invaluable. As the festivities concluded and guests departed, Xie Chengyun, not having seen Ning Chuchu nor receiving any gifts from her, realized he could no longer wait idly at home. If she did not come, he would have to seek her out at the academy. If the mountain will not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. There must be a way forward. Today he was determined to express his feelings clearly and to understand her sentiments as well. However, he feared that Xie Li's scheme would bear no fruit, and upon his return, he would face severe punishment. Suddenly, Xie Chengyun appeared at Ning Chuchu's study, surprising her greatly. "Why are you here, sir?" Ning Chuchu questioned, still in a state of disbelief. "Today is my birthday," he replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort. After days of longing for her absence, he found a legitimate reason to see her. "I did not prepare a birthday gift for you," Ning Chuchu responded, her tone rather indifferent at the mention of his birthday. Was it that she had not prepared anything, or was there another reason? Perhaps a gift was ready, but she was unwilling to present it? Xie Chengyun stepped closer, gazing intently into Ning Chuchu's eyes, which sparkled with unspoken thoughts. He believed that on the day of the poetry gathering, when she was the subject of gossip, he bore some responsibility for not considering her feelings. It was this oversight that led her to leave the event prematurely. That day, he had not seen her at all, which caused him to trust Xie Li's misguided advice. "Do not speak nonsense," Ning Chuchu countered, unwilling to admit he had discerned her innermost thoughts. "She is not unwilling to give. She simply has not yet determined whether she should, nor the reasons that would justify such a gesture. She is tormented by uncertainty, pondering whether he would appreciate her gift. Meanwhile, he continues to jest with her, which she finds quite unfair. However, I have heard from the maid, Shuiji, that in preparation for this present, the young lady has not enjoyed a proper rest for several days." Seeing her in this state, Xie Chengyun remarked, "Did you not prepare anything?" He found it hard to believe, for he was aware that a gift indeed existed. The only mystery was what he had done to upset her, causing her to retract the offering. Perhaps it was merely her shyness that prevented her from presenting it. Regardless, he was determined to claim that gift. Xie Chengyun chuckled, a scholarly air about him. Ning Chuchu became increasingly exasperated, thinking to herself how Shuiji disclosed everything. Now, she was in a predicament. In truth, it was Xie Li who, noting that Xie Chengyun was becoming increasingly difficult to serve as his birthday approached, had subtly inquired of Ning's maid, Shuiji, to glean what gift Ning had prepared for his lord, intending to relay this information back, believing that a pleased lord would result in their own comfort. On that day, the gaze Xie Li directed at Shuiji left him feeling perplexed, as though he owed her several hundred taels of silver, wishing to be devoured whole. Subsequently, he pursued this girl for several days, treating her almost as if she were a revered elder. Only then did she reveal that Miss Ning had been unable to sleep well for several days while preparing a gift for his lord. Yet when he conveyed this news to the lord, rather than the anticipated joy, it only made serving him more challenging. Particularly, each time Xie Li approached his lord, an inexplicable chill swept over him. He initially attributed it to the cooling weather, despite it being the height of summer under a clear sky. In short, he felt unwell. Ning Chuchu placed her hands behind her back, her delicate fingers intertwining, moving restlessly. Yet she declared, "How can you ask for a gift? I have not prepared anything to give you." Xie Chengyun, aware of her current embarrassment and anger, found her words to be the opposite of her true feelings. He was growing impatient, having anticipated this moment for far too long. Since the day Xie Li reported back to him, he had been in constant expectation. "I only ask you, not others." His voice bore a note of nervousness and huskiness that he himself did not fully comprehend. "So many have sent gifts to the master. Why would he still desire a gift from me?" Ning Chuchu defiantly refused to grant his wish, questioning him, though her words retained a clever edge. "Your gift is naturally different from theirs." Xie Chengyun recognized her irritation, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart, and thus endeavored to gently coax her. all the while mentally berating Xie Li once more. Those girls? Ning Chuchu's tone sharply elevated, confirming his suspicion that upon hearing about them, she would harbor misunderstandings and become even angrier. This girl undoubtedly held feelings for him. You accepted their gifts. As expected, she glared at him incredulously, her lips stammering with fragmented sentences, revealing a mixture of confusion and regret. Of course I accepted them. Xie Chengyun understood that it was no longer appropriate to tease her at this moment. It was better for the little girl to indulge in her whimsical thoughts. Getting angry was trivial, but if she chose to ignore him henceforth, he would suffer a significant loss over a minor issue. Thus, he hastily added that the gifts were from colleagues, and it would be impolite to refuse them, so he accepted them all, intending to return them later. After all, they were all officials in the same court, bound to cross paths frequently. However, were these gifts solely from colleagues? The young ladies from the academy had gone to great lengths to prepare presents for their teacher. Did he not receive any? Or had he received them, accepted them? It was now deceiving her? Ning Chuchu seethed with anger, yet she struggled to fully believe his words. After all, this man was quite cunning, having taken such a convoluted route without clearly elucidating his intentions, leaving her to ponder and guess in vain. As he watched her, speaking words that left her questioning the truth, she found herself exasperated. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she turned her back to him, yet her hands remained in constant motion, restless and unceasing. Xie Chengyun recognized that she was indeed upset again. This little girl was truly endearing. Every gesture and expression of hers captivated him. He continued, "Gifts were indeed given, but I did not accept them. I instructed Xie Li to return them. I have not received any presents from them, nor do I wish to." It was true that other young women had sent him birthday gifts, but he had always refrained from accepting them, further solidifying his reputation for being indifferent to the fair sex. Thus, when he encountered her, he could truthfully tell her that his heart belonged solely to her. Aside from her, no other woman captured his attention. From their initial meeting in youth to this reunion, he had meticulously planned, hoping to cultivate their bond and ultimately achieve a harmonious conclusion. Upon recalling the scene he described, Ning Chuchu could not help but chuckle, blooming like a flower. Regrettably, Xie Chengyun could not perceive her expression at that moment. Reflecting on the excitement of the people surrounding her mother a few days ago, she became even more radiant, though her lips stubbornly refused to relent, pretending to scold Xie Chengyun for his lack of appreciation. "You are being rather ungracious. They merely offered you a gift. You are their teacher. Accepting the gifts is a gesture of the teacher-student bond, and there is no harm in that. Are you dissatisfied with their presence?" Indeed, it was merely a teacher-student relationship, nothing more, and she did not wish to overthink it. Xie Chengyun was unaware of her inner musings, yet from the slight tremor of her shoulders, he discerned her sentiments, surmising that she was not truly displeased. In truth, it was Xie Chengyun who had instructed Xie Li to disclose his birthday. Since the poetry gathering, Ning Chuchu had been somewhat aloof with him. Xie Li, wishing to alleviate Xie Chengyun's burdens, orchestrated the scene that Ning Chuchu witnessed. With the master's birthday approaching, if Miss Chuchu were to learn of it, she would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. Moreover, the master had just concluded his official duties and had not had a proper rest. It would be better for him to refrain from attending the academy, allowing Miss Chuchu the opportunity to express her concern for him. In retrospect, this idea proved somewhat effective, and as for any repercussions, they could be addressed later. He was not one to be devoid of compassion. Xie Chengyun was acutely aware that she was harboring ill intentions at that moment. If his response did not meet her expectations, he might find himself distanced from Liang. Thus, he took a few steps closer, turning her body to face him, standing mere inches apart. Xie Chengyun breathed in the faint fragrance of pear blossoms emanating from Ning Chuchu, while she could feel the warmth of his breath against her skin. Ning Chuchu was uncertain of his intentions behind such actions, yet she witnessed his lips parting slightly as a low, captivating voice emerged. "That will not do. I shall only accept a birthday gift from you, Ning Chuchu, the sole woman to present me with such." Upon hearing his words, Ning Chuchu felt a rush of embarrassment, momentarily entangled in her thoughts, unsure of how to respond. Only managing to stammer, She lowered her gaze slightly, her eyelashes fluttering, a sight that fell perfectly within Xie Chengyun's dark, mesmerizing eyes. Well then, may I receive my birthday gift now? His voice lingered in her hair, leaving her flustered. No, I simply do not have it, she murmured softly. Is this it? A hint of amusement danced in Xie Chengyun's tone, his demeanor softening, akin to a cat whose fur has been gently stroked, in stark contrast to the aloofness he displayed before others. Unbeknownst to Ning Chuchu, he had stealthily taken the sachet, and she remained oblivious. Get back to me, please, Ning Chuchu exclaimed, reaching out with both hands towards the sachet, determined to reclaim it. That is not meant for you, she insisted, her small mouth incessantly repeating her plea. Give it back, she thought to herself. Having declared there was no gift prepared for him, she had no intention of relinquishing the sachet to him. This man was far too mischievous, always concocting schemes to tease her. However, Xie Chengyun stood much taller than she, easily holding the sachet above his head, rendering it unreachable for her. As they playfully tussled, they remained unaware of their proximity, and in a moment of carelessness, Ning Chuchu stumbled into Xie Chengyun's embrace. Chapter 31. Sentiments 2. They both froze in place, momentarily paralyzed. After a while, Xie Chengyun regained his composure, helping Ning Chuchu to her feet and tucking the sachet into his bosom. He then adopted the demeanor of a modest gentleman, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident, though his ears betrayed him, flushed and warm when no one was watching. The sachet was embroidered on both sides, adorned with a verdant bamboo on one side and a branch of pear blossoms on the other, rendering it usable from either side. Upon their first meeting, Ning Chuchu felt he embodied the qualities of bamboo, upright and unyielding, a symbol of integrity. Its leaves, however, drooping gracefully, reflecting humility and openness. Thus, it seemed a perfect match for him. The pear blossom, her favorite, was embroidered on the inner side, a reflection of her own sentiments, hoping he might perceive her affection. This was a secret thought concealed within the heart of a young girl, stitched within as a mirror to her restrained feelings for him. She wished for him to discover it, yet feared the revelation. Such was her indecisiveness, trembling with uncertainty. Undeniably, that was simply who she was. With a heart full of joy and anticipation, yet tinged with trepidation and concern, the individual engulfed in these myriad emotions was none other than herself. As the two of them steadied themselves, Xie Chengyun broached the subject of the poetry gathering, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness that hung between them. I had imagined that you girls would have much to discuss, yet I was taken aback by your silence. Sir, that day was truly delightful for me. I made a new friend. Ning Chuchu reflected on the events of that day. She acknowledged that perhaps they were not entirely wrong. After years of seclusion, there were indeed many things she remained oblivious to. Even she felt a sense of dislocation. Thus, she cherished her current life even more, finding a newfound preference for the present compared to the past. Tonight, there will be a lantern festival. Shall we go see it together? Observing her untroubled demeanor, his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally found solace. He resolved to ensure her utmost enjoyment, planning meticulously so that no one would be the wiser. In honor of your birthday today, I shall acquiesce to your request. Ning Chuchu, however, would not disclose that she genuinely yearned to attend. It was simply that she had never had the opportunity before, and now that it presented itself, she intended to relish it fully. The four of them, conspicuously eye-catching on the street, decided that one should don a mask, thus alleviating the concern of encountering acquaintances and allowing for a more uninhibited experience. Beneath the night sky, amidst the flickering lights and the incessant calls of vendors, a myriad of people bustled about. Xie Chengyun quietly trailed beside Ning Chuchu, observing her joyous demeanor, reminiscent of their first encounter years ago. Back then, despite having lost her family, she had trusted him immediately, following him without hesitation as he assisted her in searching for her sister. She had chattered endlessly, her smile ignited by something as simple as a candied hawthorn. If only it could remain this way, to witness her smile daily would be more than enough. As Ning Chuchu and the others meandered about, they gathered numerous trinkets, but soon felt the pangs of hunger urging them to seek sustenance. Given that it was Xie Chengyun's birthday, she thought it fitting to enjoy a bowl of longevity noodles. She turned to him and suggested, "How about we share a bowl of longevity noodles?" Grandma Lin always said that on one's birthday, one should eat longevity noodles to ensure a long, safe life. Each year, on her birthday, Grandma Lin and Shui Ji would prepare a small bowl for her, which she had always cherished. Though it was merely an ordinary bowl of noodles, it held a special significance for her, particularly among the gifts she had received over the years. Thus, she hoped that her esteemed companion would partake in a bowl of longevity noodles on his birthday. Though she had not cooked it herself, she would be sharing it with him. CLE, quick-witted as ever, recognized that he should heed Miss Chuchu's suggestion. "Waiter, bring us 4 bowls of noodles," he instructed the vendor. "Certainly," the vendor replied, noticing the distinguished demeanor of the patrons, promptly preparing the noodles and personally serving them to the 4, saying, "Esteemed guests, your noodles have arrived. Please enjoy." Though it was merely a bowl of ordinary noodles, not the meticulously prepared longevity noodles, it could still be regarded as such. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuchu insisted that Xie Chengyun consume the entire bowl, even explaining the best way to eat them, without biting through, but rather slurping them in one go. She cautioned Xie Chengyun, concerned that he might not know, as a simple bowl of noodles was imbued with profound sentiment. Chuchu had a fondness for these rustic delicacies, and Xie Chengyun, aware of her preferences, naturally cherished them too. "Of course," he replied, "when I was young, my sister and I often roamed the streets, indulging in every delightful treat and amusement. I was quite the expert back then, to the extent that my sister would call me a little glutton for fun." As she reminisced, Ning Chuchu's eyes sparkled with joy. "Why would you also enjoy such modest fare?" She pondered, slightly perplexed. To her, Xie Chengyun seemed ethereal, detached from the mundane, making it hard to fathom why he would appreciate such commonplace food. "I was once an ordinary person, burdened by the daily grind of meals, sometimes unable to even partake in such simple sustenance." Xie Chengyun assured her, "I am not as distinguished as you imagine. I am merely a common man." Ning Chuchu was oblivious to his past, having never been privy to his history, while he appeared to know her intimately, often finding ways to lighten her burdens when her heart felt heavy. Xie Chengyun finished the noodles with great relish, and then tenderly wiped the broth from the corners of Ning Chuchu's mouth with a cloth. In that moment, they were drawn close, leaving no space for another. Their gazes intertwined, each holding a piece of the other, leaving no room for anything else. Yet, Ning Chuchu could not help but avert her eyes. "How is it that you have donned that fragrant sachet?" she inquired, noticing that Xie Chengyun had slipped it on without her awareness. "It is a gift from you. Naturally, I must keep it close, a constant reminder of its invaluable worth," he replied, his voice resonating softly in her ear. "I have something for you as well." He presented her with a jade pendant, a cherished heirloom from his parents, offering it as a token of his affection. "Chuchu, I, Xie Chengyun, vow to the heavens that I shall forsake the world for you, but never forsake you. I am here because of you. I exist for you." Everything was unspoken, yet understood, a natural progression for the two of them. As Ning Chuchu returned home, the words of Xie Chengyun lingered in her mind, echoing through her thoughts. Chapter 32. Affection 1. Seated together in the carriage, they watched through the curtains as it moved further away, the figures of Xie Chengyun and Xie Li diminishing in the distance. While the figures receded, the hearts drew nearer. Undeniably, there was a moment when Ning Chuchu felt genuine emotion. Even if it was just for that fleeting instant, it was more than enough for Xie Chengyun. He had never dared to wish for too much, fearing that if he did, he would inevitably awaken from the dream. When the dream dissipated, nothing remained, a conclusion he did not desire nor seek. Thus, it is best for everything to unfold gradually. The marketplace bustles with life, pedestrians flowing like a stream, moving at their own pace. Some depart, while others await. Each individual will, in their own time, encounter their destined counterpart. The night market of Eastern Jin has flourished for many years, yet the resplendent lights fail to capture Ning Chuchu's attention. For her heart and mind are solely occupied by him, her gaze lingering in his direction, unable to return to reality. In her hand, She clutches the jade pendant he bestowed upon her, aware of her own state. Her palms are slick with perspiration, prompting her to wrap the pendant in a handkerchief and cradle it once more. Yet, she feels as though the warmth of their intertwined hands still lingers on her fingertips. His warmth entangled with hers, rendering her blood hot, her joy uncontainable, and her affections unrestrained. She can only plunge into an unknown path alongside him. She seems to grasp the direction, yet cannot proceed with certainty. She is deeply moved, yet speechless. She can only remain in a daze as he holds her small hand, allowing him to place the pendant into her palm. The fleeting touch, the warmth of his hand, evokes a tinge of fear within her. Yet he does not permit her to retreat, leaving her no choice but to advance. Suddenly, uncertainty envelopes her, and she is beset with doubts. She wonders what their future holds, unsure if they will ever comprehend the essence of affection and love. Furthermore, she lacks the capacity to wholeheartedly trust or love another, leading her to ponder how he might treat her in the future. Contemplating these matters, Ning Chuchu's heart swells with uncertainty and self-doubt. Observing her internal struggle, Xie understood that her mistress was lost in thought once more and shook her head, feigning curiosity as she looked at Ning Chuchu, saying, "Miss, snap out of it." The carriage has already departed, and Mr. Xie is no longer in sight. At that moment, Ning Chuchu offered no reply, perhaps needing time to consider the possibilities between them, to digest the recent events, and to find an outlet. "Miss, what do you think Mr. Xie means?" Xueji's curiosity intensified, resembling a child eager to uncover every mystery. Yet, she typically did not behave this way, especially since she had discerned the nature of her mistress's relationship with Mr. Xie. Sometimes the participant is blinded, while the observer sees clearly. In this instance, she naturally aimed to alleviate her mistress's worries and untangle her troubled thoughts. Perhaps by sharing her insights, her mistress would gain clarity, which would be a welcome outcome. "I am certain Mr. Xie must harbor feelings for you. Indeed, he holds a profound affection for you," Xueji continued after a moment. "If he did not care for you, why would he always consider your needs and assist you in every matter? I have learned that Mr. Xie has never treated any other woman in such a manner. You alone are different in his eyes. Moreover, throughout the entire Eastern Jin dynasty, there exists no one who surpasses my young lady in beauty and intellect. With her presence, how could Mr. Xie ever be enamored by another?" Xueji inquired once more, her tone laced with playful teasing. "My lady, do you have any affection for Mr. Xie? Such audacity! I must have indulged you too much, allowing you to speak so freely, without concern for the ears of others." Ning Chuchu feigned anger in response to Xueji's boldness. Yet Xueji, well aware of Ning Chuchu's true disposition, adopted a charmingly coy demeanor, her voice soft and endearing, rendering any semblance of anger impossible. "Please tell Xueji, my lady. No one else will know, I promise. Just share it with me, won't you?" Xueji suspected that her lady indeed harbored feelings for Mr. Xie, albeit her thoughts were currently tangled and unclear. Furthermore, during the last imperial banquet, when her lady had been schemed against, she had discreetly instructed Xueji to seek Mr. Xie's assistance, indicating that his significance in her life was far from ordinary. Since both shared mutual affection, Xueji was delighted by the prospect. Over the years, Ning Chuchu had only recently begun to smile again and trust others, with Mr. Xie being the first to earn her trust. Thus, if they were to end up together, it would be a most fortunate outcome. Ning Chuchu found herself at a loss for a direct answer. Instead, she gently poked Xueji's forehead with her finger, smiling faintly as she inquired, "So, Xueji, what do you believe constitutes affection, and what is not?" Xueji struggled to articulate a response, feeling the question to be rather peculiar, as she herself had no one she liked. However, she recalled overhearing her friends discussing what it means to be fond of someone. It was during a conversation about a friend who had developed feelings for someone special. She would yearn to see him every day, wishing to be by his side every moment, while they all envied her happiness. Though Ning Chuchu and Mr. Xie had yet to officially be together, their circumstances were quite similar, and thus could certainly be deemed as liking one another. Affection, yes. Affection is when my lady encounters someone, and even without uttering a word, she feels joy. However, if that person remains silent as well, she might become upset. Yes, I believe that is how it is. My lady, do you agree that this is a form of affection? Xie spoke in a somewhat fragmented manner, struggling to articulate her thoughts. You are quite the eloquent one. Could it be that our Xie has someone she fancies? Do share with your lady, and allow me to assess this intriguing development. Ning Chuchu teased, feeling that this little maid had gathered quite a bit of insight, playfully turning the tables on her. Thankfully, at that moment, it was just the two of them. Yet, Ning Chuchu could not allow herself to be solely the subject of Xie's playful jests. She teased back, suggesting that if Xie continued, she might not be able to withstand the onslaught of banter. What, then, is affection? It is indeed a challenging question, perhaps one that even she herself cannot fully comprehend. Chapter 33. Affection 2. Ning Chuchu mused inwardly. Affection, perhaps, is something akin to this. To see her, to delight in her presence, to be apart, to yearn, to remain silent, to feel vexed, to be unaware, to be troubled. Yet she ponders, when will she have the chance to see him again after today? Perhaps in the academy tomorrow, or at some other time and place. Yet, how shall she present herself before him? I do not harbor affections for anyone, but does not the young lady hold feelings for Mr. Xie? Upon hearing this, Xie immediately countered her own claim of not having a beloved, and she noted the mention of a young lady in Mr. Xie, puzzled by why the young lady insisted on dragging the conversation back to her. She resolutely continued her inquiries, determined to convey her thoughts to the young lady. What does it matter if one likes or does not like? Ning Chuchu furrowed her brow. The future appeared uncertain to her, and she was unsure whether she should entrust her heart to Xie Chengyun. Perhaps it is human nature to feel trepidation when faced with critical moments, to fear and thus hesitate to trust or to step forward. She too was ensnared by such feelings. To be in love means to be together. Xie wished the young lady to walk hand in hand with her beloved through life, to live harmoniously and grow old together. Unlike Ning Chuchu, who harbored numerous concerns, Xie merely desired the young lady's well-being, hoping she could find joy and happiness without a trace of hesitation, and then raise a few children. In the future, Xie would care for the young master and young mistress, who would surely be as beautiful as the young lady herself. To be in love means to be together. Ning Chuchu softly murmured, to be in love means to be together, as she listened to Xie's dreams of the future. Her brows unconsciously relaxed, and she envisioned herself years hence, witnessing a future filled with joy, contentment, and enviable happiness. Indeed, to be in love means to be together. Yet what price must one pay for such togetherness? Could she bear the burden? The idyllic days that Xie painted were dreams she had never dared to contemplate, and now she found the courage to strive for them with all her might. However, the myriad flavors of longing had only just begun. At this moment, Xie Chengyun also watched as Ning Chuchu walked away, remaining stationary for quite some time, lost in thought. He reflected on how radiant Ning Chuchu had appeared at the market. Despite their masks concealing their faces, he could still sense her joy. As long as she was happy, he could endure anything. It seemed that he could spend more time with her in the future. She surely did not relish staying within the confines of her residence. He had recently learned that, in her youth, their correspondence had been discovered by the madam of the Duke of Ning, who severed their connection, thereby confining her to her home. At that time, he had known nothing, merely believing she had grown weary of corresponding with him, or perhaps tired of him altogether, leading her to seize her letters. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept this. He longed to see her, not wanting a life devoid of her presence, for she was an indispensable part of him. The years spent exchanging letters with her had been a rare bliss. Receiving even a few words from her was enough to soothe his solitude. But when her letters ceased, he realized he desired so much more. She is not merely a pen pal, nor solely a confidant. He desires more. He envisions a future where he marries her, where they are together. Indeed, his feelings for her are steeped in romantic affection, the kind a man harbors for a woman. During the years when he received no letters from her, he could only revisit their past correspondence, and with each reading, his longing deepened. He dedicated himself to his studies and examinations, caring for nothing but her. All he sought was a chance to encounter her once more, aware of her extraordinary status. Believing that only through striving for greatness could he be deemed worthy of her and earn the opportunity to wed her. Yet he arrived too late, allowing her to endure so much pain alone. Even on the night he visited her in her illness, she was restless in her dreams, haunted by memories of the past. It is evident that these years have not been kind to her. Contemplating this, a wave of sorrow surged within him. Xie Chengyun found himself unable to divert his gaze or take a step away. Observing Xie Chengyun's unwavering focus on the direction in which Ning Chuchu had departed, Xie gently interjected, "My lord, Miss Chuchu has gone far. Perhaps we should return to the manor." Xie felt that having Miss Chuchu accompany his lord on his birthday surely pleased him. Yet the poignant farewell between them left him, a man of advancing years, yet uncherished, feeling increasingly awkward. He could not comprehend why the intricacies of romantic relationships could provoke such deep emotional turmoil. It was only when he encountered someone he truly cared for that he would understand that certain emotions and experiences elude one's control. Allowing him to grasp the myriad sentiments surrounding Xie Chengyun's situation. "My lord, do you recall the promises made to those individuals?" Xie redirected the conversation. "Now that Miss Chuchu and her companions have departed, it is time I report today as events to you." Although his lord deemed this matter unimportant, Xie felt it necessary to inform him. He had learned from his own sources that the individual in question was indeed present, as they conversed amiably. It is likely that Mr. Shi will soon depart from the Eastern Gene. Ultimately, Xie Chengyun remained contemplative. Though he had not experienced the trials that Xie Chengyun faced, nor could he act as he did, he was still willing to extend assistance when necessary. However, his energies were finite, and his heart could accommodate only one concern: all matters pertaining to Ning Chuchu. Other issues, in his view, were trivial and paled in significance compared to a single conversation with her. He wished to remain unperturbed by external affairs, longing only to be enveloped by her thoughts. Xie Chengyun instructed Xie, "Let our people lend them a hand when necessary." He was disinclined to squander time and energy on trivial matters. His primary focus was on how to swiftly bring Chuchu home as his bride. At times, Xie Chengyun would reminisce about his youth. Back then, he was unaware that what he felt was affection. He simply believed that upon growing up, he must find her and meet her in a suitable manner. The initial stirrings of love are often characterized by caution, as one fears that drawing closer might lead to greater distance. He then added, "Furthermore, as long as their interactions do not involve us, there is no need for us to concern ourselves or to inform me." Xie could only acquiesce. However, he also believed that in the heart of his elder brother, nothing was more significant than Miss Chuchu, as he preferred to accompany the fair maiden rather than face them alone. Henceforth, he would pay closer attention to matters concerning Miss Chuchu, ensuring his brother's peace of mind. He could also maintain closer contact with Miss Chuchu's personal maid, Shui, to gather insights about Miss Chuchu's whereabouts. Yet, this girl was quite challenging to please. The last time he had pursued her for information, she had only divulged a few cryptic words, causing him to incur his brother's displeasure for several days. Fortunately, his brother was satisfied today, sparing him from punishment. It seemed prudent for him to study this young maid's preferences, as catering to her likings would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors. Chapter 34. Twins in a tavern where young gentlemen resided. Every action of the two could be observed in crystal clarity. He recognized the jade pendant, which held profound significance, particularly for the two brothers. He possessed a similar piece, inscribed not with the character Yun, but rather with Shi. This individual was none other than Xie Chengyun's twin brother, Xie Ching, though he was commonly referred to as Young Master Shi. The twins had been separated at birth, and their backstory was one that could not be succinctly conveyed, despite their identical appearances that made them nearly indistinguishable. Their temperaments were starkly different. If Xie Chengyun was the epitome of a gentle and refined gentleman, then he was the hidden wolf lurking in the shadows. To the unacquainted, his facade could easily deceive, leading them to believe him to be equally genteel. What manner of woman could have ensnared his elder brother, causing him to succumb to romantic entanglements disregarding even their deep-seated enmities? Xie Cheng, she mused to himself, his gaze piercing and insightful. From his elevated vantage point, observing the intimacy between the two, he recognized that this woman was indeed the enchantress who had captivated his brother. He believed that Xie Chengyun should reclaim all that was rightfully his, rather than allow that person to usurp his place. For someone like Xie Chengyun to be so entangled with a woman, expending so much effort for her sake, was utterly unwarranted. Today was meant to be the day his brother personally met with them, yet he chose not to attend. Over the years, his brother had not prioritized vengeance, instead opting for a new life in the Eastern Gene, desiring to start afresh and be with the one he cherished. But how could he allow his brother to realize such wishes? His brother had escaped the torment of revenge, yet he was unwilling to let him live a mundane existence. The two brothers should return to exert dominion over the fates of others, rather than dwell in darkness, allowing their enemies to revel in their triumph while they were trampled upon. Investigate this woman personally. I demand to know everything about her. Xie Cheng, she commanded his subordinates. It was only after he unraveled the intricacies of their relationship that he could determine his next move. He would never permit his elder brother to remain unscathed. They were brothers, united as one, and the sins of those wretched individuals were shared equally between them. They bore the same blood feud, so why should he, Xie Chengyun, suffer in torment for years without relief, while his brother, Xie Chengshi, could feign tranquility, indulging in romantic sentiments without a care? The subordinate complied without hesitation, hastily setting into motion, anxious that any delay might provoke the ire of this formidable master. Within a day's time, he had thoroughly uncovered Ning Chuchu's past. Aside from a few details that proved elusive, Ning Chuchu was indeed quite uncomplicated, leading a mundane life for 14 years, with few acquaintances and simple relationships. There was nothing easier to investigate than this. The reason Xie Chengyun found himself here was due to an arrangement made by Xie Chengyun with certain individuals to meet at Wangchen Tower on his birthday. However, he had opted not to attend the banquet he was meant to grace and had sent Xie Chengyun in his stead. They remained unaware of Xie Chengyun's existence, which suited Xie Chengyun just fine. He had no desire to return or seek vengeance. He acknowledged his cowardice, focusing solely on himself, yearning for a peaceful life and a happy ending with her. In contrast, Xie Chengyun had been nurtured from a young age with a heart set on revenge, considering avenging their father as his lifelong aspiration. Yet this was not Xie Chengyun's desire. His only wish was for Ning Chuchu. Allowing himself this one moment of selfishness, he recognized the brevity of life, and all he sought in this existence was her. The best he could do was to assist Xie Chengyun in his quest for vengeance. He would lend a hand, but he would not return, nor could he. Should he go back, seeing her again would become an arduous task. He understood the difficulty of leaving his homeland, and he wished to spare her from such burdens. He was content with his current life and sought no further upheaval. Later, unbeknownst to Xie Chengyun, Xie Chengyun had stealthily infiltrated the hidden chamber within his study, where he discovered numerous old items and letters, learning much about their shared history. It seemed that Zijing and Zipei had known each other for quite some time. Xie Chengyun could hardly believe that Xie Chengyun could fall head over heels for a woman. This was the truth at last. The matters detailed in those letters might one day prove useful to him, if he could realign their paths, allowing them to coexist peacefully, particularly with his brother reclaiming his rightful position. It would be splendid. As for Zijing, that would depend on how his elder brother chose to proceed. Should things not unfold as he wished, he would not hesitate to assume the role of the villain. After all, he was no paragon of virtue. If Zijing became an obstacle to their brotherhood, he would not hesitate to remove her from the equation. Once a person has a vulnerability, they begin to fear and retreat. He did not wish his brother to be such a feeble man. To be ensnared by emotions was unbecoming of a man. He would never allow Xie Chengyun to choose a woman over his own twin brother. After spending considerable time in the academy, the day of respite finally arrived. Ning Chuchu eagerly returned to Tingyu Garden, where Granny Lin had indeed prepared a plethora of her favorite dishes, joyfully awaiting her return. In recent days, Ning Chuchu has resolved to find some respite amidst the sound of falling rain. She has been meticulously preparing a gift for Xie Chengyun, one she deems quite exquisite, pouring her heart and soul into the endeavor. After much contemplation, she finally settled on an idea, yet found it too simplistic, fearing it might blend into the mundane. She had no desire to conform to the ordinary. What then constitutes an ideal gift? After much reflection, unwilling to be consumed by her feelings for him, she decided that her present must be something he could see every day, akin to being in his presence. Furthermore, it should serve to inform other women that their gentleman has already found someone suitable, rendering their efforts futile. Ning Chuchu pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to embroider a sachet for Xie Chengyun by hand. This would not only convey her affections, but also dissuade other women, while simultaneously testing Xie Chengyun's sentiments. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Thus, in the ensuing days, she deliberated on the design for the sachet, investing considerable thought until she created the very sachet that Xie Chengyun now wears daily. Ning Chuchu's labor was far from trivial. Therefore, during her time at home, she wished to do nothing, relishing a rare moment of idleness. However, plans often falter against the tides of change, unbeknownst to her. Her mother had not been idle and now sought to reconnect with her. Chapter 35. The National Temple. Currently, the Ngwa Temple is bustling with activity, a haven for countless devotees. Among them are those who have traveled from afar, some seeking blessings, while many women come in pursuit of romantic destinies. A venerable ginkgo tree, over a century old, is adorned with red silk ribbons, each inscribed with a heartfelt wish. As a gentle breeze stirs, the ribbons flutter, bringing joy to the heart. Young women, either just coming of age or ready for marriage, gather beneath the tree, fervently wishing for a beloved companion to accompany them through life, their love enduring through the years. This scene caught the eye of Lady Xinyue, the wife of Duke Ning, who had been residing at Ngwa Temple for several days with the intention of bringing Ning Chuchu to seek a fortune stick. As for the nature of the stick, she deemed it her prerogative to reveal. "Madam, Miss Chuchu has just completed her bath and returned to the Duchess residence," announced Grandma Zhang, having just received the news. "Perfect timing, Grandma Zhang. Please go and fetch Chuchu to the temple," commanded Xinyue, omitting any mention of the other two young ladies of the Duke's household. It was clear she recognized that Ning Chuchu was her true daughter, while the existence of the other two was merely a thorn in her heart, each piercing deeper, complicating her sense of liberation. She could only hope her daughter would ascend to the highest position, no longer dwelling in the shadows, allowing her to stand tall and proud. Xinyue was also aware that during this time each year, His Majesty visits to discuss Zen with the temple's abbot. If Chuchu were to arrive and receive the coveted phoenix stick, it would perfectly counterbalance her dissatisfaction with Chuchu's performance at the recent palace banquet. A golden opportunity had been laid before her, yet Chuchu feigned ignorance, wasting the efforts Xinyue had invested. In her life, she had never beseeched anyone, but for her daughter, she had implored the Empress Dowager, a woman she abhorred. Chuchu's actions, however, left her utterly disheartened. Since she was unwilling to comply, it necessitated a greater effort on her part. In due time, she would undoubtedly comprehend that a mother's aspiration is to provide her child with nothing but the best. If her visit to Ngwa Temple could yield a phoenix oracle for Chuchu, it would be considered a stroke of good fortune, alleviating any fears of her inability to enter the palace. The journey between the Ningwa Duke's residence and Ngwa Temple spans a day, and thus Nurse Zhang resolved to return this evening so that she could fetch the young lady by noon tomorrow. Yet, the mere thought of her mistress's schemes brought her distress. She had come to realize that the fourth miss was reluctant to enter the palace. She would merely regard that individual as a brother-in-law. It was hard to believe that her mistress was oblivious to this fact. Rather, she feared that her mistress might resort to unscrupulous means to ensure the fourth miss's entrance into the palace. And if the fourth miss were to discover this in the future, would it not sever their bond irrevocably? What then would become of them? Ngwa Temple had existed long before the establishment of the Four Kingdoms, and after a century of transformations, its renown has only grown. The oracles of Ongwa Temple are particularly precise, prompting many to seek their counsel for solace. Those who receive what they seek are invariably filled with joy and conviction, while those who do not are left to ponder the sincerity of their own hearts and intentions. My lord, the emperor has sent word requesting your immediate return to Xi'an. The tentative sounds emanated from a private residence. The speaker was none other than the shadow guard who had relayed the emperor's message to the Empress Mu Shizhi regarding Bai Li Yunshu. He now knelt before Bai Li Yunshu, conveying the emperor's decree. He could have dispatched a message to Anan to handle this matter, yet he feared that Anan, considering their master-servant relationship, might hesitate to compel the young lord's return if he was unwilling. Thus, he took it upon himself to deliver the message. What is the urgency that necessitates my presence? Bai Li Yunshu did not feel compelled to obey the shadow guard's message without question. Upon his arrival in Dongjin, he had already conferred with Mu Shizhi, who had pledged her assistance in avenging his family. Once his mission was accomplished, he would return to Xi'an and remain by her side, never to part. How could it be that merely months after his arrival in Dongjin, she now summoned him back? Was she having second thoughts about her commitment to help him? But if that were the case, why had she allowed him to come to Dongjin? Why grant him the hope of revenge? This is beyond my knowledge. Please forgive me, my lord, the shadow guard replied, his expression unwavering. He was indeed aware of the situation. The emperor had learned of the young lord's meeting with a woman in Dongjin, which incited his wrath. Naturally, he sought to apprehend Bai Li Yunshu, deemed a transgressor of marital propriety, for proper reprimanding. Such thoughts, however, remained unspoken in the presence of Bai Li Yunshu. What if I am unwilling to return at this moment? Bai Li Yunshu pondered for a considerable time before posing the question. He contemplated the likelihood of avenging his family without her assistance, weighing his options before arriving at the most judicious decision. Forgive me, my lord, the shadow guard replied, his meaning clear. He dared not defy the emperor's orders. He also refrained from informing Bai Li Yunshu that the emperor was well aware of his every action in Dongjin. Upon his return, he feared he would face significant repercussions. Listening to such a response, Bai Li Yunshu understood that he had no choice but to comply. Not long ago, he had learned that Zhao Xian would be visiting Ongwa Temple for a brief stay. This is truly an opportune moment for him to exact his revenge. Should he miss this chance, any future attempts to assassinate him would prove exceedingly challenging. This time, he must seize the opportunity and ensure a decisive strike. I have heard that the fortune-telling at Ongwa Temple is remarkably accurate. I intend to seek a marriage oracle that aligns with His Majesty's fate, after which I shall return to you in Xi'an. What say you? He feigned a desire to visit the temple for divination, wishing to linger a few more days. Once his business was concluded, he would naturally return. With this pretext, they could not refuse him, thus granting him the time to prepare for his scheme. Everything could not have been more favorable. I hope you shall not go back on your word, for His Majesty's anger is likely to be profound this time. The Dark Guard, hearing his intent to seek a marriage oracle, dared not forcibly escort him away. A few more days would pose no issue, as long as he was willing to return. His Majesty is angry? Bai Li Yunshu was concerned for Mu Shizhi. Their entanglement had persisted for many years, with many matters now indistinguishable. It was during his most desperate moments that she took him in, giving him a home. Yet there remained unspoken words over the years that he could never voice. But why was she upset? Was it the old fogies in the court who had displeased her? Or perhaps the imperial consort in the palace had caused her discomfort? Yes, His Majesty ordered that his subordinate must bring the young master back immediately. The Dark Guard only mentioned taking Bai Li Yunshu back, without alluding to anything else. Rest assured, upon my return to Xi'an, I shall explain everything to His Majesty, and you shall not be implicated. Bai Li Yunshu remained calm and composed, entirely oblivious to the Dark Guard's strange demeanor. He thought that once he returned to Xi'an, he would surely alleviate her burdens, and she would naturally be happy. Yet, he did not anticipate that his plan would falter, and the one who truly incited Mu Shizhi's anger was none other than himself. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Chapter 36. Restlessness. Ning Chuchu enjoyed a restful slumber in the listening rain garden, in preparation for Xie Chengyun's birthday gift. She had often tossed and turned in recent days, yet it was all worthwhile. Beside her, the tea had been replaced several times, while the books lay untouched, abandoned by their owner, neglected. Occasionally, Ning Chuchu would play with the jade pendant gifted to her by Xie Chengyun, her delicate fingers gently tracing the character Yun. Losing track of time, although they were currently apart, she could not help but feel restless within her heart. Emotions surged like a tempest, uncontainable. The pendant was crafted from exquisite jade, and the thought of him stirred a longing within her. She wondered what he was doing at that very moment. Did he, too, think of her in this manner, entangled in affection, perhaps gazing at the sachet he had gifted her, secretly yearning for her? His words from that day echoed repeatedly in her mind. Chuchu, I Xie Chengyun vow to heaven, this life shall bear the weight of the world, but never shall I betray you. His voice was as gentle as a March breeze, softly caressing her ears, rendering her weightless and causing her heart to flutter, as if she might be swept away by the wind, unsure of how to respond to him. He then added, I come only for you. I remain solely for you. Yet she remained oblivious to what constituted an appropriate response. She could neither be excessively reserved nor overtly eager. She wished to neither decline nor readily acquiesce. Thus, she could merely whisper, I am willing. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. In truth, at that moment, she quietly confessed her affection for him, a sentiment that had blossomed inexplicably and without clear reason. Her heart was in turmoil, torn between her feelings and the uncertainty of whether he shared her sentiments. Pondering his words, yet unable to articulate her own, caught in a web of unexpressed emotions. Moreover, the nature of love in this world is inherently enigmatic. Perhaps she was dazzled by the lantern festival that day, or perhaps it was his handsome visage that captivated her. In that instant, it felt as though she had discovered the most precious emotion of her life. For the first time, she sensed that she was needed, that her existence held significance. She was unsure whether to trust every word he uttered, nor did she know if her moth-to-the-flame infatuation would culminate in a perfect outcome. Yet her heart could not quell its restlessness. Initially, her thoughts of him had been a mere whim, a desire to assert her independence from her mother. Then, as he consistently supported her, she began to harbor genuine feelings for him, while fretting over the possibility of his affections being claimed by another. Now, having navigated through so many experiences together, her feelings for him had deepened profoundly, and he occupied her thoughts incessantly. Although she accepted the jade pendant he gifted her, she could neither fully disclose her emotions nor dare to do so. Instead, she repeatedly reminisced about their joyful encounters from the moment they met. Whenever those memories surfaced, sweetness would swell in her heart. She was but a young girl, a woman in the world, yearning for love, for need, for protection, and he fulfilled those desires. However, the bittersweet taste of longing, with its myriad twists and turns, had not lingered long before Zhang Mama arrived. Upon seeing Xie Ji come to announce her presence, Ning Chuchu carefully placed the jade pendant away, not wishing for anyone to discover it. Aside from her companion Xie Ji, even Lin Mama was unaware of its existence. Xie Ji ushered Zhang Mama inside, and Zhang Mama bowed to Ning Chuchu, who, unwilling to accept such a gesture, instructed Xie Ji to assist her up. Zhang Mama, what brings you to Tingyu Garden at this hour? Weren't you accompanying my mother to Ingwa Temple? Ning Chuchu inquired, puzzled. When she returned, Lin Mama had informed her that her mother was not at home, but had gone to Ingwa Temple and would stay there for several days, advising her not to pay her respects. Yet here was Zhang Mama, appearing unexpectedly. She felt indifferent towards her mother now, as their mother-daughter bond had grown tenuous, perhaps even negligible. Yet, in the spirit of the Eastern Jin's emphasis on filial piety, she could not afford to be unfilial, and the discord between them would likely be dismissed by outsiders, who would merely label her as disobedient and incapable of understanding her mother's heartfelt intentions. Fourth Miss, the old servant comes by the lady's command to escort you to Ingwa Temple for a brief stay. Madame Zhang's demeanor was stern, her words delivered with unwavering clarity. Are the second and third sisters also accompanying us? Ning Chuchu refrained from expressing either agreement or refusal. She merely invoked the names of her nominal sisters. This, however, had not been commanded by her mother. Aware that her mistress had not mentioned the two sisters, Madame Zhang understood that it was unnecessary to include them. Should this oversight jeopardize her mistress's plans, it would be regrettable. Even though she sensed that the schemes of her mistress might disrupt the mother-daughter bond she shared with the young lady, obedience to her mistress's directives was paramount. Being a family of sisters, if she were to go alone while they remained behind, it would seem as though their mother favored one over the others. Madame Zhang contemplated informing the two sisters, thus allowing them to join, believing that would please their mother. Ning Chuchu did not share a deep sisterly bond with them. She was simply uncertain of her mother's intentions this time. Perhaps her mother harbored reservations, and thus, their presence would maintain peace. Deep down, Ning Chuchu understood her mother's desires. Her mother wished for her to enter the palace, to take her sister's place, and to care for the crown prince, thereby winning his favor. Yet, her father had made it clear that this was not his wish, nor the desire of the Ning Guogong residents. Consequently, she felt entitled to her own opinions, aspirations, and choices. She was reluctant to go, and even more so now that her heart belonged elsewhere. Including her sisters could indeed have its merits, as their mother, concerned with appearances, would be less likely to allow them to falter in public for fear of scandal. Although little could transpire within the confines of Ongwa Temple, her well-meaning mother might contrive some predicament for her, as had often been the case before. The incident at the palace banquet, where her mother displayed no concern for her, had left her feeling cold. After all, she was her biological daughter, yet her mother seemed fixated solely on her own ambitions and the fulfillment of her own wishes. Perhaps in this lifetime, Ning Chuchu would find her bond with her mother lacking. Madame Zhang's expression contorted in struggle, her brow furrowing as she pondered the dilemma. After a moment of deliberation, she finally stated, "I shall act according to the fourth Mrs. wishes." Madame Zhang felt that her lack of foresight had led to this predicament. Had her mistress asked more questions during her instructions, they might not have found themselves in such a quandary. If she forbade the two young ladies from joining, the fourth miss would undoubtedly harbor doubts, but if she permitted their attendance, their mother would likely be displeased. Truly, this position of servitude was fraught with difficulty. Chapter 37. The journey. At this moment, Ning Chuyen was trying on her vibrant red new skirt when she received a report from Huame, which left her somewhat perplexed. To Ongwa Temple? She set the garment aside and turned to face her. It was a message relayed by Madame Zhang's messenger. As Huame, Ning Chuyen's personal maid, noticed her confusion, she reiterated the news she had just learned. "Aunt, what do you suppose our mother is plotting?" she inquired, turning her attention to her biological mother. "Concubine Zhao. She would not harm you in public. You should simply go." Aunt Zhao set down the tea she had just sipped, rose to adjust Ning Chuyen's hairpin, and whispered in her ear, "Lately, numerous ladies from noble families have been visiting the Ongwa Temple to pay their respects. Given our family's standing, you would certainly find a place among them. Remember to avoid creating unnecessary disturbances. Simply heed the directives of the ladies at the temple and enjoy a few days of leisure. If possible, cultivate friendships with these noble women, as their favor will undoubtedly ease the path to your future marriage." Ning Chuyen had reached the age for discussing marriage, and engaging with them would be advantageous. After all, matters concerning a daughter's marriage were beyond the purview of an aunt, and if her daughter proved worthy, catching the eye of those noble women would simplify matters considerably. Moreover, the desires of these ladies differed from her own. They would undoubtedly wish to maintain their family's honor. Thus, this visit to Ongwa Temple would be entirely beneficial for Ning Chuyen. What reason could there be to decline such a fortunate opportunity? "I understand, Aunt," she replied. "Yet, I'm not anxious. Brother has assured me that he will advise Father to consider suitable candidates, ensuring that I am not wronged." The words of her elder brother echoed in her mind, invigorating her spirit. She felt no worry regarding her marriage. As both her brother and mother were dedicated to her future, she was determined to choose a partner who met her expectations, just as her mother had selected her father wisely. However, she was different from her mother. She was the daughter of the Duke of Ning, albeit a concubine's daughter. Yet she enjoyed her father's affection and her brother's care. In terms of status, she surpassed many, placing her beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, she had also heard of the remarkable accuracy of the temple's oracle, and she wished to seek a prediction regarding her future. In contrast, Ning Churen's situation appeared considerably more modest. "Aunt, should I also go to Ngwa Temple?" The mother and daughter of Ning Churen lived cautiously within the household, merely seeking to protect themselves. Concubine Meng wished for Ning Churen to grow up safely and to marry into an ordinary family, thereby escaping a fate like her own. Upon hearing that Ning Chuyen would be attending, she hesitated to go, but concerned about offending the mistress. She feared that their lives in the household would become increasingly difficult if they did not comply. "Go, since the mistress has commanded it. We must certainly attend. Churen, be extra careful outside and take good care of yourself." Aunt Zhao expressed a hint of reluctance, knowing that in this household, maintaining a low profile was the only way to secure peace. Yet, as Ning Churen departed, she could not help but offer additional advice, feeling a deep sense of attachment. Since that night, Xie Chengyun had felt as if his heart was coated in honey, displaying an unusually gentle demeanor in the court, leaving others in a state of pleasant surprise. "Sir, Miss Chuchu has been taken by the Duchess to Ngwa Temple." Xieli followed closely behind as they entered the Xie residence. Recently, their master had been in high spirits. They had committed errors without facing punishment. All thanks to Miss Chuchu. As long as their relationship progressed smoothly, those serving the master would likely benefit from his leniency. Ngwa Temple. Xie Chengyun pondered for a moment. What could have prompted her to be taken there? Recently, Your Majesty was also at the Ngwa Temple. Could it be that her thoughts linger still? No, he must not allow the Duchess to have her way. After much effort, he had finally persuaded Ning Chuchu to accept his presence in her life, and their relationship had only just begun. He would not permit anyone to jeopardize their bond or obstruct their future. Xieli observed a sudden change in Xie Chengyun's expression as he hurriedly made his way to the stable, instructing, "Prepare the horses. We shall also go to Ngwa Temple." Wherever she was, he would be there too. They were destined to be together. Fate had granted him the opportunity to know her and draw near to her, and he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Moreover, he had come to understand her feelings. With this realization, he knew there were actions he must undertake to draw them closer. The three young ladies of the Ning family set forth to Ngwa Temple without pause, arriving by midday. The temple's plaque, steeped in antiquity, exuded a simple elegance that echoed the tranquility cultivated over generations, silencing them as they disembarked from the carriage, wary of making any misstep. Ning Chuchu felt that Ngwa Temple was indeed a place conducive to contemplation, although her initial visit was not by her own desire. She now found value in the opportunity to reflect peacefully. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a young monk who guided them to the chamber of the Duchess. For Ning Chuyao and Ning Churen, paying respects to their stepmother was a necessary formality, and they complied without uttering much. The Duchess, though her demeanor remained unchanged, felt a surge of suppressed anger upon seeing them. Nonetheless, she could not express it. "You shall rest well today, and for the next few days. Immerse yourselves in meditation at Ngwa Temple. The temple's renowned twin lotuses are a sight to behold. You sisters should take the time to explore. Since you are here, do not restrain yourselves unduly, as long as you do not leave the premises." Shun Yuewei observed their respectful greeting and dismissed them, making no special effort to retain Ning Chuchu for further instructions. Shun Yuewei felt a sense of difficulty, but only hoped that the two would not disrupt her plans. Their fate was of no concern to her. Ning Chuchu was pleased that Shun Yuewei had nothing further to discuss with her. However, she remained unaware that the following day, her mother would go to great lengths to ensure her involvement in a scheme to fulfill her own aspirations. This would ultimately lead to Ning Chuchu being forced into a distant marriage, enduring hardships before reuniting with Xie Chengyun. Xie Chengyun, too, would find himself ensnared in difficulties for her sake, facing life-and-death challenges before their paths crossed again. All of this stemmed from a fateful slip of paper, which effortlessly altered the sweet red thread that should have bound them, leading them through a tumultuous journey before finally unveiling the moonlight after the clouds had parted. Indeed, it was merely a slip of paper, yet it wielded such profound power, stripping her of the right to choose and compelling him to fight for the highest authority. Fate has never shown weakness nor been inclined to grant fulfillment. Chapter 38. Instructions after the departure of the ladies. Nurse Zhang knelt before the Duchess, Xie, to offer her apologies. She had never anticipated that Miss Ning Chuchu would actually be willing to bring along the other two young ladies, with whom she had a strained relationship, to the Ongwa temple, claiming it was for the sake of the lady of the house. This left her with no grounds for refusal. Consequently, to avoid arousing Ning Chuchu's suspicions, she acquiesced and brought them along. Yet, she was acutely aware that this would undoubtedly displease the lady. Thus, she recognized her misstep as she knelt not far from Xie, bearing the weight of her displeasure. "Madam, it was the fourth miss who insisted on bringing the second and third misses to Ongwa Temple. As per the fourth miss's orders, this old servant dared not refuse, fearing that her doubts might jeopardize your grand plan. Therefore, I complied with the fourth miss's wishes. I beg for your punishment." Zhang Momo knelt on the ground, hesitant to rise. Ultimately, the lady of Ningwa Gong still regarded their years of master-servant relationship and did not impose excessive punishment. She instructed Zhang Momo to stand and said, "What does Chuchu's decision have to do with you? She is increasingly sensible and considerate. Her thorough thinking brings me joy. Why should I blame you? Rise." However, she still found it peculiar when did Chuchu and those two illegitimate daughters become so close that she would think of them wherever she went? Was it perhaps for the sake of her own reputation? If that were the case, it would be delightful. As long as she began to care about such matters, she would feel that Ning Chuchu remained well within her control, and there was nothing amiss. Instantly, Zhang Momo's face lit up with joy, and she became even more respectful towards Xie. Although she believed she had done nothing wrong, bringing the second miss to Ongwa Temple was indeed Miss Chuchu's idea. If the lady chose to reprimand her, she would have to accept it. Yet, the lady not only refrained from reproaching her, but instead praised Miss Chuchu. What could this mean? Having served the lady for many years, she understood that the lady did not genuinely favor the illegitimate children of the household. After all, even ordinary families had their share of concubines and illegitimate offspring, let alone the esteemed Ningwa Gong. Nevertheless, she could not help but worry about the lady's scheme and remarked, "What if tomorrow brings unforeseen circumstances? Miss Chuchu has seemed somewhat unusual lately, but I cannot articulate why." After all, Miss Chuchu had remained exceptionally obedient in the lady's presence, never defying her wishes nor exhibiting any inappropriate behavior, always adhering to the rules. Unforeseen circumstances have been accounted for. There will be no disruptions, only the outcomes I desire. As for Chuchu, she merely needs to seek an oracle. Xie did not take her words to heart, considering that Ning Chuchu had indeed behaved as she had anticipated over the years. There was little to worry about concerning unforeseen events. Her primary concern was this singular uncertainty, the Emperor. As for everything else, she had already contemplated it thoroughly. Even if she could not become the Empress now, there would always be opportunities once she entered the palace, and she would assist her. The position of Empress was destined for her daughter. It had been so in the past, and would continue to be so in the future. This certainty was deeply etched in her heart, never to waver. In this world, there has never been merely one emperor. The ruler of the northern Zhao kingdom has yet to establish a queen, while the sovereign of the southern Yang kingdom, lacking an heir, desires to appoint a crown prince, who in turn has no princess consort. The fate of these two scenarios remains uncertain. Moreover, the four kingdoms have long been entangled in disputes, far removed from their former harmony. Sometimes, a mere spark can ignite a conflagration that disrupts all four realms. At this moment, the women remain unaware of the many uncertainties that this world harbors, often catching one off guard and leaving them with unavailing regrets. Once Chuchu is prepared, let us go to meet her. Xie feels compelled to personally visit Ning Chuchu, ensuring that she complies with her instructions for the morrow. Ning Chuchu, under the impression that her mother's departure implied a lack of further matters, has perhaps relaxed her vigilance too soon. Since the Duchess of Ning has arranged everything, she would not easily relinquish control. Certain thoughts, long harbored, have transformed into obsessions and deep-seated aspirations. After Ning Chuchu has settled into Ongwa Temple, Duchess Xie personally seeks her out, confiding in her the tasks she must undertake the following day. "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the court to seek a divination." Xie Yue's demeanor is gentle refraining from rebuking Ning Chuchu for bringing along the two others. Yet, this hardly seems a matter warranting such personal attention from her mother, leaving Ning Chuchu somewhat astonished. Seeking a divination is not unfamiliar to Ning Chuchu. She has done so before. Why, then, does her mother feel the need to emphasize it this time? Surely, a single divination cannot lead to dire consequences. Perhaps it is best to acquiesce to her mother's wishes, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. She does not wish to be distressed over trifles. Indeed, her mother, with her head slightly bowed, has already bathed and changed, preparing to rest. Yet, with her mother's arrival, she must don her garments anew, standing quietly by to absorb her mother's counsel. Chapter 39. The marriage. Seated upon a modest chair, Shun Yuewe appears unaffected as she sips the unique, delicate tea of Ongwa Temple, setting the cup down gently. She continues, "You are now of an age where you should contemplate your own marriage. However, do not fret. I shall make all decisions on your behalf. You are unlike your half-sisters. I have already determined your future, and you need not associate with outsiders to protect your reputation." Shin Yuewe ponders that perhaps her daughter, still so young, is yet unacquainted with matters of the heart. This may explain why she failed to grasp the true intentions of the Empress Dowager on that day, not out of reluctance, but from youthful naivety. Nevertheless, she will guide her little by little, teaching her until she comprehends fully. At merely 14, she is in the bloom of youth, a time when she is most sought after. With her beauty, a simple outing or attendance at a few banquets will undoubtedly attract many admirers. However, those suitors are not to her liking. Mingling is permissible, yet boundaries must not be crossed. In summary, she must be made to realize that her marriage is not solely dictated by her own words, nor are her personal opinions of paramount importance. What truly matters is whether she can ascend to become the most esteemed woman in the realm, and that the actions of her mother are all intended for her benefit. What mother does not aspire for her child to lead a prosperous life? Yet, what constitutes true benefit for a child is something Shan Yuewe stubbornly believed to be dictated by her own perceptions. What she deemed good was good, and what she dismissed was inherently bad. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuchu felt little resonance, for she was certain that as long as her father was present, her mother would never succeed in sending her to the palace. Thus, she naturally dismissed Shun Yuewe's words. Moreover, since His Majesty had previously barred her from entering the palace, it was unlikely he would permit it in the future, a simple fact her mother failed to comprehend. What puzzled her even more was her mother's unwavering desire to see her enter the palace, a conundrum that had confounded her for many years. Ning Chuchu appeared oblivious to these intricacies, gazing steadily at Shin Yuewe. With utmost warmth, she said, "Mother, I am still quite young and have not yet contemplated such matters. I will abide by the arrangements made by you and father." In her mother's presence, Ning Chuchu was always exceedingly obedient, as such compliance spared her from unnecessary troubles, which she loathed. As for her own marriage, she could indeed begin to ponder it, especially since she had already found someone who captured her heart. Apart from him, no one else would suffice. If he were to propose at the Ning Guogong residence, her father would likely acquiesce. Yet, she wondered if he would come, and when he might do so. However, her father had already informed her that he had made arrangements for her marriage. When a suitable candidate emerged, he would allow Chuchu to assess their compatibility before proceeding. Her father had conveyed that this was his will, as well as her mother's. Ning Chuchu contemplated this in her heart while expressing it outwardly, which only served to heighten Shun Yuewe's displeasure. Your father's will is naturally aligned with mine. There is no need for you to feel shy. If you have someone you admire, do not hesitate to share it with me, for I shall advocate on your behalf. Shen Yuewe's expression remained unchanged at her words, yet she contemplated that once arrangements were finalized, it would not be Ning Ziyuan who held sway over the decisions. At that point, everything would be within her control. Her marriage would no longer be dictated by the Ning Guogong residents, and she was eager to witness just how remarkable the fantasies he spoke of could be. To a woman, there is no position that rivals the exalted status of the Empress. Thus, every endeavor she undertook was worthwhile. Her mother was overthinking. Chuchu had yet to ponder such matters. While Ning Chuchu indeed had affections for someone, she would never foolishly disclose this to her mother. If her mother were to discover this, it was easy to imagine the lengths to which she would go to impose her will. She, too, was a keeper of secrets, having carved out a private sanctuary of her own, and this time she would not allow her mother to uncover it. The events of the past still lingered in her memory. She had merely exchanged letters, a gentlemanly correspondence. Yet her mother had not only doubted her, but had also chosen not to discuss it further. In summary, she would not disclose everything to her mother, for the hearts of the mother and daughter were never truly aligned. The thoughts residing within her mother's mind were her own, not those of her daughter. The pursuits her mother longed to undertake were driven by her own desires, not by her daughter's aspirations. With that said, it would be best for her to rest and remember the matters of tomorrow. Xie refrained from saying more, as their earlier conversations had seldom delved deeply. Such exchanges were indeed rare. Ning Chuchu expressed her gratitude to her mother for her concern. Once again, Ning Chuchu displayed a docile demeanor, acquiescing to every word spoken, which greatly pleased Xie. Subsequently, Ning Chuchu personally escorted her mother to the door, and only after she had departed did she return to her chamber, instructing Xie to close the door behind her, allowing them both to retire for the night. Chapter 40. Conversation. The evening hours always passed swiftly, and the morning bells rang, awakening those lost in slumber. A young monk, unbeknownst to when he had arisen, had already swept away the fallen leaves from the courtyard. Ning Chuchu and Xie had awoken early, and the accommodations in Gua Temple could not possibly compare to the Tingyu garden of the Ning Duke's residence. It was only natural for Ning Chuchu to find it difficult to adapt, having been raised in comfort and never accustomed to such simplicity, especially when faced with the prospect of staying for several nights. The challenge of falling asleep was secondary. The constant need to confront her mother was what truly unsettled Ning Chuchu. The two of them gradually strolled along the now clean path, their figures shrouded in the soft morning light, barely discernible. "Miss, the lady asked you yesterday to seek an oracle. Should we go?" Xie gently inquired at Ning Chuchu's ear. "Of course we shall go," Ning Chuchu whispered. It was better to engage than to avoid. Who knew what consequences awaited her if she disregarded her mother's wishes? Ning Chuchu continued, "Xie, you should also seek an oracle. Perhaps you might encounter a worthy suitor." It seemed she had recalled something significant. Indeed, Xie had reached the age of marriage, and it was time for her to be attentive in finding a suitable match. Xie had cared for her over the years, and when the time came for her to wed, Ning Chuchu would ensure that she prepared a sufficiently precious dowry to make her departure a grand affair. However, this was contingent upon Xie finding the right person and being willing to marry, which Ning Chuchu would wholeheartedly support. "Miss, you only jest at my expense," Xie replied, feigning annoyance, feeling that Ning Chuchu believed her to lack wit and was eager to marry her off to rid herself of her. This thought made her increasingly uncomfortable. "You, my dear girl, are no longer a child. It is time to consider such matters." Ning Chuchu, unaware of Xie's inner turmoil, merely perceived her reaction as one of embarrassment upon hearing the subject of marriage. She teased Xie further, saying, "What? Do you wish for me to support you for life? Just consider how much silver that would require. Alas, your mistress has no wealth to sustain you. How will we manage?" Finally, Xie understood the playful intent behind Ning Chuchu's words. "No, I wish for you to support me for a lifetime. I shall never leave you, Mississippi." She simply refuses to part from her mistress. After marriage, she would have to care for others, and it is uncertain whether she would ever see her mistress again. Undoubtedly, she is unwilling, for her sole desire is to remain with her. The mistress cannot abandon her maid, nor can she cast her aside. "Mistress, dear Xie," she grasped Ning Chuchu's arm, shaking it incessantly, much like a pampered kitten, utterly docile. "All right, I shall cease my teasing." Ning Chuchu, too, finds it difficult to part with Xie and would not easily grant her away. "You, my dear girl, are truly too sensitive. I have done nothing yet, and you are already upset. Alas, mistress, you are so fond of me. What I say is true. I would never leave your side in this lifetime." The two gradually walked away until they were no longer visible. Their movements were under the scrutiny of others, each action anticipated. Even their intentions to seek a divination in the Grand Hall, the nature of the fortune they would receive, and how to interpret were all part of others' calculations. Yet, they remained unaware. And even Xie Chengyun could not have predicted that the step taken by the Duchess of Ning Chuchu would unfold in such a manner. A moment of carelessness led to endless longing and the pain of separation. At this time, Bailey Yinshu and his companions arrived at Ongwa Temple. Although he had initially used the pretext of seeking divination to linger in Eastern Jin for a few more days, he genuinely wished to visit Ongwa Temple for this very purpose. What did he hope to inquire? Naturally, his desire was for that person to be safe and joyful, and for him to exact his vengeance. Should heaven be kind, he would also wish for a future for the two of them. However, he felt this was merely his own extravagant hope. How could he dare to entertain such thoughts? How could he deem himself worthy? She was beyond his reach, residing high in the clouds. He remained uncertain of his own place in her life, preferring not to know, fearing that such knowledge would eliminate his escape route. Currently, he possessed only a flicker of faith, a modicum of persistence. If even that were to be extinguished, his existence would reach its end. Perhaps the nature of their relationship at present was the most favorable. Young master, we have arrived at Ongwa Temple. Anan and the Shadow Guard accompanied Bailey Yinshu to the temple. The Shadow Guard only hoped that after the young master had completed his divination, he would return with him to Xi'an. Otherwise, the emperor's wrath might well extend to Eastern Jin. Yet, the young master remained oblivious to the impending consequences of their return to Xi'an, matters beyond his immediate concern. Young master, would you like me to accompany you? The Shadow Guard, though reluctant to reveal himself, was prepared to assist if instructed. Deep down, he had an inkling that the young master's visit to Ongwa Temple was about more than mere divination. He surely had important matters to attend to, though the young master did not trust him enough to bring him along, opting instead for Anan. However, should anything go awry on the young master's end, the emperor would not spare them, leaving the guard in a state of turmoil and conflict. Had it not been for the young master's perfectly timed excuse, he would have never agreed to accompany him. No need. I shall return shortly. You stay here and tend to the carriage until Anan and I come back. Bailey Yinshu had made his decision, yet he remained unaware of whether he would succeed in his endeavors or be unable to return. If he cannot, severing ties completely would be preferable. Let her believe that she had never occupied a place in his heart. As he approached the Grand Hall, he entrusted Anan with some important matters. Before long, Anan had vanished, leaving him to seek an oracle alone. Chapter 41. Deception. Ning Chuchu and Xie initially meandered through the temple before proceeding to the Grand Hall to await the arrival of the Duchess of Ning. She was still obliged to follow the Duchess's instructions and seek an oracle. However, as the appointed time drew near, they waited for quite some time in the place they had agreed upon yesterday, yet the Duchess's figure did not appear. After the passage of a short period, Xie finally sent someone to inform them that the Duchess had decided that the young lady could seek an oracle on her own. It was not a difficult task, and the Duchess would not be coming after all. Ning Chuchu understood the message clearly. She would go. However, the servant sent to relay the Duchess's words did not leave immediately, as if wishing to witness Ning Chuchu seek the oracle before reporting back. Ning Chuchu and Xie exchanged glances, and finding no confusion, they proceeded towards the oracle-seeking area. The incense wafted through the hall, and before they could enter, a particularly slick and astute young monk ushered them aside. Despite his youth, he possessed a robust physique. With a compassionate smile, he regarded Ning Chuchu and her companion, instilling in them an indescribable strangeness, though nothing seemed amiss, so they dismissed it from their minds. "Are you here to seek an oracle?" the young monk inquired, seemingly just noticing their intent. In truth, he had been waiting for them for quite some time, long before the messenger had arrived. The oracles at our Ongwa Temple are remarkably effective. Over the years, the young monk had developed a discerning eye and recognized that their attire was anything but ordinary, indicating their distinguished status. The lady walking ahead wore opulent garments, with each piece of jewelry exquisite, unmistakably precious. The fabric of her dress shimmered in the sunlight, captivatingly beautiful, suggesting it was indeed one of a kind. Thus, It was evident that these two individuals possessed exceptional identities. Perhaps they were the very individuals he had been anticipating. Concealing his emotions, he took the initiative to engage them in conversation, seizing the opportunity to establish a rapport, allowing them to lower their guard and facilitating the forthcoming proceedings. Over the years, those who had come to Ongwa Temple to seek oracles understood that as long as one offered generously, any oracle could be requested. Yet, most sought merely a sense of peace, willingly placing their faith in the temple's esteemed reputation, a tacit understanding among them. The majority sought oracles for spiritual solace, hoping to see their desires fulfilled or to navigate through difficulties. All these matters stem from the desires harbored within the human heart. People find it impossible to relinquish or abandon these yearnings, which invariably lead them to seek fulfillment. Such pursuits, devoid of need for external validation, fortuitously contribute to the renowned reputation of the Ongwa Temple. Visitors to the temple aspire to draw a fortune slip, and should their wishes materialize, it serves to affirm the temple's illustrious standing. Conversely, if their desires prove untrue, it reflects a lack of sincerity in their hearts, thus bearing no reflection on the temple itself. The cost of seeking a fortune slip is but a modest offering of 1 or 2 coins, fair and just devoid of deception. The young monk has repeated this sentiment countless times, and it remains uncertain whether their abbot is aware of such occurrences. In any case, for Ning Chuchu and her companions, the situation appeared somewhat amusing. Consequently, despite their initial reservations towards the young monk, they found themselves devoid of any guard. "Miss, this person seems rather unreliable. Could he be attempting to deceive us?" Snow Branch expressed her frustration at the notion of having to part with 1 or 2 silver coins for a fortune slip, an amount that seemed exorbitant, especially since she had been sold to the Ning Guogong family for merely 6 silver coins. It was evident that the price for such a fortune was not something an ordinary individual could easily bear. This lady's assertion is quite misguided. Your pursuit of a fortune slip is for peace of mind and contentment, while our need is merely to gather a modicum of silver to sustain our daily existence. Both are forms of desire without distinction. The young monk, noticing Snow Branch's dissatisfaction, remained unfazed and instead offered a gentle explanation for the pricing. It remained unclear whether he would display such amiability towards others or reserve it solely for the two of them. Meanwhile, the young monk pondered that the temple's fortune slips were, for those seeking romantic connections, invaluable treasures. Yet, he was perplexed as to why something so universally desired appeared as a formidable beast in the eyes of the two women. This was due to his ignorance of the fact that while others longed for certain things, Ning Chuchu had no such inclinations. She was an individual apart. What others cherished did not necessarily resonate with her, and likewise, her preferences were often unappreciated by others. Thus, during her childhood, her companions were limited to her sister, cousin, and brother. Others either fell out of favor or, even if they initially connected, the bond would eventually dissipate. Hence, the fortune slip was not something she wished to seek. Yet upon recalling her mother's persistent entreaties the previous night, and considering the scarce familial affection and hope she held, she felt compelled to embark on this journey. Chapter 42. A Fortuitous Encounter Miss. Observe how he speaks such nonsense. Yet, Snow Branch was unimpressed, perceiving the young monk's arguments as mere sophistry. In her view, the Ongwa Temple was a sanctuary of tranquility, and their actions contradicted the very essence of purity, rendering it far from a sacred space. Indeed, she could find no other word to describe it. Snow Branch, the young monk's words carry some merit. Ning Chuchu interjected, interrupting Snow Branch's forthcoming remarks. She addressed the young monk, "We wish to seek a fortune slip. Might you guide us in this endeavor? Whether for fortune or fate." It was merely a slip to be drawn. The sooner it was completed, the sooner they could return to rest. She was not inclined to linger on this matter any longer. Ning Chuchu instructed Xueji to hand over a sum of money for the incense offering to the young monk. Xueji, albeit reluctantly, remarked, "This is our offering." Although Ning Chuchu had not personally engaged in such practices, she possessed a certain understanding of them. Despite her reservations, Xueji complied with her mistress's request, though she felt that the amount was excessive, enough to sustain them for a considerable time, especially given that her mistress's monthly allowance was merely 20 taels of silver. "Do not worry, miss. I am certain we shall receive a favorable oracle soon," she assured. The young monk accepted the incense money, weighing it in his hand. Upon realizing its substantial amount, his demeanor became increasingly enthusiastic, leaving both women somewhat taken aback. Ning Chuchu found truth in his words. Often, what people saw was merely a sliver of hope, a glimmer nestled within their hearts. Now, she too harbored such hope. Since she had developed feelings for him, it seemed only natural to nurture a modicum of expectation. After all, she too had desires in her heart. Although desire could render one vulnerable, she found herself unable to resist such affection. Indeed, she could not pinpoint when her feelings for Xie Chengyun began to transform. From the initial intrigue to an undeniable urge to keep him close. If she were to claim she held no affection for him, she would scarcely believe it herself. "Miss, I do not wish to seek an oracle," Xie whispered into Ning Chuchu's ear as her mistress insisted on pursuing one. "Why, Ning Chuchu fake net confusion. I do not trust this," Xie thought, suspecting it might be a mere trick, and the monk certainly did not inspire confidence. She resolved to abstain from seeking, believing that as long as her mistress was content, that sufficed. As for her own future or romantic prospects, she felt no need for such inquiries. Her current state was quite satisfactory, and she felt a profound sense of contentment, seeing that Xie was genuinely unwilling. Ning Chuchu refrained from pressuring her to seek an oracle as well. What held significance for some might not resonate with others. Upon arriving at the divination site, they discovered a considerable crowd. Some familiar faces mingled with strangers. "Sister Xie, you are here too," Ning Chuchu exclaimed as she turned and spotted Qin Xie. Since their last parting, they had not crossed paths until this chance encounter at the Ongwa Temple, which warranted a delightful conversation. At that moment, Qin Xie held an oracle slip in her hand, the contents of which were unknown to Ning Chuchu. However, Xie appeared unperturbed, her expression serene and indifferent as she showed no inclination to interpret the oracle. Upon hearing Ning Chuchu's call, Qin Xie approached, tucking the slip into her sleeve. "Sister Chuchu, have you come to seek an oracle as well?" she inquired, standing before Ning Chuchu. "Mother sent me to seek one, and to my surprise, we have met here. A delightful coincidence indeed," Ning Chuchu answered truthfully, expressing a measure of trust towards Qin Xie, albeit less than the trust she held for Xie Chengyun. Nevertheless, this trust was indeed rare. At present, Ning Chuchu felt that her acquaintance with Qin Xie, which blossomed into friendship, was a fortuitous twist of fate, one that cannot be forced. Their reunion today was also a manifestation of this serendipity. After several days apart, Chuchu appeared much more at ease, a stark contrast to her previous melancholy. Yet, there were matters unknown to her sister. Perhaps it was best to consult an oracle before discussing them in depth. Upon encountering Ning Chuchu, Qin Xie felt some of the burdens within her heart dissipate, and her smile became genuinely warm. A few days prior, she had invited Ning Chuchu to her residence for a gathering, but at that time, Chuchu was preoccupied with her studies and unable to attend. Now, however, fate had conspired to bring them together at the Ongwa Temple. Qin Xie found solace in Ning Chuchu's presence, as it allowed her to momentarily forget about that person and those events, offering her a reprieve from the humiliation inflicted by that person's sister. Furthermore, despite their nascent acquaintance, she felt an extraordinary connection with Ning Chuchu. She admired Chuchu's character and her unblemished demeanor. Unlike herself, despite being envied by many for her accomplishments, bore the weight of unacknowledged struggles. Thus, receiving Ning Chuchu's recognition and engaging in delightful conversation brought her great joy. Chapter 43. The Oracle Stick Indeed. "I wish to have an earnest conversation with you, dear sister," Ning Chuchu replied. She had few friends, and Qin Xie was certainly one of them. Though she preferred to keep her interactions with outsiders minimal, those who knew her well understood her warmth, which belied her seemingly demure exterior. Within her heart burned a fervent flame, capable of igniting passionate warmth when kindled. She had the potential to illuminate the lives of many. However, she needed to seek an oracle stick, which curtailed her lengthy discourse with Chenezhen. After bidding her temporary farewell to Chenezhen, Ning Chuchu casually drew an oracle stick. Yet this seemingly random choice altered the course of her fate with Xie Chengyun, diverging entirely from their expectations. It was indeed a casual draw, requiring no effort on her part. After all, she felt quite listless, although she had drawn oracle sticks in her youth. Her mindset then was vastly different from her current one. In her younger days, she was carefree and unrestrained, while now she felt compelled to adhere to propriety and decorum. She longed to return to that youthful, spirited girl, the vibrant child full of life. Yet there was no turning back. Now that she had encountered the right person, she was unwilling to revert to the past. However, fate played a cruel jest upon them, watching as they delighted in each other's company, yet were destined to part ways. Love unfulfilled and unable to endure. They could only taste the bitterness of life's trials before being granted respite. And what is the most bitter? In the realm of human experience, the flavor of love is undoubtedly the most poignant. The young monk picked up the fortune stick that Ning Chuchu had accidentally dropped, sighing repeatedly, as if profoundly astonished, struggling to articulate his thoughts, only managing to mumble about the stick without uttering anything else. This peculiar behavior piqued the curiosity of those around him, prompting them to wonder what kind of fortune could elicit such a reaction from a young monk. What is it about this stick? A lady nearby urged him, eager to uncover the contents of the inscription. She seemed to forget her own stick in her hand, secretly hoping that it would not be as fortunate as the one that had been dropped. Otherwise, she would be left feeling discontented. After all, the monk's expression was exceedingly strange, as if he had encountered something truly shocking. What could possibly cause such a transformation in him? The more he maintained this enigmatic demeanor, the more curious and persistent the onlookers became. Chuchu, do not fret. At worst, it is merely an unfavorable stick. After all, there is little to trust in such fortunes. Chenezhen reassured, albeit she too was intrigued by the inscription but refrained from pressing the monk further, instead offering a symbolic gesture of comfort to Ning Chuchu. She wished for her friend to remain at ease, regardless of the outcome, believing firmly that the worst it could be was simply a bad omen. Yet, she held steadfast to the conviction that fate cannot dictate one's destiny, for she believed that human determination can triumph over celestial forces. The monk, satisfied by the curiosity he had incited, feigned astonishment to further intrigue them, anticipating the moment to reveal the outcome, a process that seemed seamless, with no one doubting his manipulation. The fortune, long since untouched, was indeed a rare and auspicious one, a phoenix stick. His words, filled with wonder, left the crowd envious, for such a fortunate omen had seldom been drawn. The last person to receive such a fortune was the esteemed Miss Ning Chuchu of the Ning Guogong mansion, who subsequently ascended to the role of Empress. This kind of blessing was not meant for the ordinary, leading to speculation about what merit the young lady possessed that destined her for such a remarkable fate. The crowd buzzed with chatter, some pleased that their fortunes, while not on par with Ning Chuchu's, were still favorable. Others envied her for having drawn the ultimate stick, and a few begrudged her, lamenting their own lack of similar fortune. Yet, it was merely a chance election. The impact was undeniably significant, as a myriad of rumors and superstitions emerged. Ning Chuchu, however, remained skeptical of such beliefs, finding the situation somewhat amusing. I knew at first glance that this young lady was extraordinary. Little did I realize her destiny was so precious, akin to a phoenix gracing the earth, truly invaluable. The monk continued unabated, proclaiming, "This lady shall surely." But no one noticed the fleeting gleam of insight that passed through his eyes. Regarding why this fortune stick was drawn by Ning Chuchu, no one, including her, harbored the slightest doubt. They merely perceived it as a stroke of good fortune on her part. The young monk, perhaps, should refrain from excessive commentary, for it is merely a fortune stick. Ultimately, Ning Chuchu could no longer contain her discontent. She disliked this fortune stick and was unwilling to accept that her destiny could be dictated by such an ephemeral artifact. Observing the sincere expression on the young monk's face, which did not seem feigned, the crowd began to murmur even more as they noted Ning Chuchu's dissatisfaction with such a fortunate draw. After all, this was a fortune stick from Ongwa Temple. How could it possibly be false? Indeed, Ongwa Temple's fortunes have never been known to err. Moreover, that fortune was so splendid. We could only envy it. Who knew whose daughter this was, to possess such extraordinary luck as to draw the phoenix stick from Ongwa Temple? Could it be that this young lady is destined for great fortune in the future? However, that is not necessarily the case. It is merely a fortune stick. Can it truly transform one into a phoenix? That remains uncertain. Chapter 44. Fate Chuchu, let us depart. Observing Ning Chuchu's dazed demeanor, Qin Yizhen decided to take her hand and lead her aside, leaving the grand hall amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers. Perhaps others yearned for such a fortune stick. Yet Ning Chuchu did not share that desire. She understood and comprehended the situation. Xuezhi hastened to catch up with them. She was aware that her mistress did not harbor such thoughts. Yet having drawn such a stick, even without such aspirations, others would perceive the possibility. At this moment, her mistress must be quite troubled. If it were up to her, they should not have sought this fortune stick today, as it only disrupted her rare good spirits. Although this fortune might not necessarily come to fruition, anything that displeased her mistress was undesirable. This was indeed a prize stick, one that everyone coveted. However, if it brought her mistress unhappiness, then it was of no worth. The mistress had given the young monk so much silver, yet all she received in return was her own discontent. Oh, how that silver seemed wasted! Xuezhi felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress's finances. "Miss, do not heed their words. What matters is your happiness," came Xuezhi's concerned voice from beside her. "Everything else is trivial. Your joy is of utmost importance. Life is fleeting, and if one cannot find joy for oneself, what significance does it hold? A fortune stick signifies nothing, and moreover, it may not even have been drawn by you. That young monk does not appear to be a particularly reputable monk. There's truly no need for you to feel disheartened by their words." Xuezhi was, in fact, an individual with a carefree disposition, never inclined to delve too deeply into matters. Perhaps this was merely the fortune of the simple-minded. The silhouettes of the three gradually faded away, while the maidservants who had initially conveyed the message from the Duchess of Ning also vanished. Ning Chuchu and her companions left at a leisurely pace. Yet they did not manage to quell the chatter among those still in the hall. However, with the protagonists absent, the discussions, though still abundant, lost some of their significance. In the Eastern Jin dynasty, numerous individuals flocked from various regions to seek omens, as if that single day had gathered people from all corners of the earth. Within just one day, the entire capital was abuzz with news of a young maiden at the Ongwa Temple who had drawn a phoenix omen, heralding a future of immense wealth and nobility. However, Ning Chuchu paid little heed to their chatter. Instead, she felt an inexplicable chill within her. At that moment, she sensed a profound disconnect, not only from those around her, but also from the world itself. She felt adrift, as if lost in a dream, struggling to grasp the reality of her situation. If Sister Chuchu did not favor the omen, there was no need to dwell upon it. Belief or disbelief held little consequence. Qin Yizhen, observing Ning Chuchu's melancholic demeanor, could only offer her such comfort. Yet, she too was perplexed. If another woman had drawn such a fateful omen, she would surely be overjoyed. In contrast, Ning Chuchu exhibited not a trace of happiness, only a visage clouded with sorrow. Regardless of Ning Chuchu's emotional state, she wished to be the blossom that could soothe her furrowed brow. This omen was indeed unworthy of faith. She would not submit to a nebulous destiny, nor would she bend to another's will. Her choices would always belong solely to her. Indeed, my lady, this omen serves no purpose beyond providing a semblance of peace. Xuezhi, panting behind Ning Chuchu, felt compelled to voice her thoughts, especially since this omen had soured her mistress's mood. Regardless of its purported merit, anything that distressed her lady was detestable in Xuezhi's eyes. Following this incident, Xuezhi grew increasingly skeptical of such matters. The intangible had always eluded her understanding. If she could not comprehend it, it was best left untouched. After all, I too am a non-believer. What nonsense are these omens? I, Chenesian, am not like ordinary women. Could the ominous words about a tumultuous fate truly come to pass? Even if they did, what of it? I could lose everything and begin anew. Though it may not equal the past, I am confident it would not be far from it. Chenesian laughed lightly, as if she could remain unfazed by anything that crossed her path. Yet, no one could hear the silent turmoil within her. The uncertainty of whose fate it truly was, hers or theirs, since what she sought was not merely for her own sake. In Ning Chuchu's eyes, Chenesian's carefree demeanor, unbound by the constraints often imposed on young women, was a significant reason for Chuchu's willingness to allow her into her life after only a brief encounter. Chenesian possessed many qualities that Chuchu envied, allowing her to express her frustrations freely, while Chuchu could only harbor her sorrows in silence. Meanwhile, Bai Yunshu had also drawn an omen, which conveyed the four characters. Yet he was reluctant to believe it, even as a flicker of hope stirred within him. To him, what did it truly signify? Was it a successful withdrawal from the world or a retreat after failure? If success was not destined for him, what then could be said of his years of effort? Yet he hopes to trust in this oracle, wishing not to see his efforts go unrewarded. Will his aspirations truly come to fruition? When he finally exacts his revenge, will he still be alive to witness it? Can he truly ensure that his adversaries pay the price they deserve? All these thoughts are burdens he must confront. Chapter 45. Mutual comfort. The qualities embodied by Chenesian were once familiar to her in her youth, and her sister Ning Chuchu was always so as well. In that moment, the shadow of a good sister intertwined with that of Jinjin. Alas, he was acutely aware that Chenesian was not Ning Chuchu. She was not her. Yet at times, she wished she were, for she longed for a sister, even though such a desire was selfish and ultimately unfair to Chenesian. Ning Chuchu could not discern whether this longing stemmed from her deep yearning for her sister or if Chenesian genuinely resembled her sister in certain aspects. Upon hearing Chenesian candidly share that she had drawn an unfavorable lot, Ning Chuchu could not help but feel a pang of concern for her, while her own indifference toward her own lot grew. Most individuals would dread drawing a poor fortune, yet Chenesian was no ordinary person. She was a bold and fearless woman. Her audacity rendered her an anomaly in her era, and to Ning Chuchu, it merely suggested that a pearl had been obscured by dust. One day, Chenesian would radiate her own brilliance, and when that time arrives, no one could diminish her light. Her business acumen was crystal clear, her intellect sharp, her knowledge vast, and her vision far-reaching. Thus, one day, she would achieve all her desires and attain everything she wished for. Until that moment, they both needed to patiently await the blossoming of their aspirations. Jinjin, you are indeed right. I do not truly believe in the words inscribed on that lot. I merely find myself unsettled, fearing that it may bring forth numerous troubles in the future, and I worry about my capacity to cope with them. Ning Chuchu reflected on Chenesian's earlier words, dispelling her despondency, and urged her to avoid being ensnared by a mere lot. Although Chenesian did not strike her as someone easily trapped by such a fortune, everyone experiences sorrow and vulnerability. Perhaps that lot might evoke memories of unpleasant events, dragging her into a state of despondency, which could not be allowed. Yet, dear sister, you must believe that a person as wonderful as you could never meet such a dismal fate as foretold. You shall undoubtedly lead a life filled with peace and joy. You are correct, Chuchu. I shall certainly enjoy a life of peace and joy. Sometimes, all we need is a touch of perseverance and a dash of courage to ensure our lives are devoid of regrets. So do not worry. Regardless of what the future holds, should you need me, I shall stand by your side, facing it together. Ning Chuchu had not experienced such affection in a long time, and despite only having met twice, they had become sisters, unreservedly sincere in their bond. Some may be mere acquaintances, yet they can form profound connections, as if fate has destined them to support one another throughout their lives. Chuchu, a voice filled with concern, abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two. Almost immediately, a figure appeared before them, none other than Xie Chengyun, who seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. This young gentleman, is he the esteemed Xie Taifu? Chenesian found his face strikingly familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him. However, his affectionate call to her sister, Chuchu, prompted her to ponder who he might be, leading her to cautiously inquire about his identity. Stepping forward, Qin Yizhen positioned herself to shield Ning Chuchu from Xie Chengyun's view, wishing to distance him from her dear sister. With Chuchu's captivating beauty, it was inevitable that Xie Chengyun might harbor ulterior motives. Chuchu, being so innocent, could fall prey to deceitful men. Although she had heard that Xie Taifu was known for his integrity, rumors are merely whispers. And how much credence could one truly place in them? I am indeed Xie Taifu, Miss Qin. Thank you for looking after Chuchu, Xie Chengyun expressed, his words laced with deep affection for Ning Chuchu, albeit tempered with a degree of restraint in the presence of others. Might Miss Qin take her leave for a moment? I have matters to discuss with Miss Ning. In front of outsiders, he referred to her as Miss Ning Si rather than Chuchu, for he was unaware of whom Ning Chuchu would trust to confide in. To avoid upsetting her, he chose to exercise caution. However, no matter how restrained one might be, genuine emotions are often too profound to conceal from the observant. A woman as astute as Qin Yizhen discerned his feelings instantly. Yet, despite comprehending his intent, she did not depart at once. She needed to ascertain her sister's sentiments, whether Chuchu was also inclined to remain in the company of Xie Taifu at this moment. Turning to Ning Chuchu, she sought her acquiescence, and upon receiving a slight nod, it became evident that their relationship was indeed significant, making it inappropriate for her to linger further. Sister Xinjin, I am acquainted with Mr. Xie. Ning Chuchu whispered softly to Qin Yizhen, indicating that he likely sought her for something important. At that moment, Xie Chengyun's arrival was fortuitous. It was precisely during a time when Ning Chuchu felt uncertain and required his presence to alleviate her discontent. He was the source of her joy, and upon seeing him, all her worries seemed to vanish. Once Qin Yizhen ascertained Ning Chuchu's feelings, she felt it was best not to prolong her stay between them. It was evident that if Xie Taifu had genuine intentions, he would care for her sister well, and she need not concern herself further. Perhaps in Chuchu's heart, Xie Chengyun was a figure worthy of trust and reliance. Thus, she resolved to bestow her blessings upon them. Chapter 46. A meeting. It is said that Xie Chengyun also arrived at Ongwa Temple, fully aware of Ning Chuchu's whereabouts. However, he found himself momentarily occupied and, fearing he would disturb her slumber the previous evening, had refrained from visiting her. Subsequently, he became entangled in other matters, which delayed his timely arrival by her side. Upon reaching Ongwa Temple, he was informed of his presence, which was promptly relayed to Emperor Jin, Zhao Xian. At this moment, Xie Chengyun was accompanying Zhao Xian in a game of chess, blissfully unaware of Ning Chuchu drawing the phoenix fortune. Every year around this time, Emperor Jin Zhao Xian would visit this place, firstly to commemorate the birthday of his late mother, and secondly to light a longevity lamp for his deceased wife, hoping she might find joy in the afterlife. However, this time, they had more pressing matters at hand. They had already set a trap, eagerly awaiting the unwitting intruders to walk into it. For those who sought to assassinate Zhao Xian, it presented a perfect opportunity. After all, the imperial palace was hardly a favorable venue for such treachery. Assassination within its walls was nearly impossible. This time of year, however, offered a golden opportunity for assassins. Yet, one could only wonder who would emerge as their adversary this time. Thus, as they played chess, they deliberated on these matters. Although Xie was already privy to the situation concerning Ning Chuchu, he dared not disclose it in the presence of Emperor Jin. At that moment, both men were engrossed in their game, each holding a piece, and the match concluded in a draw. Following the game, Xie Chengyun took his leave. In a hurried manner, Xie arrived to report that he had discovered the man who had met Ning Chuchu at the tea house before she fell ill, now at Ongwa Temple. My lord, the person who invited Miss Chuchu to the tea house is also at Ongwa Temple. My subordinates have reason to believe they are plotting against His Majesty. Naturally, Xie could no longer remain seated. He was not overly concerned about the man posing a threat to His Majesty, for the emperor was surrounded by skilled protectors, far beyond the capabilities of that individual. However, in Xie's mind, Ning Chuchu was of lesser importance compared to the emperor. His worry lay with Chuchu. Should that man seek her out again, it would be most troubling. Send someone to keep a close watch on them. If they make any move, inform me immediately. We cannot afford any mishaps on the Emperor's side. This was an unexpected outcome for Xie. My lord, should we not prioritize His Majesty's safety? Although Ning Chuchu held a special place in the Lord's heart, she was merely a woman. There were countless women in this world, and should his master desire, they would surely flock to him. Yet his master seemed oblivious, fixated on Ning Chuchu alone. If Xie Chengyun were to discover Xie Li's thoughts, he would surely impose a severe punishment. I must first see Chuchu. You may handle the rest. I trust you completely. With that, he departed, intent on finding Ning Chuchu. He could not allow that wicked man to harm her again. He would ensure she remained untouched. Should that man dare approach Chuchu even a step closer, he would break his legs and cast him far away, ensuring he could never rise again. Chuchu was the one he had chosen, and thus, that man must keep his distance or face the dire consequences, of which he would show no mercy. Yet on his way, he heard of Ning Chuchu's fortune with the phoenix sign, and he imagined her, perhaps hidden away somewhere, silently troubled. Faced with such turmoil, she could not help but feel anxious. He needed to be by her side to provide solace, assuring her that he would handle everything. He would never allow her to confront those challenges alone, nor would he let her enter the palace, and certainly he would not relinquish her to others. He would bear any cost, no matter how great, for her sake. If she were to be a phoenix, he would willingly become the wings that support her. He would rather cradle the phoenix in his palms, cherishing her in his heart, allowing her to soar high, never to fall untouched by the dust of the world. After Xie Chengyun dispatched someone to find Ning Chuchu, he hurriedly made his way to her location upon receiving the news, not even pausing to check his appearance, thus failing to notice the stains that marred the pure white of his garment. On any other day, he would have changed his attire by now. However, his urgent desire to see Ning Chuchu overshadowed all trivial concerns, including minor blemishes. In a short span of time, he located Ning Chuchu, and, at that moment, she appeared to be well. Following Qin Yizhan's departure, Xie had discreetly stepped aside to keep watch over them, ensuring their meeting remained undiscovered and free from complications. With only the two of them present, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, stirring thoughts and emotions. Chuchu, are you well? Xie Chengyun stepped closer, grasping Ning Chuchu's shoulders, his gaze fixed on her downcast face. Why are you here, sir? Ning Chuchu felt a warmth in her heart, yet could not help but ponder why he would be at Ongwa Temple, why he sought her at this moment, and whether he was aware of the events that had transpired in the main hall. I was worried about you, so I came. Is there something you wish to say to me? Ning Chuchu remained silent. Observing her reluctance to speak, Xie grew anxious and approached Xie Chengyun, articulating Ning Chuchu's hopes and helplessness, beseeching him to assist her. Mr. Xie, you must help my young lady. She does not wish to enter the palace. She only desires. Xie began, but Ning Chuchu hastily interrupted, not wanting Xie Chengyun to discover her fears and helplessness. My lady, please allow Xie to finish. In this instance, Xie disregarded Ning Chuchu's request, straightforwardly revealing her innermost concerns, hoping Xie Chengyun would understand and unhesitatingly support her lady's wishes. She knew her mistress held great trust in Xie Chengyun. With that trust, there should be no barriers in their communication, ensuring they both understood each other's desires. With their hesitance, when would they ever clarify their thoughts? They were not in a hurry, yet she was. Surely, sir, you are aware that my mistress feels differently towards you. I trust you understand. However, with my lady drawing such an ominous lot, have you considered what the future holds for you and her? It would be reassuring for my lady to hear your intentions. Xie Chengyun maintained his hold on Ning Chuchu, looking directly at Xie, and spoke each word with conviction. Indeed, I have deep feelings for Chuchu, and I would willingly sacrifice everything, even my life, for her. He had long intended to lay bare his sentiments, for only then could Ning Chuchu truly comprehend his heart. Xie spoke wisely. Since his intentions are genuine, he should boldly express them to Ning Chuchu. Otherwise, she will remain oblivious, perpetually entangled in confusion and fear, ultimately retreating. Clear communication between them, where each comprehends the other's feelings, is always preferable to ambiguity. Then, Xie Chengyun glanced back at Ning Chuchu. His voice, laced with an alluring charm, resonated in her ears and stirred her heart. As long as I can be with you, Chuchu, I fear nothing. I hope you too will not be afraid. Although Ning Chuchu had yet to provide him with a response, he was certain that she harbored at least a smidgen of affection for him. Just a little is sufficient. For now, a small spark may blossom into something greater in time, culminating in total devotion. What troubled him most was the prospect of Ning Chuchu growing hesitant. If she chose to abandon him, refusing to grant him another chance, that would be his true despair. After all, he understood that at this moment, Ning Chuchu was exceptionally timid, still acclimatizing to her surroundings. If she perceived this as a source of distress, she would undoubtedly opt to evade and flee. Therefore, having finally awaited her willingness to take that step forward, he was reluctant to see it all revert to the starting point due to a minor misstep. As long as they could be together and envision a future, he would exert every effort without reservation. He only hoped that Ning Chuchu would not retreat further but could remain where she was, without stepping back. Yet he recognized that this matter profoundly impacted her, perhaps still beyond her grasp. However, it had transpired, and all they could do was face it together. The significance of this event could be considerable or negligible, contingent upon the perspective of those in power. Moreover, His Majesty harbored no such intentions. The previous attempts by the Duchess of Ning to usher Ning Chuchu into the palace had failed, proving that His Majesty would not permit her entry. Considering the late Empress's reputation, he would undoubtedly ensure Ning Chuchu's exclusion from the palace, burdened as he was with guilt, leaving no room for others in his heart. To allow her entry would be a complete betrayal of Ning Ro, and Emperor Jin would never resort to such an action. Therefore, there was truly little to be concerned about. It seemed that Ning Chuchu could hear nothing at all. She could only see Xie Chengyun's lips moving, her mind consumed by the image of him speaking those words. His expression was resolute yet tinged with fear, as if the mere hint of a negative response from her would shatter him, leaving him adrift, uncertain of his next steps. Without her, his existence would seem devoid of purpose. In that moment, Ning Chuchu comprehended with utmost clarity. Xie Chengyun needed her, just as he always had. Chuchu, are you willing to face this with me? Trust me, will you? We will certainly be together. He yearned for her answer. Even a single word would suffice to grant him solace. However, dear sir, I am beset by fear. Despite my earnest efforts, we ultimately remain apart. I dread the notion that perhaps we were never destined to be together from the very beginning, and that in the end, we may never have a chance. Ning Chuchu's voice trembled as she fought to contain her emotions before Chengning, but ultimately, they erupted. She was merely a young girl, after all. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, she could maintain her composure in front of others. But upon catching sight of him, tears would cascade down her cheeks, each droplet crystal clear. Perhaps it was the pent-up emotions she had harbored over the years that she could no longer suppress. She felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if she were utterly powerless against it all. His presence liberated her, allowing her to break free from the confines of her heart. In that moment, her tears became both a release and a farewell to the past. She recognized the need to grow, to transcend the monotony of each passing day. It seemed she had discovered a semblance of life's purpose, albeit still somewhat nebulous. Reflecting from a different perspective, perhaps her fortune lay in encountering Xie Chengyun, a stroke of luck in itself. Perhaps this encounter signified that her wishes could indeed come to fruition, that she could find love and enjoy a blissful union. Yet, as the tears streamed down Ning Chuchu's delicate, fair face, she appeared painfully vulnerable. This sight deeply pained Xie Chengyun, who longed to wipe her tears away, yet found himself at a loss as to how to comfort her, fearing that his actions might offend her. It seemed he needed to return and learn how to console a woman, to bring a smile to her face even amidst her tears. Continuing to cry would not be beneficial for her health. At that moment, he could only hold her close, allowing her to release her emotions freely. Perhaps after this, her trust in him would deepen. As for other matters, they could be addressed gradually. Chapter 48. A scenic view. The rain-kissed begonia blushes softly. After her emotional turmoil, Ning Chuchu's eyes were red-rimmed, truly a testament to the tender-hearted little rabbit in his heart, appearing quite fragile in her current state. The reality was that her delicate skin could hardly withstand the irritation of tears. Even a brief bout of crying had left her looking so wretched. Once Ning Chuchu's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Xie Chengyun took her to the back mountain of Ongwa Temple, where a waterfall awaited, a perfect spot for tranquility and enjoying the scenery. Standing outside the waterfall, a refreshing breeze caressed their faces, immediately instilling a sense of serenity. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all worries could be forgotten, enveloped by the cool mist of the waterfall that penetrated to their very souls. In times of unrest, he often sought refuge in this place, where he could lay aside his anxieties, calm his spirit, and attain peace of mind. He had long envisioned bringing Ning Chuchu to this sacred spot. Such beauty should not be hoarded alone, but rather shared with those he cherished most. He wished for her to cast aside thoughts that brought her distress and discomfort. He hoped that her trust and expectations of him would grow, allowing her to find ease and contentment, which would be the best outcome. "Sir, do you frequent this place?" Ning Chuchu had recently shed tears, her eyes now tinged with red, presenting an image of someone who had been wronged, which stirred a pang of compassion within him. Her current state was undeniably captivating, evoking a sudden desire to tease her to tears. In truth, shedding tears occasionally is rather beneficial, albeit only if she allows him to witness it. The remnants of her sorrow imbued her voice with a slightly husky timbre, likely a result of her delicate constitution being strained by her emotional distress. One could only wonder if she was now experiencing a slight headache. Fragile women are often unable to endure intense emotional upheaval. Such a vulnerable Ning Chuchu elicited profound sympathy from Xie Chengyun, who wished he could bear her burdens in her stead. This delicate version of Ning Chuchu was a privilege only he could behold. Were an uninformed observer to witness this scene, they might easily misinterpret it, believing that Xie Chengyun had mistreated her, causing her such heartache. For women often find themselves powerless to resist in the presence of men. He would occasionally visit when his spirits were low. Seeing Ning Chuchu willing to engage in conversation signified that she had begun to relax. Indeed, expressing her emotions had proven beneficial. When one harbors a burden within for too long, it can morph into a malevolent thought, gradually becoming a psychological torment that suffocates and may even lead to self-destructive behavior. Now that Ning Chuchu had wept and released her pent-up feelings, he merely needed to gently unlock her heart, encouraging her to share the experiences she had endured over the years. Only then could she truly liberate herself and bravely reclaim her identity. When she was ready to discuss her past with him, it would signal a deepening of their bond, and he would tread carefully with each subsequent step until they reached the final threshold, where they would rely solely on each other. He was truly reluctant to witness her inflicting suffering upon herself, loathing her own inability to resist and her descent into despair. She need not remain in such a state. She could be at ease, and as long as she desired it, he would forever be her protector, steadfastly by her side, never abandoning or forsaking her. "Even a gentleman has his troubles. I had thought you were indifferent to worldly affairs," Ning Chuchu remarked, her mood having stabilized, prompting her to speak more freely. Why would Chuchu express such sentiments? Xie Chengyun welcomed this development. As long as she was no longer troubled by other matters, everything else was favorable. It was merely surprising to hear that he, often perceived as detached from mundane concerns, could also grapple with his own difficulties. As Ning Chuchu recalled the gossip she had heard in the marketplace, a smile crept onto her face. They often spoke of Xie Taifu's coldness and unyielding composure. Yet in her eyes, that portrayal was far from accurate. At times, he could be quite unreasonable and unrestrained, relishing in teasing and playfully tormenting her. However, one could not help but ponder what troubles occupied his mind. After all, at such a young age, he had already ascended to a prominent position in the court, serving as the grand tutor to the crown prince, achieving heights that many could only envy. Xie Chengyun unexpectedly produced a few well-packaged candies from an unknown source, placing them gently into Ning Chuchu's palm. He then revealed the thoughts that lingered in his heart. I am but one among the multitude, and existence inevitably brings forth troubles. Moreover, he trailed off, leaving his words hanging in the air, prompting Ning Chuchu to inquire further, her curiosity piqued. A soft chuckle escaped him as he suddenly turned her body to face him, their gazes locking in an intimate exchange. He could hear the quickening rhythm of her heartbeat, while she envisioned the deep affection reflected in his eyes. Chuchu is my greatest concern. Every day, I ponder when I might bring her home as my bride. Yet, that requires time. For now, Chuchu is but a child, a young girl who stirs my heart. In the past, his worries revolved around the lack of opportunity to approach Ning Chuchu, yearning for fate to grant him a chance. After encountering her once more, his concerns shifted to how he could capture her attention and win her affection. Presently, however, his preoccupation lay in how to comfort her during her moments of unhappiness. His desire is to ensure that Chuchu remains perpetually joyful, leading him to ponder how he might achieve this. Looking ahead, his thoughts are consumed by the question of how they might endure together, year after year, steadfast in their devotion. This aspiration, deeply rooted in his heart for many years, now seems to have partially materialized. In his lifetime, he desires only Ning Chuchu. Chapter 49. Joy matters of love often bring forth the greatest vexations. To gain is to find happiness, while to lose is to invite the lament of fate. Yet, he refuses to accept such notions, convinced that their bond was forged long ago, and that the essence of their affection resides solely within her. To seek the heart of one is daunting, yet he remains undeterred. To desire a lifelong companion is challenging, but he harbors no fear. As for the concept of destiny, he chooses to disbelieve it, resolute in thwarting any schemes devised by others. Ning Chuchu is the insurmountable obstacle in his life, the object of his unwavering affection, and the ultimate pursuit of his existence. He has succumbed to this enchantment. Without her, salvation eludes him. Leaning closer, he whispered softly against her ear, "Chuchu, in the future, you may call me Mr., but I wish for you to call me Ayun." He received no immediate response, leaving him momentarily disheartened, yet he remained hopeful, certain that one day she would utter his name, no matter how long it took. Ning Chuchu, however, did not address him as Ayun. Instead, she unwrapped a piece of candy he had given her, savoring its sweet, yet not cloying, flavor. It was delightful. Sometimes silence speaks volumes, and actions can convey one's intentions more eloquently than words. She picked up another piece of candy and offered it to Xie Chengyun, hoping he would understand that there was no need for further inquiries. After consuming the sugar, Xie Chengyun felt a delightful sweetness enveloping him, invigorating both his body and spirit, and solidifying his resolve. He reminisced about the first time he tasted sugar, a treat gifted by Ning Chuchu. Perhaps she had forgotten that moment. Yet it was for the best. His previous identity had rendered him unworthy of her closeness, while his current standing was indeed fitting. When the time came for her to accept a marriage proposal, he vowed to be the first suitor, ensuring that no one else could covet Ning Chuchu. From that moment onward, they would be inseparable, destined to remain together forever. If one lifetime proved insufficient, they would embrace two. If two were still lacking, they would seek three, transcending time and life to be united across all realms. For Ning Chuchu, he had relinquished countless things, but she alone remained irreplaceable. Conversely, Ning Chuchu harbored a sense of guilt towards Xie Chengyun. Initially, her intentions were not pure, yet he willingly embraced her, indulged her, cared for her, and cherished her. Gradually, all of this seeped into her heart, instigating a transformation within her, allowing her to open up once more. Though she remained silent, she recognized a shift in her feelings towards him. Even her attitude was evolving. Once distrustful of everyone, her proximity to Xie Chengyun was merely a choice. Anyone could have taken his place. Perhaps this was their destined connection. Xie Chengyun's position in her heart had shifted from someone easily replaceable to an irreplaceable presence. She was aware of her gradual transformation and found joy in it. Day by day, her monotonous life began to reveal glimmers of anticipation. Indeed, she felt fortunate to have encountered him at a crucial juncture in her life. His guidance enabled her to rediscover herself and muster the courage to become her true self. No longer willing to be a mere obedient puppet, she was now ready to pursue the direction of her own heart, even if her progress was slow. As they nestled against each other, reluctant to part ways, the sound of the waterfall drowned out their conversation, while a refreshing breeze wafted from the waterfall, providing exquisite comfort. Listening to the gentle flow of the mountain stream and observing the expansive wilderness truly soothed the soul. Just as Ning Chuchu prepared to depart, Xie Chengyun solemnly presented her with an item, hoping that upon seeing it, she would remember him always, regardless of the time or circumstance. This talisman, infused with his heartfelt wishes, represented his singular desire, her safety. "What is this?" Ning Chuchu inquired, slightly perplexed. She recognized it as a talisman, but wondered why a Yun had given it to her. Surely it wasn't something another girl had given him. He seemed to hold it dear, keeping it close to himself. "A talisman," Xie Chengyun elaborated. "This talisman of peace has been specially sought for you, Chuchu. I wish for you to genuinely experience tranquility and joy, to cast aside your worries, to rediscover your true self, and to bravely forge ahead. I shall remain by your side." With his presence, perhaps she could attempt to reclaim her identity, for it had been far too long since she had been herself, to the point where she was on the verge of forgetting what she once was. His arrival rekindled a glimmer of hope within her, a willingness to embrace optimism once more. "Ayun, I adore it. I shall carry it with me always." Ning Chuchu could not restrain herself from calling out to him, her heart brimming with joy. She pondered whether her expression of affection would elicit the same delight in him. She continued, "I also wish for you to find peace and joy. Safety is of utmost importance, even if their paths did not converge in the end." She hoped he would remain safe and sound. Sunlight enveloped them, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, intertwining their figures, which remained entangled for an enduring moment. The waterfall cascaded down, illuminated by the sun, sparkling with golden glimmers, radiating brilliance. Chapter 50. Discomfort, however. This elation did not endure for long. Upon returning to her chamber, Ning Chuchu discovered that Madame Ning Guogong had been waiting for her for quite some time. At that moment, Shen Yuewei's face bore a blend of anger and mirth, although she smiled. It made Ning Chuchu feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Perhaps it would have been preferable had she not smiled at all. After all, such an expression was rather peculiar. Were it not for the current constraints against laughter, both Ning Chuchu and Xue Ji might have burst into fits of giggles, yet they stifled their amusement, striving to maintain a semblance of respect for her mother. Shen Yuewei had been waiting there for an extended period, anticipating Ning Chuchu's return to the chamber after her departure from the main hall. To her surprise, upon arriving, not a single soul was in sight, leading to her growing irritation. As a young lady, she ought to conduct herself with propriety, refraining from aimless wandering. It appeared that her time spent at the Women's Academy had caused her to forget the decorum she once learned. A lack of guidance had evidently led to her increasingly unruly behavior. "Where have you been? Why return so late?" Shen Yuewei inquired coolly, with only Zhang Mama, her constant companion, aware of the lady's rising anger. Initially, upon hearing that her daughter had drawn the auspicious phoenix lot, Madame was filled with delight, eager to see Miss Chuchu. However, after waiting for an extended period in the chamber without any sign of the fourth miss, her patience waned. If Miss Chuchu did not return soon, those in service would face punishment. Fortunately, the miss was unharmed. Her return, albeit late, was not overly concerning, and Madame's tone lacked harsh reproach, suggesting no significant trouble awaited. Zhang Mama's anxious heart finally found solace. "Why are you here at this hour, mother?" Ning Chuchu feigned ignorance of Shen Yuewei's discontent, casually inquiring. She found it peculiar that her mother had been visiting her so frequently of late, let alone consecutively for several days. Strange indeed. Once, she was not as she is now. She preferred to remain in her small Buddhist hall, indifferent to worldly affairs, save for matters related to that sacred space. One could not fathom the origin of her obsessions, nor did she wish to understand them. Although she was unaware of the reasons her mother sought her, her heart was tumultuous, rendering her unable to confront her mother or delve into her intentions. Upon hearing from others that you had drawn an auspicious oracle, I felt compelled to see you. Shun Yuewei suppressed the fury within, striving to appear as pleasant as possible. Having waited here for so long, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of Ning Chuchu, and her frustration had reached a boiling point. Yet she could not express it. Fortunately, today's events unfolded smoothly. Moreover, Chuchu remained oblivious to any discrepancies, believing this was merely a fortuitous occurrence. While others would deem it a predetermined fate, this was for the best, allowing Chuchu to assume that this was her rightful fortune, and for outsiders to believe that her two daughters shared the same fate, a result she desired. Mother, you must have known that Chuchu would draw such an oracle. Did you not? Ning Chuchu gazed intently at Shun Yuewei's expression, yet after a considerable time, she discerned nothing amiss. Her voice gradually diminished, though a lingering doubt resided in her heart. Lacking evidence, she refrained from forming rash conclusions. The mere thought of such a possibility brought her immense discomfort, as a flicker of hope still remained within her. Yet, today's occurrences were indeed fortuitous, yet entirely misaligned with her wishes. Once, she had yearned for her mother to remain unchanged, to wonder if she would still be that carefree, unburdened little girl. However, her hopes were always dashed. The unspoken sentiment weighed heavily on her heart, that all of this was orchestrated by her mother, solely to secure Chuchu's entrance into the palace. Did her mother truly desire for her to become the Empress? Was the throne so paramount that it could lead her mother to calculate against her own daughter, disregarding their bond? Perhaps her mother had never cared for the mother-daughter relationship, only for her own ambitions and desires, which had never included her. This sentiment was a tumultuous roar within her soul, a boiling anguish she dared not voice. She felt immense pain and oppression, yearning for the day she could break free from such torment. She could not comprehend why her mother had transformed into this person. Perhaps one is inevitably ensnared by the unattainable desires of youth. When faced with dissatisfaction, one becomes overly critical, unable to liberate oneself. Consequently, such obsessions are imposed upon the next generation, disregarding their wishes, until one's own aspirations are fulfilled. This is not a noble aspiration, it is a delusion. Does mother not grasp the principle of treating others as one would wish to be treated? No, Shun Yuewei understands this, yet she persists in her actions, prioritizing her own desires above those of Ning Chuchu. Ultimately, one remains ensnared by the unattainable yearnings of youth. At this moment, Ning Chuchu is unable to comprehend such a principle. However, this does not come without its advantages. Should she have children of her own, she would undoubtedly make an exemplary mother. She would never allow her offspring to tread the same arduous path she had walked. Her children ought to be free, unshackled by her past. It is during this time that she begins to contemplate how she would nurture a child should she and Xie Chengyun be blessed with one. How unreserved she is. Yet, her mother's actions evoke profound reflections within her, for in the future, when she herself becomes a mother, she can draw lessons from them. She is determined to never become a mother in that manner. Chapter 51. Weariness, yet Ning Chuchu cannot, nor dares she, to ponder too deeply. A flicker of hope lingers in her heart. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps she is overthinking. Perhaps this is just a mere coincidence, and she happened to draw this particular lot. All of this bears little relation to her mother. People are often reluctant to envision their loved ones in a negative light. Even when faced with the truth, they prefer to conjure excuses in their minds. The bond of kinship is not easily severed. What do you mean by that? I naturally came to understand later. Upon hearing Ning Chuchu's inquiry, Shun Yuewei realized that she harbored doubts, and thus she denied it. For how could she possibly acknowledge that this matter was in any way connected to her? Consequently, her demeanor grew increasingly gentle, obscuring her innermost thoughts from Ning Chuchu. However, the stark contrast in her attitude undeniably revealed to Ning Chuchu that this mother was feeling somewhat guilty at that moment. Shun Yuewei stepped closer, grasped Ning Chuchu's hand, and spoke softly and unhurriedly. Good child, such blessings are not bestowed upon everyone. You must cherish them. Good fortune, she thought, this is not a blessing I desire. For Shen Yuewei, this was indeed a blessing, but for Ning Chuchu, it felt like a stroke of misfortune. Anything that did not resonate with her preferences was inherently unworthy of cherishing. Not only would she not treasure it, but she also contemplated how to obliterate it entirely. In contrast, Shen Yuewei believed that all her actions were for Ning Chuchu's benefit, assuring her that everything was arranged by a mother who had, over the years, neglected her. Mother hopes you can forgive me and allow me to make amends. Trust that I shall give you the finest things in this world. Her expression appeared somewhat distant, as if she had momentarily recalled the past, a time when she had genuinely rejoiced. She had once loved her child wholeheartedly, but such love could not endure. Perhaps it was fated to be so. In that moment, her words were merely an attempt to ease the relationship between mother and daughter. Perhaps she understood that her bond with Ning Chuchu was indeed rather tenuous, despite outward appearances. Yet, once a rift appears in such a relationship, mending it becomes nearly impossible. As the saying goes, spilled water cannot be gathered, and a broken mirror is hard to mend. The relationships between individuals often mirror this sentiment. Even the bond between mother and daughter can experience a centrifugal pull. Yet, it remains uncertain how they will choose when that day arrives. You are to return to the academy in a few days. Thus, it would be wise to take this time to rest and rejuvenate your spirit. Ning Chuchu found herself increasingly weary of such mundane conversations, the feeling of ennui rendering her somewhat feeble. She understood that her mother's concern came at a price, one she was reluctant to pay. It was evident that things were not always this way. What was it like back then? She struggled to recall, but it must have been preferable to the present. When her sister was still around, their family could be described as harmonious. Their mother loved her as dearly as she did her sister. Although her mother did not attend to every trivial matter personally, she ensured that their needs were met, never allowing her or her sister to feel deprived. More importantly, the love their mother bestowed upon them was selfless, pristine, and pure. She would cradle her in her arms, soothe her to sleep, and even craft her garments with her own hands. However, those days are irretrievable, and she no longer dares to yearn for them. When did everything change? Perhaps it was not solely due to her sister's departure. It might have been when her mother could no longer bear a legitimate son, or when her mother lost her third child, and her father demanded that she raise the offspring of a concubine. From that moment, her mother transformed. A woman's fate seems perpetually beyond her control. The mother, raised to be a lady, was unable to recognize this truth, thus trapping herself. She was ensnared, as was her daughter and her sister. Her mother desperately wished for her children to ascend to the role of Empress. So her sister became the crown princess and then the Empress, yet she could not become her true self. Now, was she to be molded into a second version of her sister? No, she refused. She had endured enough over the years and detested this version of herself, so powerless. She had never been a compliant child. Her fade was merely a shield for her own protection. Back then, she was too fragile to defend herself, but now, as she matures, she is striving to safeguard and cherish her own being. Ning Chuchu has never been a puppet to be manipulated. She is an individual with her own distinctive thoughts. At this moment, she is acutely aware that she must liberate herself. She should not remain ensnared. Henceforth, she will embark on a gradual transformation, learning to shed those burdens that were never hers to bear. These responsibilities were meant for her sister, not for her, as they have never belonged to either of them. That which does not belong to oneself should not be clung to. Therefore, the fault does not lie with her, nor with her sister. But did their mother err? She merely sought to attain what she once lacked. Just as she initially sought to approach Xie Chengyun, she now yearns to be with him. Although their desires diverge, fundamentally, there is little distinction. If she is not mistaken, then what is truly amiss? She remains unaware, but she understands that neither of them has committed any wrongdoing. They have never erred. Thus, they should not be subjected to such treatment. Chapter 52. Old friend Bailey Yunshu encountered an old acquaintance while seeking an oracle, which ultimately led Xie to discover their whereabouts. It was precisely because his trail was leaked that Xie Chengyun fixated upon them early on, resulting in their meticulously crafted plans falling prey to external manipulation. ultimately dissolving into mere illusions. Not only did they fail, but they also suffered a significant loss of personnel. During their investigation into the death of the late Empress, they began to suspect that there were hidden hands at play. However, that individual never revealed themselves, leaving them without any leads. It was only during the earlier interrogation that Xie learned of the young gentleman referred to by Lu Yin, who was named Hanzhou. Yet, based on his years of experience, he discerned that the man consistently wore a mask, refusing to reveal his face, suggesting that this name may not be genuine and was likely a ruse to deceive a young girl. Subsequently, when he sought to investigate the individual named Hanzhou, he discovered that no such person existed, confirming his suspicions. Yet, Lu Yin seemed to take it to heart, believing her gentleman would come to rescue her. However, that gentleman never made an appearance, leaving them with no trace or evidence linking him to their inquiry. Now, it appears that someone recognizes him, providing a new avenue for investigation. Truly, the effort expended in pursuit of the elusive has yielded unexpected rewards. This turn of events owes much to the recognition offered by an old acquaintance of Bailey Yinshu. That acquaintance is Lu Shiru, the daughter of Lu Yin, the Minister of Revenue and a close friend of Princess Jingyun. How could a young lady raised in seclusion possibly know such a person? This is yet another aspect that warrants thorough investigation. Once the seed of suspicion is sown, it swiftly takes root and flourishes. Thus, while the two debated fervently, Xie, out of momentary curiosity, eavesdropped for a while. To his surprise, he uncovered previously unknown information, and his thoughts began to crystallize. This individual's identity is indeed no ordinary matter. Consequently, Bailey Yinshu became the object of Xie Li's scrutiny. Concealed in the shadows, Xie Li dared not draw too close, lest he alert the proverbial snake in the grass and miss vital information. The situation likely unfolded thus. Just as Bailey Yinshu prepared to depart, Lu Shiru, who had also come to seek an oracle in the hall, cast a fleeting glance and felt an uncanny familiarity. She had never encountered such a young man before. This familiarity rekindled memories of someone she had been forced to forget long ago, a person she had always cherished. However, following a calamity that befell his family, her father, fearing repercussions for the Lu family, refrained from advocating for Bailey's case at court, leading to Bailey's condemnation. She had not seen him since. How has he fared over the years? Yinshu Gij, is it truly you? Lu Shiru followed him out of the grand hall, meticulously keeping pace behind him. Once she discerned that the surroundings were secluded and empty, she called out to him. She seemed resolute that this individual was indeed the one she had long envisioned, without a trace of hesitation. Thus, upon realizing the absence of others, she summoned a name that had been buried deep within her heart for many years, Brother Yinshu. Bailey Yinshu had, of course, already sensed that someone was trailing him, yet he remained oblivious to the intentions of this person. However, upon hearing the woman utter his true name, he was determined not to disclose his genuine identity to her. The more individuals who knew, the greater the risk he faced. Moreover, he could not recall ever having met the woman behind him. Miss, you must be mistaken. I am unfamiliar with the person you speak of. He firmly denied Lu Shiru's thoughts, refusing to turn around. This was a critical moment in their plan, and revealing his identity now could undoubtedly arouse Zhao Xian's suspicion. You lie. How could you possibly not recognize me? I do not believe it, Lu Shiru insisted, unwilling to accept his denial. She lifted her skirts and swiftly moved in front of him, gazing intently at his familiar face, which only fortified her conviction. I remember your visage, Brother Yinshu. You are indeed my brother Yinshu. Thus, she became increasingly relentless. If she did not achieve the outcome she desired, she would not relent. At this moment, her foremost wish was to ascertain whether the man before her was Bailey Yinshu. She recalled that her brother Yinshu had a small red mole at the corner of his right eye. If she could simply step closer to observe whether this man bore that mark, she would ascertain his identity. Indeed, the small red mole was quite conspicuous, and it appeared to have grown larger with Bailey Yinshu's age. She could now be certain that the person before her was the brother Yinshu she had longed for over the years. Yet, why would he not acknowledge it? Surely, he must harbor grievances against their family. Perhaps he did not wish to implicate them. Yes, that must be it. Lu Shiru believed that their long-awaited reunion was overshadowed by his reservations. However, she remained hopeful. Their past camaraderie was a testament that if Brother Yun Shu could recognize her virtues and recall their childhood bond, they could surely return to the way things once were. The events of that year were beyond my control. It was my father who sought the annulment, and I learned of it only afterwards. Lu Shiru fretted that he might still harbor resentment over their family's past actions, thus directing his ire toward her and refusing to engage. Hence, she incessantly clarified her position, wishing to convey that she was not like her father. He should understand well that no one would intercede for a traitor, nor would anyone willingly risk their life for another's gain. Through the years, she had never forgotten him, and that was the best testament of all. She still cherished him. Despite encountering countless individuals over the years, she could not erase the memory of her youthful brother Yinshu. Chapter 53. Survival, seeing her unwavering determination. Coupled with the visage that still lingered in his memory, Baili Yinshu finally recalled who she was, the daughter of the family that had once delighted in his misfortune. How absurd! She could still feign nonchalance, calling him Brother Yinshu as if she had forgotten the benevolence her family had shown, although they had shared a past. He had no desire to forge any connection with any woman other than that one, even if she remained unaware of the transgressions committed by her elders. He could not forgive. The pain they inflicted was all too real. Keep your distance. I have stated that I am not your brother Yinshu, nor do I recognize the individual you speak of. Should you approach me again under such pretenses, be wary of my rudeness. His gaze was icy, as if he had encountered something most distasteful, eager to extricate himself from her presence. Baili Yinshu vividly recalled the discussions among the guards who escorted them during the Baili family's exile. The Lu family, longtime allies, had not only failed to advocate for the Baili clan, but had instead chosen to revel in their downfall. In this world, those who offer assistance are few, while those who take pleasure in another's suffering are innumerable. He understood the ways of human nature and bore no resentment toward her, for he knew she was not complicit in her family's actions. Yet, he was no longer the boy he once was. His journey had been fraught with trials. He fought to survive, propelled by a deep-seated rage and a sense of injustice. He had witnessed his dearest kin depart one by one, powerless to intervene. He vowed that if he survived, he would return one day, bearing the blood and tears of the Baili clan. The past was irretrievable, and he could offer her nothing she desired, not even himself, who had never truly belonged to him. Having uttered these words, he turned away, offering no further pause or acknowledgement of the woman left behind. Lu Shiru remained rooted to the spot, at a loss for how to proceed. He was indeed Brother Yinshu. Why would he not admit it? Why did he refuse to engage with her upon their reunion? They had once shared such camaraderie. What had changed? Yet, in that moment, Lu Shiru forgot that the Baili clan had been exiled for treason. During their banishment, many had succumbed to illness, leaving few survivors. The second son of the Baili general's residence had also perished along the way. Naturally, no one inquired whether a mere child could have escaped such a fate. Furthermore, Lu Yin, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, had hurriedly distanced himself from the Baili family, never mentioning their former verbal engagement. Others remained unaware that the Lu family had narrowly escaped disaster and were reluctant to broach the subject of those bygone days. How naive she was, clinging to a one-sided affection. He had forgotten her, and she should have done the same. Baili Yinshu was reluctant to entangle himself further, so after uttering those words, he departed. Lu Shiru appeared profoundly disheartened, having never anticipated that a reunion with an old acquaintance would yield nothing but resentment. Ultimately, they could never return to the past. In her delayed realization, fear began to creep in. What, after all, was his intention for returning? Was it revenge? Would she become a target of his vengeance? Perhaps he was no longer her Yinshu brother. It was time for her to let go. Xieli, li stunning intanli, silently marveled at the poignant tale of love and hatred. Once they had left, he too took his leave. Seeking out Xie Chengyun, he recounted every detail with vivid expression, prompting Xie Chengyun to form new speculations about this individual. The name Baili was somewhat familiar to him. Bearing the surname Baili and the given name Yinshu, coupled with his knowledge of the affairs between the late Empress and the current emperor, as well as harboring resentment, It seemed plausible that this was indeed the person in question. Moreover, it was understandable that he had adopted the alias Hanzhou during the Eastern Jin dynasty. Years ago, the second son of the Baili general's residence was named Baili Yunshu. How audacious of him to return to the Eastern Jin and stir up trouble. After narrowly escaping a calamity, he sought to return and wreak havoc. His audacity was commendable. Yet he had gravely erred in involving Ning Chuchu, the very person Xie Chengyun was determined to protect, and he would not allow anyone to harm her. The grudge from the last palace banquet still lingered in his memory, and this time he would seize the opportunity to repay it in full. Baili Yunzhou, his elder brother, had committed the heinous crime of treason, leading to the exile of the entire Baili clan. Although the emperor spared their lives, the circumstances surrounding their exile remained shrouded in mystery. History has always favored the victor, and for countless years, this truth has remained unchanged. What one might ponder, does a man presumed dead for many years intend upon his return to the Eastern Jin? It appeared that matters were far from straightforward, and this individual was not as easily dealt with as he had imagined. Nevertheless, since the grudge had been established, they could not be spared. They had brought misfortune upon themselves by meddling with what they ought not to have touched, and by involving those they should not have harmed. Chapter 54. The scheme, ultimately. Baili Yunshu revealed his true colors. Xie Chengyun had dispatched individuals to keep a watchful eye on their party. Should they make any move, he would be ready to act. After parting ways with Ning Chuchu, Xie Chengyun found himself ensnared in the demands of his duties, albeit with a different urgency this time. Though his thoughts remained with Ning Chuchu, certain matters required his attention, as this was the price he had to pay to approach her in his new guise. They had interfered with the very person Xie Chengyun sought to protect, and thus they too would bear the consequences. He had resolved to set a trap to entice them, leading them into a snare from which they could not escape, culminating in their complete capture. This endeavor was not solely a matter of fealty to his sovereign. More importantly, it was a quest for vengeance against those who had harmed Ning Chuchu. The power he currently possessed granted him the means to exact this retribution. Indeed, at times, harboring affection for someone necessitates a considerable sacrifice. He quietly endures it all, willingly and gladly, rendering him impervious to any force that might impede his advance toward her. Has everything been arranged appropriately? Though Xie Chengyun finds himself in a modest chamber, he radiates a Zen essence that harmonizes with the Ingwa temple. If one were to deliberately overlook the faint aura of menace surrounding him, all would be well. This temple, originally a sanctuary for national blessings, paradoxically witnesses its fair share of bloodshed with each visit. Everything has been orchestrated as per the directives of the elders, should they dare to approach. I assure you that my subordinates will apprehend them all. Xie Li's words brim with excitement, having pursued this individual for an extended period, and today, he can finally bring him to justice, which fills his heart with elation. Previously, the lack of any leads left him feeling inadequate, as if he had failed in his duties to his esteemed master. Yet now, they are within his grasp. His intent is not merely to achieve merit, but to affirm his own worthiness, to prove that he is capable of shouldering his master's trust. One must not be complacent. Caution is imperative to avoid harming innocents or letting this matter reach Chuchu's ears. Xie Chengyun senses his own impatience and resolves to temper it. Any misstep could jeopardize their significant undertaking. This individual is cautious and not lacking in intelligence. How fortuitous it seems that Xie Li has stumbled upon him. Additionally, he is acquainted with the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. What could be the connection? Despite his ignorance of these intricate ties, the current circumstances undeniably favor them, necessitating a degree of vigilance. In truth, even if Ning Chuchu had chosen not to visit the Ingwa temple, Xie Chengyun would still have come. It was merely a matter of time. The day he presented his testimony to His Majesty marked the inception of today's stratagem. Although he was uncertain then whether the mastermind would take direct action, he remained undaunted in offering this plan to Emperor Jin, unafraid of misjudgment or the loss of imperial favor. His sole concern was that this person might strike at Chuchu again, catching her unawares. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative, leaving no avenue for escape. ensuring there would be no retreat. To his astonishment, their true aim was to assassinate His Majesty. This revelation emerged when he reported the banquet incident to the emperor, where he had already safeguarded certain details. Upon re-evaluating the case, he discovered that the mastermind had persistently incited Cui, Huiyer's maid, Lu Yin, to instigate jealousy towards Miss Ning Si, thereby attempting to frame her. This individual possesses extensive knowledge of the late Empress's past, on a minor scale. It appears to be a plot against Miss Ning Si, yet on a grander scale, it implicates the Empress. And while this person seems to have no direct animosity toward His Majesty, the true target is indeed the Emperor. I, a humble servant, fear for the Emperor's safety. However, my incompetence has yet to unveil this person's true identity. I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness. Certain implications need not be articulated in full for Zhao Xian to comprehend. The mastermind seeks to entwine the circumstances surrounding Ning Chuchu with the cause of the late Empress's demise, should her death indeed harbor any anomalies. The royal family would suffer a grievous loss of honor, which would inevitably tarnish Emperor Jin's reputation, rendering him a subject of public scrutiny. The Emperor Jin, naturally, must consider his own dignity, but even more importantly, he must uphold the reputation of the Empress. She is his beloved wife, the one he cherishes above all, and thus he would never permit anyone to recklessly tarnish her name with baseless accusations. Consequently, their ire is directed towards His Majesty. The motives of the shadowy figure behind this are clearly to embarrass the Emperor. Yet, how many possess the audacity to openly challenge the majesty of the royal family? To declare war against Emperor Jin? It is evident that many clandestine matters lie beneath the surface. However, he is not well versed in the intricate connections between the Emperor, the Empress, and the Baili clan. Nonetheless, this does not hinder his speculation. Therefore, Xie Ching continues to investigate, determined to uncover the truth about this individual. Zhao Xian regards this person with disdain. Perhaps for him, nothing in this world surpasses the significance of the late Empress. Only matters concerning her elicit the Emperor's earnest consideration. In retrospect, this mere remnant of the Baili family is unlikely to stir significant turmoil. Thus, everything unfolds as he anticipated. They shall undoubtedly return. Chapter 55. Scheming Yet. With her absence, all affection becomes nothing but a worthless sheet of paper. No matter the effort or thought expended, she can no longer feel it. Only after experiencing this himself does Xie Chengyun realize how love can be so feeble and ineffectual. Even in its frailty, there are those willing to savor it. Zhao Xian is such a person. How could Xie Chengyun be any different? Your Majesty, I believe this individual harbors ulterior motives towards you. Now that he has failed in his initial attempt, he will surely create further disturbances. I have a strategy to present to Your Majesty, Xie Chengyun suggested, albeit with some hesitation, fearing that his plan might offend Emperor Jin and provoke his displeasure. He is, of course, motivated by self-interest. He wishes to leverage the Emperor's authority to locate this individual, leaving him nowhere to hide. After all, Chuchu has already faced several dangers due to him. The last time she fell gravely ill, and now she has been ensnared in palace intrigues. It was fortunate that he arrived in time, and the prince proved to be a gentleman. Otherwise, the outcome is too dreadful to contemplate. Though he remains unaware of what the future holds, he prefers to nip potential troubles in the bud. Hence, this shadowy figure must not be allowed to remain at large. Speak freely, Xie Ching. Zhao Xian's expression hardened, likely having formed some suspicions about this person. Years ago, when Ning Chu repeatedly interceded on behalf of the Baili general's household, using the unborn heir as leverage, Zhao Xian, despite his anger, was unwilling to harm a hair on Ning Chuchu. Ultimately, he acquiesced, agreeing to spare the lives of the Baili clan, though he exiled them to a desolate land, resulting in the survival of only a few. Since then, no one dared to mention the Baili general's household. However, this action did not alleviate the strain between them. He was unable to relieve her inner turmoil, leading to an eventual unraveling. In truth, Cui Huier was not entirely mistaken in her assertion. He failed to protect her, and in doing so, he harmed her. He believed he could use that child to win her back, eliminating all obstacles between them and allowing for a fresh start. However, everything transformed into a mere illusion, and nothing unfolded as he had wished. In a moment of high hopes, his dreams shattered, and his fantasies evaporated. She had vanished, and he lost the most significant person in his life. The human heart is the most difficult to gauge. At that time, he had just ascended to the throne, isolated and powerless, unable to avenge her. Now, those who had wronged her would not escape his wrath, one by one. Soon, very soon, just give him a little more time, and he would ensure that each individual who had caused her harm would be eliminated. He had already endured the greatest punishment this world could offer, the loss of her. The Ji family naively thought that by cleansing themselves of any trace, they would go unnoticed. How could that be? Once a person has committed certain deeds, evidence will inevitably remain. Thus, Zhao Xian had long set his sights on the Ji family. For these years, he had relentlessly pursued them, ensuring they could never fully relax. It would not be long before they could no longer contain themselves. It was better that they could not restrain their impulses. Only then would they take action, and in doing so, reveal their flaws, making it easier for him to gather evidence. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulously crafted plan. It would not be long before he could fulfill his desire for revenge on Ning Chuchu. Zhao Xian heard Xie Chengyun's voice in his ear, tinged with careful consideration. However, this plan requires His Majesty to be the catalyst. After a brief pause, Xie Chengyun, seeing Zhao Xian's lack of discontent, continued in a few days. His Majesty will visit the Ingguo Temple. This matter is known throughout the Eastern Jin Court. If that person intends to strike again, those days will present the perfect opportunity. All matters would be entrusted to Xie Ching, and I shall await your good news. Everything was proceeding smoothly. He understood that as long as the events were connected to the late Empress, this sovereign would deliberate deeply, disregarding his own safety to protect her memory. Yet, there were unforeseen circumstances that Xie Chengyun had not anticipated. He later regretted that Ning Chuchu had suffered harm. Bai Li Yinshu had initially aimed directly at Emperor Zhao Xian, and now was the ideal moment. He certainly would not relent easily. Ning Chuchu was merely a minor, inconspicuous pawn in his grand design, utilized solely to test Zhao Xian. Innocently entangled, Ning Chuchu had endured suffering, and thus, he could not tolerate the puppeteer behind it all. He was determined to root out every last one of them, ensuring they would never have another chance to begin anew. Under the cover of night, unexpected events are most likely to unfold. This was precisely a part of Bai Li Yinshu's scheme. A fire, at times, can serve a grand purpose. The Ingguo Temple had succumbed to flooding, and a conflagration raged through the night, its intensity difficult to quell. Amidst the chaos, extraordinary actions could be undertaken. At least for now, this fire had captured everyone's attention, diverting the majority to the West Wing. At that time, they would act upon their desires, making future endeavors significantly easier. Chapter 56. Action this night is destined to be tumultuous. A great fire has ignited the curtain on this intricate game. The night is shrouded in mystery, with dozens of cloaked assassins lurking in the shadows. The west and north wings of the Ingguo Temple have always been reserved for esteemed guests. At this moment, several of them have set fire to the west wing to disrupt the attention of Xie Chengyun and his companions, diverting their forces to facilitate their impending assassination. After all, those residing in the west wing are dignitaries, and should any harm befall them, it would be a difficult predicament to explain. Thus, their actions were entirely anticipated. At this juncture, how could they be concerned for the lives of others? This is merely a facet of their plan, a stratagem to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair quite naturally. Recently, the weather has been dry, making fire easily sparked, which would not arouse suspicion. Had they remained undetected, one must concede that this feint would undoubtedly prove effective. Emperor Jin Zhao Xian would hardly neglect the individuals in the West Wing. However, they had long been targeted by Xie Chengyun, lying in wait to ensnare them, ensuring their scheme was doomed to failure. One among them addressed the leader, saying, "Young master, as per your instructions, we have ignited a fire in the west wing of Ingguo Temple. I believe Emperor Jin will dispatch men to extinguish the flames. Awaiting your command, we shall rush in together to avenge the general." The speaker was indeed a former officer of the Bailey General's residence, following the incident at the General's estate. They had covertly concealed themselves, biding their time until the second young master sought them out. They had presumed the General's lineage had perished, yet to their astonishment, they found a chance to repay their debts of gratitude in their lifetime, willing to brave fire and water. The General had shown them kindness, and they had clung to life for so many years solely for this moment, having long forsaken their own lives. Seeing everything unfold smoothly, Bailey Yunshu gestured for action. His followers, upon receiving his signal, surged toward Zhao Xian's location. At that moment, a singular conviction burned in their hearts. They must succeed. Failure was not an option. This opportunity might be their only chance, compelling them to seize it to avenge their beloved General Bailey. Thus, as they approached, they were resolute in their fatalistic belief. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they would deliver a heavy blow to Zhao Xian. Meanwhile, at another location, Xie Li and his companions had grown almost impatient. As a fire erupted in the west wing, its intensity increasing, seemingly on the verge of spreading, and a mere handful of individuals struggled to extinguish it. "My lord, they have made their move," reported Xie Li's informant, who had been monitoring the situation. "That group has set fire to the west wing and is now racing towards His Majesty's location." They were undoubtedly unaware that every action they took was being observed beneath the very noses of Xie Li and his cohorts. They even knew precisely when and who had ignited the fire. All of this was merely a result of Xie Chengyun's deliberate indulgence, a ploy to lure them in, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop. Xie Chengyun stood before the window, gazing at the flicker of firelight amidst the night, his pupils dark and inscrutable, revealing nothing of their depths. Restlessness gripped him. Perhaps this was for the best. The quest for vengeance on behalf of Ning Chuchu had been deeply etched into his heart, and the thought of failing to fulfill it would haunt him relentlessly. By a stroke of fortune, his desire for retribution had manifested. The very individuals he sought to confront had come to him, and he could not let them slip away. The Angwa temple was completely surrounded by his men, leaving little chance for escape. Xie Li had meticulously arranged everything as instructed. Now, all that remained was for the assailants to dare strike, allowing them to be apprehended without mercy. Xie Li, fervent with bloodlust, followed closely behind Xie Chengyun. Though his steps were steady, turmoil brewed within him. An opportunity had finally arisen for him to showcase his prowess, for it had been ages since he last drew his sword, and it had long been deprived of blood. His anticipation grew. This would be exhilarating. As they arrived, the Emperor's secret guards were already engaged in combat with a group of assassins. Although the assassins were few, each was a skilled warrior from the military. However, the guards outnumbered them, bolstered by Xie Chengyun's prior arrangements, thus gaining a decisive advantage. Yet, the skirmish was nearing its conclusion. Draped in a black cloak, Xie Chengyun stood quietly beneath the eaves, observing the clash without allowing himself to be stained by the bloodshed. As a seemingly frail civil servant, he was reluctant to reveal that his martial prowess was formidable. He seldom acted unless necessary, leaving others unaware of his capabilities. Thus, he concealed himself behind the multitude of guards, intentionally avoiding any display of his skills. Yet, the assassins were relentless, closing in on him like ravenous hounds drawn to flesh. Fortunately, his guards were numerous, and the assailants could not break through the encirclement to harm him, especially with the formidable Xie Li by his side. Xie Li fut balianli, dispatching an opponent with swift precision, proving himself as Xie Chengyun's foremost protector. In a brief span, both sides suffered casualties, yet the number of assassins dwindled, leaving only a few key figures struggling to endure. Fueled by his fervor, Xie Li grew increasingly bold, gaining momentum with each encounter. Chapter 57. A farce amidst the onslaught. Bailey Yunshu found it increasingly difficult to approach the chamber where the emperor resided. His techniques grew ever more ferocious. With a sudden leap, he lunged towards Xie Chengyun, but Xie effortlessly evaded the fierce thrust. Just as Bailey Yunshu believed he had found an opening, a razor-sharp blade sliced through his arm. It was Xie Li who, upon seeing Bailey Yunshu aiming his sword at his master, hastily repelled those around him to offer assistance. The more Xie Li fought, the more invigorated he became. Bai Yunshu, unwilling to engage in prolonged combat, sought only to seize the opportunity to eliminate Zhao Xian. Just a threshold remained between him and success. If he could only breach that door, victory would surely be his. Regrettably, he never anticipated that with his martial prowess, he would be incapable of defeating Xie Li. Nor could he inflict harm upon the scholarly Xie Chengyun, let alone the heavily guarded Emperor Zhao Xianjin. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. It was so painfully close, he was but a step away from that door. Had he entered, his lifelong ambitions would have been fulfilled. However, just as he was about to kick the door open, Xie Li injured him, forcing him back 3 paces. Subsequently, the others launched a frenzied attack. Their numbers dwindled and many sustained injuries. Blood flowed from their wounds, staining the ground, with some splattering upon faces, rendering them gruesomely drenched in crimson. Among the group led by Yunshu, many had already been wounded, and concurrently, Xie Chengyun's side also suffered losses. After all, they showed no hesitation in their murderous intent, driven solely by the desire for vengeance, without a thought for the innocents that might be caught in the crossfire. Thus, both sides engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual devastation. Those with severe injuries gradually succumbed, collapsing one after another. Yet the clash of blades and the dance of swords showed no sign of abating. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, rendering it impossible to discern whose blood stained their bodies. Bai Yunshu was unwilling to retreat at this moment. The opportunity lay before him, and he was determined not to relinquish it easily. His heart was consumed by a singular thought: vengeance. He must exact it, and he must succeed. Yet, the Emperor of Jin had not shown himself throughout the ordeal, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding before him, which fueled Bai Yunshu's hatred. He scorned Zhao Xian for being akin to a turtle, cowering in fear, refusing to even reveal himself. Such behavior struck him as utterly disgraceful. Simultaneously, a flicker of concern gnawed at him. Perhaps this was all part of a trap they had meticulously set, waiting for his group to walk into it. If that were indeed the case, he would be ashamed to face those he had brought along, and even more so to confront the deceased. Thus, he refused to accept the notion of being manipulated by others. Consequently, he became increasingly ruthless towards the enemy, seeking to unleash his pent-up frustration. He had sacrificed everything in pursuit of revenge. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian remained exalted, incurring no cost, causing his years of planning to crumble into a mere farce. He felt an intense sense of discontent. "My lord, we have fallen into a trap," cried an injured veteran, wielding his sword with fury. He expressed his indignation, blaming Xie Chengyun and his cohorts for their despicable and shameless tactics, intending to ensnare them without mercy. Their meticulously devised plans had become pawns in another's game, all anticipated by the enemy. How could such an assassination ever succeed? The best course of action now was to escort some of their own through the encirclement. As long as the green hills remained, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Thus, Bai Yunshu must survive. Although the assassination attempt faltered, as long as there remained a member of the Bailey family alive to preserve a fragment of the general's bloodline, they would not be deemed to have failed him entirely. "Young master, as long as the Green Mountains endure, we may conserve our strength and begin anew." Anan stood beside him, urging him to abandon thoughts of battle in light of their precarious situation, insisting he depart immediately. Yet, how could he relent? He was unwilling to leave in such a manner, filled with a profound sense of injustice. It was painfully close, merely a heartbeat away. "We will carve a path through blood for the young master," others echoed, their gazes resolute, unwavering. One among them declared this, and a throng of warriors brandished their swords to fight once more. "Kill, dog emperor! You who harm the loyal shall not have a peaceful end." Bai Yunshu remained motionless, and Anan was compelled to drag him away. He could perish here, but the young master must return to Xian in full. He had to bring him back. "Kill, general! We avenge you!" Young master flee. As Bai Yunshu witnessed his comrades fall one by one into pools of blood, their strength extinguished. He was left only with the sound of his own labored breathing and the roar of discontent within his heart. He had failed after so many years. He had gained nothing, accomplished nothing. His journey had become a mere jest. Yet he could not succumb to death. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, he yearned to survive. He fought desperately, his men falling around him, crimson staining the ground. They carved a bloody path for him, granting him a sliver of opportunity. Ainan exerted every ounce of strength to pull Bailey Yunshu from the encirclement, but now they found themselves without a refuge, needing a plan to evade their pursuers. Chapter 58. Awakening in the face of those who fought to the death for him, Bailey Yunshu ultimately broke through the siege, escaping with injuries. However, how far could he flee in such a state? He sought a hiding place, hoping that Xie Chengyun and the others would be delayed, perhaps providing him a chance for escape. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. My lord, they have escaped. Cieli, having severely wounded one of them, believed they could not have gone far, especially since Ongwa Temple had been encircled tightly, rendering their flight nearly impossible. Thus, Cieli was not convinced of their current ability to evade capture. Cieli, arrange for a covert search, and do not let this matter escalate. Xie Chengyun continued to command, seemingly unconcerned with the assassins. His focus was solely on the life of that individual, if blame were to be assigned. It lay with him for crossing paths with one he should not have, Ning Chuchu, whom he valued deeply and would not harm in the slightest. The Emperor Jin had long since returned to the palace, having anticipated the arrival of assassins and thus avoided placing himself in peril. He had delegated all matters to Xie Chengyun, including knowledge of his plans, and thus cooperated to a degree, allowing Lin Chuan to remain behind to create the illusion that he was still at Ongwa Temple, a ruse to better deceive their adversaries. In a calculated ploy to draw the enemy into a trap, Xie Chengyun orchestrated an elaborate ruse, ensuring that the scene suggested the Jin Emperor had not departed from Ingwosi. Even Lin Chuan, the chief eunuch who had always attended to the emperor, remained at the site to instill unwavering confidence in their adversaries. Both the emperor and his minister were seasoned tacticians. Thus, such a minor stratagem seamlessly fell into place, making the likes of Bailey Yunshu and his cohort of naive schemers no match for them. Bailey Yunshu's unfortunate fate was a result not only of Xie Chengyun's cunning, but also of his own impetuousness. He had acted too hastily, and the moment he envisioned vengeance, he had already lost the upper hand. Xie Chengyun's plot was half successful. Only the final step remained, capturing the two who had managed to flee. He entrusted this task to Cieli, feeling assured that he should assess the situation regarding the fire, which he presumed was largely extinguished, leaving him with little cause for concern. In truth, this conflagration had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated, or rather, as he had orchestrated. A commotion was necessary to create the illusion that their methods had captured the attention of Xie Chengyun and his allies, thereby lowering their guard and allowing them to act in concert. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware that the yellow bird lurks behind. Bailey Yunshu sought to ensnare them as cicadas, yet they were determined to play the role of the yellow bird. Just as Xie Chengyun was poised to return to his quarters, a messenger sent to extinguish the fire from the west wing approached, reporting that Ning Chuchu had also ventured there and was currently searching for him. He hastened towards the west wing, anxious that if he arrived too late, she might leave without seeing him, scarcely pausing to change his attire. At that moment, Ning Chuchu had already drifted into slumber, only to be stirred by the persistent clamor of voices and the incessant sound of footsteps, awakening her from her drowsy state. Shuaiji, what has transpired? Why is it so uproarious? The commotion outside was considerable, but she could not discern the details from within her room. She called for Shuaiji to enter and inquire about the happenings. Hearing her call, Shuaiji brought a lantern into the room, lighting the candle on the table with a matchstick. Approaching the bedside, she addressed Ning Chuchu. Miss, have you been disturbed from your rest? It is their fault. Even in their efforts to fetch water, they have caused such a ruckus that it has interrupted your slumber. Fetching water? Where has the fire broken out to cause such a stir? Ning Chuchu, now fully awake, felt a sense of urgency. The fire was in the west wing, and people were hastily rushing to assist in extinguishing it. Shuaiji assumed the miss merely wished to know the location of the blaze and answered truthfully. The west wing, Mississippi. It is inexplicably ablaze, and the flames are quite fierce. Just moments ago, Others were summoned to aid in the firefighting efforts. How could it have ignited so unexpectedly? Is it not where he resides? Ning Chuchu's thoughts turned to Xie Chengyun, a surge of worry filling her heart as she yearned to see him, to confirm that he was safe and unharmed. Shuiji, please assist me in changing clothes. Let us go and take a look. However, it is undoubtedly perilous there now. Perhaps it would be wisest to refrain from venturing out. My lady, I assure you that Mr. Xie will be unharmed, and Lady Xie is present as well. Should she become aware of this, I fear you may face her ire, Shuiji pondered, aware that the hour had grown late. It would be highly inappropriate for the young lady to meet Mr. Xie at such a time. Though she understood her mistress's concern for Mr. Xie, it was not worth jeopardizing her own reputation, especially in the deepening night. If others were to witness such a meeting, it would be difficult to explain. Chapter 59. Seeking him? No, I must see him. I need assurance of his safety. Ning Chuchu's resolve was unwavering, disregarding Shui's protests. Although she recognized the folly of her actions, impulsively, she pressed on. Perhaps she was ill-suited to the role of a refined noblewoman, appearing more like a startled country maid. Yet, the opinions of others mattered little to her. She yearned for her own happiness. And Mr. Xie had the ability to bring her joy. Outside the West Wing, a steady stream of individuals carried buckets of water, tirelessly shuttling back and forth, gradually diminishing the flames. The task was not easily accomplished. Despite the numerous large water cisterns filled for emergencies, the fire raged fiercely, and a mere few buckets were insufficient to extinguish it. The heat bore down relentlessly, beads of sweat cascading down, yet the crowd persisted in their efforts to combat the blaze. Have you seen Lord Xie? Do you know if he is here? Is he injured? Ning Chuchu grasped the arm of a passerby, eager to inquire about Mr. Xie's whereabouts. He resided here, which was why she had rushed over in haste. Lord Xie is not present. The individual, a subordinate of Mr. Xie, was indeed there on his orders to aid in the firefighting effort. However, he was unaware of his master's current location. Perhaps Lord Xie had more pressing matters to attend to that could not be delayed. With no satisfactory answer, Ning Chuchu began to search the throng, hoping to catch a glimpse of Mr. Xie. After a lengthy search, she still found no sign of him or of Xieli. Her heart grew heavy with worry. If not for Shui's constant reassurances by her side, she feared she might act irrationally in her distress. It was madness. She had never witnessed such a woman, especially one of noble birth, so recklessly devoted to a man that she disregarded her own status. Did she not fear the judgment of others? Indeed, she was apprehensive. Yet, the mere thought of Mr. Xie dispelled all her fears. Fortunately, after a brief while Mr. Xie returned, unscathed but appearing somewhat flustered, a state uncharacteristic of him. My lord, are you unharmed? I heard of the fire in the West Wing and hurried over to see if I could be of assistance. Ning Chuchu rushed toward Mr. Xie, scrutinizing him thoroughly. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, the weight on her heart finally lifted. Everything is fine here. I have arranged for someone to extinguish the fire, and soon the flames will subside, so there is no need for concern. Xie Chengyun's words, laced with a tone of appeasement, echoed in Ning Chuchu's ears, hoping to alleviate her worries. Chuchu, you truly are reckless. Do you realize how perilous this place is? Such behavior must not be repeated. Xie Chengyun regarded Ning Chuchu as the most exquisite woman in the world. However, the scene of the fire was particularly treacherous. She should not have taken the risk of coming here, even out of concern for his safety. It was simply too dangerous, and he could not bear the thought of her being harmed in any way. But sir, why did the fire break out when everything was fine? Ning Chuchu still harbored doubts. The flames raged fiercely, reducing several rooms to ruins, unlike a mere accident involving a candle. Upon arriving at the scene, Ning Chuchu found herself questioning Shui's explanation. Was it truly just an accidental candle spill that ignited such a massive blaze? Fortunately, there were no casualties, only the destruction of a few rooms, so Chuchu need not worry. Xie Chengyun, of course, refrained from revealing the truth to her, fearing it would only lead to her unwarranted anxieties and cause him unnecessary distress. Yet, Ning Chuchu could detect a faint scent of blood on him and wondered where he had been and what he had done to end up like this. His silence shrouded her in uncertainty, leading her to speculate and grow increasingly anxious. These thoughts would remain unknown to him. She resolved to refrain from inquiring about his activities, but could not suppress her skepticism regarding the cause of the fire. "Sir, you must be deceiving me. How could a mere candle spill ignite such a large fire?" Xie Chengyun offered a faint smile, but remained silent. As the fire was finally extinguished and night deepened, he recognized that Ning Chuchu, being delicate, should not linger in the cold night air. He decided to escort her back to her quarters. After all, the two individuals responsible for the fire had yet to be found, and he wished to shield her from any potential danger. The night was indeed deepening. Although summer had arrived, the chill of the night persisted. "I will escort you back to rest. In the future, do not venture out at night dressed so lightly," Xie Chengyun remarked, shifting the conversation to express his concern for Ning Chuchu. "Mr. Xie, our young lady came here out of concern for your safety," Shuiji quickly interjected. "You might not know, but upon hearing about the fire in the West Wing, she hurried over without a thought for herself. Since the young lady had disregarded her objections and arrived, it would be a pity not to express her intentions." Xie Chengyun had initially intended to offer Ning Chuchu his own cloak, but then he recalled that it bore traces of blood and would be inappropriate for her. "Please wait here for a moment," he instructed, returning to his room to fetch a fresh white cloak for Ning Chuchu, which Shuiji then draped over her shoulders. The cloak fit perfectly, making it appear as though they were intimately acquainted, as no one would suspect that a mere acquaintance would provide such a well-fitting garment. In truth, Ning Chuchu did not feel the cold. Once wrapped in the cloak, she felt warmth envelop her. Perhaps the night wind was indeed a bit strong. As for the reason behind the fire, she had already cast it from her mind. Nothing in the world holds more significance than the person before one. Chapter 60. The Intertwining Shadows. Thus, Xie Chengyun maintained a distance of 3 steps from Ning Chuchu, holding a lantern before her as he ambled along, his pace considerably slower than usual. The moonlight was resplendent, casting a serene yet profound ambience. Both of them walked slowly, cherishing the wish for time to linger a little longer. The night breeze was cool, stirring the bamboo leaves nearby and releasing a gentle fragrance. Under the glow of the lantern, their shadows occasionally converged, intimate and seamless. Xie Chengyun lagged behind Ning Chuchu, deliberately keeping a few steps back. Ning Chuchu noted with surprise that he seemed unusually courteous at this moment, for he was not typically so. In truth, Xie Chengyun was accommodating her pace, intentionally slowing down, as her stride could not match his. Should he hasten, she would struggle to keep up. However, Ning Chuchu, this time, had also consciously reduced her speed, moving much more slowly than usual. Thus, Xie Chengyun had no choice but to further decelerate, allowing their shadows to intertwine. Amidst the night and moonlight, the delicate white of Ning Chuchu would occasionally catch his eye, her figure slender and gentle. Shuiji sensed their slow pace, but refrained from interrupting the tender connection between them, choosing instead to lag behind at an even more leisurely pace. The 3 of them moved in this manner, one before the other. Though they exchanged no words, their hearts understood one another. Despite their languid pace, they eventually arrived at the chamber where Ning Chuchu resided. The moon had risen high, and the hour was indeed late. "Here, your cloak back," Ning Chuchu said, intending to return the mantle to Xie Chengyun. She pondered who it originally belonged to, realizing it would be improper for a gentleman to wear it. Such thoughts left her feeling quite awkward. This was her first time donning a man as clothing, and she could still detect the lingering scent of Xie Chengyun upon it. Even though he had not worn this garment before, it bore the fragrance of the spices he frequently used, which made it all the more comforting for her. Shuiji hurriedly took the cloak from Ning Chuchu's hands, eager to fulfill her lady's request by returning it to Xie Chengyun. "No need for that. It was prepared for you," he replied, not accepting it, merely stating that the cloak was meant for Ning Chuchu, not for anyone else. It was specifically intended for her. When had he prepared it? Why had he done so? A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Such a simple garment brought an unexpected delight to Ning Chuchu's heart. She began to recognize a transformation within herself, a profound change that was unmistakable. "I shall go in now. You should return as well, sir." Feeling shy, Ning Chuchu sought to evade Xie Chengyun's intense gaze. With that, she turned and pushed open the door to her chamber, her youthful modesty evident as she stepped inside. Without a doubt, her cheeks must have been flushed crimson at that moment. Despite her shyness, she felt a pleasant stir within her heart. In fact, a magpie seemed to flutter in her mind, incessantly chirping, preventing her from finding tranquility for quite some time. Xie Chengyun stood outside for an extended period, until the lights in Ning Chuchu's room were extinguished. That night, Ning Chuchu did not sleep soundly. She felt an unsettling presence in her room, as if she were not alone. However, upon entering, she had noticed nothing amiss, leading her to believe it was merely her imagination. Yet her instincts were not mistaken. Indeed, someone was concealed within the confines of her heart's cabinet. If she were to open it and retrieve her garments, she would undoubtedly uncover their presence. However, the night was deep, and Ning Chuchu sensed that her rest would be brief, so she refrained from further commotion. Simply shedding her outer garments and allowing Xie Ji to extinguish the light carefully before settling down. Anan and Bai Li Yunsu were acutely aware that they could not leave Ongwa Temple at this moment. They needed to find a suitable hiding place to evade detection. During the Eastern Jin period, they had stumbled upon the close relationship between Xie Taifu, Xie Chengyun, and Miss Ning Chuchu, which could potentially allow them to evade their pursuers by remaining here, even using Ning Chuchu as a means to escape Ongwa Temple. They harbored no concerns that Lin Chuchu would refuse, as the nature of swords is blind, and one always values their life. The following morning, Ning Chuchu, having not rested well due to the events of the previous night, awoke later than usual. Typically, she would have risen by this hour, for an early bedtime fosters good health, and she was quite protective of her well-being. Yet upon waking, she heard a commotion outside, as if a search was underway. Recalling the fire in the West Wing last night, she felt increasingly uneasy. Just as she was about to push the door open, a bloodied sword was suddenly pressed against her throat. "Do not move," commanded a masked figure, the blade ominously positioned between them. Without needing further instruction, Ning Chuchu understood the gravity of the situation. She could not provoke him, for this sharp weapon was unyielding and could easily claim her life. Terrified, she dared not make a single move, only able to hear the voice of the masked assailant, a voice that struck her as eerily familiar, one she had heard before. Of that she was certain. The assailant dragged her into the room without alerting anyone else. Thus, Xie Ji remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, mistakenly believing her mistress was still asleep, and after having eaten a little, she waited by the door for her to awaken. This oversight, however, provided an opportunity for others to abduct her mistress. Chapter 61. Evading on that day in the tea house, he had invited her to meet. Speaking of matters concerning her sister, information she had not previously known, he revealed to her that her sister had been wronged and met with untimely death. Although she did not fully believe him, doubt began to gnaw at her mind. She was no longer the innocent child she once was. She understood that the palace was far from sanctuary, and her sister, being ensnared within its confines, was inevitably vulnerable to its perils. The possibility of being harmed was not beyond imagination. Thus, she began to ponder the true circumstances surrounding her sister's demise. Was it due to complications in childbirth? She found it hard to believe that, despite the physician's assurances of her sister's favorable condition during pregnancy, complications had arisen during childbirth. Her disbelief stemmed from her own insignificance. Her words held little weight, and no one was inclined to believe her. The prospect of seeking evidence within the court to avenge her sister seemed utterly implausible. Yet, who was he, and how did he possess such knowledge? Later, the gentleman revealed to her that she had been ensnared during the imperial banquet, and that the individuals from the tea house were intricately involved. However, at that time, he had not yet discerned the reasons behind his relentless targeting of her, nor the hidden grievances he shared with her sister. It now appeared that his intentions were not directed at her, but rather the fire in the West Chamber last night surely held a deeper significance. Yet, the gentleman was unwilling to disclose anything to her. Whom, then, was he truly after? The answer was painfully clear. It was the current emperor. Her adversaries had never been her. They were the emperor himself, and she was merely a pawn in their conflict. How absurd! How lamentable! My lady was disturbed last night by the incident in the West Chamber and has yet to awaken. I implore you, sir, to show some leniency and refrain from further disturbing her rest. The few individuals within the room heard Xie plea, yet they remained uncertain if he could successfully prevent the group outside from entering to conduct a search. The urgency of those outside was palpable, and Anan, sword drawn, directed his anxiety towards Ning Chuchu. Ning Chuchu felt both alarmed and relieved. Alarmed by her precarious situation, uncertain if these two would take her life. Relieved because Xie was just outside the door, and if he sensed something amiss, he would surely devise a means to rescue her. Miss Ning, you are no fool. Blades are unforgiving. You must understand this well, Anan cautioned. If Ning Chuchu were truly wise, she would cherish her life at this moment and assist them in navigating this perilous juncture. By Li Zunsu stipet fawat at dosing Ning Chuchu. Our predicament is a direct consequence of Xie Chengyun's actions, and it seems Miss Ning shares a close connection with him. Should she expose us, your demise could serve to alleviate our grievances. He expressed his bitterness towards Xie Chengyun without reservation, attributing the shattering of his long-laid plans to him. The followers who had once stood by his side had also met their end, all due to Xie Chengyun's interference. Xie, speak to them. The voices of Xie and Xie drifted from outside, instilling Ning Chuchu with a glimmer of hope. Your lady is truly unharmed. Xie's words carried a hint of deliberation, as if weighing the decision to search the room where Ning Chuchu resided. Of course, Master Xie is well aware. Your lady was personally escorted home by Mr. Xie last night. How could anything have transpired? Xie must be overthinking this. My lady has surely not awakened at this hour. She needs a rest. Moreover, this is a woman's chamber, and generally, outsiders are unable to enter, ensuring that no ill events can occur, nor is there any person they seek. Those following Xie murmured among themselves, but did not advance, waiting for Xie's guidance. Baili Yunshu observed Ning Chuchu's expression of struggle, as if she wished to seek help from the outside. He immediately fixed her with a sinister gaze for a considerable time, before signaling Anan with his eyes. At that moment, Ning Chuchu felt as if a venomous serpent had set its sights on her, and her fear intensified. She could only hear Anan's harsh voice as he addressed her. Miss Ning Si, I advise you to refrain from harboring any other thoughts. It remains to be seen whether your call for help is quicker or my coin is. The masked man, who had a sword poised against her neck, pressed it closer to her skin, the cold sensation far from pleasant. He whispered menacingly, diminishing Ning Chuchu's resolve by a third. Still gripped by fear, she realized that today, this unforeseen calamity was indeed a consequence of her relationship with Xie Chengyun. A rather amusing irony. What she had yearned for above all else was tranquility, yet now she found herself in utter disarray. Ultimately, Ning Chuchu acquiesced to the two men. After all, nothing surpassed the value of her own life. Striving to maintain her composure, she spoke to the people outside in a steady tone. Xie, I am fine. There is no one here that you seek. I have only just awakened, and my appearance is disheveled. It is not appropriate for you to enter and search. I hope you will understand. Xie contemplated the extraordinary bond between Miss Chuchu and his master, since she had stated that there was no one inside whom they sought. It must indeed be true, and they had no grounds to intrude upon her. Since Miss Ning has said so, we shall take our leave, he declared, leading his entourage away. Baili Yunshu and Anan had indeed placed their bets wisely. Xie was somewhat astonished to discover that her mistress had awakened. She had assumed that Chuchu would still be asleep, especially since she had gone to bed late the previous night. It was fortunate that she had risen. It provided a perfect opportunity to tidy herself up, enjoy a hearty breakfast, and then take a stroll. Chapter 62. Turning back after the group had not ventured far, Xie pushed open the door, intending to assist her mistress with her grooming. She thought that, given the time, her mistress should have awakened, and despite the silence, it was worth checking in. However, as she entered the room, she was taken aback by the sight before her, exclaiming loudly, "Miss you." Her voice was decidedly abnormal, and before Ning Chuchu could intervene, others had already overheard her. Unfortunately, Xie had not strayed far and, upon hearing Xie's startled cry, turned back to investigate. There was something amiss with that exclamation, He must ensure that Miss Chuchu was indeed safe before departing, for she held great significance to his master, and any lapse in vigilance was unacceptable. Bai Yinshu swiftly seized Xie, promptly shutting the door behind them. Miss Xue, Miss Chuchu, has something occurred? Xie inquired from outside, halting his advance as Xueji's voice echoed from within. Nothing has happened. You are worrying unnecessarily, Ning Chuchu replied. The voice of Xueji revealed no discernible anomalies. She understood that if she could not divert Xie Li and his companions, both she and her mistress would face grave peril. In hindsight, she ought to have maintained a composed demeanor, regardless of what she witnessed, refraining from any exclamations. Alas, she was not her mistress, who remained unperturbed in the face of the brigands' abduction. Yet, who were these individuals? Why they sought refuge in her mistress's chamber, brandishing a sword against her? If it were only her being threatened, she could disregard it, but with her mistress in their clutches, she dared not act recklessly. She had no choice but to comply with their demands, ensuring that Xie Li's suspicions were allayed, so they might vacate the premises. Above all, her mistress's safety was paramount. Acquiescing to their demands to spare her mistress from harm was of utmost importance. Xie Li had just heard Miss Xueji's startled cry. They had not ventured far when Xie Li caught the sound of Xueji's exclamation. Although it was faint, he was certain he had not misheard. Why did she cry out? Had something gone amiss? Or had she encountered someone of significance? At that moment, Ning Chuchu's own trepidation dissipated. They merely sought to threaten both her and Xueji with their lives to aid in evading search efforts. It appeared they were indeed connected to the fire from the previous night. Since they wished to evade Xie Li and his companions, they would rely on her. For the time being, they would not harm her or Xueji, thus granting her more time to devise a means of escape. Indeed, her mistress had inadvertently shattered a cup and injured her hand, prompting her startled cry. But why had they returned? Xueji feigned normalcy, calmly conversing with Xie Li while inquiring about their reason for returning. She fervently wished that Xie Yan would depart promptly and refrain from probing further. Otherwise, she would be unable to cope. She silently prayed, Xie Li, please leave at once, or my mistress will suffer the consequences. Xie Li, why have you become so tedious? Asking so many questions? She was on the brink of collapse. Should I procure a physician for Miss Chuchu? However, Xie Li was not easily dismissed. Concerned for Ning Chuchu's injury, he thought it prudent to summon a doctor, lest their master become distressed upon learning of the situation. Even a minor wound warranted treatment. Xueji longed to expedite their departure. Seeing Xie Li still reluctant to leave, she glanced at Ning Chuchu, hoping she could devise a plan. No need. It is merely a trivial injury. You have pressing matters at hand. Do not let such trifles trouble you or inform your master, lest he worry unnecessarily. Chuchu expresses her gratitude in advance. Ning Chuchu understood that Xueji had exerted herself to the utmost, yet Xie Li was persistent and unwilling to depart. Prompting her to speak up, Xueji, after all, had never faced such a predicament. If assistance were not rendered soon, Xie Li would surely sense something amiss. Ning Chuchu's words served to reinforce Xie Li's belief in Xueji's veracity, alleviating half of his internal doubt. Fortunately, Xie Li was still more inclined to trust Ning Chuchu. Upon hearing her voice and confirming her safety, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, the tightly shut door concealed all the underlying unrest, and the individuals outside remained oblivious to the turmoil before departing. Ning Chuchu sensed that the swordsman beside her had relaxed slightly. Yet, although the weapon was now a distance away, the threat still lingered. Since they have departed, might I request that you, esteemed sir, lower your sword? My maid and I are but defenseless maidens. Do you truly fear that we could escape your grasp? Ning Chuchu's tone was notably frosty, tinged with displeasure. It would be strange for anyone to remain unafraid or unperturbed under such treatment. Yet, for many, fear often prevails. Still, she could not abide it. Even knowing these individuals were not virtuous, she felt no trepidation. In truth, she did harbor some fear, albeit hidden beneath a facade of strength. Only by projecting a commanding presence could she instill a sense of intimidation, momentarily dissuading them from rash actions. At present, Ning Chuchu remained unaware of their true intentions, yet she was unwilling to relinquish her life so easily, for that would be utterly unjust. Let her first ascertain what these two desired from her. Chapter 63. Suspicion. The man beside her did not heed Ning Chuchu's words. He awaited the command of his master, ready to act as instructed. Anan, lower your sword. Do not frighten Miss Ning Si any further. Bai Lianshu had no intention of harming them. For this Miss Ning Si held considerable value to him. Miss Ning Si, we meet again, he declared, removing his mask to reveal his true identity. The same individual who had sought her out in the tea house, and the true architect behind her earlier entrapment at the imperial banquet. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt for orchestrating such a scheme against a young girl. But the thought of his family members perishing because of her sister hardened his resolve. This was a burden she must bear. Mistakes inevitably incur consequences. It was unjust for Ning Chuchu to shoulder this alone. Many were complicit in this affair, yet she remained blameless. It was indeed absurd that the innocent bore the brunt of suffering. People often prefer to assign blame to others rather than reflect on their own faults. Bai Lianshu was no exception. He believed his family had done nothing wrong. Conversely, it was Ning Chuchu's sister whose actions had forced his brother into such dire straits. Thus, they bore no guilt. Only she did. It is you. Ning Chuchu could no longer contain her indignation, glaring fiercely at him, yet he remained unfazed. A young girl harboring resentment was inconsequential. After all, she had brought this upon herself. Xie Li and the others had departed, yet despite his suspicions, he could only set them aside, for both mistress and maid claimed to be unharmed, and there was no sign of the person they sought. Yet he overlooked another possibility, that Ning Chuchu and Xue Ji, the master and servant, were both under duress, and their words were merely rehearsed, devoid of genuine sentiment. Furthermore, he failed to discern the underlying implications in Ning Chuchu's speech. Although she shared a close bond with Xie Chengyun, few were privy to this connection. The crowd outside was considerable, yet she claimed to fear that Xie Chengyun might be troubled by her potential injury, which seemed excessively intimate. Time passed, and Xie Li and his companions remained empty-handed. The Ingwe temple was not vast, yet they had scoured it thoroughly, inside and out, to no avail. They must have concealed themselves, but where could they possibly be hidden? Just a few elusive fish escaped the net. What other places had he not considered? My subordinates are incompetent. I beseech your pardon, my lord. We have yet to locate the two individuals. Xie Li had meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the Ingwe temple, yet those two seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving him with no discoveries. He felt utterly useless. Despite his meticulous arrangements, they remained elusive. Having boasted in front of his lord, he now found himself in a predicament, hoping that his lord would not be disappointed in him. Over the years, his greatest desire was to earn his lord's praise and recognition. Found nothing? Upon seeing Xie Li's disheveled appearance, Xie Chengyun understood that he had yet to apprehend the two. He contemplated what he would do if he were in a situation where escape seemed impossible, yet he yearned for a glimmer of opportunity. The entire Ingwe temple was encircled by his people. Without assistance, escape was unattainable. How would they possibly not find them? Xie Chengyun pondered deeply. If he wished to survive, how would he manage to flee? Yet, the Ingwe temple lacked secret passages, making their escape improbable. Had they truly hidden themselves? He was confident he could locate them. This adversary proved intriguing. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so engaging. Have you discovered anything unusual? Or is there any area that remains unsearched? Xie Chengyun's expression was grave, and Xie Li dared not withhold any information. He reaffirmed in his mind the places he had thoroughly searched and recounted truthfully. As per your command, my lord, I spared no corner, but what? Speak quickly. Xie Chengyun's tone, though not harsh as before, bore a hint of impatience. Miss Chuchu, Xie Li pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Xie Chengyun, growing increasingly anxious, silently hoped that his fears were unfounded and that Chuchu was safe. Miss Chuchu mentioned that there were no individuals we sought within the room. I believed she would not deceive me, hence I refrained from searching further. However, upon hearing a noise upon my return, I found nothing amiss. What noise did you hear? If you heard something, why did you not investigate further? Xie Chengyun's anger surged, But even more so, he was engulfed by fear and concern. Miss Chuchu was reluctant to allow us to enter and investigate. Considering your relationship with her, I acquiesced. Xie hastily clarified his innocence, insisting that it was indeed Miss Chuchu who refused to let her be examined. Yet, it seemed he had genuinely erred this time. Should there be any trouble with Miss Chuchu, he would be deserving of the gravest consequences. Come with me to find Chuchu. Xie Chengyun was increasingly anxious about the possibility that the two had kidnapped her, fearing that something dire had already transpired. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Xie Chengyun quickened his pace, leaving Xie feeling as though the wind had whisked him away. Indeed, this was the speed of a heart in turmoil. Chapter 64. The situation within the chamber where Ning Chuchu resided was far from ideal. Both parties held their ground, unwilling to yield or admit defeat. They resembled two children competing for candy, each desiring more while refusing to allow the other even a morsel. Thus a standoff ensued. Release us from Ongwa Temple, and we shall depart immediately without causing you any harm. Miss Ning. What do you think? Although Bai Li Yinshu posed a question to Ning Chuchu, he had no intention of waiting for her response. He had already determined the best course of action. He was resolutely intent on vacating Ongwa Temple, and Ning Chuchu had become his most advantageous option. Ning Chuchu, of course, was unwilling to comply, as associating with assassins would be detrimental not only to her reputation, but also to her safety. Perhaps aware of her reluctance, Bai Li Yunshu's demeanor remained unchanged, as if everything was already within his grasp. He was certain that Ning Chuchu and her companion would have no choice but to cooperate with them. He understood that Ning Chuchu cared deeply for those around her, and the young maid, Xie, who was currently in her company, was their most formidable leverage. Moreover, Ning Chuchu was also Xie Chengyun's Achilles heel. Holding her in their grasp would ensure his compliance. This contemplation seemed correct. They would not resort to such measures unless they were left with no other options. Originally, he had scorned the idea of bargaining his life for that of a mere girl. But this latest failure had enlightened him to the harsh truth. One must prioritize their own interests above all else. Thus, he felt compelled to betray Ning Chuchu, blaming Xie Chengyun for caring for and liking her. Their relationship, unbeknownst to him, could be exploited, and so he resolved to do just that. After all, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was difficult to relinquish once grasped. He still yearned to see another individual, someone he had yet to express just how significant she was to him. Humans are often driven by fleeting desires, though they may remain hidden from the light. And she was his serendipitous encounter, a cherished thought he could not possess. He longed to see her once more. Xie had arrived by Ning Chuchu's side unbeknownst to them, and they regarded her presence with indifference. They did not believe that a defenseless girl could pose any threat to them. On the contrary, the deeper the bond between the mistress and her maid, the more useful they became to their designs. Miss, perhaps we should consider agreeing to their demands. Xie felt an overwhelming sense of fear, in stark contrast to Ning Chuchu, who had managed to regain her composure. She leaned in close to Ning Chuchu, whispering softly, urging her to acquiesce to their demands before contemplating further actions. After all, it was imperative to stabilize the situation first, allowing time to ponder other matters. This logic was not lost on her. Should they act out of desperation, it would serve no one well. They lacked the luxury of their own young lady's precious health. What consequences would arise if they refused? Ning Chuchu harbored her own considerations. The two individuals before her relied solely on her for their escape. Yet their choice of her was perplexing. It stemmed merely from her unique relationship with Xie Chengyun, which had sparked their opportunistic intentions, drawing them to her, a truly unwarranted calamity. In this tangled web, she had borne far too much, though they sought her assistance. And despite her current predicament, she felt a surge of defiance. Moreover, she detested being at the mercy of others. She had endured such a life for far too long. Regrettably, she had to convey her apologies to the two. Bai Li Yunshu remained silent, his complexion pallid from excessive blood loss. Though his cool demeanor was not enough to instill fear, his wounds had only received rudimentary treatment, lacking even the application of medicine. The two were merely holding their ground, enduring pain as they faced her. Should he refuse to comply, he could resort to more aggressive tactics, such as placing a sword at their throats to coerce Xie Chengyun into releasing them, threatening Ning Chuchu with dire consequences should they fail to comply. I can lead one person out of Ongwa Temple. Ning Chuchu seemingly deliberated for an eternity, feeling quite embarrassed. She was only willing to take one with her. As for who that would be, they would have to decide amongst themselves. Although she possessed the ability to escort both, she simply refused to do so, knowing they were powerless against her will. Her dissatisfaction was palpable, and they were not to expect comfort in return. This notion was not lost on her. The mind of a young girl works in such ways. The more pressure applied, the more she would stubbornly resist fulfilling their desires. She understood well that nothing in this world came without a price. To attain something, one must relinquish something else in exchange. This principle was as clear as day to her, trapped within her confines. She would not be an exception, nor would they be. This was her form of retribution. She wished to make them pay a price, for only then would they understand the extent of her discomfort. She deliberately wanted them to make their own decisions, positioning herself as a mere observer. Ning Chuchu was similarly resolute. She had no intention of cooperating with them. Not only did she refuse to comply, but she also yearned to set traps for them, for they had treated her unjustly. All of this was of their own making. She was a girl with spirit. In her youth, she might have caused a ruckus. If someone displeased her or wronged her, she would seek retribution, making them feel even worse than she did. If they dared to threaten her and force her hand, they should be prepared to endure her wrath. That would be only fair, would it not? Chapter 65. Confrontation. For the first time in many years, she found herself a victim of abduction, an experience that was indeed unpleasant. Thus, she presented them with a choice. Either none would leave, or only one could escape. A subtle thrill coursed through her. She had never encountered such a scenario before, and the novelty of it intrigued her. In this moment, she recognized her own peculiarity. Despite the imminent danger, her feelings oscillated between discomfort and an exhilarating sense of adventure. Was it exhilarating? Undoubtedly so. Once the thought took root, it proved difficult to dismiss. Ning Chuchu was resolute in this course of action, a significant concession on her part, and a bold attempt at asserting herself. She was aware of the possibility of failure, yet she proceeded nonetheless. Onan, seething with indignation, nearly drew his sword to inflict a grievous wound upon Ning Chuchu. However, he restrained himself, realizing that harming her would only invite further complications for them all. Perhaps his fury stemmed not solely from her insistence that only one could depart, but also from the insinuations of discord woven into her words. Yet she was destined to fail. The young master was paramount in his eyes. As long as the young master could escape, Onan's own fate held little significance to him. Ning Chuchu's words carried an additional implication. If one were to leave and the other remained, what would become of the one left behind? Would the departing individual suffer psychological torment knowing the other could not return? This conundrum was the source of true anguish. At this moment, Ning Chuchu contemplated that since they sought to exploit her, they ought to bear the appropriate costs. There is no such thing as a free ride in this world. It was impossible for them to leave without offering something in return. After all, she bore the risk of facilitating their escape, even should it entail culpability. Ning Chuchu was no soft target. While she might appear vulnerable, the nature of her adversaries mattered greatly. Her demeanor varied in the presence of different individuals. Onan harbored deep resentment, deeming the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ning to be truly despicable. Previously, he had felt pity for her, considering her unappreciated by her mother. Yet the tables had turned dramatically. If they could escape from the Ongwa Temple, they would no longer need to hide here. After all, extricating one person was already a formidable challenge, let alone two, given their conspicuous objectives. It was beyond his capabilities. Ultimately, it was they who were trapped. They understood well that the longer they lingered, the more perilous their situation became. Seeing him draw his sword yet fail to act only emboldened Ning Chuchu further. She was the one holding the reins of power, even though the circumstances were far from favorable. Should their fury escalate, they might resort to actions she had not anticipated. Yet she was determined to test the waters. She felt no fear towards them. However, with Xie by her side, She bore an added caution and dared not confront them head-on. Instead, she opted to negotiate terms, probing to discern their limits. If they were to agree, it would signify her considerable weight in their hearts. Although she remained oblivious to their motives for abducting her, it seemed they believed that possessing her would guarantee their escape. Should they refuse, negotiations could persist, for she had ample time. The ones who should feel urgency were they. After all, her utility ensured her safety from harm. They were ensnared, and their inability to depart would inevitably reveal traces of their presence, leading to their swift discovery. Life, at times, resembles a high-stakes gamble. Only those bold enough to take risks may find success. Yet, to harbor such intentions without the courage to act renders one merely a dreamer of unattainable aspirations. In pursuit of the thrill within her heart, Ning Chuchu was willing to wager everything. Her audacity was remarkable, despite her complete unfamiliarity with the two assassins before her. In her awareness of their malevolence, she still dared to negotiate terms. Perhaps you should contemplate who should depart first. An early exit would benefit us both. Wouldn't you agree, young master? The more composed she became, the more agitated they appeared, and with each moment, her heart swelled with satisfaction. Young master, you should leave first. Anan, lost in thought, felt compelled to respond. However, Bai Yunshu remained silent for an extended period, leading one to believe he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet they knew he was very much awake, acutely aware of the pain from his wounds, which served as a stark reminder that a choice loomed ahead. Yet, some matters leave no room for options. Anan had already made his decision, one he could not refuse in the face of temptation following departure. For him, this was a mission. Facilitating Bai Yunshu's escape and return was not merely his duty, but his desire. If only one of them could survive, he would unhesitatingly choose to ensure Bai Yunshu's life. Perhaps Bai Yunshu understood that remaining could lead to a fate from which there was no escape. Once ensnared by Xie Chengyun, a grim outcome awaited. Moreover, they had abducted the one whom Xie Chengyun cherished. He too had someone dear to him, and he understood that one must protect their beloved from any harm. Should another inflict even the slightest injury, he would deem that person guilty, and subsequently, he would exert countless efforts and pay immeasurable prices, all to quell the resentments within his heart. Thus, he refrained from responding. He was a commendable master, unwilling to relinquish any individual by his side, even in the face of death. Yet, at this moment, he had forfeited his right to choose. He had failed. He had to admit that, in truth, he was a weakling. He could not exact revenge. He could not return home. He could not see her. Chapter 66. Departure. The Ongwa Temple boasts 3 entrances: the front gate, the rear gate, and a side entrance. The front gate allows access for worshippers, with a smooth path and ample space for the parking of carriages, facilitating the flow of traffic. The rear gate leads to the mountains behind, seldom traversed except by those like Xie Chengyun, seeking tranquility and serenity. Other locations also offer views of cascading waterfalls, but they are often crowded and cacophonous. The side entrance serves as a narrow path for the monks of the Ongwa Temple. Though the terrain is arduous, it serves to temper one's resolve. This path leads to a cliff, where the breathtaking scenery often draws the monks to meditate. The 3 routes are interconnected, yet those unfamiliar with the area are prone to error, taking unnecessary detours before eventually returning, albeit at the expense of considerable time. One would assume that prior to their assassination attempt, they would have thoroughly familiarized themselves with the temple. To their surprise, while they had indeed grasped the internal structure of Ongwa Temple, they had failed to comprehend the intricate network of pathways completely. It is hardly surprising, given that, although their plot had been in preparation for an extended period, they did not anticipate such a disastrous outcome, particularly with the most knowledgeable individual among them perishing in the assassination. Their losses were indeed substantial. At this moment, Ning Chuchu and her companions were departing through the front gate. A throng of people had gathered at the entrance, as it had been accessible just days prior. But today, passage was forbidden, leaving everyone bewildered. Only after thorough inspections could anyone leave, which many found exceedingly bothersome, resulting in a cacophony of voices. What is happening? Some newcomers, unaware of the situation, inquired why they were suddenly barred from passage. Upon awakening early in the morning, they were taken aback to see so many soldiers stationed, preventing outsiders from entering, and they were filled with curiosity about the unfolding events. It seemed they were oblivious to last night's incidents. Consequently, the details of what transpired remained unclear, leading to endless speculation. You share your thoughts, and I share mine. Yet, no consensus emerged. Rumors circulated that they were searching for the arsonist from last night's blaze at the western wing. Indeed, a significant fire had erupted, destroying property and possessions, but fortunately, there were no casualties. However, many were left shaken by the ordeal. Arson, it seemed, was not a matter to be taken lightly. Some, with broader perspectives, pondered how a mere fire could warrant such a heavy presence of soldiers encircling Ongwa Temple. Surely, there must be a more grave matter at hand, of which they were unaware. It was best for them to return home promptly. Yet, regardless of the nature of the events, they, as commoners, would not be affected. As long as they did not provoke the soldiers, they would remain safe. They merely hoped the soldiers would depart soon, as their presence made the visiting pilgrims feel quite uneasy. In order to exit Ongwa Temple without hindrance, Bailey Yunshu disguised himself as a young servant driving a carriage. Fortunately, his face bore no injuries. Otherwise, any recognition would have compromised his disguise. However, his portrayal as a mere servant was somewhat flawed, for his striking features were not typical. Should someone gaze upon him for too long, it would raise suspicions. How could a groom possess such handsome features and fair complexion? Furthermore, Lord Xie Chengyun had long instructed that any discrepancies or suspicious individuals must be detained until their identities were verified, ensuring they were not the targets of pursuit. Miss, there's a blockade ahead, and searches are being conducted. What should we do next? Shueji lifted the curtain of the carriage, relaying the external circumstances to Ning Chuchu. She glanced at the person beside her, still deeply concerned about the potential consequences if that individual were discovered. What would happen to them? Why must she and her lady endure such a predicament? Stop. We have been ordered to conduct a search. Please halt the carriage and allow us to inspect before you depart. Indeed, the carriage was compelled to come to a halt. Boili Yunudend Ostrohot, having taken great care to disguise himself as a coachman, yet he still appeared somewhat peculiar. Their search was exceedingly thorough, leaving no stone unturned, no detail overlooked. How dare you? My lady is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ning, and you have no right to search our carriage. Under Ning Chuchu's silent urging, Shueji reluctantly spoke up. After all, an assassin lurked within their carriage, and should they be discovered, whether connected to the assassin or not, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. Regardless of your identity, we are merely following orders. Step down from the carriage and allow us to conduct our search. Do not hinder our duties. Yet, the searchers were not swayed by her words, insistent upon their inspection. No matter how Shueji pleaded, they remained as resolute as wooden figures, reiterating their demand and refusing to relent. After all, they were acting under direct orders, to leave no suspicious individual unchecked. The more they resisted, the more they aroused suspicion. No matter her status, it paled in comparison to the commands from above. Perhaps the assassin was indeed hidden within their carriage. Shueji's frustration mounted. She feared that the individual might recklessly drive the carriage away, jeopardizing everyone inside. While she was resilient, her lady was not accustomed to such hardships, and she wished to spare her from such distress. Shueji intended to assist her lady down from the carriage, hoping to resolve the situation swiftly and escape that individual as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Connection. The search yielded no results, and the searcher, growing impatient, wished to conclude the matter without further entanglement. He planned to lift the carriage curtain and inspect personally. His focus was primarily on the individuals inside the carriage, neglecting the flaws evident in the person outside. How could one accustomed to driving a carriage, enduring the elements, possess such a pale complexion? Indeed, Baili Yunshu's visage was strikingly fair. To call him a delicate scholar would not be an exaggeration. How could such a person possibly be a coachman? Even Ning Chuchu noticed this discrepancy. If she genuinely wished to aid them, she would have pointed it out. Yet, she was compelled by threats. And had his disguise been recognized sooner, she would hardly have been inclined to offer assistance. Bai Li Yinshu likely had not considered altering his complexion. Perhaps he had not spent enough time in the sun to realize the necessity. During his time in the West, he enjoyed a life of luxury, having only endured hardships in his early years. He was subsequently raised in comfort, served by others, and thus remained unaware of certain realities. However, those conducting the searches were presumably seasoned individuals. How could they be oblivious to such details? Often, it is in moments of impatience that such nuances are overlooked. Consequently, as the searchers were captivated by Anan, they failed to detect Bai Li Yinshu. When the true assassin stood before them, their inability to discern him, coupled with their lack of awareness, rendered them nothing more than inept fools. If the officials of the Eastern Jin were all like this, would he still seek revenge? He could merely await the downfall of the Eastern Jin. Regrettably, not everyone is so incompetent. As for these individuals, they're truly worthless. Had they not been so restless, or had they exercised greater diligence, they would have uncovered the truth instead of falling for Bai Li Yinshu and his companions' diversionary tactics. At the moment the searchers peered into the carriage, one rushed forward, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, we have discovered the trail of the thief at the back door." Clearly, their stratagem had succeeded. One departed while the other drew attention, working in perfect concert. Just then, the man examining the carriage immediately dismissed his original intention, turning to his companions to say, "Let's go," as they hurried towards the location where the thief's trail was reported. In his eagerness to claim credit, he remained oblivious to the fact that the very person who could have secured his success slipped away right before his eyes. Had he continued his inspection, might he have uncovered a trace, a clue revealing Bai Li Yinshu's presence? Yet, he had fallen into their trap. Naturally, some remained behind to continue the search, but this left them with insufficient manpower. Should Bai Li Yinshu be exposed, his escape would become significantly easier. At this moment, he still possessed the strength to fight back. Moreover, after their superior had surveyed the situation, the searchers lost their desire to continue. The number of individuals they needed to inspect was overwhelming, and they were already overwhelmed with their tasks. Why would they need to search again? This cannot be deemed laziness. After all, they had already conducted their searches, and since their superior had found nothing amiss, they too would not uncover any issues. Thus it was concluded. It seems Anan's method of diverting their attention had indeed succeeded, granting Bai Li Yinshu the opportunity to depart from the Ongwa temple unscathed. Anan proved to be an exceptionally loyal servant. His actions for Bai Li Yinshu were nothing short of selfless. Ignoring his own safety, he attracted the attention of the majority, thereby securing Bai Li Yinshu's chance to escape, which he deemed entirely worthwhile. Meanwhile, as Xie Chengyun made his way to Ning Chuchu's quarters, he received word that the assassin who had escaped the previous night had been spotted on the back mountain of Ongwa Temple. He immediately commanded Xie Li to ensure a swift and decisive capture of all involved. Meanwhile, he hurried to seek out Ning Chuchu, determined to ensure her safety. For in Xie Chengyun's heart, nothing held greater significance than her well-being. Even if he is merely overthinking, he feels compelled to seek confirmation. The subconscious speculations of a person often materialize, a phenomenon that defies explanation. Perhaps it is due to an overwhelming concern, a deep-seated attachment, that they can achieve a state of mutual understanding. When two individuals harbor affection for one another, if one encounters danger, the other is inevitably aware of it. This is what we often refer to as a meeting of minds. It encompasses not only joy, but also the ability to sense each other's peril. However, upon his arrival at the chamber where Ning Chuchu resided, he was informed that she had already departed. Panic surged through him, as he instinctively feared that something had befallen Ning Chuchu, and his heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, Ning Chuchu was not in her room. Where could she have gone? No, that cannot be right. When they met yesterday, Chuchu had not mentioned that she intended to leave today. This decision must have been made impulsively. Coupled with Xie Li's recounting of what he had heard from Ning Chuchu and Xue Ji, doubts began to crystallize in his mind, and his conviction that Ning Chuchu was in danger grew stronger. Perhaps something had indeed happened to her, right under his nose, a reality he found unbearable. This must be a warning from the heavens, a silent plea for help from her. She must need him desperately at this moment. He must hurry, must act swiftly. He would never allow those people to succeed. No one could harm his Chuchu. He would ensure that they paid dearly for their actions. Chapter 68. When Xie Chengyun arrived at the front gate, the remaining searchers had found nothing and were preparing to leave. They had searched for a long time, yet not a single shadow had been discovered. Were it not for the fact that His Majesty had genuinely been attacked yesterday, they might suspect that someone was merely putting on a show to create a false alarm. Alas, they could not disregard the orders from above. But how to execute them was beyond their knowledge. Just as Bai Yunshu was about to depart, Xie Chengyun and his men arrived, interrupting his plans to leave. The timing of their arrival was indeed fortuitous. "Halt! No one is to leave without my permission." Xie Chengyun's voice, tinged with urgency, reached their ears, prompting them to step forward, intending to secure the carriage and its occupants. He surmised that the assassin was concealed within that very carriage, along with Ning Chuchu and her maid. Once he realized that Ning Chuchu was missing, he understood he had underestimated the situation. But how had the assassins discerned his connection to Ning Chuchu? Or had they simply abducted someone at random, and that person happened to be Ning Chuchu? Nonetheless, he dared not be careless, for his vulnerability was now in their hands. He felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that revealing any weakness could lead them to harm Ning Chuchu. Yet, they had underestimated Bai Yunshu's determination to leave. As soon as he sensed a shift in circumstances, he resolved to act decisively. Having finally escaped from Ongwa Temple, and now just a step away from freedom, he would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He drove the carriage forward like an arrow released from its bow. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, allowing him to dash away unimpeded. In an instant, chaos erupted among the throng, which inadvertently provided him with an opportunity by obstructing the footsteps of Xie Chengyun and his companions, thereby buying him a brief respite. The carriage jostled violently, causing both Shuiji and Ning Chuchu considerable discomfort. Forgive them. They were merely delicate ladies sheltered from the world, ill-equipped to endure such turmoil. They found themselves unjustly ensnared by this assassin, coerced into compliance to preserve their own lives. They acted out of necessity rather than choice. Both ladies, along with their servant, were in utter distress. Yet, Bai Yunshu was indifferent to their plight. His sole desire was to escape. However, he found himself alone, akin to a cornered beast, facing an arduous struggle to flee. Xie Chengyun and his allies conspired to encircle him, but he maneuvered the carriage onto an alternate path leading to a side entrance. With pursuers behind and a dead end ahead, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. It is often said that heaven does not entirely forsake a person. Yet it seemed he had genuinely reached a point of no return. The portion of the crowd that Anan had diverted now pursued him, gradually closing the distance to where Bai Yunshu and the others were retreating, ultimately converging fortuitously. "You go ahead," Anan cried out, intending to confront Xie Chengyun and his entourage single-handedly. They were vastly outnumbered, with merely 2 individuals. How could they possibly contend against such a formidable group? To overpower the few was not truly an act of villainy for an assassin. Inevitably, Bai Yunshu and his companion found themselves encircled. Xie Chengyun's men had them confined within a tight circle, swords drawn, awaiting the signal from Xie Chengyun to subdue them. Capturing them alive would indeed be ideal. If that proved impossible, killing them would suffice, for they were merely a band of assassins, their lives deemed inconsequential. Surrounded on all sides, Bai Yunshu saw no alternative but was unwilling to surrender. As Ning Chuchu remained in their grasp, he recalled the potential utility she might possess, prompting him to yank her from the carriage. From some hidden place, he produced a dagger, pressing it against Ning Chuchu's neck. The blade was exceedingly sharp, drawing crimson lines across her delicate skin with the slightest touch. Paralyzed by fear, Ning Chuchu dared not struggle, terrified that the dagger might accidentally sever her throat. "What do you intend? Release my lady at once." Miss! Shuiji's face turned pale, and she immediately leapt from the carriage, lunging at Bai Yunshu in an attempt to wrest the dagger from him. Yet, before she could close the distance, he delivered a swift kick that sent her sprawling several paces away. Blood trickled from the corner of Xie Ji's mouth as she cried out in agony. "Let my lady go, Mr. Xie. Please save her." Before she could finish her plea, she fell unconscious. Xie Ji. Ning Chuchu yearned to assess Xie Ji's condition, but she found herself at the mercy of others, a mere pawn in their perilous game. The dagger pressed against her neck rendered her unable to move. She struggled desperately, yet could not turn her head to catch even a glimpse of Xie Ji. "Let us go, or else," with Ning Chuchu in hand. Bai Li Yunshu possesses a powerful bargaining chip. He intends to exchange her life for their escape. Not to mention that Ning Chuchu is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ning, with no room for error. Moreover, she is the biological sister of the late Empress Ning Chuchu, and their striking resemblance would make it imperative for Jean Di to ensure her safety. Most importantly, Ning Chuchu is the beloved of Xie Chengyun, who would naturally refrain from rash actions while she remained in his grasp. A trickle of blood flowed down Ning Chuchu's neck. Though meager, it was sufficiently striking. The vivid hue served as a reminder to Xie Chengyun that if he failed to make a decision that would satisfy Bai Li Yunshu, Ning Chuchu would undoubtedly meet with disaster. "Cease. Release Chuchu, and I shall let you go." As expected, Xie Chengyun was willing to comply with the demands presented to him. Had he known this would be the case, he would have seized Ning Chuchu last night and made a swift escape under the cover of darkness. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Their relationship was indeed as he had imagined, as if fate itself were aiding him. Chapter 69. The fall prepares swift horses for us. We shall release Miss Ning once we reach a safe location. Bai Li Yunshu tossed Ning Chuchu onto a horse and mounted his own, intent on riding away. Ning Chuchu, unceremoniously thrown upon the steed, felt discomfort but dared not resist, fearing that any defiance would incite his wrath and lead to worse treatment. Her soft abdomen pressed against the horse caused waves of pain to wash over her. Unexpectedly, in such a dire moment, she found not anxiety, but rather an overwhelming sense of his rudeness, a stark contrast to the gentleness of Xie Chengyun. No wonder he had become a vanquished foe of Xie Chengyun. Anan, however, did not mount his horse. He incessantly urged his master to depart first, assuring him he would follow. "Master, my duty is to ensure your safety. Please leave first. I shall catch up shortly." He then became entangled with those who sought to pursue Bai Li Yunshu. Amidst the glint of swords and flashes of blades, countless lives had been stained with blood. Some were injured, others cried out in pain, yet he alone fought valiantly to buy time for Bai Li Yunshu. Hesitating for a moment, Bai Li Yunshu spurred his horse into the dense forest. Perhaps there he could find a suitable hiding place, eluding capture. In this way, he would honor Anan's sacrifices. Anan, after enduring numerous trials, was on the verge of collapse. In mere moments, he found himself unable to continue the fight, yet he expended every ounce of his strength to secure more time for his master. He stood in the way of Xie Chengyun and his companions, but ultimately, he was outnumbered and fell. The brave fell to the ground, and heroes recognized each other. As a loyal companion of Bai Li Yunshu, he had fulfilled his duty, fighting until the last moment. Xie Chengyun held great admiration for such individuals. Were it not for their opposing factions, he would gladly share a drink with someone like him. It was indeed a pity. Xie Chengyun was filled with profound emotions and instructed Xie Li to ensure a grand burial for him. Xie Li confirmed the whereabouts of Anan. Alas, their paths diverged, and they could not conspire together. With Anan's demise, the words he uttered before his death incessantly echoed in Bai Li Yunshu's mind. "Young master, hurry and leave. Anan will hold them off." He had urged Anan to go ahead, yet he had broken his promise and did not return. As Bai Li Yunshu rode swiftly, he glanced back and could only see Anan's robes stained a deep crimson, the source of which remained unknown to him. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Had he been mistaken? The enmity of the past had long since faded. Perhaps he should never have returned. Letting go of hatred might have been the wisest choice, yet he found himself unable to relinquish it. His family, his loved ones, were all gone. If he were to forget such hatred, who would remember? If he chose to let go, how could he reconcile with the blood that stained his hands? How could he honor those who had sacrificed their lives for him? It seemed he would never be able to let go. During this assassination attempt, all those dear to him perished in his name. sacrificing themselves for revenge against the general's residence. Yet, despite such a heavy toll, he gained nothing. Was this revenge truly meaningful? It was indeed. At the very least, it proved that the Bai Li general's residence had once existed. Even if future histories might not record a single word about it, it could not erase the truth of its existence in the present. My lord, I have a suggestion. The entire Ngui temple is now besieged, and I propose that tomorrow, when Miss Ning escorts you away, we create a diversion to draw their attention away from you. This way, you can depart safely, and after your departure, Anan will reunite with you. Anan was lost to him forever, and disbelief washed over him. He would never again hear Anan call him young master, nor could they reunite. He could only accompany him thus far. In the days to come, he would become a solitary figure, with no one understanding him better than Anan did. Having met you, my lord, please allow me to stay. I may not speak much, but I shall care for you well in the days ahead. When they first met, Bai Li Yunshu was steeped in anxiety, trusting no one but Mu Shizhi. Yet Anan approached him, eventually earning his trust. What is your name? Anan. Silently, Anan entered his life, standing by his side for many years, fully attuned to his thoughts. Anan was like another version of himself, allowing him to express his feelings and breathe for a moment. Yet at this instant, that other self had perished. He would now be left alone, with no one to understand him, no one to empathize with him, and certainly no one willing to forgive him. Everything had changed. My lord, it is evident that you have feelings for His Majesty, and I can see that His Majesty reciprocates those feelings. In his youth, Anan's eyes sparkled with starlight, and a smile at the corners of his eyes had the uncanny ability to uplift those around him. It was amusing to wonder when he had grown so bold. His Majesty's affection is a curse rather than a blessing for me. Do not say such things, my lord. The ability to love someone is, in itself, a beautiful thing. No one had ever dared to point out his affections, yet he did so unabashedly. Bai Li Yunshu once believed that after enduring so much, he had become indifferent to death. However, when confronted with it once more, he found himself as powerless as ever. He loathed himself anew, for indeed, a person like him was destined to lose everything. After a brief period of catharsis, Bai Li Yunshu recognized that he ought not to linger in sorrow. He could not squander the opportunity that Anan had sacrificed his life for. He must depart. He must survive. He must seek vengeance for Anan, for his elder brother, for the entire General S residence. This was the sole reason for his continued existence. Loss, too, could ignite a person's ferocity. It seemed he had nothing left to lose, having relinquished all he once possessed long ago. Chapter 70. The plunge from the cliff. What is destined to be lost will inevitably be lost, and what is meant to be experienced will eventually be faced. It is merely a matter of time. Bai Li Yunshu silently vowed that from this moment forth, he would be unyielding against Dong Jin. He would be relentless toward Xie Chengyun. He would pursue Zhao Xian with unwavering resolve. Henceforth, the only thing that could sustain him would be the hatred in his heart, the resentment in his bones, and the injustice of the General S residence. The person he had buried deep within him was now concealed even further, as he attempted to feign nonchalance, replacing it with another obsession. Yet Xie Chengyun would not permit him to escape so easily. He seized the arrow handed to him by his subordinate, mounting his horse and pursuing the direction in which Bai Li Yunshu fled. This relentless chase ignited Bai Li Yunshu's fury. The heavens were unjust, having slaughtered his clan, and now they sought to eradicate them completely. It was truly unfair. Then, Xie Chengyun, drawing his bow atop his steed, unleashed a powerful arrow aimed at Bai Li Yunshu, intending to shoot him down. Though Bai Li Yunshu was struck, he did not falter. The horse beneath him, seemingly frightened, became uncontrollable and galloped wildly into the forest. Yet at the forest's edge, there was no other escape, only a perilous cliff towering high above. Indeed, there was no retreat left. Bai Li Yunshu's resentment reached a fever pitch. Let's perish together, he thought. In his final moments, taking Ning Chuchu down with him would be sufficient to ensure they too felt anguish. It was time for them to experience the pain of losing loved ones, a suffering he had endured, and they were not innocent. At that moment, He forgot that Ning Chuchu was perhaps the most innocent of all. She was unaware of the past events and had not participated in them. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon her association with those individuals. Causing them pain was enough. Yet Baili Yunshu remained oblivious to the fact that Ning Chuchu was not closely tied to them, and thus, even if she perished, their suffering would be fleeting. So might not feel it all. As Ning Chuchu became aware of the peril she was in and sought to free herself from Baili Yunshu's grasp, she did not anticipate that he, even in his compromised state, would not relinquish his hold. Driven by an overwhelming hatred for Xie Chengyun, he was determined to drag Ning Chuchu down with him. A person of his ilk knew precisely how to inflict deep emotional agony upon another. Yet, she was not prepared to meet her demise in such a manner. Desperately, she struggled, but even against a gravely injured individual, she found herself powerless. She had once thought herself quite clever, capable of manipulating him to her advantage, but ultimately, she had overestimated her own abilities. The realization of her folly dawned upon her. Xie Chengyun was fervently pursuing her, calling out, "Chuchu, do not fear, I am coming." But his pleas were in vain. The startled horse would not halt for his urgency. Xie Chengyun could only strive to catch up to it, devising a way to rescue Ning Chuchu. He urged the horse to go faster, and soon he was gaining on her. He relentlessly chased after the horse beneath Ning Chuchu, which seemed to be possessed, galloping frantically forward. Ahead loomed a precipice. If they did not stop, they would plummet into the abyss. Yet, at that moment, Xie Chengyun's sole focus was on reaching Ning Chuchu, oblivious to the impending danger of the cliff. In a moment of negligence, he failed to save her. Ayin, I am here." Ning Chuchu heard Xie Chengyun's voice and hurriedly replied. Now, she found herself unable to break free from Baili Yunshu's oppressive hold, nor could she control the rampaging horse. Xie Chengyun strained to close the distance, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp Ning Chuchu and bring her onto his horse. However, Baili Yunshu seemed to sense his intentions, unwilling to allow Xie Chengyun to succeed. He pulled on the reins, directing the horse to veer in another direction. But that path led only to an endless cliff. Just then, Xie Chengyun noticed the chasm ahead. At the moment he pulled on the reins, the horse beneath Ning Chuchu leapt off the edge. He could do nothing but watch in horror as she fell, too late to act. Only a fleeting moment separated them, just a fraction of time that could have altered their fates. That slight margin, so insignificant yet so monumental, left them worlds apart, teetering on the brink of life and death. In the aftermath, Xie Chengyun was consumed by regret for the arrow he had aimed at Baili Yunshu. Had he not released that bolt, the horse would not have been startled, would not have leapt into the abyss, and Ning Chuchu would not have vanished from his sight. "Chuchu! Chuchu!" Xie Chengyun cried out, his voice hoarse and desperate. The usually composed master Xie found his eyes brimming with tears, veins bulging on his forehead. And to an outsider, it would seem he bore an unbearable torment. No matter how he called out, he received no response from Ning Chuchu, his throat raw from shouting. He continued to call her name, yearning for a reply. No one could withstand the agony of witnessing their beloved plummet into the abyss, desperately yearning to grasp her, only to miss by the slightest margin. Xie Cheng is merely an ordinary individual, one who cannot bear such burdens. The reason for his anguish lies in that fleeting moment when he witnessed the one he cherished brush past him, plummet into the abyss. He could scarcely believe that such a scene unfolded before his very eyes. Yet, it transpired, devoid of any opportunity for him to react. Everything occurred with alarming swiftness. How excruciating it must be to confront the stark reality of life and death, a heart-wrenching experience that mere words cannot encapsulate. Chapter 71. In search of her, Ning Chuchu fell from the cliff before him, a sight that rendered him powerless to intervene, unable to save her, ultimately implicating her in his own turmoil. He had always been, and still was, too arrogant, believing he could manipulate everything and play with the hearts of others, oblivious to the fact that his own vulnerabilities lay within the grasp of others. In the end, he lost her, casting her into peril time and again. "I'm sorry. Chuchu, I'm sorry for placing you in danger. My hubris led to this." In his anguish, entangled in remorse, How could he ever be worthy of her affection? At the moment Ning Chuchu fell from the cliff, Xie Chengyun had intended to leap after her. However, Xie arrived just in time, firmly restraining him from the precipice. No matter how desperately he cried out, Ning Chuchu could not return. His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with tears that threatened to spill. No one could wrest Chuchu from him, not even fate itself. He struggled fiercely, yearning to follow her into the void, but was thwarted in his endeavor. Then he heard Xie's voice, "My lord, you cannot jump. If you do, how will we find Miss Chuchu? How can we avenge her?" These words struck him like a bolt of enlightenment. He could not allow her death to be in vain. He must seek retribution against those who had wronged him, sending them down to accompany her, before humbly seeking her forgiveness. If he continued to contemplate leaping, believing Miss Chuchu was undoubtedly lost, was he truly prepared to surrender? Undoubtedly lost? No. His Chuchu would not perish. She must still be alive. Surrender? Absolutely not. He would not concede. He would find her. He would traverse every realm, every corner, leaving no stone unturned at his quest. If he himself relinquished hope, who would believe that Miss Chuchu still existed? Indeed, he could not abandon hope. If he doubted her survival, then no one else would believe either. Thus, he must persevere, swallowing the blood that surged in his throat, concealing all his agony until he could locate her. Now, what he must do is transform back into the composed and resolute Lord Xie, commanding everyone to search beneath the cliff for Miss Chuchu. Xie's probing questions were imbued with such potency that they jolted Xie Chengyun from his stupor. Indeed, he could not afford to surrender. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he was determined to seek her out. He was the steadfast pillar for their group, and as long as he persevered, he was certain that he would find her. Meanwhile, at the moment of her plummet from the cliff, Ning Chuchu could only reminisce about the fleeting moments shared with Xie Chengyun, from their initial acquaintance to a deeper understanding and eventual affection. Those fragments replayed incessantly in her mind. She pondered whether, should her fate conclude here, she would harbor regrets. Perhaps there would be some, for there remained an unfulfilled desire within her. She yearned to don a crimson wedding gown, to wed him, this unexpected presence in her life who evoked a whirlwind of emotions: anger, annoyance, joy, and sorrow. Yet, she wondered if she would ever have that chance again. If they were to meet once more, she wished to express her own fondness for him. Their relationship had gradually blossomed. What began as a strategic approach evolved into genuine affection. Every moment was traceable. Xie Chengyun vowed to the heavens, unwavering in his commitment to Ning Chuchu, his resolve steadfast and sincere. Much like the earnest emotions of youth, his feelings were fervent, stirring the heart profoundly. She admitted that, at that moment, she felt moved. His emotions were transparent, yet she found herself shrouded in uncertainty. She felt like a deceiver, attracting him only to ultimately cause him heartache. Eating longevity noodles, they symbolized enduring peace and happiness. Even the way he savored the noodles was aesthetically pleasing, with his exquisite features adorned in colors she adored. This was perhaps her most genuine blessing for him. Beyond that, it seemed she had little else to offer, even if he did not require anything. I had not prepared a gift. In truth, she had meticulously planned one. Yet when the moment arrived, she faltered, afraid to present it. She feared that her gift would be ill-timed or that he might not appreciate it, for it concealed her tender sentiments. "Sir, you have finally arrived. I have been so frightened after the palace banquet." She felt fortunate to have him by her side, someone she could trust and rely upon. He had always protected her, a sensation she yearned for, one she had been deprived of for far too long. "Chuchu, I wish you peace and happiness in Chang'an." Such words had not graced her ears in ages. She thought to herself that she would indeed find happiness. Everything she did was for her own peace and joy. "I worry about your hands." It turned out he was fully aware, never once considering to blame her, but rather concerned for her well-being. Alas, she was a flawed girl, far from the ideal he envisioned. "My lady, we meet again." She was unsure if it was mere coincidence, but her intentions were predominantly exploratory. In their subsequent encounter, it was unclear who held the advantage. "May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" She inquired about his name, not out of infatuation, but rather for the calculations residing in her heart. Amidst the throng, she had singled him out, At that moment, her intention was merely to exploit him. Yet, in time, he became her source of warmth. I'm sorry. This was a sentiment she had long struggled to articulate. However, Ning Chuchu remained oblivious to whether she would ever have the chance to express those words, haunted by the fear that time might slip away, leaving no opportunity for them. Chapter 72. Blindness. Ning Chuchu gradually lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of sleep while desperately yearning to awaken. Her body felt as though it had been shattered and reformed, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of being crushed. After all, having survived a fall from a cliff was a stroke of misfortune rather than fortune. What more could she possibly desire? Yet, for her, this was an unforeseen calamity. She had never imagined her life would unfold in such a harrowing manner. Abducted, entangled in a struggle, and plummeting from a precipice, exchanging glances with her captor. So much had transpired in these few days. Wanting to awaken, yet unable to escape the darkness that enveloped her. This sensation tormented Ning Chuchu for several days until she finally broke free from that state. Upon awakening, however, she was met with utter darkness, assuming it to be night due to the absence of light. She could feel the bedding beneath her hands, indicating that someone had rescued her, yet the room offered no illumination, leaving her unaware of her surroundings. Surely it was night, was it not? The young lady has awakened. Ning Chuchu's slight movements roused a maid beside the bed, who intended to step outside, saying, "I will summon the doctor." "Wait," Ning Chuchu interjected. "Who are you? Where's this place? And is it night?" At that moment, she could sense nothing and wished to keep the maid there to ascertain her situation. Upon hearing the maid's voice, she recognized it as belonging to a woman, which put her somewhat at ease. "My name is Xie Chengyun. It was my master who saved you." Although she could not fathom why her master, who clearly despised this woman, would go to the lengths of rescuing her and allowing her to stay, she found herself perplexed. "So it is night?" Ning Chuchu's expression was far from tranquil. She sought to confirm a matter of great importance. If it were indeed night, the maid's lack of light would be understandable. However, if it were daytime and she could see nothing, that would be the most dreadful outcome. It would signify that she had become blind. She could not accept such a fate. She could not become like this. Xie Chengyun found the young lady's inquiry quite strange. It was undeniably daytime. Yet she was asking if it was night. Could it be that her injury had affected her mind? After all, the cliff had been steep, and sustaining some injury was to be expected. Yet, how regrettable it would be if her eyes were harmed. Such a beautiful visage would be wasted. Beauty mattered little if one were blind. With this thought, Xie Chengyun felt a sense of relief, for she shared her master's disdain for the woman. Moreover, a blind person poses no threat to her. What has come over the young lady? It is broad daylight. With such thoughts, Xie Chengyun felt increasing sympathy for Ning Chuchu, pondering how the young master would treat her. Based on her years of acquaintance with him, it seemed unlikely that this woman would meet a favorable fate. Daylight? Ning Chuchu appeared unwilling to accept that it was indeed daytime, for all she could perceive was an expanse of darkness. How could it be day? How could it possibly be day? Why? Why would she never see again? Daylight. She repeated the word, unsure if she was reassuring herself or speaking to Xie Chengyun. She did not desire this blindness. She yearned to behold the world's exquisite landscapes. Without her sight, she would no longer experience the beauty around her. Nor would she ever again gaze upon the visage of Xie Chengyun. Ultimately, she would lose her autonomy, becoming reliant on others for assistance, rendering herself a mere shadow of her former self. No, this cannot be. She refused to accept such a fate. Her remaining years should not be confined to this. Xie Chengyun sensed something was amiss with Ning Chuchu, and a tinge of fear gripped her heart. She took a few steps back, worried that if Ning Chuchu became agitated, it might be difficult to manage. "My lady, I shall fetch a doctor at once." Without hesitation, Xie Chengyun darted off to summon a physician, eager to discover the cause of this young lady's blindness. After all, their master had given no further instructions, and it was imperative to care for her well. The master had also mentioned that when this young lady awakened, she must inform him. Now that she was awake, it seemed she could not see. Alas! She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, letting out a sigh. Such a significant event had undoubtedly reached Ning Chuchu's family. Yet their thoughts on the matter remained unknown. Ning Chuchu's father, Duke Ning Yuanji, had been searching for her for several days. Yet he had found no trace of her and had nearly lost hope. Moreover, he was at his limit. Upon hearing the news of his daughter being abducted by an assassin at Ongwa Temple and subsequently falling off a cliff, he had been overwhelmed with fear. Now, after such a prolonged search yielding no sign of Chuchu, he feared the worst. It was evident that his wife had known the emperor would visit Ongwa Temple in the coming days, yet she had insisted on sending Chuchu there as well. Did she think no one would discern her motives? However, with matters having reached this stage, he felt no desire to speak further, only wishing for a glimmer of hope that they might successfully locate Ning Chuchu. Yet, Xie Taifu had been searching tirelessly for days as well. What could be the reason for his relentless pursuit? Perhaps it was due to his concern. His thoughts gradually sharpened, and he realized that many events bore traces to follow. It seemed that Xie Taifu's actions were not merely to rectify an error, but stemmed from a genuine concern for his daughter. But when had this sentiment arisen? Chuchu had never mentioned it, and he felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards her. If, after this ordeal, Chuchu emerged unscathed, he, as her father, would make it a priority to compensate her well. Xie Chengyun appeared to be quite admirable as well. Chapter 73. Guilt. Xie Taifu was indeed a remarkable youth among his peers. If both he and the other party harbored intentions for each other, he would be more than willing to facilitate their union. However, the disheveled state of the individual before him was not something he could overlook. Thus, he committed these observations to memory, elevating Xie Chengyun's significance in his heart. This accumulation of weight ultimately formed the essence of satisfaction. Yet, pondering such matters now held no relevance. Without finding Chuchu, all else was mere idle chatter. Chuchu, where could she possibly be? Is she alive, or has she succumbed to fate? Time had elapsed without yielding any leads, and his heart carried little hope. Still, he could not surrender. If they were to give up, no one would continue the search. There remained another possibility, that she was fortunate enough to have survived her injuries and been rescued by someone else. Thus, despite the multitude of them searching tirelessly over these past days, she remained elusive. During these days, Xie Chengyun had not relinquished his efforts, tirelessly searching day and night, driven solely by the desire to be the first to locate Ning Chuchu. Lord Xie, you must take a moment to rest. You have not closed your eyes for days and nights, Duke Ning suggested, feeling it necessary to encourage Xie Chengyun to recuperate. If they failed to find her, they might fall ill themselves, which would be a dismal outcome. Though Xie Chengyun had received the emperor's indication to search for his daughter, he could not exhaust himself in the process. He had already done more than enough, and no one would blame him at this juncture. Thus, he need not push himself so hard. I cannot rest until Chuchu is found, Xie Chengyun muttered, as if ensnared in a nightmare, repeating this phrase incessantly. He believed he could continue searching for Chuchu. He could not afford a pause. Chuchu must still be waiting for him. He could not let her down. Search, search, surely. We will find her. Seeing that the Lord was fixated on his repeated mantra and offered no response to Duke Ning, Xie stepped forward and said, Duke Ning, you too have endured sleepless nights. Perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to recuperate. Resting now will restore your strength for the continued search for Miss Chuchu. Duke Ning remained concerned for Miss Chuchu, yet it was disheartening that Lady Ning had not inquired about her well-being throughout this ordeal, leaving him to feel a deep sense of injustice on her behalf. Should Miss Chuchu learn of this lack of concern, it would surely sadden her. Alas, what situation this was! Xie Chengyun remained steadfast in his relentless pursuit of Chuchu. Countless attendants under Miss Ning Xi's command were scouring the area, leaving no stone unturned. Regrettably, the expanse beneath the cliff was vast, and despite their considerable efforts, they had yielded no results. A river flowed below the cliff, and they feared that Lin Chuchu might have fallen into the water and been swept away. Hence, some ventured along the riverbank in search of her, yet after several days, they remained empty-handed. It was also possible that the swift current rendered their search futile, as they could not match the speed at which Ning Chuchu might have been carried away. If this were the case, her chances of survival would be exceedingly bleak. Chuchu, it is all my fault. It is my error for failing to protect her. I, Xie Chengyun, am persistently searching and whispering words that only Xie, who remains by my side, can hear. Xie also feels that he must not allow his master to continue in this state, otherwise before Miss Chuchu is found, his master may collapse, leaving their group leaderless. My master has been utterly despondent during this time. At times, I believe he has succumbed to madness. This cannot persist. I am left with no choice but to offend my master. Thus, I had to resort to rendering him unconscious. I am willing to bear all the consequences for my master's actions. An elderly doctor occasionally stroked his beard and nodded in contemplation as he examined Ning Chuchu, who lay like a puppet under his care. He would occasionally lift her eyelids to inspect them and press upon her head. Yet Ning Chuchu could perceive nothing, enduring his ministrations as she awaited his verdict. This young lady has suffered grave injuries. Having fallen from a cliff, she sustained a head injury, resulting in the current accumulation of blood that obscures her vision. Whether she will regain her sight once the blood dissipates is beyond my ability to ascertain. It ultimately depends on her fortune. The old doctor sighed, lamenting that such a young and beautiful maiden may never again witness the blossoming of spring or the harvest of autumn, which is indeed a source of deep sorrow. Doctor, perhaps you should prescribe some restorative medicine to expedite the dispersal of this blood, and then adjust the prescription according to her condition, said Xie Huan, referring to his master, who turned to the doctor, hopeful for his utmost efforts. I shall prepare the medicine right away. However, alas, when it comes to her eyes, the doctor is not unwilling to treat her, but my skills are limited and I am not adept at treating blindness. The young lady is gravely injured, and if she seeks better treatment, she must be taken to the city. The old doctor, possessing a compassionate heart, would surely heal her if he could. Yet in this situation, he finds himself somewhat powerless. Miss, it will be prudent for you to stay here for the time being. The young master continually reassured Ning Chuchu, hoping to alleviate her apprehension, reminding her that she was safe and could relax. However, Ning Chuchu remained silent, her heart filled with immense fear, unwilling to let anyone know. The darkness surrounding her incessantly reminded her of her blindness. She may never again have the chance to behold this world, to see what she loves or despises, let alone Xie Chengyun. Thus, she refrained from speech and paid no heed to her surroundings. All she knew was that her sight was lost. She felt like a forsaken child, abandoned as her light receded, leaving her enveloped in darkness. Chapter 74. The Intent to Kill in Truth. The young master was Xie Chengyun's twin brother, Xie Chengxi. Initially, he had no intention of rescuing Ning Chuchu, but then he considered that perhaps he could masquerade as his brother, leading Ning Chuchu to give up on the identical face Xie Chengyun. Once she relinquished her feelings, Xie Chengyun would presumably cease his pursuit. Of course, these were merely his own conjectures. However, he did not anticipate that Ning Chuchu, after her fall from a cliff, would suffer blindness due to her injuries. Thus, his face remained unseen, and he was not well acquainted with Ning Chuchu. Naturally, he could not ascertain how she and Xie Chengyun interacted on a daily basis. Consequently, his plans had not yet come to fruition and had already perished. It was indeed somewhat regrettable. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Xie Chengyun, yet this resemblance had gone unutilized. He needed to reassess how to proceed. At that moment, he found himself in a study, while Xie Huan, remaining with Ning Chuchu, had little to occupy her time, as Ning Chuchu had no need for her assistance. She contemplated inquiring with her master about how to deal with this young lady. Serving at her master's side, she was aware of the entanglement between this young lady and the eldest son, which had caused him to be reluctant to return to Nanyang. He had even set aside national grievances and family vendettas, entrusting everything to his master, never once inquiring about the burdens his master bore. Yet, the master was unable to sever this brotherly bond, which left those loyal to him feeling unjustly burdened on his behalf. Master, Miss Ning Si has already retired for the night. What shall we do next? Xie Huan needed to inform her master that he indeed harbored intentions of harming Ning Chuchu. It was uncertain if this was the appropriate moment to act. Perhaps the master was also concerned that should anything happen to Ning Chuchu at his hands, the eldest son would never forgive him, further jeopardizing their already fragile brotherly bond. The situation they would then face would be even more dire. Not yet. Xie Chengyun paused in his writing, a drop of ink falling upon the pristine parchment, marring an otherwise exquisite character. Should he kill her? He had indeed entertained such notions previously, believing her to be the one who had ensnared his brother's affections. Yet, he later reconsidered, suspecting her innocence. The murderous intent that had once surged within him was genuine. Meanwhile, Ning Chuchu found herself enveloped in panic and fear, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, simultaneously grateful for the young master's intervention and mournful for her own sight. Had Xie Chengyun foreseen his internal turmoil, he might have refrained from rescuing her. Yet, even had he chosen not to save her, Xie Chengyun would have eventually found Ning Chuchu, albeit not as swiftly. The decision to kill or spare rested solely within his contemplation. However, at this moment, an unexpected hesitation gripped his heart. He seemed unable to carry out the deed. "Huan, you say Ning Chuchu sees nothing at present. If I were to seize this opportunity, could I not later sow discord between them, employing a subtle scheme to create misunderstandings that would benefit our plans?" He set his pen down, seemingly musing aloud. Xie Huan found this notion improbable. She could scarcely believe her master had uttered such words. In her recollection, he was not a man prone to such indecision, nor one who would expend such effort over a single matter, apart from the resentment he harbored within. Indeed, Ning Chuchu was a cunning temptress, her master, having only encountered her a few times, was already swayed in his thoughts, which filled Xie Huan with disdain for the young lady. The relationship between Ning Chuchu and the young master is not so easily disrupted. The young master is willing to set aside his hatred for her. How could it possibly be something that you, as the master, could meddle with? Perhaps it is wiser to consider another approach. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Xie Huan concluded that this idea was unfeasible and that it would be better for her master to relinquish it. She was not fond of her master investing such emotional energy in other women. Her selfish desire was for her master to remain oblivious to Ning Chuchu. Otherwise, she feared she might lose control. In her view, it would be preferable to eliminate the threat altogether, for only a handful were privy to the situation. Once the old doctor was dealt with, who would suspect them of having harmed Ning Chuchu? As a frail woman who tumbled down a cliff, her survival would be mere fortune. Should she perish, no one would question their involvement. Thus, why bother rescuing her? It would be better to leave her to her own devices, allowing fate to take its course. Such a resolution would be the least troublesome. Moreover, she did not wish for her master to squander his thoughts on other women. She harbored a secret desire deep within, yearning for the solitary companionship of her master. Even if it were merely a master-servant bond, she could not bear the thought of another woman intruding upon that space. Yet, she overlooked the fact that if it were not Ning Chuchu, it could very well be someone else. As long as her master desired, that individual could be anyone, and she found herself powerless to intervene, for she had never wished to defy her master. Thus, over the years, upon hearing of her master's quest for vengeance, she devoted herself entirely to this endeavor, neglecting the reality that her master could also fall in love with another. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to admit that what she had not obtained could be easily acquired by others. However, Xie Chengyun did not share her perspective. After much contemplation, he remained convinced that his plan could be executed and would undoubtedly yield results. After all, he could assume a new identity as Pei. Chapter 75. Distress. The transition from visibility to obscurity is an immense and unbearable trial for an individual. Yet, for some, the unseen has become a norm. They must learn to adapt, accepting their differences from the outset. This is both their vulnerability and the challenge they must overcome in life. Those enveloped in darkness cannot perceive the light, yet they yearn for it. Physical darkness inflicts suffering, while spiritual darkness brings forth a different agony. For Ning Chuchu, the torment she now endures is excruciating, yet she possesses no alternative but to accept and adapt, bearing the consequences of her momentary lapse. She clings to the faintest glimmers of hope amidst repeated despair, bravely pressing forward, even when her vision has completely failed her and her body and soul are tormented. In this moment, she increasingly longs for Xie Chengyun. How she yearns for him to appear before her, even though she can no longer see him. At the very least, she can reassure herself that he has never given up on her. The pain is overwhelming. Although her wounds have been treated, the agony persists. She is a girl who fears pain, yet at this moment, she must endure all the suffering. "My dear, it is time for your medicine." The sound of footsteps interrupted Ning Chuchu's thoughts. It was Xie Chengyun, bringing the prepared medicine, hoping to persuade Ning Chuchu to take it. "Thank you." Even in such dire circumstances, she could still utter a word of gratitude. However, in the unseen corners of her heart, she had erected many thorns. Should anyone approach too closely, her instinct for self-preservation would kick in. Ning Chuchu extended her hands, tentatively attempting to grasp the medicine bowl for herself. But as she brushed against Xie Chengyun's hand, she lost her grip, and the bowl shattered on the floor. She resembled a hedgehog, curled up, using her hardened exterior to conceal her tender interior, unwilling to reveal even a hint of her vulnerability. Thus, the sound of the bowl breaking was a profound jolt to her. Since losing her sight, her hearing had sharpened significantly. To her, the sound of the bowl crashing to the ground was akin to thunder in a serene landscape. It symbolized not merely the bowl's fall, but the shattering of her spirit. The shards echoed in her mind, incessantly reminding her that she had become an invisible invalid, utterly incapable of doing anything. A wave of despair and self-abandonment entwined within her, each side arguing relentlessly in her mind, inflicting immense suffering. They insisted that she was indeed a worthless being, destined to accomplish nothing, and that it would be better for her to vanish than to become a subject of ridicule. What a pity, this child! How has she fallen so low? Does she truly need such pity? Look, the fourth miss of the Ning Guogong mansion is now blind. Ha ha ha. And could she bear such mocking laughter? Ning Chuchu did not know. Yet another voice resonated softly in her mind, its weight light and its volume low, but it persisted. What is that? Do not fear. Move forward. I will always be with you. Soon, we shall be together, and we will never part. But could she still believe? Could she still hope? She was uncertain. Chuchu, do not be afraid. Do not give up. But she was indeed terrified, engulfed in pain, even beginning to loathe herself. Countless voices echoed within her, yet all culminated in a single, low cry from a girl. This cry brought her back to reality, compelling her to cease dwelling on the cacophony in her mind. What had happened had already transpired. Ruminating on it was futile. "How careless you are," Xie Chengyun scolded, seeing Ning Chuchu's mishap with the medicine. Anger surged in her heart. But upon recalling that Ning Chuchu was blind and that she herself was a girl, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and jealousy, refraining from finishing her irate remark. After all, this person was already pitiable enough. She would allow her compassion to overflow for a moment. If it were not for the master's excessive concern for her, she would not be so perturbed. She could only blame her own pretty face, which had even enchanted the master. Otherwise, she would certainly wish to care for her properly, rather than losing her temper over trivial matters as she currently does. Xie Chengyun first tidied the shattered medicine bowl on the floor, then addressed Ning Chuchu. "I shall prepare another bowl of medicine for you. Do not wander about here, for if you were to fall, there would be no one to assist you." Indeed, at this moment, the humble dwelling contained only her and the mistress. Should any misfortune befall Ning Chuchu again, she would be unable to attend to it. Moreover, she was the servant of her mistress, not of Ning Chuchu, and thus, all matters naturally took precedence over the mistress. Yet, Ning Chuchu seemed oblivious to her words, remaining in her previous posture, as if still lost in her own thoughts. Once more, she had succumbed to self-pity, pondering the meaning of her existence in such a state. Would even Xie Chengyun find her distasteful in her current condition? If he were to witness this scene, his heart would surely ache. However, Xie Chengyun was not faring any better. Although he had been rendered unconscious by Xie Li, his dreams remained turbulent. With each passing moment devoid of news about Ning Chuchu, he was tormented incessantly. If only he could, across the vast distance, hear Ning Chuchu's innermost thoughts. He would proclaim loudly that regardless of how she transformed, he would harbor not a shred of disdain, for all of this began with his failure to protect her. Thus, he hoped that Ning Chuchu would not disdain him. Chapter 76. Dreamscape, it was indeed a profound connection between Ning Chuchu and Xie Chengyun as they met in a dream. Their mutual longing sufficient to bridge the realms of their subconscious, leading them to become lost together in slumber. Chuchu, you are unharmed. I have finally found you. His voice trembled slightly, imbued with the joy of reunion and a heart full of guilt. At this moment, Xie Chengyun found himself in a dream, desperately searching for Ning Chuchu, and he ultimately discovered her, safe and sound. Overcome with joy, he embraced her tightly, fearing that if he were to release her, she might once again plummet into the abyss, and this time, the chasm would separate them by the realms of life and death. No, that cannot happen. Thus, he held her even more closely, as if that alone could anchor her presence. Moments later, the dreamscape shifted. Chuchu, you are truly beautiful today. The bride was indeed radiant. He gently lifted her veil, gazing at her cheeks, which were adorned with a delicate blush. He was ensnared in a beautiful dream, one that encompassed her and all that he longed for. She was so exquisite that she captivated him entirely, inducing both madness and a sense of inadequacy within him. In his dream, everything unfolded flawlessly, from their initial acquaintance to falling in love, culminating in an everlasting bond. They had never parted ways, even at the moment of death. Their hands remained tightly clasped. He witnessed their grand wedding in the dream, where she donned a striking red bridal gown resembling a radiant pearl fallen into the world. As if a divine being graced the earth, he felt like the luckiest person in the world, blessed to share a lifetime with the one he cherished. Yet, everything felt so vividly real that he momentarily forgot that he was but an outsider, a mere observer, or perhaps even just a shadow, unnoticed by anyone. It was not until a gust of wind lifted the bride's veil, revealing her face, strikingly similar to Ning Chuchu's, that the weight upon his heart was finally lifted. Chuchu, look at our child. He is as mischievous as ever. Truly, he is our child, a little rascal just like us. They sat together beneath the pear tree in the courtyard, watching the children frolic, feeling as though time stood still in its serene beauty. In his dreams, he envisioned their child, a boy, bearing his likeness yet possessing her temperament, a girl, resembling her yet inheriting his spirit. Indeed, they were a pair destined by the heavens. Even when you are gray and aged, I shall still adore you. Look, I too have strands of white hair. Time is unrelenting. In his dreams, he aged swiftly alongside her, their hair turning silver, yet they remained together. The dreamscape shifted once more. Another breeze swept through, lifting the bride's veil. But he still could not discern Ning Chuchu's visage. Everything reverted to the beginning, and they vanished. No matter how he called out, silence met him in response. Ning Chuchu, having endured for so long, ultimately succumbed to slumber, though her rest was not tranquil due to the pain coursing through her body. Her brow remained furrowed, never relaxing. She dreamt again of the moment she fell from the cliff, witnessing her own helplessness as she plummeted, only managing to catch a final glimpse of Xie Chengyun, just that one fleeting glance, after which he faded from her sight. She struggled desperately, fighting valiantly, yet all her efforts proved futile. She could not escape her fate. Along with the words she had yet to utter, she vanished into the mist. And that glance was, indeed, the last. There were so many things left unsaid, so many deeds unfulfilled, and suddenly, a sense of regret washed over her. But then, an overwhelming dizziness engulfed her, and her reality shifted dramatically. The one who fell from the cliff was not her, but Xie Chengyun. He had sacrificed himself to save her, plunging into the abyss for her sake. She could not fathom why, when it was she who had fallen, he had become the one in peril. Everything was so unfathomable, occurring in the blink of an eye. It felt as though she were trapped, unable to move, nor could she utter a word. She could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the depths, her vision clear, his actions unmistakably vivid before her. The scene of his descent replayed incessantly in her mind. It was as if she had plunged into a vast ocean of white mist, desperately calling his name, striving to reach for him. Yet he ultimately left her with nothing but the silhouette of his retreating form. All she could hear were the repeated words, "Chuchu, do not fear." Fear? Indeed. She felt a tinge of fear. Why had he become you? Who could possibly provide her with answers? Chuchu, I shall undoubtedly find you. Naturally, it is always you who discovers me first. Chuchu, it is all my fault. No, it is not your fault. Therefore, there is no need to blame yourself excessively. Look at those words that Ning Chuchu could not utter. All the circumstances underwent a dramatic transformation. Yet, people merely say that dreams are the opposite of reality. Some may wish for their dreams to be true, perhaps because their dreams harbor the desires they have yet to fulfill, while others may hope for their dreams to be false, likely due to the fears that lurk within those dreams. If Xie Chengyun represents the former, then Ning Chuchu embodies the latter. Fear sometimes possesses a greater potency than hope, and for Ning Chuchu, this rings true. But whose dream is it after all? Did Xie Chengyun dream of Ning Chuchu, or is he entangled within her dream? Is it she, or he, who conjures such beautiful visions of their future? Did Ning Chuchu dream of Xie Chengyun, or is she immersed in his dream? Is it she, or he, who has plummeted from the precipice? Who can truly know? Yet, this will certainly not be a pleasant dream. Chapter 77. Expectation. Because in the dream, Xie Chengyun fell from the cliff. A surge of resilience welled up within Ning Chuchu. She feared that if her Ayun could not find her, he might also leap from the precipice. She worried that if he did find her and discovered her despondency, he might feel even worse, perhaps believing that she was unworthy of his affection at that time. Do not, she called out, Ayun, Ayun. The cries within the dream felt so palpable. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. This was indeed a nightmare, a desire to flee, to distance herself from it all. She was terrified, fearing that this was not merely a dream. Let him accompany her to death, or let him feel guilt over her plight. But these were not the outcomes she desired. Thus, she needed to uplift herself, believing that for every loss, there must be a gain. What she required most now was self-reflection and rejuvenation. She believed in her own strength, ready to confront these challenges alone, without anyone's assistance. Life must continue, no matter how arduous the future may be. She would not easily surrender. She would diligently take her medicine, nurture herself, and love herself until the day she could see the light again, even if that day seemed an eternity away. For now, the most pressing matter was to care for herself. She could not manage anything else, nor had the strength to do so. To alleviate his worries, she resolved to send a message to the Ning Guogong residents. Upon her return, she could receive better treatment. Her circumstances could hardly worsen than they are now, nor would she have to fight this battle alone. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, she wished for him to accompany her, for he had promised to face whatever challenges arose alongside her, and she, too, was always willing to believe in him. After several days of despondency, Ning Chuchu finally discerned her path forward. I wish to meet your young master. I kindly ask you to convey my request. Thus, when Xie Huan delivered medicine to her once more, Ning Chuchu expressed her desire to meet Xie Huan's master, a man who had only appeared at the very beginning. The individual who rescued her from the precipice appeared rather peculiar in his eyes. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he never graced her presence again. Perhaps he did come, but she was unable to perceive him, and thus remained oblivious to his existence. Xie Huan, having received instructions from her master, naturally could not refuse, nor would she dare to do so. After Ning Chuchu consumed her medicine for the day, she conveyed the original message to her family's lord. Upon hearing that Ning Chuchu wished to meet him, the man gladly made his way, for he had devised a plan that he was eager to set in motion. This visit was essential for him to cultivate a rapport with Ning Chuchu, facilitating his subsequent schemes. After all, this particular brother of his had become quite significant to him. He was also somewhat intrigued by what merits this woman possessed that could leave such an indelible impression on his brother. The room where Ning Chuchu resided was exceedingly simple in layout, devoid of any superfluous items, perhaps designed with her circumstances in mind. Given her current blindness, an excess of belongings could easily lead to injury. Thus, a minimalist environment was more suitable. Yet, to others, such a room might seem excessively austere. First, I must express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I am the fourth miss of the Duke of Ning's residence, and I unfortunately fell into a ravine due to abduction. Ning Chuchu's resolute words revealed her current state of mind, imbued with determination and hope, indicating that she had contemplated her situation thoroughly over the past few days. She first thanked him for saving her life, then elucidated the circumstances of her fall, and subsequently requested that this noble gentleman assist her further by conveying a message to her family, allowing them to locate her and understand that she had been rescued and was still alive, albeit sightless. Might I implore you to send word to the Duke of Ning's residence, so my family may be informed of my present condition? Xie Chengyun pondered that if Ning Chuchu were to return to the Duke's residence at this moment, his plans would be thwarted, rendering his meticulous efforts futile. However, he would not express his innermost thoughts. Contrary to his true intentions, he uttered disingenuous words to Ning Chuchu, unaware of his internal musings. She felt a profound gratitude towards him, believing she had encountered a most benevolent benefactor, and her impression of him was quite favorable. Indeed, Xie Chengyun behaved as Ning Chuchu had envisioned. Since he had saved her, he would not refuse to facilitate the good deed of notifying her family, an act that seemed but a trifling task. Miss Ning, why not dictate your message? I shall pen it down and deliver it to the Duke of Ning's residence. What do you think, Miss Ning? Xie Chengyun's tone was cool and distant, as though he were inherently aloof. Yet beneath this facade, he subtly stirred Ning Chuchu's longing, leading her to believe that he possessed an extraordinary appearance and noble character. Even if he were not genuinely such a person, he could easily masquerade as the figure she imagined. Everything subtly transformed in an unseen manner, aligning with Xie Chengyun's desired outcome. His sole oversight was the unawareness that the emotions of an individual are not within his control. At times, he bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother, even sharing similar tastes. When one person falls in love with another, it is not due to a lack of alternatives, but rather an unwillingness to settle for anything less. Thus, how could he possibly choose to compromise? In Chapter 78, Xie Pei, as Xie Chengyun began to transcribe the words expressed by Ning Chuchu, she found herself at a loss, overwhelmed by gratitude, uncertain of how to repay the kindness of this gentle nobleman. She was equally unsure of how to address him and whether they would ever meet again, or if she could ever repay him. She yearned to know his name, so that should fate allow, she could seek him out in the future. Yet, she could not discern whether his silence regarding repayment stemmed from genuine altruism or if he had ulterior motives upon learning of her identity. Perhaps the former was more likely, and Ning Chuchu wished to believe that there were more good souls in the world than ill-intentioned ones. However, having had limited interactions and experiences, how could she make an accurate judgment based on a single incident? Sir, could you kindly reveal your name? Should our paths cross again, I shall surely repay your life-saving grace. Ning Chuchu inquired about Xie Chengyun's name. However, at that moment, Xie Chengyun had other schemes in mind and had no intention of disclosing his true name. Thus, he endeavored to stir Ning Chuchu's heart, even jesting. Isn't the life-saving grace deserving of a vow of devotion? Of course, he knew that Ning Chuchu would not offer herself so readily, yet he held on to this expectation, treating it as a light-hearted jest, believing it to be harmless. Likewise, Ning Chuchu perceived his words as mere banter, unwilling to believe he genuinely expected such a commitment. Moreover, she thought that a life-saving grace need not be repaid with devotion. A promise of substantial aid or assistance when he required it would suffice. This notion was a lesson imparted by her identity. Sir, please refrain from such jesting. I cannot bear your generous affection, especially since I have already pledged my heart to another, for whom I hold deep affection. Beyond him, no one else shall do. Ning Chuchu's response was a firm rejection of his playful teasing, affirming her unwavering devotion to the one she loved, hoping that Xie Chengyun would harbor no further thoughts, as it would lead to nothing but heartache. Naturally, Ning Chuchu did not consider herself so captivating as to inspire his affection. How could Miss Chuchu know without even trying? Yet, Xie Chengyun was resolute in his determination to test whether he could create a rift between them. He refused to believe in the existence of an unbreakable bond, especially in matters of fleeting love. If he and Xie Chengyun were already deeply entwined, he felt compelled to intervene, deeming it unfair otherwise. Perhaps it was destiny. The connection between him and her seemed like a fateful design by the heavens. Ning Chuchu seemed to be speaking to herself, her eyes lighting up with a smile at the thought of that person, her complexion visibly improving. Perhaps this was the power possessed by another. Yet, Xie Chengyun was not inclined to let them off easily, nor did he wish to facilitate their reunion. A thought swiftly took shape in his mind, and he uttered a phrase that ensnared him, weaving a colossal web of deceit that caused him to lose himself within its labyrinth. "Zipe, my dear girl, do you remember my words? Zipe." This sentence resonated clearly in Ning Chuchu's ears. But was what he said true? "Zipe, is that your name?" Ning Chuchu found it hard to believe. Could such coincidences exist in this world? Could he truly be that person? Was he the one with whom she had corresponded for so many years? Everything unfolded too abruptly, leaving her somewhat taken aback, since doubt lingered in her heart. It was only natural that she sought resolution. Thus, Ning Chuchu's next words fell perfectly into Xie Chengyun's design. "Do you have a friend with whom you exchanged letters since your youth, named Xie Chengyun?" Deep down, Ning Chuchu found it difficult to let go of that individual from her past. If there were any regrets that could be mended, perhaps this was an opportune moment. In Xie Chengyun's mind, this was not merely a statement he had conjured. Since Ning Chuchu had broached the subject, why should he not respond? How could the girl know? Or did she, perchance, recognize him? Xie Chengyun felt a growing sense of triumph, although his demeanor remained inscrutable, as he countered with a question, inquiring how Ning Chuchu came to know such details, feigning ignorance of her identity as Xie Chengyun. "No, it is a friend of mine who knows her. I never anticipated such a coincidence. So Zipe is indeed you, sir." Unbeknownst to him, Ning Chuchu refrained from admitting her identity as Xie Chengyun, instead fabricating a friend who was acquainted with Zipe. She had often heard this friend mention her, hence she was familiar with the name. "She is a dear friend of mine, Xie Chengyun. She has spoken of Zipe, saying they're quite close." But why had she chosen to say such a thing? Perhaps to avoid unnecessary complications, for circumstances had changed. She had someone she admired now, and it would be prudent to keep her distance from others to prevent any misunderstandings. She did not wish to mislead anyone due to her past actions. Those bygone days had long since faded in her heart. Even if it were not him, it could be someone else. Thus, it was something that could be replaced, whereas Xie Chengyun was irreplaceable. Between the two, she would steadfastly choose the latter. Xie Chengyun, Chapter 79. The past at this moment, Ning Chuchu could not see, but she incessantly traced back in her mind the memories of Xie Chengyun and Zipe's acquaintance. For her, it was a period of freedom and unforgettable days, one that had never faded from her memory. Now, reflecting upon it, those memories appeared vividly clear and immensely precious. Yet, she still harbored a tinge of regret for not having bid a proper farewell before losing contact. Now that they could meet again, perhaps it was a fate preordained by the cosmos. "Goodbye, dear brother." When she was still a young girl, she was blissfully unaware of the barriers between the genders. At that time, the young gentleman possessed striking good looks, and she delighted in spending time with him outdoors. Each time he secretly escorted her back to the Duke of Ning's residence, she would wave her chubby little hand in farewell. Then, she would take the treats they sold together, particularly her favorites, candied hawthorn and lotus cakes. He always ensured she had her fill. "Seeing how much you adore candied hawthorn, I had some sent over, along with the lotus cakes you love, my little foodie." He took pleasure in bringing her these simple delights, though they were nothing extravagant. Yet, she cherished them all the same. The young gentleman enjoyed playfully pinching her chubby cheeks, teasing her with a laugh. "You eat so much. What will happen if you grow too plump and can't find a husband?" Every time she heard such remarks, Ning Chuchu would feign indignation, and he would find himself soothing her repeatedly. In truth, she did not quite comprehend why the boy was irked. Was it because he suggested she might become unattractive as she grew up, or that she might remain unmarried? Or perhaps something else entirely? Reflecting on it now, she often feels a twinge of envy for her younger self, who lived without a care in the world, free and unburdened, such a contrast to her present reality. Yet, those moments are now merely relics of the past. The name Zipe is truly lovely from this day forth. It shall not merely serve as a pseudonym, but will become my literary name. Later, while studying, Ning Chuchu found the sound of Zipe particularly melodious and wrote to the young gentleman to ask if she might use it in their correspondence. He readily agreed and informed her that henceforth, Xie would be his chosen name as well. When we next meet, shall I call you Xie? She consented, though she was unaware there would be no subsequent encounter. At that moment, joy enveloped her, even drawing the curiosity of her caretakers, Xue Ji and Granny Lin, who could not fathom her elation. Perhaps she herself could not fully grasp it either. Initially, she was oblivious to the deeper significance, but subsequently, she found herself enveloped in the world of letters. At that time, she was merely a child, and the thoughts of a child are inherently simple. She longed for companionship and play, and he appeared at just the right moment. I have visited the intriguing Xian. It is quite delightful. If you go, I am certain you will adore it as well. For women, it offers boundless freedom. She still recalls his letter, though the original paper has long since been consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. She expressed her yearning to reside in a place of unbridled liberty. Later, he traveled to Xian on her behalf, sharing with her the sights she had never seen before, which filled her with envy. Although she could venture out of her residence, the distance she yearned to traverse remained unattainable. Her freedom was paradoxically constrained. Young gentleman, why have you only just arrived? I have been waiting for you for so long. He always seemed to arrive later than she expected, as if he were burdened with countless obligations. Indeed, as a scholar, he had endless studies to attend to. Xiao Zijing, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please forgive me this once. I implore you, will you? The way he pleaded was utterly disarming, and seeing him in such a state, she decided to forgive him. Yet, between them, there would be no future encounters nor shared excursions. All that remained was a silence spanning years, while she awaited an interminable sentence devoid of freedom. In this vast sea of humanity, had it not been for a letter he sent a few days ago, she might have believed he had forgotten her. It turned out he had not, yet their relationship could only remain as that of courteous acquaintances, devoid of anything further. Miss Ning, what troubles you? Just as Ning Chuchu found herself lost in thought, Xie Chengyun interrupted her melancholy. It is but a fleeting recollection that momentarily distracted me. I beg your pardon, young master. Ning Chuchu hesitated to share more, preferring to keep her memories of him concealed. After all, she had once confided that she was merely a distant cousin of the Ning Duke's household. Perhaps it was better that he remained unaware of her true identity. Should he discover it, seeking her out would undoubtedly lead to complications, for her mother would certainly not allow it. Her mother forbade any blemish upon her reputation, as such stains would distance her from her aspirations. When she next encountered him, the familiar thrill of past emotions had dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of estrangement. Yet, it would be improper for her to call him by his given name. Nonetheless, she needed to ascertain his name for the sake of future gratitude. Chengxi, you may address me as Cheng Gongzi or Shi Gongzi. Xie Chengyun refrained from disclosing his surname, Sia, lest it prompt further suspicions due to the many coincidences between them. Gongzi, please ensure that this letter reaches the Ning Duke's estate. I extend my heartfelt thanks. Ning Chuchu sought to guarantee that her message would reach its destination. Thus she implored Xie Chengyun once more. Miss Ning, there is no need for such formality with me. His gaze held a depth of fondness for her, imbued with unspoken emotion. Yet, he would delay delivering the letter to the Ning Duke's estate for several days, by which time Xie Chengyun would have also sought out Ning Chuchu. How he longed for the chance to spend more time in her company. Chapter 80. The past upon awakening from his dream, Xie Chengyun tidied himself and took a moment to gather his thoughts before making his way to the palace, summoned by the emperor for matters of significance. However, this led him to reminisce about another chapter of the past. In those days, the crown prince, now Emperor Zhao Xian, found himself in an awkward position within the court. The emperor had contemplated replacing him multiple times, favoring the popular candidate, Prince Cheng, who was well regarded among the populace. To this day, Prince Cheng's reputation has only grown, while Zhao Xian's discontent festered, yet he found no pretext to address it, which only deepened his unease. Suspicion naturally brewed within the emperor's heart, but Prince Cheng appeared unfazed, steadfast in his independent nature without any significant faults. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently provoked the emperor's ire this time. Might I inquire as to the reason for your summons, your majesty? Xie Chengyun swiftly entered the hall, taking 3 steps at once. Once their discussions concluded, he needed to seek out Ning Chuchu. He was uncertain how much time would be consumed here. Yet the pursuit of Chuchu was what he truly desired. Were it not for the necessity of his current identity, he would immediately embark on the search for her. However, without this identity, he would forfeit the opportunity for such close proximity to Ning Chuchu once more. His current predicament was indeed a dilemma. Sia Ching decided to peruse the memorial. His emotions shifted from intense anger to an expression of indifference. As he casually tossed the memorial, accusing the king of an onto the ground for Xie Chengyun to examine. Xie Chengyun picked up the document and glanced through it hastily. The gist was an accusation against His Highness for allowing his household servants to assault a civilian in the streets, leading to the latter's demise. Such a reckless disregard for human life was truly unbecoming of the Emperor's regard. Prince Cheng was known for his benevolence. How could he possibly condone such actions from his household? Xie Chengyun quietly defended Prince Cheng, yet this provoked Zhao Xian's ire. Xie Chengyun was reluctant to believe the accusations, as he had a certain rapport with Prince Cheng and was well aware of his character, knowing he would never act in such a manner. It appeared that there were deeper issues yet to be uncovered, but at present, he had no time to spare and could offer little assistance. He hoped Prince Cheng would weather this storm, for he had committed no wrongdoing over the years. Such a compassionate nature, daring to act with such audacity beneath the Emperor's gaze. Zhao Xian could not tolerate Prince Cheng, despite their lack of significant history. His disdain stemmed merely from the fact that Prince Cheng was not the favored one. With a mere stroke of gold, he could attain everything he desired, including the Emperor's affection and praise, things he yearned for but had never received. How fared the group of assassins? Zhao Xian gradually quelled his anger, unwilling to display his true self before others. He broached the topic of the assassins apprehended at Ongwa Temple, wondering how Xie Chengyun had handled the matter. Your Majesty, forgive me. It was due to my negligence that the assassin escaped. I beseech your Majesty for a little more time. I assure you I will capture them all. Xie Chengyun felt a twinge of relief at Zhao Xian's change of subject. Otherwise, he feared he might inadvertently reveal whether he should continue to advocate for Prince Cheng. To speak would surely incite the Emperor's wrath, yet to remain silent would feel disloyal to Prince Cheng, to his dear friend. As the conversation turned to Ongwa Temple, his concern for Ning Chuchu resurfaced. So much time had passed, and still, she had not been found. It was all his fault. Given another chance, he would surely approach the matter with greater caution. That is unnecessary. I have heard that the 4th miss of the Ning Guogong Manor also fell off a cliff due to the assassins, and she has yet to be located. Zhao Xian seemed to have gleaned something from somewhere, as he perceived that Xie Chengyun's relationship with Ning Chuchu was rather too close. 2 individuals who were once unrelated now found Xie Chengyun so eagerly searching for her after her misfortune, tirelessly for days on end. Was this not indicative of a deeper affection for Ning Chuchu? You must cooperate with Duke Ning and ensure the return of Her Majesty, the Queen's sister. Zhao Xian, though reluctant to meddle in the affairs between the two, could not ignore the peculiar status of Ning Chuchu. Whenever Zhao Xian recalled the last words of Ning Chu, he felt compelled to pay extra attention to Ning Chuchu's marriage. If Xie Chengyun's intentions toward Ning Chuchu were genuine, he would be willing to issue a decree to unite them. One is a prominent minister in court, and the other is her own sister. They're indeed a fitting match. By arranging this, he would fulfill Rower's wishes. When they meet again, she would not hold any grievances against him for this matter, and he would finally have a redeeming accomplishment. Yet, he wondered when Xie Chengyun would take the initiative to seek his consent for the marriage. Zhao Xian felt an impatience brewing within him. Chapter 81. The request. Xie Chengyun responded earnestly, affirming that even without Zhao Xian's directive, he would exert every effort to locate Ning Chuchu. Conversely, lingering here would only prolong Ning Chuchu's peril and suffering. Your Majesty, I accept the command and take my leave, Xie Chengyun stated, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Zhao Xian regarding the matters of the crown. The urgency concerning Chuchu was paramount. As he exited the palace, the sunlight outside was splendid. Yet he found himself unable to revel in such beauty, for his heart was troubled until he could locate Ning Chuchu. Where could she be? How could he find her? He was also gripped by fear. Fear that their bond might be too fragile, that fate would deny him another chance to atone for his past misdeeds. He was terrified. If the outcome did not align with his hopes, what then? His existence was now tethered to her. The vengeful Xie Chengyun had vanished entirely upon falling in love with her. Indeed, he was as Xie Ching she described, a coward who would disregard everything for a woman. Yet she was more than just a woman. She was the one he cherished, the one he had waited years to reunite with. He could not imagine life without her. What he sought was simply her presence. Why must heaven be so callous, granting them an introduction, yet withholding a resolution? A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Xie Chengyun. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly collapsing under its weight. He pressed firmly against his heart, suppressing the anguish in his eyes, yet he stood tall. He could not falter now. He still needed to bring her home. He could not give in. He harbored hope and envisioned a blissful future for the two of them. He would not easily surrender, nor would he believe in the concept of life and death separating them. They were destined for eternity together. Within the small dwelling of Ongwa Temple, Xie Chengyun and Ning Chuchu found a harmonious companionship. Ning Chuchu had resolved to seek proper medical care, shedding the despondency of previous days. However, as the days passed without anyone coming to find her, anxiety gnawed at her heart, casting a shadow of discontent upon her countenance. In recent days, for Xie Chengyun, it has been the only period in his life where he has not lived for revenge. He is uncertain whether his performance alongside Ning Chuchu stems from an inability to let go or a desire to manipulate her, perhaps. He secretly yearns for a life that is both simple and fulfilling. Unbeknownst to him, he has become entranced by the role he is playing. It is quite laughable that he has even deceived himself. He initially thought he could lure others into the game, only to find himself ensnared within it. Yet, what does he truly need? What binds him so tightly? He can no longer distinguish whether it is a momentary infatuation or a fleeting descent into despair. Such distinctions have become irrelevant. He only knows that his heart is swayed, but who will be the one to rescue him from this abyss and grant him liberation? He has been shackled by the desire for revenge for far too long, and without someone to extend a hand, he is oblivious to what awaits him next. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long, for Xie conveyed his findings to Xie Chengyun, who began to suspect the whereabouts of Ning Chuchu. "My lord, I have just learned that young master she was seen at the site where Miss Chuchu fell. Perhaps she was rescued by him, only that he remains unaware of her identity, which is why we have been unable to locate her." Xie felt a sense of relief that Miss Chuchu had been saved by young Master Shi. Otherwise, one could only imagine the earth-shattering consequences that might ensue from his lordess' actions. Thankfully, he did not want to witness his master descend into irrationality, for the repercussions would be unbearable for all. Xie Chengyun had no time to discern the truth of Xie words as he hastily mounted his steed, galloping toward the place where Xie Chengyun resided. According to Xie's information, Chuchu must be there, and she must be safe. His speed was astonishing. The wind tousled his garments and hair, as well as his heart. He had never felt so disheveled, nor had he ever felt such elation. He had never been as happy as he was at this moment. She is still here. How wonderful. He still has a chance. How delightful. No one could comprehend his current sense of relief, nor could anyone fathom his joy. He felt as though the world he had lost was returning to him, and he was profoundly grateful for the talisman of peace he had sought with sincere devotion. Ning Chuchu is the priceless treasure that Xie Chengyun has regained, exceedingly precious, and he would gladly offer everything he possesses for her. Meanwhile, the Duke of Ning received a letter assuring him of Ning Chuchu's safety. Thus, the Duke set forth without delay, eager to bring Ning Chuchu back and ensure she received better care. The Duke, Ning Yuanji, and Xie Chengyun serendipitously converged. Though they had departed from different locations, and at different times, they fortuitously met, perhaps a peculiar twist of fate. Chapter 82. The News Duke of Ning. There is news regarding Chuchu. Xie Chengyun observed that their paths were aligned, indicating that it was no mere coincidence. The Duke must have received news about Chuchu, though he was unsure of its nature. Under the urgency reflected in his eyes, Duke Ning Yuanji, contemplated that in recent days, Xie Chengyun had exerted himself tirelessly in search of Chuchu. Now that news of her had finally surfaced, it was only fitting to inform him. As Duke Ning reined in his horse, he perceived the disheveled state of Xie Chengyun, a sight he had never before witnessed on the usually composed figure of Master Xie. Indeed, concern breeds chaos. It was evident that Chuchu held considerable significance in his heart. The effort Xie had invested in pursuing her was substantial, and it was hard to believe that the two were mere strangers with no connection whatsoever. After all, he had traversed the path of life, experiencing what was to be experienced and currently enduring what had yet to unfold. Not long ago, the Ning residents had received a letter detailing Chuchu's whereabouts. And at that moment, Xie was en route to bring her back home, as well as to express gratitude to the one who had saved her life. Yet, where exactly was Master Xie headed? Ning Yuanji feigned ignorance, maintaining an appearance of innocence. Unbeknownst to Xie Chengyun, his intentions had been thoroughly discerned by Duke Ning, who was now keenly aware and even scrutinizing him. After all, he needed to observe and select wisely to find the most suitable suitor for his daughter. The marriage of his elder daughter had been decreed by His Majesty, leaving them with no choice but to comply. However, the current circumstances were different. He must keep a discerning eye to secure a good match for his younger daughter. While Xie Chengyun possessed commendable qualities which pleased him, it was equally crucial that Chuchu reciprocated those feelings. As a father, he was not one to cling to outdated notions of parental authority or matchmaking. On the contrary, he wholeheartedly supported his children in finding their own beloved partners, fostering love that would last a lifetime and companionship that would endure into old age. This had been the beautiful life he once envisioned, yet it remained unfulfilled. Regrettably, his wife had been overly possessive, unable to let go even after all these years, and this unresolved sentiment had been projected onto their children. Sighing, he reflected that although he had encountered the right person and had been fortunate enough to be with her, that individual might have never truly held him in her heart. He and his wife could only exist in this manner. At least in death they would rest together, side by side. He could only hope that Chuchu would not follow in their footsteps, for the path of love was fraught with suffering. Xie Chengyun had just come into possession of some news regarding Miss Chuchu, and at that moment he found himself somewhat perplexed by Duke Ning. However, his eagerness to learn of Chuchu's well-being overshadowed any misgivings. When Duke Ning mentioned the letter, Xie felt compelled to see it, seeking assurance of Chuchu's safety. Thus, he gazed intently at Duke Ning and articulated his request. "Might Duke Ning allow me to peruse this letter?" Duke Ning, pondering some thought, deemed it acceptable for Xie Chengyun to view the letter, considering it prudent for him to be prepared mentally. Not everyone can accept the possibility of never seeing the person they cherish again, nor is everyone willing to marry a blind woman. He is a man, and he fancies himself knowledgeable about men. Yet, how Xie Chengyun will choose upon learning this remains to be seen. He must deliberate further before feeling entirely at ease. If his feelings for Chuchu are genuine, he would naturally not shy away and would willingly support her. However, should he distance himself from Chuchu at this moment, he would not be the kind of gentleman worthy of her affections, and he holds such a person in disdain. His considerations are not misplaced. Yet he underestimates Xie Chengyun's sincere devotion to Ning Chuchu. Upon receiving the letter from the Duke of Ning, Xie Chengyun immediately sensed something peculiar about the paper. It was not the kind used in the Eastern Jin, a material he was both familiar with and had previously encountered. As he read the letter, he recognized the handwriting, but it was not Chuchu's. The letter contained the following words: "To my esteemed father, I, your daughter Chuchu, have unfortunately fallen off a cliff and was rescued by Master Cheng. I am now safe, but due to a head injury, I am unable to see. Though I am anxious, I hope my father and mother do not worry and await my return home." Chuchu, how could this be? Chuchu's eyesight, indeed. Xie Chengyun felt as though he had received devastating news, overwhelming in its weight. It was not that he could not accept this new reality of Ning Chuchu, but rather he was terrified of being the one who failed to save her, unable to forgive himself. If only he could exchange his own sight for hers. He could not fathom the despair she must feel in darkness, and at that moment, he was not by her side to comfort her. How deeply she must suffer! The scenes of that day replayed incessantly in his mind, her radiant eyes and beautiful smile forever etched in his memory. Now, how would she confront such pain and bear the immense weight of her loss? He felt guilty. He had failed to protect her. Chapter 83. The promise. The Duke of Ning observed Xie Chengyun's tormented expression after reading the letter and decided not to press further. Instead, he bluntly questioned, "Is it true that you hold affection for my daughter?" Even if Xie Chengyun did not admit it at this moment, the Duke trusted his intuition about the matter. Xie Chengyun would not conceal his feelings on such a topic, especially since his demeanor made it evident to the astute Duke, a seasoned fox in the realm of relationships. This was a splendid opportunity for him to confess his feelings. Should he seize it, the path to future emotional endeavors would become smoother, and perhaps he would even gain the Duke's approval and support. Thus, his response must satisfy the Duke, for only then would he and Chuchu have greater possibilities, fostering a more favorable future together. "Indeed, I hold genuine affection for Miss Chuchu," Xie Chengyun affirmed, his brief but resolute declaration sufficient to convey his intentions and determination. He remained as forthright as ever. When the Duke of Ning discovered his feelings for Ning Chuchu, he exhibited no hesitation. Just as his affection for her in his heart was indelible, she was his calamity, and he willingly sank into oblivion, yearning solely for a favorable resolution between them. Thus, upon seeing that letter, he felt a tumult of joy, agony, guilt, and remorse. Yet, thankfully, Chuchu was still alive. A thread of relief lingered in his heart. What did it matter if he could no longer see her? As long as she lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. Now that you are aware of Chuchu's blindness, do you still wish to remain steadfast as before? The Duke of Ning knew that anyone could speak sweet words, but whether one could inspire trust and be worthy of such commitment was the true measure, especially in times of peril when a human heart is revealed. "I shall treat you with sincerity, pledge my life, and remain unwavering, waiting for the day we can journey together into old age." Xie Chengyun's gaze was resolute. This was not merely a promise, but a solemn vow he intended to uphold for eternity. It embodied his heartfelt devotion to her and a beautiful vision for their shared future. "Very well," the Duke of Ning responded with evident satisfaction, repeating his approval. In such circumstances, Xie Chengyun's unwavering commitment to Chuchu indicated that the girl possessed discerning judgment, though there were still words he felt compelled to express. Ning Yuanji had initially thought that if Xie Chengyun held any reservations, he would not permit Chuchu to associate with him further and would exclude him from the suitor selection. However, it seemed that Xie Chengyun had not disappointed him or Chuchu. Very good. As a father, he had many concerns, hoping that Chuchu would find peace and fulfillment in the future. He regretted not having cared for her properly in the past, but it was too late for reparations now. Chuchu's temperament, much like her mother's, was stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, she would not easily change it. If she had chosen Xie Chengyun, her choice would remain steadfast. This time, they were fortunate. Having survived a fall from such a great height was a miracle in itself. Chuchu had preserved her life, which perhaps aligned with the adage that those who survive great tribulations will surely find blessings ahead. If he could help Chuchu find a worthy partner for life, it would ease his burdens. This was about all he could do as her father. Master Xie must also understand that Chuchu is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Ning. Although she may now be blind, there is no need to worry about her marriage. The Duke's household is perfectly capable of supporting a child. As a father who had previously failed to nurture her adequately, he now had an opportunity for redemption. In the future, he would pay extra attention to her needs to alleviate his guilt and make amends for the years he had neglected her. Xie Chengyun understood that if the Duke was willing to entrust Chuchu to him, he would never betray her nor allow her to suffer in any way. At this juncture, if Xie Chengyun still did not grasp Ning Yuanji's intentions, then he was unworthy of being the crown prince's tutor. Thus, he pondered his words and spoke assurances that would surely satisfy Ning Yuanji. Indeed, Ning Yuanji was pleased, yet he contemplated that Ning Chuchu had yet to reach maturity, and since he had not directly inquired about her feelings, he could not readily acquiesce. Chuchu was still quite young, and Ning wished to keep her a few more years. If Lord Xie were truly earnest, It would be better to discuss the matter at a later time. The child was still in her youth, and there was no urgency, for despite the current circumstances, their family would not lack for suitable matches. Time would reveal true intentions. A momentary joy could not be deemed significant. Although Xie Chengyun had already entered his considerations and had caught his eye, it was prudent to first express gratitude to the Duke. Seeing Ning Yuanji's response, Xie Chengyun understood that his chances remained significant. Once Ning Chuchu came of age, he would certainly pay a visit to propose. Establishing an engagement sooner would help quell others' covetousness, as many had their eyes set on the daughter of the Duke of Ning, and he could not afford to be complacent. Their conversation flowed with an unspoken understanding. Many matters were tacitly acknowledged between them. Thus, a gentleman's agreement took shape, quietly sustained between the two without stirring much notice or creating a dramatic scene. Yes, this was their mutual commitment, yet such an agreement remained merely a verbal accord, often subject to change, being ephemeral in nature. Between them, an implicit rapport had seemingly formed. Chapter 84. Hesitation. The two of them, accompanied by others, proceeded to the place where Ning Chuchu was currently residing. Dust swirled, birds took flight, yet no one paid heed. Their sole desire was to reach their destination swiftly and see the person they longed for. However, standing merely a door's breadth away, Xie Chengyun felt a pang of trepidation, hesitating to draw any closer. It was as if he lacked the courage to take that small step, not out of unwillingness, but from fear. How curious it was that the more one cared for someone, the more timid one became as they drew near. Perhaps all his life's fears and retreats had been reserved for Ning Chuchu. At that moment, Xie Chengyun stood before the door, unwilling to enter, a sight that amused the Duke of Ning greatly, for he had not witnessed such a scene in many years. Being a man of experience, he understood well what this signified. In his eyes, they were merely young souls, lacking experience. Ning Yuanji had long sensed Xie Chengyun's sentiments. He had traversed similar paths and understood well the current predicament. Still a young man, yearning to see yet afraid to do so, desiring closeness yet hesitating, longing only to cherish his thoughts. This was indeed a tormenting predicament. He recalled the days when he and his wife had shared similar experiences. Those were bygone moments, perhaps unworthy of mention now, as they were ultimately but his own unreciprocated sentiments. Not long ago, Lord Xie had confided in Ning about his affection for his daughter. What then were his intentions now? Yet, perceiving that the young lady is now out of sight, one might conclude that she is unworthy of you, thus lingering at the door for an extended period, too timid to enter and meet her. How mistaken you are, Ning. Ning Yuanji seemed to gaze through Xie Chengyun, seeing a reflection of his former self, caught in a web, uncertain of how to win the affections of the fair maiden. In that moment of indecision, he too had once experienced such turmoil. Now, as an outsider observing Xie Chengyun hesitating to take a step forward, he resolved to give him a gentle push, believing it might help him gather his thoughts and advance further. Certain matters must ultimately be confronted. Facing them sooner is far preferable to delaying. It was a lesson he learned only later in life. How could it be? Chuchu is, to me, the most significant person in this world. How could I dare to harbor any disdain? Xie Chengyun protested, his struggle evident in his countenance, betraying the unrest within his heart. In this moment, anxiety consumed him, leaving him uncertain of how to face her. Was it his delay in arriving? His failure to discern their intentions in time? His inability to save her? All these burdens weighed heavily upon him. The person he found most unforgivable was himself. It was his fault that she had suffered this calamity. He had let her down and had failed to rescue her. Now, he could only wish for her well-being, hoping she would not harbor resentment towards him. That would be a small mercy. Even if Ning Chuchu were to forgive him, he could never absolve himself. For it was he who had inflicted such profound harm upon her. He truly deserved condemnation. At this juncture, he was but a step away from seeing her. Yet he found himself paralyzed by fear, reluctant to take that final stride. It dawned on him that there were still things in this world he dreaded, matters he could not face. Chuchu, forgive my cowardice, forgive my ineptitude. Xie Chengyun silently repeated his apologies within his heart, while outwardly striving to adjust his emotions. Yet, he remained unable to advance, as if all strength had ebbed from him. This time, even Providence could not assist him. Only he had the power to take that step. You should believe that in his heart, he harbors no blame towards you. If you do not cross this threshold today, all that will remain for her is disappointment. Ning Yuanji likely understood his concerns, yet he was far too harsh on himself. His daughter was a woman of reason and would never place the burden of consequence solely upon Xie Chengyun. Moreover, in truth, he had committed no grave error. He simply failed to save him at the critical moment, resulting in the current predicament. If there was love between them, Chuchu undoubtedly longed to see Xie Chengyun at this very moment, for he understood that nothing could satisfy a person more than having their beloved by their side. Ning Yuanji's final words to him were, "If you comprehend this, then you should hesitate no longer. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your guidance." Xie Chengyun expressed his gratitude, and in that instant, clarity washed over him, dispelling all hesitation. He resolved to look forward, for there lay boundless possibilities and a bright future ahead of them, and they should not allow a single incident to confine their destinies. At this moment, he surely needs her, yearns to see her, and longs for her presence. There can be no retreat for him now. Unfortunately, when they entered the room, Ning Chuchu could perceive nothing. She could only hear the sound of the door being pushed open, which allowed her to infer that someone had arrived. Yet she remained oblivious to the identity of this person, unable to make any judgment. Thus, she wished to conceal herself, not wanting to be discovered by others. Enveloped in a profound sense of insecurity. Who could it be? Surely not Xie Huan, as she always made a considerable commotion upon her arrival, announcing her presence with unmistakable clarity. The current silence left Ning Chuchu unable to discern who had come, and in recent days, no strangers had appeared in this place. So, who was it? The fear consumed her. Chapter 85. Home Chuchu, Chuchu, someone called her name. In her brief 14 years of existence, Ning Chuchu had never realized how melodious this name sounded when uttered by another. She felt like a startled little bird, yearning to hide, yet yearning to see him. Ning Chuchu knew who was calling her. She was exceedingly certain it was him, the one she had been dreaming of incessantly, Xie Chengyun. He had come. He had finally arrived. She had waited for him so long. Then, she heard another voice, imbued with a deliberate softness. It was her father's voice. Her father had also come, accompanying the gentleman. Did her father know of the connection between them? Yet, at that moment, Ning Chuchu could not contemplate such matters. She could only hear her father's voice, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "Chuchu, your father is here to take you home." It seemed that was all she could comprehend. Nothing else penetrated her ears. Home. She still had to return home. She still had family, still had ties that bound her, and she could not let go. In the moment she fell from the cliff, the only thought that occupied her mind was of Xie Chengyun. She felt he was the most significant person in her life. However, after awakening, she sensed an emptiness within her heart, the cause of which remained a mystery. She had forgotten that she indeed had a home, that she had never been alone. Yet, doubt crept in. Would she truly have a home? A home as warm as she had imagined? Nevertheless, she was willing to believe once more. "Do not fear. Your father is here, and so is Lord Xie." Yet in that moment, she was overwhelmed by fear, a fear that lingered. Ning Chuchu always felt that the instant she plummeted from a cliff, she had lost all hope of seeing the one she longed for. It turned out that even then, he had someone he cared for. Fate had intervened, allowing her to be rescued, yet it had also cost her the precious gift of sight. Now, she could see nothing, accomplish nothing. How would she face the future? Suddenly, Ning Chuchu desired to hide away, to be unnoticed by anyone. She resembled a wounded creature, wishing to lick her own wounds in solitude. She wished to conceal her secrets, hidden from the eyes of the world. "Chuchu, we are all here." Yet, it was a voice that summoned all her thoughts back, reminding her that she could not remain hidden in solitude. She had others, many who loved her, cared for her, and valued her. Some even could not live without her. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited within her, and though she dared not let her tears fall, she remained transfixed, staring intently in the direction from whence the voice came. "We shall return home." As Ning Chuchu's vision had faded, Her movements became cumbersome, prompting her father, Ning Chuchu, to carry her out with utmost care. "Is your young master at home?" Before departing from the modest dwelling, Ning Chuchu inquired of Xie Huan about her young master. He was leaving, yet she had not had the chance to bid him farewell, nor had she seen his silhouette. Oh, how she wished to hear even a whisper of his presence. Could it be that the bond they had forged over the past few days was insufficient to warrant a proper send-off? Had they not previously parted without a proper farewell? Must this occasion mirror that sorrow? Perhaps the impending separation weighed too heavily upon him, prompting him to conceal himself, reluctant to face her. Indeed, she too felt the pang of parting, yet she knew she must eventually return to her rightful place. "The young master has urgent matters to attend to today," Xie Huan relayed, but he instructed the maidservants not to hinder Miss Chuchu's family should they arrive. Upon reflecting on her young master's intentions, Xie Huan resolved against revealing to Ning Chuchu that her master remained within the residence, merely choosing not to show himself. If young Master Yun were to encounter his own master, it would surely lead to unnecessary commotion, further chilling the already fragile bond of brotherhood they shared. The young master had intended to personally escort Miss Chuchu back. However, the multitude of recent affairs had prevented him from doing so. Xie Huan's response made it clear to Ning Chuchu that she would not see Changxi today. Yet, there were words she felt compelled to convey, since he was absent. She entrusted Xie Huan to relay them. With her lips pressed together, Ning Chuchu instructed, "Please inform your master that his life-saving grace shall not be forgotten. Should the opportunity arise, I, Chuchu, will surely repay him." Yet, concerning the matter of repayment, it was unnecessary for Ning Chuchu to burden herself. Both her father and her beloved had already made their plans. Ning Chuchu's father withdrew a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Xie Huan, stating, "Should your master encounter any difficulties, this pendant may serve as a means to seek assistance from my residence." Although Ning Chuchu had initially intended to reciprocate the young master's life-saving kindness, his absence necessitated that he leave behind the jade pendant, instructing the maidservant to seek his aid if urgent matters arose. As long as the requests fell within his capacity, he would extend his assistance to that young master, thus fulfilling a debt of gratitude for his daughter's salvation. "The maidservant will assuredly deliver this to my master." Xie Huan respectfully accepted the jade pendant, recognizing the significance of its origin. After all, this belonged to the Duke of Ning, who might one day extend aid to her master. In Xie Huan's view, retaining this pendant brought only potential benefit, never detriment. After all, her master was destined for greatness. Having one more ally could only serve to fortify their future endeavors. Chapter 86. Yearning as Ning Chuchu was hoisted onto the carriage by Ning Chuchu, she sensed the presence of another individual within. It was likely either Mama Lin or Xie. Indeed, before long, she heard Xueji's voice, lamenting, "It is all my fault for not protecting the young lady. I am deserving of punishment." Xueji had performed admirably that day, displaying remarkable courage and exerting every ounce of her strength to rescue her. Undoubtedly, she was not merely a competent maid, but so much more. "Xueji, you did exceedingly well that day. There is no need for you to blame yourself." Ning Chuchu comforted her sincerely. "My lady, your eyes," Xueji, convinced that Ning Chuchu could no longer see, sank deeper into self-reproach, feeling that it should have been her who fell from the cliff, and that her mistress should not bear such burdens. Time passed, and, eventually, Xueji managed to regain her composure. She reflected that, given her mistress's current state, exhibiting excessive sorrow would only exacerbate Ning Chuchu's own pain. Indeed, she resolved to look towards a brighter outlook, vowing not to display even a hint of sadness before her lady. If Sister Xia could not witness this moment, she would gladly become Ning Chuchu's eyes, eager to share all that she could perceive, especially regarding the one whom her mistress wished to know, everything about Mr. Xie. "My lady, Mr. Xie is right beside the carriage, following us closely and has not departed." Perhaps if Ning Chuchu were aware that Mr. Xie was steadfastly accompanying her, her spirits would lift considerably. The fact that Mr. Xie ambled leisurely alongside the carriage seemed to be a deliberate act on his part. Though Mr. Xie had not exchanged a word with Ning Chuchu at that moment, The knowledge that he was by the carriage's side brought her comfort despite her inability to see him. Furthermore, when her lady had gone missing, the Duke had been exceedingly anxious, searching tirelessly for several days without rest, as had Mr. Xie. Such is the nature of life. Where there are gains, there are inevitably losses. Ning Chuchu felt as though she had lost her eyesight, but had regained her father's affection, leaving her to ponder whether such a trade was worth it. Yet, were these not the very things she had longed for? Having obtained them, why then did she still feel anguish? Was it truly sufficient merely to have received? Confusion, turmoil, and pain entwined within Ning Chuchu's heart, ensnaring her in a web from which she could not escape, rendering her incapable of articulating her true feelings or the essence of her suffering. After Xie Huan saw Ning Chuchu and her party depart, he turned and made his way to a secret chamber in another building, where Xie Chengyun had lingered for quite some time. Now that Ning Chuchu had left, he could naturally emerge, though he remained cautious, as discussing matters in the secure confines of the chamber was the safest course. Master, Miss Chuchu has departed. Xie Huan recounted the events in detail, presenting along with it a jade pendant. This pendant was given by the Duke of Ning, who had stated that should the master encounter difficulties, he could bring this pendant to the Duke's residence for assistance. Xie Huan believed that her master surely wished to avoid unnecessary complications and any potential rift with young Master Yun during this time. Hence, he refrained from appearing to bid farewell to Miss Ning Si, which was perhaps for the best. Xie Chengyun softly acknowledged, indicating his understanding. He took the jade pendant, which originally belonged to the Duke of Ning, from Xie Huan's hand, examined it briefly without much concern, and then cast it aside. However, with young Master Yun now aware, it would likely be difficult to explain. Yet, Xie Huan recalled that young Master Xie Chengyun had met her before and could not possibly be unfamiliar with her. Coupled with the letter penned by her master, the handwriting would certainly be familiar to young Master Yun. As these thoughts crossed her mind, an unsettling wave of anxiety surged within Xie Huan. She looked up at Xie Chengyun and quietly continued her unfinished thoughts, her words laced with her internal struggle and apprehension. What truly troubled her was not the brotherly bond between the two young masters, but rather the subtle shift in her master's feelings towards Ning Chuchu, a change that had gone unnoticed by him, yet was painfully clear to her. It seemed that her master, Xie Chengyun, was oblivious to the inner workings of Xie Chengyun's mind, or perhaps had not yet contemplated how to face the impending events. I saved his beloved. What needs explaining? Unbeknownst to her, Xie Chengyun had developed a tinge of envy, even jealousy, towards Xie Chengyun. So, Master, do you still wish to sow discord between Miss Ning Si and young Master Yun? Love and discord. Did he possess any other choices? From his youth, or perhaps from the very moment of his birth, he had never been truly free, given that he had never attained liberation. Why should he allow Xie Chengyun to find us? They should both remain shackled, dwelling in the shadows, unable to live openly or hope for light. Huan, do you think I am in the wrong for doing this? At that moment, Xie Chengyun's expression was terrifying, instilling fear in Xie Huan while simultaneously evoking deep sympathy within her. Huan did not know, but she was willing to remain by her master's side until he fulfilled his desires. She would do anything for him, as long as it was what he wished. In truth, Xie Huan hoped more than anything that Xie Chengyun could live like a normal person. Yet some burdens, once borne for too long, become impossible to relinquish. Just like her own struggles, some things, once cherished for too long, become an inseparable part of oneself. Chapter 87. Confident, the carriage moved slowly, yet it swiftly returned to the Duke of Ning's residence. At this moment, there were few people outside the estate, and not many were aware that Ning Chuchu had been found. Granny Lin disembarked from the carriage first, then assisted Ning Chuchu down alongside Shuiji. For Ning Chuchu, during this period, she had come to accept an invisible outcome, and moreover, a flicker of hope remained within her heart, thus she did not refuse the assistance of others. Ning Chuchu was unaware of the changes that awaited her life, yet she understood that her current predicament left much to be desired. Although she could not see at that moment, she could still sense Xie Chengyun's presence through Shuiji's words. Regrettably, her eyes appeared hollow and lost. devoid of their former brilliance. Yet, that distant glance was enough to shatter Xie Chengyun's heart. Once, her eyes sparkled with a vivid radiance. Now, they were shrouded in a dull gray, lacking any luster. Who would not sigh at such a sight? Anyone who had encountered Ning Chuchu would likely utter a lament of her misfortune. In the midst of a bustling crowd, it was inconvenient for the two to converse. Nevertheless, both understood that they would soon meet, and that their rendezvous would remain their secret. That night, Xie Chengyun indeed arrived at Ning Chuchu's chamber unnoticed. As she heard movements within the room, a wave of trepidation and fear washed over her, for she could not see. In moments of utter helplessness, one always yearns to share their thoughts with those they trust, compelled to express the multitude of unspoken words within. In the wake of such upheaval, what one craves most is a sense of security. Regardless of how composed she might appear, it did not alter the fact that she desperately needed companionship, assistance, and an enveloping sense of safety. Only when she felt secure could she truly relax, opening her heart to voice her innermost feelings and recount her experiences. At this juncture, Ning Chuchu was particularly eager to share her ordeal, longing for someone to listen to her incessant narrative. Perhaps she did not seek answers or comfort, but rather a presence, someone to bear witness to her words. Similarly, she yearned for Xie Chengyun, and upon sensing him, she felt a sense of grounding in her heart. Though Xie Chengyun had yet to speak, Ning Chuchu recognized him instantly. After all, he was the only one who would undertake such a gesture at this moment. Ayun, I have a confidant whom I must tell you about. He is the one who saved me this time. Thus, Ning Chuchu eagerly began recounting the individuals and events she had encountered over the past few days, including her thoughts as she plummeted from a cliff. In that moment of reunion with Xie Chengyun, Ning Chuchu felt an immense gratitude for being rescued by an old acquaintance. Fortuitously, she was able to see the person she longed for and continue pursuing her passions. Unfortunately, she had lost her sight and was uncertain about what the future held. She did not know if she would ever regain her vision. Yet, deep within, she silently rejoiced for her survival, grateful for the chance to experience light once more. Ning Chuchu was not alone in her gratitude. Xie Chengyun felt even more fortunate, believing that fate still favored them. The heavens seemed unwilling to part devoted souls or separate those fated to meet. When did Chuchu acquire such a confidant? Xie Chengyun feigned ignorance, listening as Ning Chuchu animatedly spoke of her newfound friend. Yet, the individual who had saved her was known to him, intimately so. He was still unraveling whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act. If it is merely a coincidence, then so be it. However, if it is a deliberate act, even though Xie Chengxi is his own brother, he would not let him off easily. He has always been unwilling to treat Ning Chuchu's matters lightly. That was many years ago. After all, I did not know you back then, so you would certainly be unaware. From Xie Chengyun's words, Ning Chuchu discerned a hint of curiosity, and without further contemplation, she stated that her confidant was someone Xie Chengyun did not know, and she had not seen him for many years. Thus their relationship could not compare to the closeness of yesteryears. Observing the curious expression on Xie Chengyun's face, she gradually began to recount the events of that time. In truth, there was nothing to conceal, as those events were far too distant. Over the years, she had not forgotten due to the forceful severance of contact imposed by her mother, leaving her with a lingering sense of regret. Now, as she willingly shared with Xie Chengyun, it signified that those memories had transformed into mere echoes of the past. In her youth, there was no talk of affection. She was merely a child, and in his eyes, he was simply an older brother, so Xie Chengyun need not feel envious on his behalf. Their encounter began at a lantern festival one year, when she had sneaked out and lost her way after parting with her sister. He had stayed with her until her sister arrived. Yet now, she could hardly recall his visage. Had it not been for this unexpected reunion, all that would remain in her heart would be a fleeting sense of regret. Thus, she was grateful for their encounter once more. Now, the regret had dissipated. Chapter 88. Heartfelt exchange at that moment. Ning Chuchu seemed to be enveloped in a reverie, yet her eyes remained devoid of color, a monotonous black and white, lacking anything beyond. Perhaps there was someone worthy of anticipation by her side, allowing her to overlook the imperfections of her physical being. Even though her eyes held no hue, she still radiated clarity, unlike the past where she was burdened with gloom and furrowed brows. I was still quite young, having gotten lost during a time of playful abandon. He returned me to my sister. In the past, I only knew him by his pen name, Xie, a name I had bestowed upon him. Of course, he was aware that it was a name he had chosen for himself. Xie. Ching Xie, you linger in my thoughts. At that time, she likely did not grasp the meaning of those words. However, it matters not. She understands now. Now I realize that his name is Chengshi, and later discovered that the one who saved me was indeed him. Yet I did not wish to reveal my name to him, nor did I disclose that I am Xie Chengyun. Ning Chuchu did not resist Xie Chengyun holding her in his embrace, as if their intimate contact bore no impropriety. Perhaps Xie Chengyun had already assumed an important role in her heart, rendering such closeness inconsequential. However, the one who saved Ning Chuchu was not Xie. He was her true Xie. What ulterior motive does this person harbor to approach Ning Chuchu in such a manner? However, he is unable to expose him now, partly out of fear that Ning Chuchu might once again be subjected to emotional turmoil, and partly out of concern that she might question why he had not sought her out all these years. Despite his relentless efforts, aimed solely at the hope of reuniting with her one day, he still lacks the courage to reveal the entirety of the truth, and he remains silent about their prior encounter long ago. After years of separation, their reunion is filled with joy, yet these feelings must remain deeply buried within him. Why must he divulge such matters? Xie Chengyun understands everything, yet he feigns ignorance. Nevertheless, he cannot help but argue internally that he is Xie. His pen name and even his given name were bestowed upon him by her. Presently, she remains oblivious and unable to discern the truth. He cannot unveil the true identity of that person at this moment, nor does he comprehend that person's intentions. All he can do is maintain an appearance of ignorance, watching her speak of that confidant, that man whom he cannot name. He fears that if he reveals the truth, she will suffer an even greater blow, perhaps doubting the sincerity of his feelings from the very beginning. Ning Chuchu has confided in him without reservation, while he remains voiceless. It turns out he, too, harbors fears and is afraid of certain individuals. He feels akin to a deceiver, having misled Ning Chuchu's affections, and he dreads causing her pain. Should her heart be troubled, her health would inevitably decline, and her eyes would be all the more difficult to heal. Do you not wish to know? Are you not angry? Do you not care? Ning Chuchu can perceive his tone is remarkably calm, as though he is indifferent to the existence of her confidant, and that this confidant is a man. Given his temperament, he should be angry and jealous. This leads Ning Chuchu to believe that Xie Chengyun is indifferent to her. At this moment, she is especially susceptible to wild imaginings, caught in a cycle of anxiety and insecurity. Naturally, Xie Chengyun would not allow Ning Chuchu to spiral into a corner of despair. His apparent lack of anger stems from the knowledge that the person in question is indeed himself. However, it is evident that Ning Chuchu harbors a misunderstanding. Yet, he cannot lay bare the complete truth, so he tells her, "I'm not angry at all. It is wonderful that Chuchu has her own confidant. Your willingness to speak of him indicates that you share only a friendship, and I could not be happier. Why would I feel anger? Moreover, that so-called confidant is, in fact, me. Hearing you hold me in such high regard, with such vivid memories, brings me joy beyond measure." Yet, Ning Chuchu remains unaware that he is indeed her confidant. What then are Xie Chengshi's intentions in deceiving Ning Chuchu under his name? This remains a perplexity for him. It seems he must devise a means to engage Xie Chengshi in some task, lest he harbor inappropriate thoughts and act in ways that are unbecoming towards Chuchu. Why do I feel, a yun, that your understanding and consideration for me make you more like my confidant? Ning Chuchu finds Xie Chengyun's demeanor quite magnanimous. If it were she herself who knew that Xie Chengyun had a close female friend with whom he had been corresponding for years, she would undoubtedly feel angered. Such an intimate relationship is bound to breed misunderstandings. Thus, she contemplated explaining the matter before Xie Chengyun discovered it, to prevent any displeasure or misconceptions that could lead to discord between them. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. In this world, true confidants are exceedingly rare. Xie Chengyun continued to hold Ning Chuchu in his embrace, and memories of their past moments flooded his mind. In their youth, her carefree spirit, her joy, and her laughter vividly appeared before him. Every letter she had penned to him was cherished like a treasure, with a gradually yellowing paper bearing witness to his longing thoughts. Xie Chengyun realized that if he remained indifferent to Ning Chuchu's inquiry, it would only arouse further suspicion. He wondered, in Chuchu's heart, who was more important to her, that confidant of hers, or himself. Thus, he posed this question, which momentarily left Ning Chuchu speechless. Yet her heart could not help but leap with joy. It appeared that he indeed cared deeply, just as she had surmised. This realization brought her satisfaction and a flicker of pride. Chapter 89. A kiss. As she pondered this, the corners of Ning Chuchu's eyes lifted slightly. Her long eyebrows danced like a delicate fan, fluttering before Xie Chengyun, refusing to remain still for even a moment. The sight of her movements lingered in his mind and heart. Xie Chengyun understood that she was currently joyful, and indeed, he soon heard her response, which not only aligned perfectly with his thoughts, but also resonated with youthful sentiment. Naturally, you are more important. Ayan even claims he isn't angry, but I beg to differ. Ning Chuchu's voice pierced his heart, warming it. He felt a blend of 7 parts joy and 3 parts sorrow. The joy stemmed from knowing that he held more significance in her heart than her confidant. The sorrow, however, arose from the realization that he was indeed her confidant. This left him in a state of amused exasperation. Yet at this moment, he was undeniably the more important one. Being important was enough. He dared not wish for more. Step by step, he would become even more significant. Having made me angry, Chuchu, how will you appease me? Xie Chengyun playfully pressed on, refusing to relent even after receiving the answer he desired. He sought to have this young girl soothe him, showing no shame in his request. Ning Chuchu had merely intended to tease Xie Chengyun a little, eager to gauge her standing in his heart. However, she had not anticipated that he, at his age, would admit to feeling anger and throw a childish tantrum, demanding her comfort. Yet, how could she possibly soothe anyone? Thus, after much contemplation, Ning Chuchu softly uttered to Xie Chengyun, "Is it acceptable for me to tease you in this manner?" The moment her words fell, Xie Chengyun felt her lips gently brush against his cheek. Ning Chuchu had never engaged in such audacious behavior before. Her first attempt was laced with a hint of shyness. Consequently, it was merely a fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, and she withdrew almost immediately, wishing to escape far away. Feeling embarrassed at having committed such an intimate act, having touched him, Ning Chuchu quickly retreated, leaving Xie Chengyun unable to fully grasp the sensation of that brief encounter. Yet, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her, revealing that his emotions were anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, Ning Chuchu, overwhelmed by shyness, found herself unsettled, caught in a mixture of impulsiveness and the warmth of his arms. The faint blush on her cheeks did not escape Xie Chengyun's notice, while the subtle flush of his own ears betrayed his joy, though Ning Chuchu remained oblivious to it. However, the thought that Ning Chuchu could not perceive his feelings left him feeling a twinge of disappointment, gradually overshadowing his initial happiness with self-reproach and disdain. Had she been able to see him in that moment, she would undoubtedly have felt a pang of sympathy for his turmoil. Gradually, he released her from his embrace, allowing her to distance herself from him. Aside from that fleeting kiss, no other transgressions transpired between them. Nevertheless, Xie Chengyun's spirits soared, visibly exhilarated. His heart felt as if it were ablaze with a million fireworks, each heartbeat echoing loudly in his chest. As his hand gently brushed over Ning Chuchu's closed eyes, he was acutely aware of her blindness and the confusion, uncertainty, and anguish that filled her heart. If he could, he would gladly trade everything he possessed to exchange it for a pair of eyes, so that she might once again behold the light. Thus, the conversation shifted to a more somber tone as they faced an undeniable reality. Sometimes, confronting the truth is far preferable to evading it. "I am sorry, Chuchu. It is my failure to save you in time that has led to your current plight," Xie Chengyun's words dripped with guilt and remorse, as if every slight harm that befell her was solely his fault. "No, it is not your fault," Ning Chuchu replied, her earlier delight and shyness fading. She understood that Xie Chengyun bore no blame for her fall. Indeed, she herself was blameless. The burdens she bore were not the result of any wrongdoing on her part, but rather the unpredictable nature of fate, which often blindsides us. Now that the incident had transpired, it was far more prudent to move forward rather than languish in despair. "Xie Chengyun, do you know? At the moment I plummeted from the cliff, you were the only thought occupying my mind. It was not about your failure to save me, but rather, I pondered what would become of you in my absence. I suppose you will still feel sorrow for me, won't you?" Xie Chengyun heard Ning Chuchu's voice, which was gentle and devoid of any reproach or resentment, as though she were merely stating an ordinary fact. "Chuchu, I will surely seek out a divine physician to restore your eyesight." This was not merely a promise made by Xie Chengyun. It was a commitment he felt compelled to fulfill. "Yes, I believe in you, Ayan." Ning Chuchu's trust was not blind, but rather filled with unwavering faith. Regardless of what transpired, life must go on, and they would continue to support one another. Therefore, despite Ning Chuchu's fall from a cliff, their relationship did not grow more distant. On the contrary, it deepened their appreciation for one another. Chapter 90. Discontent as the night deepened, Xie Chengyun lingered, reluctant to leave until Ning Chuchu fell into a peaceful slumber. He stood by her side, gazing at her serene face for an extended period, unwilling to depart. He noticed that Ning Chuchu appeared considerably thinner than before, likely a result of the torment from her ailment, which had plagued her with worry and suffering day and night. The longer he stayed, the more his anguish intensified, yet he stubbornly refused to leave, as if punishing himself deliberately. Ning Chuchu was unaware of when Xie Chengyun had departed. By that time, she had likely drifted into sleep. That night, she slept quite well, perhaps due to the comforting presence of someone she cared for, alleviating her worries and allowing her mood to improve, thus facilitating her rest. However, there were always those who sought to disturb her peace. Not long after her return, her second sister arrived, claiming to visit her, but truly there to mock and provoke her. Yet Ning Chuchu was not easily shaken. A verbal sparring match was inevitable. "Fourth sister, I heard you were brought back yesterday, so I, along with third sister, came to see you." Ning Yuyan's voice resonated from afar. Even before she stepped into the room, its penetrating tone reaching those inside. It was unclear whether her intrusion was intentional or accidental. Yet her ostensible reason for visiting was so grandiose that refusal was not an option, and they had no choice but to invite her in. "What brings you here?" Ning Chuchu's demeanor was understandably cool, as their animosity had long been established. She was reluctant to believe that Ning Yuyan genuinely cared for her well-being. "I heard you have lost your sight, so I naturally came to witness your misfortune." Indeed, Ning Yuyan's words were laced with sharpness, each utterance piercing Ning Chuchu's heart like a blade, leaving her feeling utterly unsettled. "Since you have seen me, please return. Chuchu needs to rest." Ning Chuchu wished to avoid further entanglement with Ning Yuyan, but Ning Yuyan was unwilling to relent easily. "Rest? You dare to rest? Do you know how the outside world perceives the Ning Guogong residents? You have brought shame upon the entire family." Ning Chuyan felt increasingly resentful as she reflected on her father's recent affection for Ning Chuchu. In her heart, she fervently reminded herself that Ning Chuchu had no right to receive their father's favor. After all, she believed herself to be the one most cherished by him. Why, despite already possessing the status of a legitimate daughter, must Ning Chuchu vie for their father's love? This notion was intolerable to her. However, she could not express these feelings openly in front of her father, so she took out her frustrations on Ning Chuchu instead. "Second sister, please refrain from such remarks. The fourth sister is already feeling quite distressed," Ning Chuyan implored, her greatest concern being a possible altercation between Ning Chuyan and Ning Chuchu. Lacking their father's affection and without her mother's support, she found herself caught in a difficult position between the two. She could only earnestly advise Ning Chuyan to temper her words. "Be silent. This is not a place for you to speak." Ning Chuyan, accustomed to being spoiled, paid little heed to Ning Chuyan's words. She first scolded her before turning her ire towards Ning Chuchu. You, who fell off a cliff unscathed, were fortuitously rescued by a man and spent an inordinate amount of time in his company. Now, the entire capital is aware of this. If I were in your position, I would be utterly ashamed to face anyone. Yet you act as if nothing has transpired. How utterly disgraceful. Miss, please choose your words with care, Lin Mama interjected, unable to tolerate further disrespect. While sibling quarrels might be bearable on ordinary days, it was inappropriate to provoke Ning Chuchu at such a trying time. With a stern voice, she admonished, as the second miss, you should not speak so callously to your sister in her hour of suffering. If the Duke were to learn of your words today, I wonder how you would justify them. Surely, he would be disappointed in you. Given the Duke of Ning's current desire to compensate Ning Chuchu, no one dared to provoke his displeasure at this moment. Ning Chuyen's behavior stemmed from her belief that Ning Chuchu would not report her transgressions. However, just because Ning Chuchu would not speak out did not mean that the servants in the courtyard would remain silent. Ning Chuyen was reluctant to tarnish her father's favorable impression of her due to this incident. Ultimately, recognizing her own reservations, Ning Chuyen chose not to linger in the rain-listening courtyard. I came with good intentions to check on you. Yet this is how I am treated? She retorted before departing with her maid, her steps hurried, perhaps startled by Lin Mama's admonition. Chapter 91. Resolution. Though Ning Chuyen left, Ning Churen remained, appearing timid and hesitant, as if she wished to say something to Ning Chuchu. Yet, she was exceedingly cautious, unsure of whether her words would please her sister, fearing to provoke her ire. After a long silence, just as Ning Chuchu began to believe Ning Churen would remain silent, she finally spoke. Fourth sister, do not heed what second sister has said. It is not as grave as she portrays. Ning Churen, unsure how to comfort her, could only express her own thoughts, hoping that her fourth sister would not blame her for failing to defend her against Ning Chuyen's harsh treatment. She was merely too timid. In the esteemed residence of the Ning family, she and her mother had always been like invisible beings, naturally reluctant to offend the illustrious Ning Churu. Thank you, third sister, for coming to see me. Ning Chuchu expressed her gratitude. Aware of her sister's inherently gentle nature, she felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that her concern was indeed sincere. This is what I ought to do. We are sisters, she continued. As the elder sister, she had little of note to offer, so she personally prepared some delicacies, hoping that fourth sister would not find them lacking. Hearing Ning Chuchu's thanks, Ning Churen couldn't help but smile, her demeanor becoming increasingly sincere as she signaled to a nearby maid to present the treats she had prepared for Ning Chuchu. However, a faint blush crept on her cheeks, perhaps due to her shyness or the belief that her offerings were too humble to meet Ning Chuchu's standards. Nevertheless, this was a token of her affection, and she earnestly wished for Ning Chuchu to appreciate it. Ning Chuchu gazed at the array of food, uncertain of its nature. Initially, she had no intention of eating, but recalling Ning Churen's earlier words, she asked Xueji to retrieve a piece of pastry, savoring it slowly in silence. Ning Churen felt a surge of joy upon seeing Ning Chuchu partake of her offerings, which made her feel that Ning Chuchu was not so unapproachable after all. This version of fourth sister was quite delightful. Unbeknownst to Ning Churen, she had begun to occupy a different place in Ning Chuchu's heart. In a sense, Ning Chuchu had embraced her as one of her own, someone deserving of protection. Ning Chuchu had resolved that if Ning Juyin were to bully Ning Churen again, she would no longer turn a blind eye. Perhaps she could even learn to trust Ning Churen, for they were family and sisters at that. Moreover, she was unlike Ning Juyin. Even if Ning Churen had ulterior motives in approaching her, she would willingly accept her as an elder sister. Once Ning Churen departed, Ning Chuchu found herself with some leisure and could inquire about the current gossip circulating outside. Xueji, Lin Mama, what are people saying about me? Ning Chuchu's question silenced the room, as if everyone had been previously instructed to keep the malicious rumors from reaching her ears. Lin Mama and Xueji exchanged worried glances, reluctant to divulge the unsavory remarks, fearing they would burden their mistress's heart and hinder her recovery. The whispers that circulated outside were far from flattering. It It was said that the young lady of the household had received a phoenix omen at the Onward Temple, yet lacked the fortune to bear its significance. Otherwise, she would not have been captured by assassins and thrown off a cliff, suffering such calamity, all attributed to her fate being unworthy of that omen. Thus, her current blindness was deemed a fitting retribution. The words were too harsh to bear, and they wished to shield Ning Chuchu from knowing them. Miss, do not heed the second Miss's nonsense. They know nothing and speak only folly. It will be better for you not to be aware of it. Shuiji and Granny Lin exchanged a glance, and it was Granny Lin who spoke first, attempting to reassure Ning Chuchu that there was nothing to worry about. Despite the fact that their young miss had been abducted by an assassin and had fallen from a cliff, it was clearly not her fault. Yet within mere days, public sentiment had shifted from sympathy to disdain, as if this unfortunate outcome were entirely the fault of their young miss. But what had she done wrong? Was it a transgression to have been present at Onward Temple on that fateful day? If anyone were to be blamed, it should be the Duchess, who had insisted that the young miss go to the temple. Yes, indeed, the young miss ought not to dwell on such matters and should focus solely on recuperating within the confines of their estate. Granny Lin continued, urging Ning Chuchu to prioritize her health, for nothing was more important than the well-being of their young miss. The cruel words from the outside world should not reach her ears, lest they provoke her emotions and worsen her condition. She had already endured enough. Now was the time for her to rest and recover. Next time, they would ensure that Ning Chuyin did not see their young miss again. Her behavior had been utterly despicable, inflicting such harm upon their young miss. Detestable, shameful, abominable. No, please tell me everything. I can bear it, Ning Chuchu implored. The more they withheld information, the more her curiosity grew. Yet, the two women were reluctant to divulge further details, hoping only that Ning Chuchu would disregard the rumors and take care of herself above all else. Everything else was inconsequential compared to her well-being, and she should not allow the outside gossip to disturb her tranquility. Chapter 92. Contemplation. At this moment, Duke Ning was also troubled by the rumors circulating outside his residence. Although he had issued orders forbidding anyone within his household from spreading gossip, the multitude of voices proved difficult to silence. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to quell the incessant chatter, nor had he found a skilled physician to treat Ning Chuchu's eyes. This situation was one he had not anticipated. Seeing his troubled expression, Concubine Zhao pondered to herself that all this unrest stemmed from Ning Chuchu. If she could be persuaded to leave the capital for a while, the townsfolk would soon find themselves without a target for their gossip.